Kim Wujin was an ugly loser who never left his back open to anyone. Ever since he was a child, he hated this world and the cruel people within it. Everyone treated him like garbage and threw him away when he was done being useful. This made Kim Wujin wary of the people around him, and he started to live alone. He didn't trust anyone and unalived everyone who tried to take advantage of him. This continued till the apocalypse happened. Gates from solo leveling started to pop out of nowhere, and soon, the whole world was filled with monsters. Cities were destroyed and people fell like flies. Just when everyone thought that they were cooked, mysterious godlike beings called Hollow appeared and granted human beings the power to defeat these monsters. The power gave humans the game system, and the humans who received it became the players. People thought that the chosen ones would slay the monsters and save the world, but their heroes were too busy hustling for money as the whole monster business was extremely profitable. Despite this world-shattering event, nothing changed for Kim Wujin, who was just as lonely as ever. He already knew the darkness hidden beneath the human hearts, so he wasn't surprised when the players turned out to be a bunch of hypocritical cowards who only wanted to earn money and stay in power to control the world. Kim Wujin planned to stay out of this whole hero business for his whole life, but it all changed when he met Lee Sejun. To Kim Wujin, Lee Sejun was like an angel amongst the humans, as he was the only player to help humanity without wanting anything in return. Lee Sejun's aura was so massive that similar-minded people started to join him to save the world. Kim Wujin was no different, as he also felt a duty to serve humanity as he was a human after all. So Kim Wujin joined the Messiah Guild and started following Lee Sejun in his mission to slay all the monsters and save humanity. During this time period, he makes a lot of new friends whom he can trust his back to. Slowly but surely, Kim Wujin changed, but he didn't know if it was for the good or the worst. Back to the present, Kim Wujin stands in front of a gate which looks like an entrance to a boss room in Dark Souls game. Kim Wujin thinks that he is Eren, as he asks Lee Sejun that if they beat the final boss behind this door, would they be finally free. Lee Sejun answers that this might indeed be the final battle, at least for him. Kim Wujin is confused, so he turns back to Lee Sejun to ask him what he means by that. But before he can say anything, Lee Sejun unsheaths his sword and pierces it through Kim Wujin, turning him into a shish kebab. Lee Sejun thanks Kim Wujin for his service and appreciates him for helping him reach this highest level. Kim Wujin falls down on his knees as his eyes fall onto the status screen, which flashes with the warning that he has been cursed with Balmung's curse. The curse decreases all of his resistance and protection by 90%. Kim Wujin shakingly asks Lee Sejun if he had planned all of this from the start. Instead of Lee Sejun, it's his right-hand companion Park Sin-hye, who mockingly laughs at Kim Wujin for his naiveness and tells him that if the players end the game, they will return back to the previous Earth where the governments will rule the world once again. Without their current power and abilities, how would they control the world with iron fist and enjoy their luxurious lifestyle anymore? Kim Wujin screams out Lee Sejun's name loudly as the Heavenly Viper's poison spreads throughout his body. Seeing Kim Wujin still alive, Park Sin-hye can't help but feel admiration for him. Not only was Kim Wujin inflicted with Balmung's curse, he was also fed Heavenly Viper's poison. Only Kim Wujin was given this special treatment as all the other ones were easily too weak and just the Heavenly Viper's poison was enough for them. Kim Wujin finally realizes how all of his previous comrades died. This revelation shocks him to his core, as he can't believe that Lee Sejun and Park Sin-hye betrayed all of their comrades who trusted both of them with their lives. His blood boils with rage as he thinks of the familiar faces in the back of his head. He shakingly asks both of them if they felt any pity killing them just because they disrupted their future plans. Seeing that they don't care least about their past comrades, Kim Wujin's whole body shakes with anger, but he is too powerless to do anything, so he can only scream at their backs, which slowly fade out from his eyes. In the last moments of his life, Kim Wujin realizes that trusting someone in his life was the biggest mistake that he made. He wishes that if there is another life after this, he won't be stupid to repeat the same mistake. And just like that, he lets go of his final breath and collapses on the ground. Just after Kim Wujin leaves the leaving world, a prompt appears on the screen, marking the start of the game. Elsewhere, a military vehicle is speeding through the highway in which a bunch of militants are sitting. They discuss the recent surge in the numbers of monsters coming out from the dungeons. Some of them are worried, while others are happy as this means they will be able to earn more money. Amongst these people there is a man sleeping, who suddenly wakes and looks around shockingly. This man is Kim Wujin, who has traveled back in time to arrive at the moment when he first awakened his powers. Kim Wujin is shocked as just before this moment, he was betrayed by Lee Sejun and died in the dungeon with his body left to rot there in the wild. However, now he is alive once again and has traveled back in time to arrive at the time when the game had just started. Before he can process anything else, the vehicle suddenly stops as the driver looks in front of him with fear. The whole highway is filled with big and bulky orcs, who stare at them menacingly. The driver immediately informs the rest of the crew, who immediately picks up their weapons to fight and eliminate the horde of orcs. The chief of the crew briefs everyone that they are lacking ammo, so every bullet should be used carefully. Just as he is about to end his briefing, he notices Kim Wujin fighting against the orcs all by himself. With a submachine gun in his hand, Kim Wujin makes no waste of the bullets and eliminates the whole horde by himself. Every bullet from his submachine gun is a headshot, and soon every last bit of the green orcs are eliminated, as Kim Wujin stands in the middle, aura farming like a true alpha Chad. The other militants are shocked as they want to know who this Giga Chad is, who eliminated all the green orcs by himself. But Kim Wujin is lost in his own world, as he tries to get used to his body that has yet to adapt to the power of the system. He still feels as if he is in a dream, but gets woken up by the chief who berates Kim Wujin for jumping into the fight all alone by himself and taking all the kills. Kim Wujin doesn't care about this self-centered, egotistic chief because his mind is still occupied with the thoughts of his last moments of his previous life where he was betrayed at the hands of his comrades. Just then, a notification rings in his ears, as a system panel appears before his eyes. The system congratulates him on his new player status and shows him the different classes available that he can choose from. Kim Wujin remembers that this was the day when he first received the power in his previous life, but this time there are a few changes. Unlike his previous life, Kim Wujin has 3 new different classes to choose from, and one of them is the Dark World Surrogate, a class that has the power to control curses and different poisons. Not just that, but the class also allows its user to summon undead monsters, making them a one-man army, Necromancer. This class previously belonged to a man called Johann Georg, who was also called the Immortal King, as he was nigh omnipotent, with his army of undead and his control over thousands of curses. With such power, Johann Georg was called the world's strongest player, and even Lee Sejun wasn't a match for him alone. Kim Wujin even compares Lee Sejun to a so-called hero and calls Johann Georg as the final evil boss of the game. In his previous life, Kim Wujin spent all of his life researching and analyzing Johann Georg to hunt him down for Lee Sejun. But in this life, with the power of the Dark World Surrogate, he will become the hunter of Lee Sejun and hunt him down. When the system got popular and players started to pop out from everywhere, the strong players started to form groups which they termed to be the guilds. Initially, the guilds were made for just profiting from the war against the monsters, but with the rise of the Messiah Guild, the guilds like Phoenix, which was full of corruption, started to crumble into dust as people now had heroes that they could rely on. At least that was what happened in Kim Wujin's previous life. In this life, he knows that the Messiah Guild is nothing but a bunch of backstabbing players, so Kim Wujin decides to join the once corrupt Phoenix Guild in this new life. Because once a legend said, "Corruption is only bad if I am not the one involved in it." At the Phoenix Guild's headquarters, a man offers Kim Wujin the contract to join the guild. He states the various conditions such as the additional fees that he will need to provide whenever he clears a dungeon and stuff like that. Nothing much different from what we have seen in Solo Leveling. Kim Wujin reads the contract and realizes that even with all the rewards, he still won't have enough money to buy an item, but at this stage, he can't really do anything about it. So he moves on to the next main thing as he asks the manager, how will he confirm his status as a player, as only the player himself can see the system's panel. The manager smirks and tells him that the guild has their own way of checking for players. He places 5 cards in front of him and tells him to choose any of the cards, and if the card burns away, that means that he is a player, because all of these 5 cards are skill cards. Kim Wujin's gaze falls on a skill named Hemotoxin, which belongs to his Dark World Surrogate class. The skill grants the user the ability to turn their blood into poison, and it scales with their level. Kim Wujin didn't expect to find such miraculous skill of his class at this point in the game, so he immediately accepts it and tears the skill card between his fingers, which makes his whole body glow purple. The manager adjusts his glasses as if he is the main character from a romance anime, and welcomes our boy Kim Wujin into the guild. Later at night, Kim Wujin dreams of his past life, where his comrades used to fear him because of his nasty personality, which he developed by staying a loner for years. But even though they fear him, he still held his comrades close to his heart as he could trust his back to them, unlike the thugs on the streets. Back to the present life, Kim Wujin knows that his past comrades must still be alive in this new life, but he doesn't know how to approach them, but he still wants to meet them and hopes that he will soon get the chance to do that. Meanwhile, in the Gwanmun Sports Park, a group of players are waiting in a parking lot when a bald man approaches them. The bald man greets everyone and is surprised to see them all come here this early. The female player of the group starts simping over the bald guy because it's her first dungeon hunt. The bald guy, whose name is Jusup, enjoys her simping and assures her that he is an expert dungeon hunter and that he will definitely protect her. The female player is glad and promises to let him clap her cheeks later on if they survive. With the bald guy, the group seems to be missing their last member, which turns out to be our broke boy Kim Wujin, who appears in his rundown car from the 1950s. Few of the group members laugh at him for being a brokey, while others are angry at him for being late. One guy even wonders if he will be able to survive the first hunt, considering that he is too broke to even afford a car, much else a weapon. The bald guy is tired of their yapping, and just asks them to leave the broke guy alone as he wants to discuss the plan for the dungeon hunt. The dungeon that they are about to hunt is an E-rank dungeon, which only has the weakest goblins in it. However, such weak dungeons have strict rules as only level 10 or below players can enter it. The party size is also reduced to the maximum of 5 players, which is why there are only 5 members in Kim Wujin's current team. Inside the meeting room, the manager of the Phoenix Guild explains that the main mission of the dungeon hunt is to eliminate all the goblins and come out alive. After the explanation, the managers ask them to check their inventory, which shocks one of the players as his inventory now holds a few extra things. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, smirks evilly like a villain, as he is happy that no one in his team is an acquaintance from his past life. This means that he can do whatever he wants without caring for their lives. After the brief meeting, the group enters the dungeon, and all of them are shocked to see that there is an entirely new world in the dungeon. Outside, they were in the concrete jungle, and in the dungeon the skies were blue, and the forest was lush and green. While the whole group gathers together to make a base camp, Kim Wujin starts to look around to see if anything is amiss. Seeing this, Josup tells Kim Wujin to go and scout the area while they build the camp. Kim Wujin accepts the task, which surprises Josup, who thought that Kim Wujin will cling to them. Kim Wujin knows that the bald guy wants to use him as bait, but he doesn't care as he is a one-man army after all. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Messiah Guild, Park Sin-hee stands at the round table, where all the higher-ups of the Messiah Guild are sitting. She informs them that she will be introducing to them a new member that will be participating with them in their mission. After she finishes her sentence, a man enters the room, which surprises a few members of the guild, especially a man named Yang Ji-hoo, who calls the newcomer an arrogant prick. The arrogant man introduces himself to be Suzuki Ichi, and is about to explain further, but noticing the heated gazes towards him, he realizes that most of the faces here are familiar, so he skips the self-introduction. Lee Si-jun, who is the guild master of the Messiah Guild, compliments Suzuki Ichi for being an ambitious man. But Suzuki Ichi only cares about his future tasks, which angers Yang Ji, who is sitting beside him, as he warns the newcomer to never talk to his master in such disrespectful manner ever again. Yang Ji, who wants nothing but to smash this arrogant prick's head right on the table. Suzuki Ichi is curious if it's his intonation that's annoying to Yang Ji, or is it because of the last time. This only further irritates Yang Ji, who bursts in rage, wanting to duel Suzuki Ichi to retrieve his honor. But he is stopped by a single word from Lee Si-jun and quietly goes back to his seat like a good dog he is. For now, Yang Ji can only swallow back his anger, as he promises to smash Suzuki Ichi's arrogance the next time he gets the chance. After everything calms down, Park Sin-yu asks the guild about the previous task assigned to them. One of the members answers that if it's just retrieving the mineral, it will only take 3 days. Lee Se-jun finds the deadline acceptable and approves it. Back to Kim Wujin. He continues to roam around the dungeon in search of clues regarding the secret that he knew in the past. After some time, he finally finds the tree marked with scratches, which reminds him of his mentor, who taught him that every last bit of information can increase the survival rate of their lives. This mentor was none other than Suzuki Ichi, and he was only teaching Kim Wujin because he was a part of the Messiah Guild. Kim Wujin knows that Suzuki Ichi is nothing but a hunting dog for the Messiah Guild, but he is still content with the teachings that he got from him, as it will help Kim Wujin destroy every last bit of the Messiah Guild in this new life. Just then, a stone flees past his face, hitting the tree behind him. Kim Wujin looks towards the direction it came from and finds a group of goblins waiting to tear him apart. In his previous life, Kim Wujin could only hide from the goblins at this stage, but in this life, these goblins are just free target dummies for him to test his hematoxin skill on. Kim Wujin slashes his palm and leathers his blade with his poisoned blood. He uses the poison blade to hack apart goblins to test its efficiency. Even though the effect of the poison is still weak, Kim Wujin is satisfied, as these goblins are just too easy to read, and their attack patterns are the simplest of the monsters. But even Kim Wujin knows that if too many goblins gather around to attack him, even his poisonous blood won't be able to defeat them all. So he takes out the trump card from his magic storage, which is the Goblin Lord's whip, designed specifically to induce terror into the goblins. It's just like the cotton slaves seeing their master coming towards them with a whip in his hand. While the goblins are too afraid to attack Kim Wujin, his teammates who entered the dungeon with him aren't so lucky, as they are quickly surrounded by a horde of goblins. The baldy Jusup isn't terrified of the goblins and easily hacks down one of them. After killing the goblin, he brags to his teammates and tells them to not fear and just attack these goblins who are too weak to do anything. But in reality, Jusup is glad that he bought a longsword, because the goblins can get really dangerous in close range. He is about to pull out his sword from the goblin's corpse, but realizes that the goblin won't let it go. This gives the other goblins the opportunity to strike him, and soon he is taken down, while the rest of his teammates scream in fear. Back to Kim Wujin. He terrorizes the poor goblins who struggle to escape, as he keeps on lashing them with the Goblin Lord's whip. The whip does 30% extra damage against the goblins, which allows Kim Wujin to quickly farm these goblins and turn them into free experience points. He soon levels up to the 2nd level and gains a new achievement called Striving Higher. After fighting the goblins, Kim Wujin isn't too happy, as they are too weak to give him the thrill of battle. So he decides to quickly finish this thing up and go home to take a nap. Meanwhile, the other 4 players sit beneath a tree, as the previous fight against the goblins left them with many injuries and fear of the green gremlins. One of the guys wonders if Kim Wujin is still alive, as he was the first to separate from them. But this only sparks an argument amongst the bald guy and the other arrogant guy, as they blame each other for their current situation. However, their argument is stopped when they hear the screams of goblins coming from afar, which awakens their PTSD of the previous battle. But what they don't know is that the goblins aren't screaming because of excitement, but that they are being hunted down by Kim Wujin. After hunting all those goblins, Kim Wujin finally unlocks a new skill called Skeleton Disease. Kim Wujin is surprised to get this skill this early, as this was the skill that turned Johann Jork into a one-man army. However, there is one fatal flaw in this skill, and that's that the caster can only resurrect the beings that he kills by his own hands. But Kim Wujin doesn't care about this flaw, as to him this skill is most suitable to increase his powers at his current stage. So he quickly uses the skill on a nearby dead goblin, and soon, a goblin skeleton rises from the dead. The glow in the skeleton's eye pleases Kim Wujin, as this is the look of someone who is born for battle. After becoming the Temu version of Sung Jinwoo, Kim Wujin decides to test his first minion against a level 1 goblin. The goblin skeleton struggles a bit before finally killing the real goblin. This disappoints Kim Wujin, who feels let down, even though he didn't have much expectations from it. He wonders if this is because of his low magic stats, as this skill scales with intelligence. In the end, he can only let go of his disappointment, as he didn't plan to use the skeleton as his main attack anyways. Instead, he focuses on the discarded corpses of humans, who came to this dungeon way before him. Seeing how cruelly the goblins treated them, Kim Wujin is even more determined in his path to end them all. Meanwhile, inside a random cave, Kim Wujin's teammates are hiding in fear, as the previous battle left them scarred both physically and mentally. The baldy Jusup is angry at himself for being a weak coward who can't even protect his teammates, much else clear the dungeon. So out of final desperation, he decides to fight the goblins in one last life and death battle. But before he can rush out, his teammates stop him and ask him to look at the top of his head. Above his head, it shows an increase in his player level, which leaves him shocked because the only way for a player to level up while being idle is to have his other teammates be actively in combat and kill large numbers of enemies. This makes him realize that the pawn that he discarded earlier is still alive and killing the goblins at a fast pace. On the other hand, Kim Wujin doesn't care if his teammates are leveling up or not, as he is having way too much fun toying with the goblins and making them regret being born in this dungeon. To eliminate a large number of goblins quickly, he decides to use clever tactics. He blocks the entrance to a goblin's lair with lots of wood, and then burns it down to create a big cloud of smoke. The smoke quickly fills up the air inside the cave, which suffocates the remaining goblins. This makes Kim Wujin smirk, as he considers this as a revenge served hot and smoky by him for the players that the goblins killed that came before him. After the goblins are completely roasted, Kim Wujin waits for the goblin champion to appear. However, much to his disappointment, he sees no sign of him, so he is about to leave to look for other goblin lairs, when suddenly the whole ground starts to shake. Beneath from the earth appears a large and terrifying goblin, who growls at Kim Wujin with anger as he notices that all of his brethren are burned to crispy bacon bits. Kim Wujin is exhilarated to see the goblin champion appear before him, as this saves him the time for looking elsewhere for him. In his previous life, the goblin champion took the lives of countless newbies before the Messiah Guild finally took the action and eliminated it. For newbies, an elite monster like Goblin Champion is nothing less than a Grim Reaper himself, which is why in his new life, Kim Wujin decided to take action first, so that there will be no more victims to this monster living amongst the sheep. So Kim Wujin takes out his sword as he prepares to fight the Goblin Champion. But before he can move forward, his minion skeleton jumps in to fight the Goblin Champion all by itself. Kim Wujin notices that the glow in the eye of the minion skeleton has changed, so he decides to give it one more go to prove its worth to him. With the sword in its hand, the minion skeleton stares at the Goblin Champion, who immediately attacks him after noticing the killing intent in the skeleton's eyes. But the minion skeleton dodges the attack by sliding towards its legs and slicing them with his sword. This attack pattern shocks Kim Wujin, as it reminds him of his own fight against a similar two-legged monster that he fought all those years ago. Back then, his whole team was struggling against the monster, so Kim Wujin decided to step in. He quickly attacked the legs of the monster, which brought it to its knees, making the monster a quick work for his teammates. Now in his new life, the minion skeleton executes a similar strategy, and it even mimics his whole fighting style, which surprises Kim Wujin. He didn't expect the minion skeleton to be modeled after his combat style, but soon he remembers the skill's description, which stated that the minions summoned by the skill are affected by the user's magic. While Kim Wujin is contemplating about the skill, the minion skeleton quickly defeats the Goblin Champion as it awaits for the final call from its master. Kim Wujin tells the skeleton that in his previous life, he used all sorts of weapons and was unparalleled in one-to-one combat. But with the new development, he feels the need to change plans. After ending the Goblin Champion, Kim Wujin receives a legendary skill page from his class for his astounding achievement of clearing the Goblin Dungeon all by himself. Kim Wujin didn't expect to receive a legendary skill this early in the game, but he isn't complaining either. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the manager from the Phoenix Guild is shocked when he learns that the dungeon has already been cleared. He didn't expect the newbie team to clear the dungeon in just a single day. He quickly rushes outside and finds only 4 of the total members of the squad coming out. Just as he is about to grieve for the soul of Kim Wujin, he notices another silhouette coming out, and it's none other than Kim Wujin, whom he was about to pray to God for. On the other hand, Jusup, who barely made it out of the dungeon alive, becomes terrified when he sees Kim Wujin aura farming his way out from the dungeon. He didn't expect Kim Wujin to be this strong to clear the whole dungeon by himself. This makes me wonder what is the real identity of Kim Wujin, as this type of guy can't just be a nobody. While Kim Wujin remains a nameless player in the grand scheme of things, Messiah Guild rises in popularity as people become tired of the rising demands of the players. While all the players and guilds are looting money from the public and government to clear dungeons, Messiah Guild does the same but for free. If that wasn't enough, they also cleared the highest floor dungeon in the entire history of Korea, which no guild has managed to do before them. And just like everything else in the world, capitalism also holds a strong grasp on the players and dungeon hunting. With all the different guilds being backed up by the different corporations, Messiah Guild is no different. So after their recent victory, their market share rises to the top, which infuriates other guilds and businessmen who invested their money into players. One of such players is Jusup, who is drowning his sorrows with alcohol, as he talks crap about the Messiah Guild. His friend beside him is listening to his yapping when his eyes fall on his forehead injury. Jusup is too embarrassed to admit that he was injured by a goblin, so he lies that he got injured because of Kim Wujin, who disregarded the lives of his teammates to get a precious item in the dungeon. His lie quickly turns into a rumor which spreads throughout the whole guild, turning Kim Wujin into a greedy player who doesn't care about the lives of his teammates. Kim Wujin doesn't know about it, as he is busy looking for a way to connect with Lee Sejun, but without looking too suspicious. After deciding on a lead, he heads to the guild to acquire some more funds, but for that he also needs to clear more dungeons. But when he arrives at the guild informs him that no one is willing to sign up with him for the dungeon hunt, which makes Kim Wujin learn about the rumors surrounding him. But in his heart he feels happy about the rumors, as this makes life easier for him, as he wouldn't need to make excuses to hunt the dungeon all by himself. Meanwhile, the manager and an executive from the guild talks about the orc dungeon that Kim Wujin put a request for. The executive remembers that this was the same dungeon which the rising star Jeon Youngyo and his party failed to clear beforehand. The manager is a bit worried that Kim Wujin might be overestimating himself, but the executive just tells him to let Kim Wujin do whatever he wants, as he might give them a nice surprise. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, is oblivious to all of this, as he only cares about his goal of taking revenge on Lee Sejun, and he has just the right way to get to him. Later at night, Kim Wujin, who is still a brokey, drives his old beaten car from 1950s and arrives at the location of the dungeon gate. An official from the guild guides him to the dungeon as he explains to him about the details for clearing the mission. The dungeon is called Orc Hunter, and it's a 3rd floor dungeon of the C class. The suggested level to clear the dungeon is level 13, which is far above the current level of the current Kim Wujin. Even though Kim Wujin knows that this dungeon might be a bit too much for him to handle at this point, he has one strategy that might just help him clear this dungeon all alone by himself. But for that he would need to hunt down an orc first, and then summon his skeleton to fight for him. But taking down an orc at his measly level is still a bit too far-fetched. But Kim Wujin's years of combat experience closes the gap a little bit. By using the same strategy that the minion skeleton used to defeat the goblin champion, Kim Wujin applies the same strategy against the giant orc. With his superior speed and sharp attacks, Kim Wujin leaves deep cuts into the legs of the orc, which forces it to fall down on its knees. This is exactly what Kim Wujin wanted, as a beast without legs is nothing but a sitting prey in front of him. He uses his sharp blade to put the orc out of his misery, and then uses his skeleton disease skill to summon a skeleton soldier out of the corpse of the already dead orc. While Kim Wujin is cooking up a plan to clear the orc dungeon all alone, outside in the real world, a new bald guy named Osai-chan is in a meeting with a guy named Lee Jania. Osai-chan slaps a player case file on the table as Lee Jania reviews it from head to bottom. The profile belongs to Kim Wujin, and it mentions his achievement of clearing a dungeon all alone by himself after just awakening his superpowers. Lee Jina has never seen something like this before, so he asks Osai-chan if this report is even real, and not some made-up story by a fan who watches way too many manhwa recap videos. His words catches the attention of Secretary Lee, who had just come back after getting some coffee for the two of them. She asks Lee Jina if he doubts her credibility to write a factual report, which causes the poor Lee Jina to sweat like a monkey in a hot desert. To appease the lady, he starts praising her beauty and how she is so talented at writing these brilliant reports. Osai-chan doesn't shy to contribute in the praises, as he assures Lee Jina that the report was written by Secretary Lee, so it must be 100% accurate. He is about to continue on with his compliments, when his tongue tastes the bitter coffee in his mouth. This almost causes him to spit the coffee out as he asks Secretary Lee if she used instant coffee instead of the premium one. Secretary Lee tells him that she bought this instant coffee when they had a meeting at the Phoenix Guild, and that she also wrote the report on reusable paper. This makes Osachan turn his attitude 180 degrees as he starts sipping the instant coffee, as it was the most delicious coffee in the world. This makes Lee Jaina look down on Osofai-chan, as he is reminded of how stingy this guy is, in terms of saving money. He also blames his stinginess for the loss of hair on his head. If Osofai-chan was about to hear his inner thoughts, he might have thrown a few hands with him. Osofai-chan turns the conversation away from the meaningless bickery, as he asks Secretary Lee if they had any luck buying the rights to any new dungeons. The secretary answers that she looked into a few dungeons, but they were all too expensive. This makes Lee Jaina remember the dungeon that Osai-chan saved, to which Osai-chan replies that he shouldn't think about that one, as he has prepared a few more dungeons for him to clear. This puts Lee Jaina in a terrible mood as he begs Osai-chan to give him some rest as he just cleared a dungeon yesterday. But Osai-chan has watched way too many self-care gurus podcasts, so he just suggests Lee Jaina to buckle up like a real man and continue to strive hard, or else he might become lazy. Meanwhile, back to our boy Kim Wujin. He watches his new orc skeleton get obliterated by the big orc, and wonders if it is because his skill level is so low. But he isn't too worried about his skeleton minion getting destroyed, as he learned one main thing from the past user of this skill, that as long as there are corpses on the battlefield, he can just endlessly summon skeleton soldiers to fight on his behalf. With the new skeleton soldier, Kim Wujin clears out the orcs in front of him, and after fighting all day, he finally levels up and even manages to get his hematoxin skill to the 2nd level as well. But Kim Wujin isn't too happy with the results, as this dungeon seems to be a bit too ineffective in farming experience points. This makes him let go of his decision to hunt the normal orcs, as he decides to focus only on the orc hunters instead. But finding the orc hunter isn't so simple. It's a unique creature that hunts his own brethren, so he expected him to be the leader of the pack. At least this is what Kim Wujin deduced from his experience. But sometimes even the most experienced hunters can make a mistake. That's why Kim Wujin decides to change his hunting grounds and look for somewhere else in the dungeon. While he is drawing on the ground like a toddler, the skeleton soldier beside him tries to act as if he knows something, but Kim Wujin ignores this and just bonks him on the head as he leaves to check out the other hunting grounds. While this is all going on, the orc hunter has just finished hunting one of the orcs as it drags the body, leaving blood marks behind him for Kim Wujin to follow. After following the blood trail left by the orc hunter, Kim Wujin finally manages to lock in to the boss of the dungeon. As an experienced hunter, Kim Wujin knows that it's extremely dangerous to fight 1 versus 1 against a dungeon boss, so he decides to use some underhanded means to defeat it. He pulls out a bow and arrow from his inventory and laces one of the arrows with his toxic blood from the hematoxin skill, which is now level 2. He plans to inflict the poison on the orc hunter, so that he will be weakened, and then with the skeleton soldier by his side, it would be an easy fight for Kim Wujin. After carefully planning the strategy, he sends out his skeleton soldier to distract the orc hunter, so that he can get the time to shoot his shot. Since the orc hunter's skin and hide are extremely thick, Kim Wujin plans to shoot at its only weakness, which is its eyes. As the arrow escapes from Kim Wujin's bow, it lands right into the left eye of the orc hunter, which causes it to jump back in pain, as blood gushes out from its eye. The injury itself is already painful for the orc hunter, but when it learns that it has also been poisoned, he becomes even more enraged. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin receives the notification that the orc hunter has been successfully poisoned. Moreover, the upgraded skill will decrease the orc hunter's health bar over time. To Kim Wujin, this is just a nice bonus, as he didn't plan to bleed out the orc hunter slowly anyways. After being inflicted with poison, the once powerful orc hunter now becomes a sitting duck just for Kim Wujin to end its life and clear the dungeon. With only 1 hour remaining before the dungeon closes, Kim Wujin decides to search for the clues that he was looking for. He wants to search for Jian Yunggyo, whose party was previously wiped out in this dungeon. Unfortunately, all he can find are bones of his teammates, but Kim Wujin doesn't give up and continues to search for clues when he stumbles upon a hidden cave. Inside the cave, he discovers a skeleton which has the name tag of Jian Yunggyo. On the skeleton, he finds a diary that contains the Phoenix Guild's blacklist. This is exactly what Kim Wujin was looking for, and with this in his hands, he is now one step closer to getting hold of Park Yongwon, the man who will bring him close to Lee Soo-jin in his new life. A few days ago, Kim Wujin would have been very disappointed to see a corpse instead of a live Jeon Younggyo. However, after obtaining the legendary skill named Eyes of Anubis previously, Kim Wujin gained the ability to see the memories of the dead. This made Kim Wujin almost cry because in his past life he was always unlucky, but fortunately, all that luck is catching up to him, now in his new life. Back in the abandoned cave, Kim Wujin grabs the skull of Jeon Younggyo's corpse and stares deep into its hollow eyes. Although the dead cannot speak, with the eyes of Anubis, he can peer into the secrets of the dead, breaking the forbidden rule of the universe. Inside the memories of Jeonyeong-gyo, Kim Woo-jin finds a few snippets of him backstabbing his comrades, even despite knowing that human hunting is forbidden by the laws. But he doesn't care because he believes that as long as Park Yong-won is behind him, he will face no consequences. After coming back to the present, Kim Woo-jin feels extremely creeped out as looking into the memories of the dead is a forbidden practice. He also feels a bit exhausted, as the skill consumes far more magic than all of his other skills combined. But despite all the drawbacks, Kim Woo-jin feels that it was worth it, as with this new information, he has all the cards on his hands to make his next move against Park Yong-won. Back in the real world, a man kneels on the ground in Park Yong-won's office, as his sidekick beats the living crap out of him. The poor man is one of the managers who allocated the dungeon to Kim Woo-jin to clear all by himself. Park Yong-won had some other plans for that dungeon, which is why he is so angry at the stupid manager. He orders his secretary to take care of the man, and by taking care he means taking him to the gulags. The poor man keeps on begging, but no one feels any sympathy for him. Park Yong-won, on the other hand, is quite interested in Kim Woo-jin and his ability to clear a dungeon all alone. But his secretary reminds him of the terrible rumors about Kim Woo-jin and how he is a terrible person who wouldn't hesitate to betray his comrades. Park Yong-won doesn't really care about Kim Woo-jin's reputation, but he does agree with his secretary that Kim Woo-jin would have a hard time in the future, as the higher-level dungeons will get more and more dangerous to clear all alone. Before he can finish his remarks, he receives a message from the guild receptionist that Kim Woo-jin is at the doors to meet him. This piques the interest of Park Yong-won, who considers Kim Woo-jin to be a sheep barging all alone into the den of a lion. Meanwhile, in the Phoenix Guild's headquarters, the higher-ups are discussing the recent problem at hand about the bidding of the new A+ rank dungeon. Since this is the highest-rated dungeon yet, all the guilds decided to participate together by sending 20 players each. From Guild Phoenix, 18 of the slots are split evenly between the 3 factions, while only 2 slots remain free. This puts a lot of pressure on the higher-ups who can't decide which players to send in. Just then, one of the executives receives a call from Park Yong-won, who requests him to give one of the 2 remaining slots to Kim Woo-jin. This makes the executive extremely surprised, as he didn't expect a cruel man like Park Yong-won to put up such a request. This makes him feel as if there is a hidden scheme between all of this. But since it's a matter between the factions and Kim Woo-jin, he decides to just let them do whatever they want. Back to Park Yong-won. He is looking outside of his office, as his secretary asks him why he gave one of the last slots to Kim Woo-jin. Park Yong-won tells her that it was interesting for him to see Kim Woo-jin go such a long way to bring something back for him. He also believes that Kim Woo-jin is a free card on his hands that he can use whenever he wants and discard whenever he feels like it. As for how it all have happened, an hour ago, Kim Woo-jin came to his office and told about the blacklist that he found on John Young-gyo's corpse. Park Yong-won expected Kim Woo-jin to blackmail him for money, but when Kim Woo-jin told him that he just needs one of the free slots to the A+ ranked dungeon, Park Yong-won is taken back a bit, as he did not expect such a request from a newbie player like Kim Woo-jin. But all of this makes things even more interesting. Park Yong-won confirms with Kim Woo-jin if this is what he wants, or else he might regret choosing such an option. But Kim Woo-jin assures him that he knows that what is he stepping in, and as long as Park Yong-won can give him a free slot, he will let bygones be bygones. Park Yong-won accepts his deal, but on one condition. Later at the Gyeongbu University, a dungeon expert responsible for guiding the players participating in the A+ ranked dungeon holds a conference to inform them of the dungeon and dangers inside it. The dungeon is also an orc dungeon, but it has elite tier orc champions who are way stronger than the orc hunter. The maximum limit of the players entering is 150, and the level condition is to be below level 120. Kim Woo-jin knows about this dungeon from his past life, as it turned out to be a great tragedy. Nearly 70 people died in this dungeon, which was half of the total players that went inside of it. In his past life, Kim Woo-jin had already doubted that some of the players that died didn't die at the hands of the orcs but against other players. But since he didn't have any proof, he couldn't really uphold any justice for the players who died unjustly. But since he has gotten another chance at life, he decides to prevent such tragedy by participating in this dungeon. He is also quite curious about the reward for this dungeon, which was eventually won by the Messiah Guild, making Kim Woo-jin doubt if Lee Se-jun was ever kind-hearted from the start. He suspects that it was Lee Se-jun who caused the death of nearly half of the players. But he believes that he didn't do it directly, and instead used his moles planted in other guilds to do it on his behalf. After the brief meeting, the players finally gather at the gate of the dungeon as they get ready to teleport into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, everyone is a bit lost, as there are way too many players inside. But the Messiah Guild is as formidable as ever, as they are the first to form a proper formation, which ignites the battle spirit in the other guilds as well. Just as all the guilds are preparing, an orc rushes out from the woods to attack them. The Messiah Guild takes on the first orc as their main tank aggroes the orc by using his skill, while the caster from his guild takes down the orc using her spells. Just when they thought that they were finished with their job, the whole ground starts to shake as a horde of hundreds of orcs rushes at the players with deep killing intent in their eyes. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin is sitting all alone on a nearby tree watching the whole battle happen in front of his eyes. He is calm and collected as he didn't plan to act along the guilds anyways, and always wanted to move alone. Now that this chaotic battle has given him the opportunity to charge ahead all alone, he takes the opportunity to leave and take care of his mission all alone by himself. Kim Wujin's plan is to let the guilds take care of the 1,000 orcs in the dungeon, so that he can focus on finding the orc champion. He then plans to eliminate the orc champion on his own, and get the reward of the dungeon without anyone else knowing. He knows that the guilds will first focus on killing the 1,000 orcs, as this is the best way to avoid casualties when they will be fighting against the elite orcs later on. But this also gives an opportunity to loners like Kim Wujin, who wants nothing to do with the other players. The large commotion of the battle catches the attention of the orc champion, who immediately sends out his army of orcs to see what's going on and eliminate the troublemakers. Kim Wujin watches all of this happen from the sidelines and is happy that the orc champion sent out all of his soldiers, otherwise it would have been difficult for him to take on the orc champion, while also dealing with the remaining orc soldiers. Back to the guild players, they have just finished taking down the first batch of the orcs when they hear about the movement of about 900 more orcs coming towards their way. The Lion Guild leader of the group decides to step back for a while, as their current equipment isn't enough to deal with the whole army of the orcs at this time of the expedition in the dungeon. But the other guilds aren't happy with their decision, as they call the Lion Guild Geld cowards for not facing the monsters head-on. But the Lion Guild doesn't care about face, as they leave the battle to prepare for the upcoming battle. On the other hand, Kim Wujin is ready to attack the orc champion, as he summons 2 of his skeleton soldiers and sends them towards the orc champion to distract him. His strategy this time is the same as last time, which is to use an arrow infused with his poisonous blood to injure the orc. Afterwards, the orc will be weakened, and after stalling the battle for some time, he will be easily able to defeat the orc champion. Kim Wujin thought that this would be a rather easy fight, but when his 2 skeleton soldiers rush to fight the orc champion by themselves, one of them instantly gets annihilated while the other one barely manages to dodge one of its attacks. Kim Wujin suddenly realizes that this orc champion is way stronger than he previously heard of it in his past life. Realizing this, he immediately takes out his bow and prepares to shoot the arrow into its eyes. However, the orc champion somehow manages to dodge the arrow, which shocks Kim Wujin, who didn't think that the orc champion would have such high perception. Soon his other skeleton soldier is also unable to do anything with its sword, which instantly shatters when it comes into contact with the thick hide of the orc champion. Kim Wujin feels a bit frustrated since his failure-proof plan got spoiled easily. With no way of defeating the orc at his current state, Kim Wujin decides to do the pro-gamer move, which is to retreat from any battle that you cannot win. But while Kim Wujin is retreating, the orc champion also chases after him. Normally dungeon monsters won't chase humans if they retreat, but orc champion seems to be a bit unique. After chasing Kim Wujin for a while, the orc champion gives up since Kim Wujin uses the dense woods to mask his presence. In the same dense woods, the Lion Guild members are also searching for orc champion, so when they notice Kim Wujin jumping from one tree to another above their heads, they become a bit surprised as they didn't suspect someone else to also think of joining to hunt the orc champion all alone. Fortunately, Kim Wujin's face was hidden, so they couldn't identify him, which saved him the trouble of being recognized. After Kim Wujin leaves the forest, the Lion Guild members start falling down one by one. Their leader is shocked as he yells at whoever is hiding in the shadows to come out. Yet no one comes out and the leader himself also falls, wiping out their whole crew. When Kim Wujin arrives at the base camp, he is quite surprised to see everyone in a state of mourning rather than preparing for the next battle. After overhearing the other players, he learns that the Lion Guild members were wiped out. No one knows how they died, but from the corpses that they found, all of them were mangled so much that no one could recognize what happened to them. Almost all the players believe that it must have been the work of orcs, yet Kim Wujin knows that it was another human who did such a thing because of what he knows from his previous life. Even though Kim Wujin has no sympathy for any of the players, he still doesn't want to let them all die at the hands of each other because it will only weaken the players against the orcs, and this will make it harder for him to clear the dungeon on his own. The following morning, all the players gather once again to fight the orcs once again. However, this time their morale is all-time low because of what happened to the Lion Guild, and of the sheer numbers of orcs on the opposite front. On the other side, Kim Wujin once again disappears from the battlefield as he heads out to fight the orc champion one more time. However, this time, he changes his strategy a little bit. Instead of equipping the bow and arrow on himself, he gives the set to his skeleton soldiers to annoy the orc champion from the sidelines, so that he can combat the orc champion on his own. The orc champion notices that the ant who ran away from his previous time is once again back to fight him. This time he activates the power of the orc fang from the start, so that he can eliminate this ant as quickly as possible and let him feel despair. But just when orc champion is about to rush at Kim Wujin with the axe in his hand, he gets attacked by the arrows from the sidelines that are being shot by skeleton soldiers. With the distraction from the sidelines, the orc champion isn't able to focus on his fight against Kim Wujin, who uses this chance to get close to the orc champion. After getting close to the orc champion, Kim Wujin suddenly jumps in the air and slashes at the orc champion's chest. The orc champion's hide is extremely thick, so the attack doesn't do any physical damage to him. But the orc fang necklace on his neck is made up of a common material, so it isn't able to sustain the damage and breaks into 2 pieces. Kim Wujin immediately grabs the orc fang and activates it to gain all the buffs that the orc champion was using in the right against him. Without the buffs from the orc fang, the orc champion becomes weak and isn't able to block the arrows from the sidelines which are laced with Kim Wujin's toxic blood. With the addition of blood toxins, the poor orc champion becomes further weakened as his speed slows down, while also losing a certain amount HP every second as well. Kim Wujin on the other hand fully activates the buffs of the orc fang and equips a sword to finally take revenge on the orc champion for making him run for his life the last time. With 0 buffs on his side and being weakened by the blood poison, the orc champion stands no chance against Kim Wujin and his skeleton soldiers. Kim Wujin uses his agility to cut open the arm of the orc champion, which is holding the axe, which in return causes him to drop it on the ground. The skeleton soldier immediately picks up the same axe and rushes at the orc champion to kill him with his own weapon. While this fight is going on, a scout from a different player's guild hears the sound of someone fighting, and when he arrives he notices that it's Kim Wujin and his skeleton soldiers fighting all alone against the orc champion. The scout can't believe his eyes that someone is fighting against the boss all alone. He feels the urgency to report this matter to the guildmaster, so he is about to leave when suddenly an arrow strikes his arm. His first suspect is Kim Wujin, but when he turns around to look, he finds that it's a member of the Skull Guild instead. The man from the Skull Guild feels no hesitation in unaliving the scout, as he doesn't want the news to spread and that he was on their blacklist. After eliminating the scout, the other Skull Guild members also appear as they ask each other what to do about Kim Wujin. A few of them suggest letting Kim Wujin kill the champion orc, and after he is done they can just jump in to eliminate him and take all of the loot. All of the Skull Guild members leave, leaving behind only one who drags the corpse of the scout that they just eliminated. He plans to leave the corpse to the orcs, as this will erase all the marks that might lead to them. Meanwhile, the rest of the players finally manage to defeat the last remaining few waves of the orcs, which only leaves them with the orc champion to hunt. The Phoenix Guild's current leader is leading his players to clean up the battlefield as they prepare to look for the orc champion. But just then, a notification pops out in front of everyone informing them that the orc champion has been defeated. This causes all of them to fall into chaos as they want to know which guild had the audacity to act all alone, ruining the agreement that they made. The Messiah Guild suspects the Lion Guild to be after this as they went all alone in the start. However, they also know that all of the Lion Guild members were eliminated, which leaves them even more confused. The source behind all of their confusion is currently enjoying the rewards of his victory against the orc champion. Not only the orc champion granted Kim Wujin with a lot of experience points, but his class also granted him a brand new skill which allows him to store his summoned skeleton soldiers in a special place, which he can then summon whenever he wants. This saves him the time to kill a few monsters every time to summon more skeleton soldiers, which eliminates the only drawback of the skeleton disease skill. Aside from this, the skill also increases his capability of summoning up to 5 skeleton soldiers, which makes him closer to his goal of becoming a one-man army. Kim Wujin can't wait to test out the skill, so he immediately stores his only 2 skeleton soldiers into the book, making him smile, as now he has another trump card on his hands. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Guild's members are in great trouble, as they fear the terror of Park Yongwon when he finds out that they failed in their mission to get the loot from the orc champion. It's not only them who feel miserable, as Skeld Guild members are also shocked to learn that Kim Wujin defeated the orc champion this quickly. This makes them hesitant to attack Kim Wujin and steal the loot from him. Just then, they notice the rookie running towards them, which they left behind to clean up the mess. Behind the rookie are 2 skeleton soldiers, which causes the group to become attentive as they prepare for a great battle. However, instead of the rookie joining their formation to fight the skeleton soldiers, he instead locks onto them, which causes their formation to fall into shambles. In the matter of a few seconds, all the Skeld Guild members are eliminated and no one is left alive anymore. After making sure that everyone is not breathing, the rookie takes off the mask and reveals his real identity. It turns out to be none other than Kim Wujin, who previously eliminated the rookie and took his form to catch the Skull Guild off guard. He also used his Eyes of Anubis skill on him, which allowed him to learn a few things. Unfortunately, the rookie has just joined, so he doesn't have much information about the guild, so Kim Wujin decides to use it on the leader of the pact instead. From the few memories, he is able to learn that the reason behind the disappearance of 70 players was the Skull Guild. As for their relationship with the Messiah Guild, Kim Wujin is still not sure, so he decides to look for the master of the Skull Guild instead. It doesn't take much time for Kim Wujin to locate them, as he already has the information about their whereabouts from the memories of the rookie. After arriving at the location, he summons his skeleton soldiers and eliminates the whole Skull Guild and makes sure that no one escapes. As for their master, he backs away not in fear but that Kim Wujin might torture him to get more information out from him. So to avoid leaking the core secrets of the Skull Guild, he unalives himself. As the dead man tells no secrets, it would have been true if Kim Wujin didn't have the skill to look into the memories of the dead. So this just saves him the time to do the deed by himself and dirty his hands. After ordering his skeleton soldiers to clean up the battlefield, Kim Wujin activates the Eye of Anubis to look into the memories of the Master of the Skulls Guild. Inside his memories, Kim Wujin learns about the terrifying secret as to why Lee Sejun was eliminating all the rising talents of Korea in the past. Inside the memories, he learns the real name of the Skull Guild's master, which is Hayato. Kim Wujin sees Hayato meeting another Japanese man who orders him to change his name to sound Korean and infiltrate the Skull Guild to gather information on Korea. This way, Japan will be able to steal all the resources from Korea and make themselves even stronger. The Japanese man then introduces Hayato to the two Celestials of Japan, who will guide Hayato in his journey to infiltrate Korea and serve his homeland. The two Celestials are none other than the Sword Master and Archer Master that belongs to the Messiah Guild. Hayato is honored to meet the two of them, and the memory ends there. In another memory, Hayato gets an order to eliminate a Korean broker named Osai-chan, as he has been making trouble for the Japanese broker man for the last couple of dungeon bids. After the memories end, Kim Wujin clutches his fist tightly as he can't believe that the two of the most respected men in his heart were also traitors to the nation and their people. In his previous life, both the Sword Master and Archer Master were not only his mentors but also his comrades whom he could trust his back to. But even they turned out to be betrayers, which makes them no worse than Lee Sejun and Park Sin-ye. Aside from that, Kim Wujin is also interested in Osai-chan, as he didn't know about this character in his previous life. This means that Osai-chan must have been successfully assassinated, so in this lifetime Kim Wujin decides to save him, as he also needs a broker to bid on the dungeons for him. Outside in the real world, the two dungeon managers are waiting in their car for the players to clear the dungeon and eliminate the trouble. One of them is a rookie, so he is afraid that there might be a dungeon outbreak. But the other guy assures him and tells him that there will be commotion, but not because of the monsters, but because the players will fight against each other to get any last bit of the remaining loot from each other. Just then, their eyes fall on a player coming out of the dungeon, and it's none other than Kim Wujin, who is extremely injured. The two of them rush with the medical staff to take care of the injured Kim Wujin. After Kim Wujin, the other players also slowly exit, but none of them are smiling from happiness, which signals that something must have gone terribly wrong. The following morning, the news about the dungeon goes viral, as it's reported that 31 players died with the Skull Guild being completely annihilated from the surface of the dungeon. Park Yong-wan also reads the newspaper, and is extremely angry because of how much he spent on this dungeon hunt. In the end, he doesn't even know who got the loot from the Orc Champion, making all of his efforts go to waste. He summons all of the players that he sent into the dungeon from his faction. He asks them about their failure, to which they aren't able to make any excuses, which only further pisses off Park Yong-wan. He threatens all of them to multiply his initial investment by 5 times, or else he will make sure that they never have the chance to see their future. All of the players look like they have seen a ghost, but they can't really say anything against Park Yong-wan, or else they might lose their last chance to redeem themselves as well. After the losers leave, Park Yong-wan's secretary informs him about the injuries to Kim Wujin. She tells him that Kim Wujin's injuries weren't from the orcs but from other players. This raises the eyebrows of Park Yong-wan, who feels that Kim Wujin must have some information regarding this whole mess. So he immediately decides to visit him at the hospital, fearing that he might spill the beans to someone else if he doesn't get to see him sooner. At the hospital, Kim Wujin is in his room recuperating from the injuries. A manager from Phoenix Guild arrives to question him about his injuries, but Kim Wujin plays dumb and doesn't tell him anything about them. After the manager leaves, Park Yong-wan and his secretary enter the room as they ask Kim Wujin as to what happened. Kim Wujin lies to them that he saw the Skull Guild fighting against the Orc Champion. As for other details, he doesn't know much, as his whereabouts were revealed as an assassin attacked him from behind. He lies about the assassin almost ending his life before he finally managed to escape after poisoning him with his blood toxins. Park Yong-wan believes in Kim Wujin's words, as they aren't completely false. He also suspects Skull Guild because of how shady they are. After talking to Kim Wujin for a while, Park Yong-wan is about to leave when he remembers something very important. He asks Kim Wujin if he has any price to stay quiet about this matter. Kim Wujin in his heart smiles because the fish has finally taken the bait. He tells Park Yong-wan that he only wants one thing from him, and that's information about a man named Osei-chan. Park Yong-wan knows who Osei-chan is and agrees to hand his information over to him on a condition that Kim Wujin will continue to act like a spy for him in the future as well. After the deal, Park Yong-wan leaves as Kim Wujin stands up to relax his stiffened muscles. He is very happy to put Park Yong-wan against Lee Sejun and his company, as this will give him extra time to grow stronger and compete with these two monsters of the new era. Meanwhile, Park Yong-wan is contacting his close allies to learn more about the Skull Guild. He learns that despite being one of the top guilds in Korea, the Skull Guild has 0 sponsors. This makes him wonder if they are trading illegally with foreign countries, as there is no other way to run such a big guild all alone. To confirm his suspicions, he decides to look into their black market channels, as this is where the large illegal transactions take place. Back to Kim Wujin, he finally gets the information on Osei-chan and contacts him to sign a deal for the dungeon. Osai-chan already knows about him, so he decides to test Kim Wujin first before proceeding with their future deals. He plans to let Kim Wujin clear a C-rank dungeon, which is notorious for its bad reputation. The dungeon is full of kobold monsters, and even the most veteran players fear to face them in battle. After Lee Jaina hears about Osai-chan assigning such a dungeon to Kim Wujin to test his strength, he can't help but feel worried for the guy, as even he knows how terrifying that dungeon is. But Osai-chan tells him to trust Kim Wujin, as he might just turn out to be the guy who will clear all the dungeons in the world and free humanity from this curse. Lee Jaina brags that such a man is already sitting in front of him, so why bother looking outside? Osai-chan asks him to look at his face in the mirror, as he can't even clear an F-rank dungeon by himself, much else a C-rank one. Lee Jaina isn't offended because it is exactly why he was worried for Kim Wujin. Meanwhile, the man, the myth, and the legend himself arrives at the dungeon portal as usual in his beat-up old car from the 1950s. Kim Wujin doesn't even take any time to prepare anything, and just heads straight into the dungeon. Secretary Lee is watching everything from the sidelines as she reports his behavior to Osai-chan. She asks him if she should turn on the timer to see if Kim Wujin can clear the dungeon in record time. Osai-chan is quite surprised that Kim Wujin would be this reckless. Lee Jaina agrees with him, but Osai-chan still wants to trust in his judgment, as he feels that Kim Wujin is rather special. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kim Jae-hoon of the Messiah Guild is in a meeting with Swordmaster and Archer Master. They talk about the deaths of all the Skull Guild members inside the Orc dungeon. Kim Jae-hoon reminds them that events like this happen all the time in the dungeon, and that there is no way for them to do any investigations, as none of the members from the Skull Guild survived. But this doesn't appease the two masters, as they only become further angry, as they remind Kim Jae-hoon of his position on the hierarchy. Kim Jae-hoon starts to sweat profusely as he tries to calm down while apologizing that he was indeed a bit too harsh in his comments. He tries to make them realize that the Messiah Guild cannot control if anything goes wrong in the dungeon, and that there are far too many factors to count. But the two masters still blame him and the Messiah Guild for the blunder, as they lost so many resources because of this one big blunder. They also remind him that all of their Skull Guild members were elite players, so saying that orcs wiped them off would be far too big of an injustice. Kim Jae-hoon apologizes to them for his figure of speech and assures them that the guild is already investigating, but the two masters tell him that it doesn't matter anymore, as they are also investigating on their own side as well. However, they both express great disappointment in him and the Messiah Guild, which leaves Kim Jae-hoon terrified, as he doesn't want to offend any of the two masters. Outside, the both masters are rather stuck as well, as they don't know who could eliminate the whole guild on their own without leaving any traces. They can't believe that it's the work of a single person, so they can only look for a faction who has a vendetta against the Skull Guild, or perhaps the all players. Back to the Cobalt dungeon portal. Two men are overlooking the portal to see if anything goes wrong. They fully expect Kim Wujin to fail the dungeon hunt, so they are just chilling when suddenly, the portal closes down, which signals that it has been cleared. But by the time the two men can chase down Kim Wujin, he has already driven away in his rundown car. Meanwhile, Osai-chan also receives the news from the two men who failed to keep an eye on Kim Wujin. This makes him angry at them for not doing their work despite taking money for it. However, Secretary Lee informs Osai-chan that those two men were working for free since they were from his hometown. This makes Osai-chan feel guilty, so he lets both of them go without any more abuse. On the other hand, Secretary Lee assures him that Kim Wujin will definitely return to them, as he looked like a person who wanted a long-term contract. After telling him this, she leaves for something but doesn't tell Osai-chan anything about it. After she leaves, Lee Jaina enters the office as Osai-chan breaks the news that Kim Wujin cleared the dungeon all alone, and that just in 12 hours. Lee Jaina is rather nonchalant about it, as he is trying to hide all the snacks that he bought from the convenience store with the company's credit card. Osai-chan yells at him to go back and return the snacks, or he will turn him into a snack otherwise. Back to Kim Wujin. After he exited the dungeon portal, he received a walkie-talkie on his car, alongside a note which told him the timing of when it worked. On the other side, Kim Jae-hoon is struggling to secure his life and job, as he is worried how he will face his master after that last meeting. He wants to correct things but doesn't know how to, which makes him wonder if he should rely on other people in the guild to handle things. But just then he receives a call from someone who tells him that he knows something about the Skull Guild. This makes Kim Jae-hoon change his direction and head directly to meet that man. Inside a bar, Park Yong-won is in a meeting with Jung Hoon-young, a man with no affiliation with any guilds, and is known to be a ruthless guy. Park Yong-won wants him to protect an important person for some time. He wants to use that person as bait to catch some big fish in the muddy water. What Park Yong-won doesn't know is that someone else is watching him from the top, and that someone is Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon is wondering what Park Yong-won is really trying to do and how much he truly knows about the Skull Guild. While he is thinking about it, a bearded man appears behind him, which startles Kim Jae-hoon, who turns around to greet him. The bearded guy tells him about the information that he acquired from his previous meeting with Park Yong-won. Park Yong-won wanted to learn a few things about the Skull Guild from him, and in return he promised to share the secret of the Skull Guild members who died in that orc dungeon. Kim Jae-hoon is shocked to learn this as he didn't expect a guy like Park Yong-won to know such a secret. This makes Kim Jae-hoon a bit nervous as he knows that this isn't something that he can take care of on his own, but the problem is that he also cannot report such information to his master or he might become angry at him. So in the end, Kim Jae-hoon can only thank the bearded guy for the information, and promises that the Messiah Guild won't mistreat him. The bearded asks him to not worry about it as he is already indebted to the Messiah Guild. After Park Yong-won and the bearded guy leaves, Kim Jae-hoon approaches Jung Hoon-young to talk about a business deal related to what he just talked to with Park Yong-won. He promises Jung Hoon-young that it will be a lot of money if he agrees to become his business partner. Jung Hoon-young agrees because as long as there is money involved, he won't hesitate to do any dirty job. While this secret deal is going on, Park Yong-won's secretary informs him that she managed to secure the public dungeon that he requested her to do, but she is worried that this might complicate things as buying the dungeons this way hasn't really been their tactic from the start. However, Park Yong-won assures her that the Skull Guild would need to play a move now that he has set up all the pieces in place. Now the last thing which remains is the bait piece, which is none other than Kim Wujin. Back to Kim Jae-hoon, he becomes even more confused after his meeting with Jung Hoon-young, as he doesn't understand why would Park Yong-won hire 5 bodyguards to protect Kim Wujin. Kim Jae-hoon doesn't believe that Kim Wujin was the person that could have eliminated the Skull Guild members who have been personally trained by the 2 masters. What he doesn't know is that Kim Wujin was once also trained by the 2 masters, so their skills depended on the experience which no one can beat Kim Wujin in. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin finally gets a chance to talk with Oh Sai-shan and asks him if he passed the test. Oh Sai-shan congratulates him for passing the test with flying colors. With this settled, Kim Wujin asks Oh Sai-shan to buy a few dungeons for him. He sends him the list in a secure locker and tells him the password for it. After hanging the call, Lee Jaina asks Oh Sai-chan if putting his bet on Kim Wujin is the right bet, because he feels that he is a bit too dangerous. But Oh Sai-chan assures him that everything will be fine, and it's not like that being a broker business isn't also dangerous or anything. Back to Kim Wujin, he is in a meeting with Park Yong-won, who wants him to act as bait for his mission. Kim Wujin feigns concern as he mentions the dangers of being in such a situation. But Park Yong-won assures him that he has hired veteran players to act like his bodyguard during that mission. Kim Wujin acts hesitant at first but then accepts the task, but on the condition that Kim Wujin will increase his pay. Both sides feel that they have finally caught each other in the net, as they start to negotiate the price. In the end, Kim Wujin walks out of the office with a skill page in his hand. Kim Wujin can't help but compliment Park Yong-won in his heart as this was the gift that he desperately needed in this situation. Meanwhile, the players that Park Yong-won gave the deadline to multiply his investment by 5 times are currently in a dungeon thinking about ways to make more money as soon as possible. One of them is on the verge of breaking down as he feels that he might just spend the rest of his life doing dungeon hunts to repay the debt. But their leader asks them to man up and kill more monsters instead of whining like little snitches. Unknowingly to them, someone is watching them from the behind, and their intentions are anything but good. Back in the real world, Kim Jae-hoon finalizes the deal with Jung Hoon-young and hands him the 1 billion Korean won in advance. His task is to just capture Kim Wujin and hand it over to him. Jung Hoon-young feels that the cash is still a bit low, as he will be losing one of his long-term clients. Kim Jae-hoon promises to give him more money after the mission is completed, but Jung Hoon-young doesn't want more money. Instead, he wants to make a deal with the Messiah Guild. But Kim Jae-hoon tells him that the guild has no role in this deal, so he can only pay him more money. After closing the deal, Kim Jae-hoon leaves, which leaves Jang Hoon-yo with his team all alone, who are already celebrating their newly found riches. One of his teammates is quite curious to know that there are such shady people in the Messiah Guild. Jang Hoon-yo tells him that rotten apples are everywhere, and not everyone in the Messiah Guild is like Lee Si-jun, who is selfless. If Kim Wujin was here, he would have punched Jung Hoon-yo right in the face for calling Lee Si-jun selfless, especially after knowing everything that he did in the past life. While this is going on, the Skull Guild members who were sneaking behind the Phoenix Guild members of the Park Yong-won faction finally come out from the dungeon portal, which signals that the portal has been cleared. However, aside from the 3 members of the Skull Guild, no other person from the Phoenix Guild comes out. This troubles the managers outside, who ask the Skull Guild if they know anything about them. One of the guys from the Skull Guild tells the managers from the Phoenix Guild that he and his teammates unalived all of them, before driving away, leaving the stupefied managers in trance. In the car, the leader of the group reminds the fierce guy to remain calm as their boss has told them to not mess anything up. Just then, he receives a call from Kim Jae-hoon, who tells him to immediately come to the location of the dungeon that he sent him as he has found traces of the guy that they have been chasing all this time. The leader checks his phone and learns the destination is a dungeon with lizard people, and it's a 2-floor dungeon that's only D grade, which is nothing much for their elite team. Meanwhile, Park Yong-won is grinning inside his office as he can't wait for the fishes to fall for the bait. Even though he feels that it's a bit useless to use Kim Wujin as bait, and that he might die, he doesn't feel terrible because he has other cards to play. Soon it's time for the dungeon hunt, so our boy as usual arrives in his worn-down clothes as he exits from his beaten-up car from the 1950s. At this point, bro is just L farming. Had it been Sung Jin-woo, he would have bought the brand new Lamborghini to show all of the dudes how much aura he has. While Kim Woo-jin greets Jung Hoon-young, the guild members from the Skull Guild also arrive, but instead of being 3 of them, there is one extra member who looks a bit too suspicious. Kim Woo-jin wants to talk alone with Jung Hoon-young, so he makes an excuse to go to the toilet and Jung Hoon-young follows him behind. Away from the group, Kim Woo-jin acts as if he doesn't know anything, and inquires from Jung Hoon-young if he is the person that Park Young-wan assigned to protect him. Kim Woo-jin feigns weakness as if he wants to depend on Jung Hoon-young to survive this dangerous situation. Jung Hoon-young also suggests Kim Woo-jin to keep his distance away from them as he doesn't want to make the Skull Guild members know that he is with them. After they discuss the whole plan, Jung Hoon-young smiles like a creep as he feels that this is too easy. After the brief meeting, the group enters the dungeon, and as they previously planned, Kim Woo-jin will go alone, accompanied by Jung Hoon-young's minion Jin Wook. All the groups go their separate ways. The purple-haired man from the Skull Guild talks to the blonde guy from his squad and asks him if he isn't bothered that Kim Woo-jin might die if he goes alone. The blonde guy assures him that the guys that he has hired will assure that Kim Woo-jin is protected at all costs. This makes the purple-haired guy ask the blonde guy if he doesn't trust their skills, which is why he came with them, to which the blonde guy replies that there is no need to be offended and he is here for his own personal agenda. Even though he doesn't tell the purple guy his real goal, his inner monologue reveals that he wants to eliminate Jung Hoon-young and his minions after Kim Woo-jin is captured. On the other side, Jung Hoon-young is also planning to make a move on Kim Woo-jin and capture him now that he knows his fighting capabilities. This is why he sent Jung Wook after him, so that he will feed them information on Kim Woo-jin's fighting skills. But Jin Hoon-young doesn't know that this would turn out to be a huge mistake for them, as after waiting for a long time Jin Wook and Kim Woo-jin don't come back. This makes them go out and look for them. After following a blood trail and few bodies left of the lizard men, they finally arrive at the battlefield and discover Jin Wook and Kim Woo-jin both laying down in their own blood. Jin Hoon-young immediately orders the healer of his team to go check on Jin Wook as he still seems to be moving a little bit. When the healer arrives besides Jin Wook, he notices that his neck has been broken and that he is bleeding a lot. But despite that, Jin Wook keeps signaling towards Kim Woo-jin, which makes the healer think that maybe he wants them to save Kim Woo-jin first, as he is their client after all. But this only makes the healer more angry as he tells Jin Wook to be more selfish as he is their comrade after all. Unlike Kim Woo-jin, he deserves to be healed first. But what he doesn't know is that Jin Wook wasn't asking him to heal Kim Woo-jin, but trying to warn them that Kim Woo-jin is still alive and is the whole mastermind behind all of this. But just then a skeleton soldier pops out of nowhere and sends the healer to hell in just one strike. Jung Hoon-young and others still don't know that it's the work of Kim Woo-jin, as they suspect that it's Kim Jae-hoon behind all of this. Jung Hoon-young suspects that Kim Jae-hoon always wanted to eliminate them from the start, which is why he took out their healer first. While Jung Hoon-young is trying to make connections in his head, his whole team gets surrounded by skeleton soldiers who are twice their size and strength. On the other side, the Skull Guild members are fighting the lizard people for fun, while they wait for the signal from Jung Hoon-young. They all seem to be joking around and having fun without knowing that the shadow of death is looming around them. Back to Kim Woo-jin, he finally reveals himself as the perpetrator behind the death of Jin Wook and their other members. Jung Hoon-young is shocked and doesn't understand why Kim Woo-jin would betray them. This question makes Kim Woo-jin laugh as he makes him realize that he was never with them from the start. He reminds Jung Hoon-young of his own words when he said that all lives are not equal and each life has its own value, which is why he got into the business of player killing, as it has made him much more money than clearing dungeons all day. But what he didn't know is that Kim Woo-jin was listening to all of their conversation from behind, and he knew what they wanted to do. Against such an evil man like Jung Hoon-young, Kim Woo-jin shows no mercy and splits the guy's head from the rest of his body. After dealing with Jung Hoon-young, Kim Woo-jin heads out to find the goblin whom he has to eliminate in order to clear the first floor. Fortunately, in his past life, Kim Woo-jin learned of the information regarding this dungeon, so it's easy for him to find it and eliminate it in just a couple of minutes. After the goblin is dead, all alive players get the notification that Floor 2 is now accessible. This catches the blonde guy off guard, as he didn't expect Jung Hoon-young and his gang to unlock Floor 2 without giving him the signal first. He realizes that Jung Hoon-young never wanted to uphold his side of the deal, so before he could backstab him, he decided to backstab him instead. At this point, it is clear that the blonde guy is Kim Jae-hoon, but the purple-haired guy still hides his identity and asks him if this was something that went against his plan. It's pretty easy for the purple-haired guy to deduce that Jung Hoon-young wants to ambush them just when they step into the door of the second floor. This is exactly why Kim Jong-hoon is also so pissed. But he also doesn't have any other way, so he can only look for the door to the second floor and see what's going on. Meanwhile, outside in the real world, Park Young-won learns from his secretary that Kim Woo-jin bought a few collection sockets that are normally used to collect blood from high-grade monsters to sell outside. This confuses Park Youngwon, who doesn't understand why would Kim Wujin buy these collection sockets when his life is in danger inside the dungeon. Back in the dungeon, Kim Jae-hoon and his party enters the second floor and are immediately attacked with a few blood vials which spreads blood all over their body and clothes. They turn to look at the attacker and discover that it's just Kim Wujin. Kim Jae-hoon asks Kim Wujin why would he attack them, to which Kim Wujin confesses about knowing their plan to attack him and Jung Hoon-young. After coming to the second floor, that's why he decided to act first. Kim Jae-hoon didn't expect Kim Wujin to know this much, so he signals his men to be cautious, as who knows if Jung Hoon-young and his teammates are waiting to ambush them. In the meantime, he asks Kim Wujin about the blood that he threw at them, to which Kim Wujin replies that it's the blood of a goblin, which is the favorite snack of the lizard people. Just as he says this, a giant lizard man pops out from behind them and gulps one of them in one single bite. This terrifies the Skull Guild and Kim Jo-hoon, who immediately make a distance away from the lizard man. The leader of the Skull Guild, whose name is revealed to be Matsumoto, suddenly rushes in to fight Kim Wujin. He is extremely furious at Kim Wujin for setting up such a trap for them and killing his teammates. Kim Wujin isn't fearful of fighting him, as he also draws his sword to fight him. As they clash their swords, Kim Wujin is surprised to see the logo of Swordmaster on Matsumoto's sword, which symbolizes that he is one of his disciples. Matsumoto didn't expect Kim Wujin to know of this information, which leaves him a bit baffled, but also makes him even more determined to eliminate Kim Wujin at all cost. As for Kim Jae-hoon and the last Skull Guild member, they both can only try their best to hold back against the lizard monster, who stares at them like how Diddy stared at Justin Bieber during those 48 hours. While the poor guys are facing a hungry lizard, Kim Wujin keeps on rage-baiting Matsumoto, who keeps on falling for it. This makes the fight only easier for Kim Wujin, as he just has to dodge the attacks and wait for the right opportunity to attack. After rage-baiting Matsumoto a bit more, he finally manages to get him to attack with a downward slash, which allows Kim Wujin to jump up to dodge it as he spits a mouthful of toxic blood right on Matsumoto's face. Some of the blood falls into his eyes, making them red as if he had just finished eating someone's cake. This only makes Matsumoto even more furious, as he realizes that he has been poisoned. Faced with such an opponent who would stoop to such a low level that he won't even hesitate to spit on his opponent's face, Matsumoto feels that he has truly met his match. All of his life he was taught to honor the rules of the duels, and his opponent doesn't care about that at all. Suddenly, Matsumoto remembers his master's teachings, so he calms himself and decides to use the only move in his arsenal that can perhaps defeat such a monster like Kim Wujin. Seeing Matsumoto change his stance, Kim Wujin immediately catches on to the skill that he's about to use, as he has seen Master Sword and Lee Sejun use it countless times in his previous life. The sword skill is called the Holy Sword, which slashes a holy light at the opponent, cutting them apart as if they are made of butter. Unfortunately for Matsumoto, his opponent is a person who has the most in-depth knowledge of his skill. So just when the skill is about to strike him, Kim Wujin dodges at just the right time and appears behind the weakened Matsumoto to finish off whatever is left in his energy-less body. This brings Matsumoto to his memory of the day when he finally mastered the Holy Sword. His master told him that his skill is still far too unstable and that he can only use it once a day. Even after that, his body will be too weak to fight afterwards, and if he faces a monster who can't be taken down in one skill, it would be the end for him. He finally realizes what kind of monster his master was talking about, as he can be said to finally have met one of its kind. Matsumoto's death causes his companion to get sidetracked, which allows the lizard man monster to strike him from behind and take him out. With no one left to live, Kim Jae-hoon decides to use the pro gamer move, which is to ask for a truce. This only makes Kim Wujin laugh at him, as he reminds him that just a few moments ago, he was trying to kill him, and now that he can't win anymore, he wants to ask for a truce. Kim Jae-hoon tries to negotiate by saying that if Kim Wujin kills him, it would only make it harder for him to clear the dungeon. But Kim Wujin tells him to not worry about it, as he already has his own helpers. Saying this, he summons his skeleton soldiers, which shocks Kim Jae-hoon, who had no knowledge that Kim Wujin was a necromancer. Kim Jae-hoon tries to step back in fear, but the lizard man monster behind him doesn't give him the chance to retreat at all. It suddenly strikes at him, which Kim Jae-hoon barely manages to dodge. But when the monster is about to attack him for the second time, the fat guy that the lizard man monster smacked earlier gets back up once again and bonks the lizard man monster on the head. However, the lizard man monster only becomes even more angry and grabs the fat guy with its tail as he brings him towards its heinous mouth. The fat guy tries to negotiate with the monster as he tells him to not eat him, as he stinks from all the fat on his body that he has. The lizard man indeed hates the smelly fat on his body, so he decides to crush him instead of eating him alive. Kim Jae-hoon is so scared that he almost soils his pants, but he knows that he can't die here, so to survive he tries to run away and hide, till Kim Wujin and others can clear the dungeon. But the lizard man monster is keen on hunting him, as it keeps on chasing after him no matter how much he runs. Kim Jae-hoon doesn't understand why the monster is so fixated on him, even when Kim Wujin's skeleton soldiers are attacking it from behind. Since the monster is focused on Kim Jae-hoon, Kim Wujin's skeleton soldiers have an easier time slowly chipping away the monster's health bar, which has already decreased a lot because of Kim Wujin's hemotoxin skill. The last time his hemotoxin skill leveled, it also gained the ability to decrease the stats of the target, which makes the lizard man move a bit slower, making it easier for skeleton soldiers to attack it. But despite all of that, the lizard man monster ignores the skeletons as if they don't even exist, and instead it keeps on running after the already desperate Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon, on the other hand, is shocked by the strength of skeleton soldiers who are even stronger than some of the elite players. He now understands why he didn't see Jung Hoon-yoon on the second floor, as he and his party must have been eliminated by Kim Wujin earlier. In the end, he can only beg Kim Wujin to spare him, but Kim Wujin is merciless as he sends one of his skeleton soldiers to block off Kim Jae-hoon's path so that the lizard man monster can crush him. Till the last moments of his life, Kim Jae-hoon didn't understand why the monster would ignore the skeleton soldiers and only attack him. It is only at the last few seconds of his life that Kim Wujin explains to him how the lizard man's eyes work. This answer was only known by Kim Wujin, who learnt it in his previous life, that lizard men are blind and can only see heat signatures of the living creatures. As for dead skeleton soldiers, they have no heat signatures, so they are practically non-existent to the lizard man. Back in the real world, the whole world is talking about the new 2-floored A+ dungeon that just appeared. No one has been able to conquer it since it popped out, so everyone is discussing who will clear it first. Meanwhile, in Park Yongwon's office, his secretary feels that it's quite a shame that this dungeon became popular at the moment, that they were planning to challenge the 6th floor dungeon. This also has affected their reputation amongst the public, which was already terrible from the start. Park Yongwon asks her to not worry about the comments of the weaklings, as they will continue to focus on their current goal. Just then, Messiah Guild also announces that they will clear the new A+ dungeon, but only after they have prepared for it. This news also reaches the ears of Osei-chan, who doesn't understand the motive behind the Messiah Guild delaying this matter, as knowing them, they definitely have the capability of clearing it. However, if there is one reason for them to hold back and not clear it earlier, it must be because they want the dungeon to become a worldwide dungeon, which will make lots of players go inside only to die and never come back outside. All the loot will remain in the dungeon waiting to be claimed by the party that will clear the dungeon. Even Lee Jaina can't believe that the Messiah Guild would do something like this, but he knows that Osei-chan is rarely wrong in his assumptions, so there must be substance behind it. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Kim Wujin finally ends the life of the lizard man monster, which gives him enough experience to level up his skills once again. Moreover, he also receives a catalog, which is something that's always appreciated. Aside from that, Kim Wujin was also able to learn a lot more about the current situation of the world, but this also came with a price that now the Messiah Guild knows about him, which means that it will be harder for him to pull anything like that once again in the future. Aside from that, he takes out all the loot that he got, which includes the sword that Matsumoto was using, which Kim Wujin hands out to his skeleton soldier as he can't publicly use it, or the swordmaster might come knocking on his door. He also uses his Eye of Anubis skill on Matsumoto to learn more about the Skull Guild and the Japanese forces behind them. After doing everything, he leaves the dungeon and arrives outside, where he informs the manager that everyone is dead except him and that he should report it to the higher-ups however he wants to. Meanwhile, he heads inside the trailer and talks to someone on the phone and tells them that all of the Skull Guild members and Jung Hoon-young's party died fighting each other and he barely survived on his own. He also talks about the Japanese faction which is behind Skull Guild and its name Yamato. After delivering all the information to whoever was on the phone, Kim Wujin leaves the trailer as he remembers the memory that he saw inside Matsumoto. In the memory, a guy from the Skull Guild bugged the trailer in case someone from the Skull Guild is feeding the information to their enemies. This means that all of his conversation was heard by the Skull Guild, who now knows that Park Yongwon is the man behind him, and whatever he did. This makes him wonder how the Skull Guild will take care of Park Yongwon from now on. Just as he is thinking about it, he receives a call from Park Yongwon, who asks him about the details. Kim Wujin once again explains whatever happened and how he barely made it out alive. But in return, he informs Park Yongwon that he knows where the main branch of the Skull Guild might be located, and this is enough to satisfy Park Yongwon. He compliments Kim Wujin's ability to survive and asks him to come meet him tomorrow to explain the details in person. After talking to Park Yongwon, Kim Wujin heads to the locker room where Osei-chan had placed the file about all the dungeons that he knows about. Kim Wujin has high expectations from the file, and fortunately Osei-chan doesn't let him down. Inside the files, Kim Wujin is able to find almost all the dungeons that he cleared in his previous life, alongside a few dungeons that he didn't even know about. One of such dungeons is a 2-floored A-rank dungeon, which was kept hidden even in his past life. He reads the conditions to clear it and wonders what's inside the lizard's egg, as it's something that he didn't even learn in his previous life. So this time, Kim Wujin decides to clear the dungeon before anyone else can, so that he can solve this mystery that's something he could never solve in his past life. So to get his place in the hunt, he immediately contacts Osei-chan, who is excited about his first real deal with Kim Wujin. The following morning, Kim Wujin arrives at Park Yongwon's office and informs him of everything that happened once again. But this time, he adds a few extra details and even spills the location of the Skull Guild main branch and their connection to Japan and the Swordmaster. Park Yongwon is satisfied with the information and tells him that the money will be transferred to his account. He also suggests Kim Wujin to stay low as a lot of enemies now know about his strength and weaknesses. He also reminds him that they will meet once again after he returns back from the dungeon hunt. Kim Wujin wishes him best luck for the dungeon and also thanks him for his advice. After leaving Park Yongwon's office, Kim Wujin sits in his car and thinks about what to do. He remembers Park Yongwon's advice to not go out alone, but he doesn't really care about that, so he decides to go and see what Oh Saichin has prepared for him. Oh Saichin requests Kim Wujin to come and meet at a trailer which is parked in nowhere. There Kim Wujin meets Lee Jinia and Secretary Lee for the first time in person. Kim Wujin knows about Lee Jinia as he was one of the most famous members of the Phoenix Guild in his past life. When Kim Wujin was once a hunting dog for Lee Shinjun, he fought 2 times against Lee Jinia, and both times Lee Jinia managed to escape because he had an immortal skill which made it impossible for him to die. That's why Kim Wujin is a bit surprised to meet such a person out of nowhere. Kim Wujin didn't really like Lee Jinia in his previous life, so he is a bit biased against him in this life as well. So when he learns that Lee Jinia will act as his examiner in the upcoming dungeon, Kim Wujin feels a bit angry. He wants to meet Oh Saichin and talk about it, but Oh Saichin doesn't want to meet him in person, so they still talk on the walkie-talkie. Oh Saichin tells Kim Wujin that he still needs to test his abilities with a trusted pair of eyes. That's why an examiner is a must. Kim Wujin feels a bit helpless, so he can only threaten Lee Jinia to back out by asking Oh Saichin that if the examiner dies during the examination, would Oh Saichin punish him for that. Lee Jinia knows that Kim Wujin is trying to threaten him, but he doesn't really care as he is an immortal anyways. On the other hand, Lee Jinia also asks Oh Saichin if the examinee dies during the dungeon hunt, would he be punished for it? To which Oh Saichin yells at him and tells him that he will cut off his snack supply if something like that happened. Poor Lee Jinia can compromise on anything but snacks, as he needs 10,000 calories to maintain his normal life. In end, both Kim Wujin and Lee Jinia has no choice but to accompany each other to the dungeon and see how things go. This makes Secretary Lee a bit troubled, as she fears that Kim Wujin might seriously end up sending Lee Jinia to heaven in the dungeon. But Oh Saichin tells her to remain positive and assures her that if that even happens, he will consider Kim Wujin to be his #1 enemy. Inside the dungeon, Lee Jinia starts acting like a brat, as he refuses to help Kim Wujin clear out the condition of defeating 111 dire wolves to reach the next floor of the dungeon. Instead of helping, he acts all tsundere and asks Kim Wujin to beg him for forgiveness, and only then will he help in clearing out the enemies. Kim Wujin is a little bit pissed seeing his bratty attitude, but then he remembers that Lee Jinia is fearless because he got the blessing of River Styx, which will in return heal any wound that's given to his body, even if it's his head that gets sliced off. However, to Kim Wujin, who is a necromancer, an immortal being is nothing much to take care of. So he decides to inflict some fear in the heart of Lee Jinia, as he summons his skeleton soldier to show Lee Jinia how strong he is. After watching the first show of the skeleton soldiers, Lee Jinia is not just a little bit shocked. Not only Kim Wujin's skeletons move extremely fast, but they are also very clever and fight just like high-level players. He now knows how Kim Wujin was able to clear all those dungeons all alone by himself. He can't help but grit his teeth at Kim Wujin, who just stands there and aura farms while his skeleton soldiers take care of all of the enemies without him even moving a finger. Seeing all of this, Lee Jinia can't help but stand up and praise him as he tells Kim Wujin that he will definitely advertise his skills to Oh Saichin when he returns. Seeing him stand up on his own makes Kim Wujin mock him. He reminds him that he just told him that he won't do anything unless he begs him to do. Lee Jinia can only grit his teeth as he swallows his anger at this mocking summoner, and just laughs, trying to turn this whole thing into a one big joke. But Kim Wujin continues to rage bait him, which forces Lee Jinia to lose his patience and attack Kim Wujin. Unlike other players, Lee Jinia knows that the summoner's biggest weakness is their own body, which is why he decides to target Kim Wujin himself instead of his skeleton soldiers. However, this is the biggest mistake that Lee Jinia could have possibly made, as Kim Wujin is the opposite of normal summoners. His own strength reigns far above his summons, and he can handle pretty much any enemy on his own. After putting Lee Jinia in his place, Kim Wujin ties him up and hangs him from a tree, making Lee Jinia hang there for hours. Finally, Lee Jina's spirit breaks as his stomach starts to rumble, since he has eaten no snack in just a few hours. Kim Wujin frees him, but on one condition: that he will become the meat shield for his skeletons, so that they can take care of the enemies without being constantly destroyed. Lee Jinia feels humiliated, but after realizing that Kim Wujin might really hang him on the tree once again, he agrees to become the tank for the team, even though this is the role that he hates the most, just like countless other tank players in Overwatch and other hero shooter games. However, either you hate it or love it, a tank is extremely important for any team, and Lee Jinia proves it in the battle against the dire wolves. Even though Lee Jinia is not as strong as he was in his past life, Kim Wujin can see the potential and feels that he might be useful after all. After learning the right way to use Lee Jaina, Kim Wujin keeps on pushing him till his limits, but stops just before he breaks down. This type of torture makes Lee Jaina even more furious, yet also fearful of Kim Wujin. But despite all of that, he can feel that his strength is growing as his method of fighting as a meat shield also becomes refined. And soon, with his tankiness and the hard-hitting attacks of the skeletons, Kim Wujin is able to clear the first floor of the dungeon, which finally gives the poor Lee Jaina a chance to relax and take a few sighs of relief. He turns to look at the skeleton soldiers and asks them why don't they complain to their master for making them work so much. The skeleton soldiers obviously can't speak, so they just look at him as if he is an idiot speaking to himself. To celebrate their victory, Lee Jaina wants to high-five with them, but skeleton soldiers turn away their faces from him, which makes Lee Jaina extremely angry as he asks them if he is not even worthy of touching hands with a bunch of skeletons. From the sidelines, Kim Wujin is watching Lee Jaina act like a silly goose and wonders where is all that malice that he used to have in his past life. In his past life, Lee Jaina was known to be this crazy man who had a self-destructive combat style. Since Lee Jaina couldn't die himself, he would always try to take down the enemies with him, which made people extremely afraid of him. Kim Wujin wonders what really happened that changed Lee Jaina that much. He wonders if it is related to Osai-chan, because he didn't hear much about Osai-chan in his previous life, so it must have been the trigger point for Lee Jaina, who turned him into that hateful psycho. With this knowledge in mind, Kim Wujin realizes that as long as Osai-chan remains alive, Lee Jaina will remain useful to him. This also means that the Messiah Guild would change a lot as well. However, that's for the future him to handle. While Kim Wujin is analyzing Lee Jaina is also analyzing Kim Wujin. During the battle, he realized that Kim Wujin was extremely careful with how many dire wolves he sent towards his direction. They were always within the range of dire wolves he could handle on his own without crumbling. This level of analysis and knowledge makes Lee Jaina shiver in fear as he realizes how much of a gap there is between him and Kim Wujin. After a few moments of silence, Kim Wujin takes Lee Jaina and his skeleton soldiers to the next floor, where he asks Lee Jaina if wants to have fun being chased by a lizard monster. Before Lee Jaina can understand what he just said, Kim Wujin throws a few vials of blood towards him, which causes a giant lizard monster to come from out of nowhere as it starts chasing Lee Jaina. The poor guy can only scream at Kim Wujin as he curses out all of his 7 generations, but his feet continue to move, as he knows that if he stopped, who knows what will happen. Outside in the real world, Osa Shang-yeon learns the news of the Korean government allowing foreign countries to participate in the Needle Snake Dungeon. Even though he predicted that this would happen, he didn't think that it would happen this soon, so that's why he and Secretary Lee can only hope that Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina would come out of the dungeon very soon. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Lee Jaina is tired of running away and decides to finally stop and confront the lizard on his own. He knows that he is the bait, and as the tank he needs to fulfill his role instead of running away like a stupid prey. This finally stops the lizard in a single spot as well, which gives the skeleton soldiers to finally be able to attack the lizard monster and inflict it with poisonous blood. The poisonous blood weakens the stats of the lizard monster, and also decreases its health over time slowly but surely. Lee Jaina thinks that he can finally relax, since the skeleton soldiers are now the main attention of the lizard, but just then, the lizard monster acts as if the skeleton soldiers don't exist, and starts looking towards him with a furious expression on its face. Lee Jaina finally understands why the lizard monster was only running towards him instead of chasing after the skeleton soldiers. He doesn't understand what kind of sorcery Kim Wujin has put up on his skeleton soldiers, so he can only continue to act as bait, so that the skeleton soldiers can take care of the business. After getting hit quite a few times by the lizard, Lee Jaina finally manages to stall the lizard monster for enough of a time that the skeleton soldiers can put it out of misery, as it has wounds all over its body. Defeating the lizard monster clears all the conditions of the dungeon, so the system rewards them with a lot of experience, and Kim Wujin even gets a few praises from the Lord of the Underworld himself. On top of that, his skills also level up, and he also gets a new catalog which he can't wait to open up and see what's inside it. Meanwhile, another poor soul who also got the Dark World Surrogate class is left far behind Kim Wujin, who continued to earn favor from the underworld, yet this poor soul can't even get a few glances from them. Back to Kim Wujin, he is still standing in the dungeon even after clearing it, which confuses Lee Jaina, who asks him why they are not going out as he is extremely hungry and has also run out of snacks. Kim Wujin tells him that there are still some things for him to do, and that they will return after he has done them. Saying that, he pries open the belly of the lizard monster, and is able to obtain the egg of the albino lizard. This hidden clearance method unlocks a different ending of the dungeon, and from his previous life, he knows that this was done secretly, as the Messiah Guild went extremely far to hide what was inside of the egg. After seeing the egg, Lee Jaina finally remembers the clearance method of the dungeon and wonders what's inside the egg. But before he can say anything about hatching the egg or something like that, Kim Wujin immediately shatters open the egg, and instead of there being an egg yolk inside, there exists a skill page. After reading the skill page, Kim Wujin clutches his fist as the skill name is Power of Aphosis, and its ability grants the user immunity to any kind of poison in the world. He remembers that this skill belonged to the King of the Deadly Poisons, who was one of the most notorious villains in his past life. He was so evil that the Messiah Guild declared an all-out war against him, which took the lives of many of his comrades before they were finally able to take him down. But in his previous life, the egg was obtained was Messiah Guild, and there is no way that King of the Deadly Poisons could have stolen it. So this means that the Messiah Guild deliberately gave the skill to him and turned him into a villain, so they could act like the savior of the world later on. This makes Kim Wujin hate Lee Sejun even more, as he promises to himself that in this lifetime, he will definitely finish him with his own hands. Swearing on his soul, Kim Wujin learns the skill by tearing it, so that no second King of Deadly Poisons will grow up in his new life. Back in the real world, Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina comes out of the dungeon and are contacted by Oh Sai-chan, who asks them how did their experience go inside the dungeon since they cleared it only 3 days. Lee Jaina complains about the lack of snacks while Kim Wujin asks him if anything serious happened in the past 3 days. Oh Sai-chan tells him about the news of Korea opening the Needle Snake dungeon to foreign countries, and how the world top 5 guilds will join hands together to clear the dungeon. On the other hand, he also mentions that the Dragon Hunter Guild was able to catch a golden dragon in a SS-ranked dungeon. This intrigues Kim Wujin because in his previous life, the dragon's body and items were only considered to be a superior grade crafting material. But later on, people learned that the dragon's gastric juice could be used to unseal certain items. Lee Sejun's Balmung sword was also unsealed in a similar manner. Kim Wujin decides to get the dragon's gastric juice before anyone can learn of its value. Before Oh Sai-chan ends the call, he tells Kim Wujin that he has bought a new feature phone for him. This way their communication won't be easily tracked. Later, Lee Jaina meets up with Oh Sai-chan, who tells him that he has selected him to enter the Needle Snake dungeon. This surprises Lee Jaina, who asks him if he will enter all alone, but Oh Sai-chan tells him that he has hired another person this time, and it's someone who is definitely stronger than him. Lee Jaina wonders if it is some high-level player or even a dragon hunter, but Oh Sai-chan tells him that it's someone whom he recently cleared a dungeon with. After learning that he would need to go to another dungeon hunt with Kim Wujin, Lee Jaina just asks Oh Sai-chan to end his miserable life. But Oh Sai-chan blackmails him by playing the old embarrassed recordings of his, which forces Lee Jaina to accept his fate and join Kim Wujin on another dungeon hunt. Outside the main center of Seoul, the whole city is in ruins. Amidst these ruins stands a worn-down building where Kim Wujin is sharpening his sword. While sharpening, he realizes that the sword has been badly damaged, and even if he sharpens it all day, it will still not cut like a new sharp sword. Moreover, in this rundown of a workshop that he has made for himself, it is impossible for him to repair the sword. So he just decides to leave it alone for some time and find a way to repair it later. For now, his main focus is on the briefcase sitting in front of him on the table. While opening the briefcase, Kim Wujin comments on Oh Sai-chan's ability to acquire such a thing. The item in the briefcase excites Kim Wujin, who can't wait to eradicate all of the Skull Guild members. He decides to test the item on the Skull Guild members when he meets them later on in the future. Meanwhile, Lee Jaina and Oh Sai-chan are in a meeting where Lee Jaina asks Oh Sai-chan if there is even a free slot available that he and Kim Wujin can use to enter the Needle Snake dungeon. Oh Sai-chan asks him to not worry about that stuff as he has already sent Secretary Lee to care for those side of things. Lee Jaina is surprised and asks Oh Sai-chan if he is finally willing to spend his savings, to which Oh Sai-chan replies that why would he need to when he has Secretary Lee with them. Just then, Secretary Lee enters the room like a boss woman and informs Oh Sai-chan that she has successfully acquired the 2 biddings from the Moscow Guild in Russia. She also mentions about the masks which Oh Sai-chan requested her to buy from the secret channels in the black market. Lee Jaina, who had no clue to their plan, is shocked and utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the whole world is bustling with the news of the Needle Snake dungeon, as it's the world's first multinational level dungeon with so many lives and billions of dollars of cash at stake. While everyone is worried and nervous about entering this high-level dungeon where no one has ever made it alive from. On the other hand, our boy Kim Wujin is just casually sitting in the Russian guild office alongside Lee Jaina, who is shaking from head to toe. The reason why he is shaking is not because of nervousness, but that the mask on his face makes it hard for him to snack on the munchies in his pocket. But unfortunately, he can't take off the mask as they are supposed to act as the Russian guild members where they got their dungeon slots from. Lee Jaina nervously asks Kim Wujin if he has any worries regarding the dungeon, considering that it's the dungeon with the highest fatality rate. Kim Wujin answers him that he is indeed worried, which is exactly why he was so surprised when Oh Sai-chan gave him the legendary mask that even the King of the Dead, John George himself, couldn't acquire in his previous life. The legendary mask is named Grim Reaper's Mask, and its ability might seem useless to common players, but for a necromancer, this mask is nothing less than the most beautiful and seductive woman on the face of the planet Earth. The legendary mask allows a player to connect himself with his undead minions, making them essentially control it with their own mind. On top of that, it also increases the magic power and magic recovery by 10%, which is a lot when considering how much magic power the high-level players have. With this mask in his hands, Kim Wujin is even more assured of his victory over Skull Guild. Just as he is grinning like a maniac, a man walks into the office and informs them to come outside as the dungeon raid is about to start. Kim Wujin stands up as he prepares to head inside the dungeon, as he can't wait to test the mask's effect, which even the king of the undead couldn't test in his previous life. A few moments later, all the players are granted entry into the dungeon, where they are notified of the clear conditions for the first floor of the Needle Snake dungeon. To clear the first floor, all the players need to survive for 5 days without dying, and as long as they manage to do that, the door to the next floor will appear on its own. This type of condition is the worst that a player can expect, as surviving in the dungeon is far more harsher than killing the monsters to clear it. Lee Jina on the side of Kim Wujin is also cursing the dungeon condition, as it's even harder for them to survive compared to the other guilds who have much higher numbers and the strength of unity. On the other hand, he and Kim Wujin are under the disguise of Russian guild members, which makes it impossible for them to stay along with the other players without exposing their identities. But Kim Wujin isn't worried about the survival condition, as he is way too eager to test the effects of the mask first. He asks Lee Jina to come with him as he wants to test out a few things first. This brings back the traumatic memories of Lee Jina, who remembers his past dungeon experience with Kim Wujin. He remembers how he was chased down by dire wolves and even the lizard monster who wanted to eat him alive. On top of that, Kim Wujin also bullied him by hanging him from a tree, where he almost died of hunger as he couldn't munch on his snacks for almost an hour. Seeing the worn-down expression on Lee Jina's face, Kim Wujin explains that this time, he just wants to test the effects of an item that he acquired, which puts Lee Jina at ease, who finally breathes a sigh of relief that he won't be tortured and abused this time. A few minutes later, both Kim Wujin and Lee Jina arrive at a forest away from the eyes of all the players. There, Kim Wujin summons his skeleton soldier. Lee Jina greets the skeleton soldier who was his comrade in the previous dungeon, but the skeleton doesn't pay any attention to him, which makes Lee Jina come off as a fool talking to an undead minion. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, equips the mask, which immediately gives him the extra magic power and recovery bonuses. Aside from that, he also notices a faint string made up of light which connects him with his undead skeleton soldiers. However, he still doesn't know how to use the ability to connect himself with the skeleton soldiers, as there was no record of this ability in his past life. So to try it out, he pours mana into his finger to connect with the skeleton, and immediately he is rewarded with a notification, which informs Kim Wujin that he is successfully connected to his skeleton soldier. Through the connection, Kim Wujin is able to control the skeleton soldier as if it's his own body, which spooks Lee Jina, who was trying to pat it on the head. The skeleton soldier suddenly speaks out of nowhere and orders Lee Jina to take his hand away from its face. Seeing a skeleton suddenly talking to him causes Lee Jina to jump back in fear, as he was truly startled by such a bizarre event. On the other side, Kim Wujin tries to control the skeleton with his mind, but soon realizes that it's way harder than the skill makes it to be. When being controlled by Kim Wujin, the skeleton soldier is unable to stand steadily and keeps on falling with every slight movement. This makes Lee Jina laugh at the dumb skeleton for not even being able to walk, which pisses off Kim Wujin, who is the one controlling it. While Kim Wujin is learning to remotely control the skeleton soldiers, the Haita guild members are discussing their plan about clearing the dungeon. Their leader An Young-jun tells them to stay cautious for now, as who knows what kind of monsters will spawn during these 5 days. He also orders everyone to not leave the area, as more and more people are gathering here. And if everyone is on the same page, it might be advantageous to them to fight in a single group rather than splitting apart. Hakuai guild members now understand why all the other guild members were also gathering into this area, and believe that they must also be trying to join together with other guilds to form a larger party to survive the first floor together. Ana Youngjune, on the other hand, is glad to see that there is no other guild aside from the Messiah Guild, who holds a strong reputation to hold everyone together. But with every guild gathering together on their own, it will be beneficial for the Hakuai Guild, as they can focus on their hunting while the rest of the guilds defend the formation. Back to Kim Wujin. He has now adapted himself to the remote control skill, and can now efficiently control the skeleton soldiers to be even more deadly and precise. While the skeleton soldiers have gotten even stronger, Lee Jina is still suffering the same as before. He looks behind only to find the skeleton soldier insta-killing the big orc, while he is unable to even kill a single one after so much time. As the elders say, comparison kills the joy, but here the skeleton kills the orcs while the poor man cries in weakness. Lee Jina can only curse the pervert that is Kim Wujin, and his even more perverted skeletons who fear nothing. Just then he notices that the orc that they just killed starts evaporating, as it turns into a giant skeleton. This shocks Lee Jina, who can't believe that Kim Wujin can still use his summoning skill even in such a state of controlling a skeleton soldier. But only Kim Wujin knows how difficult it was for him to use the summoning skill, as it consumed 3 times the magic power when used normally. With this much mana consumption, Kim Wujin can just hopelessly abandon the idea of using his blood poison skill, as he is almost out of mana. Back to Lee Jina, he is still sulking when the skeleton soldier being controlled by Kim Wujin asks him if his health is okay or not. But this only pisses off Lee Jina, who tells the Kim Wujin that is controlling the skeleton soldier that it's not proper etiquette for him to talk to him this way, without being upfront with him. On top of this, it's even more creepy to talk to a bag of bones which doesn't even have vocal cords for it to speak. His sarcastic remarks make Kim Wujin come out of the shadows, as he asks Lee Jaina if he prefers to talk to him face to face. When facing the real Kim Wujin, Lee Jaina forgets about all the etiquettes as his whole body shivers from fear. He turns around and curses at Kim Wujin for scaring the crap out of him like this. All of a sudden, but fearing that Kim Wujin might bully him even more, he swallows the crude words that were about to come out from his mouth. Kim Wujin ignores this wannabe comedian and asks Lee Jaina what they should do now. Lee Jaina is confused and asks him if dealing with all of these orcs wasn't already enough, to which Kim Wujin replies that it was just a warm-up as he puts back on his mask. Lee Jaina becomes terrified after hearing these words and starts acting as he is very sick. He immediately starts scrolling through his head to find a disease to make an excuse. He remembers reading about ligma and acts as if he is suffering from it. Kim Wujin knows an easy-to-fix ligma, which is to inject iron straight into Lee Jaina's body. So he orders his skeleton soldier to put the raw iron into Lee Jaina's body, which causes the poor guy to suddenly jump back in fear. Seeing this, Kim Wujin tells Lee Jaina that he seems to be cured, so there's no point in wasting any more time as he wants to prepare for their upcoming plan. Lee Jaina follows Kim Wujin to another location, but instead of fighting monsters, Kim Wujin spends the whole time chopping trees, which confuses Lee Jaina, who doesn't understand what he is trying to accomplish here. Soon the first day and night of the dungeon passes by, as the sun rises up from the east to welcome the dawn of the second day. While Kim Wujin and his party is doing their usual stuff, the other guilds continue to fight monsters in hope of surviving the 5 days without dying. Soon the second day and night passes by as well, and the sun of the third day rises once again. The Hayate Guild has just finished their fight against the monsters, but just like their previous fights, the battle was extremely easy and the monsters were very weak. This bores a lot of the guild members who have nothing else to do, as there are no monsters attacking them at all. Their leader On Young-jun is also confused, as he feels that this survival quest is way too easy despite it being part of the hardest A+ dungeon. His instincts tell him that there must be something wrong, so he orders his guild members to scout the area even though it's dangerous. While Hayate Guild is patrolling the area, Kim Wujin stands in front of his masterpiece of a fort that he built using all the wood that he obtained after deforesting the whole dungeon. After 3 whole days, his hard work finally pays off as he levels up to level 20 and gains a new skill. The skill is called Skeleton Warrior Mastery, and its effects are out of this world. The skill allows Kim Wujin to summon more skeletons while also strengthening the previous summoned ones. Kim Wujin wastes no time in learning the skill, which puts a huge smile on his face. After learning the skill, he heads back to Lee Jaina and tells him that it's time to move out. Lee Jaina is confused and asks him why they would move so suddenly when they spent the previous whole day working hard to build this fortress. Kim Wujin answers that the circumstances have changed and that they do not need to spend any more time in this place. Lee Jaina asks him if it is because of the increasing number of monsters, to which Kim Wujin smirks and just arrives near the dead orcs as he uses his skeleton disease skill to summon 2 more skeleton soldiers. Lee Jaina is shocked to see Kim Wujin summon 2 extra skeleton soldiers, as previously it was known that he was only capable of summoning 5 skeleton soldiers at max. Kim Wujin tells him that the future is always susceptible to change, so he should learn to accept certain things. Back to the Hayate Guild. An Young-jun leads a squad of his own to scout the nearby area, which eventually leads him to finding the large number of corpses belonging to dead orcs. Following the trail of corpses, he arrives at the wooden fortress made by Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina, and it leaves him shocked. He knows that this structure is man-made and wasn't generated by the dungeon or the system, but he doesn't understand why someone would build something like this in a dungeon and in such a short time. Young-jun believed that their Hayate Guild already had the best members, so a person with such a brain and tactics would praise the creator. He signals his team to follow him as they head inside what looks like a labyrinth. Inside the labyrinth, he discovers an even larger number of orc corpses, which finally answers his question as to why the survival quest has been so easy all this time. Young-jun realizes his mistake and his lack of intel, so he decides to gather all the remaining players and plan on what to do next. Back to Kim Wujin and his party. Lee Jaina asks Kim Wujin as to why did they have to abandon their masterpiece, as it was allowing them to kill all the monsters at an extremely fast pace. Kim Wujin tells him that since he has extra skeleton soldiers now, they should start looking for real battles instead of farming for orcs in a labyrinth where they can't even do anything. Lee Jaina doesn't complain, as fighting head-on is also his own personal favorite style. Lee Jaina is about to take the lead as the tank, but Kim Wujin tells him that he will be the one in front this time. Saying this, he pulls out his sword, which scares Lee Jaina, who quickly reminds Kim Wujin that his ligma has already been cured, so he doesn't need injections of iron anymore. But after realizing that Kim Wujin is just taking the lead, he becomes hyped as he can't wait to show Kim Wujin that his role at the front lines isn't so easily replaceable, or at least what Bro thought. But when they start to fight in reality, Lee Jaina is the first one to fall back from exhaustion. which truly leaves him shocked as he can't believe that Kim Wujin has better stamina than him. But since Kim Wujin is a mage-type character, Lee Jana believes that there must be something else which makes Kim Wujin's endurance far better than him. So to understand what that is, Lee Jana observes Kim Wujin's fighting style, and soon finds the biggest difference between him and Kim Wujin. Unlike his random and chaotic fighting style, Kim Wujin's attacks are precise and fast, which makes it far less exhausting for him to kill his enemies when compared to a brawler like him. Lee Jana knows that he can't one-to-one replicate Kim Wujin's style, but at least he can incorporate some of his strengths into his own brawler class. What he doesn't know is that Kim Wujin had planned this from the start, as he also noticed that Lee Jana's fighting style was way too wasteful in terms of resources, as his natural stamina and endurance are far better than him. So to make him better utilize his powers, Kim Wujin decided to indirectly teach Lee Jana some of his fighting style, so that Lee Jana won't be too awkward in learning from him, as he doesn't really like him in the first place. Soon, Day 3 and Day 4 passes as well, and the sun of the last day rises in its full glory. For the past 2 days, Lee Jana has been constantly refining his fighting style against the monsters, and after fighting for so long, he has finally learned how to control his unnecessary movements, which makes the whole battle far less exhausting for him. But despite such improvements, he still doesn't understand why Kim Wujin is trying so hard in a survival quest where fighting monsters is completely unnecessary. He wonders if Kim Wujin has something against the monsters which makes him so angry towards them. But he can't really complain, as fighting against monsters all these days has helped him level up quite a bit. Kim Wujin has also leveled up a lot, and for that he obtains yet another skill. Lee Jana, on the other hand, is finally on the verge of crying, as it has been 8 hours since he has been constantly fighting. He complains about it to Kim Wujin, who tells him to not get too worked up as they are going for a break right now. Lee Jana's anger washes away immediately, as he happily follows Kim Wujin wherever he goes. After clearing the area, Kim Wujin and Lee Jana sit down to relax and recover their energy. Lee Jana is extremely hungry, so he takes out his stash of snacks and starts to munch on them as if he is queso. Looking at the glutton, Kim Wujin decides to prank him as he sends over his skeleton soldier to look at Lee Jana with pleading eyes as if he is asking for snacks. As a foodie, Lee Jana knows that it's the look of a hungry person, so he shares a piece of his snack with the skeleton, which makes him very happy. Previously, the skeleton soldiers were way too indifferent to him, but now they are approaching him on their own. He is happily looking at the skeleton, who receives the snack from him and carries it to Kim Wujin, and hands it over to him. Seeing Kim Wujin munch on his precious snack nearly causes Lee Jana to spit out blood in anger. Kim Wujin laughs at Lee Jana for falling for his tricks, and tells him to not take it to heart, as he also wants the taste of his comradeship. But Lee Jana takes no jokes when it comes to his snacks, so he calls out Kim Wujin for being a cheapskate who can only steal other people's snacks. He also curses Kim Wujin to go bald, just like Oh Se-chan, who is also a big cheapskate like him. This intrigues Kim Wujin, who now knows that Oh Se-chan is a baldy. While they are goofing around, they notice a rescue signal pop up, a bit away from their current camp. Lee Jana wonders if someone wants their help, to which Kim Wujin replies that it shouldn't be that, as they have already cleared the majority of the monsters. He concludes that since the survival quest is about to finish, someone must be summoning all the players in the dungeon to gather at a place so they can decide which party will hunt the dungeon boss first. Lee Jana comments on their low intelligence, as it's nothing but a suicidal mission to fight such a boss in different groups. Kim Wujin agrees with him, as he comments that their previous killing of the monsters has made the other players feel that this dungeon is not as hard as people proclaimed it to be. So instead of wasting any time, Kim Wujin decides to check out the meeting. But before that, he wants to see which skill did he unlock this time after leveling up to level 30. Lee Jana looks at the skill card in his hand, which leaves him shocked, as instead of the normal silver and bronze ones, the skill card is glowing gold. On the other hand, Kim Wujin is grinning from head to toe because the skill in his hands is the same skill that John Jorg used to dominate the whole world. The skill is named Explosion of Corpse, and it allows the player to explode any monster by injecting mana into their body. After learning the skill, Kim Wujin and Lee Jana leaves their current position and arrive at the scene where An Young-jun has gathered all the players and informs them that the survival quest will be ending in just a few minutes. So the Alliance Guild, which includes Heitai Guild, will have the first shot at hunting the dungeon boss. He asks everyone if they have any objections, to which no one answers. So he decides to leave everyone with a warning that no one should interfere in their hunt, or else he will personally eliminate them and their whole faction. He seems to be looking towards Kim Wujin, who is disguised as a Russian guild member. Lee Jana feels aggravated from his looks, but before he can do anything, a bulky man pushes him aside, which almost leads to him getting into a conflict with him. But Kim Wujin steps in and stops them from fighting, which causes Lee Jana to become angry. Kim Wujin appeases his anger by asking him if he wants to fight all of the players, which confuses Lee Jana, who doesn't understand why offending one player will cause the other players to attack him. Kim Wujin isn't surprised that Lee Jana is too dumb to see what's going on, so he tells him to look at the arms of the players and see if they are all wearing the same red bands. Lee Jana is shocked and finally realizes why no one objected to An Young-jun's suggestion when he asked them earlier, Soon, the last few minutes pass by, and all the players are teleported to the second floor where they have to confront the needle snake monster. The needle snake monster is a giant snake with needle-like spines sticking out from its side like a centipede. The terrifying monster instills fear in every player's mind the moment their eyes fall onto it. But none of them are truly terrified as they have all faced death many times. So their leader An Young-jun, who is the spearhead of the alliance, takes the charge to hunt the needle snake monster in one swoop. This momentum worries Lee Jana, who asks Kim Wujin if they should also go in, as An Young-jun and his man might really end up hunting the boss before they can even do anything. But Kim Wujin assures him that it's impossible. Lee Jana doesn't understand why it's impossible when they literally have the majority of the players on their team. To explain his logic, Kim Wujin asks Lee Jana as to what he would do when he encounters a new monster or a new boss. Lee Jana answers that he would take a jab at it to see what it will do, as he doesn't know its attack pattern yet. Kim Wujin calls him smart, but so he asks him if he would take a jab at a monster like this needle snake boss. Lee Jana answers that of course he would, as it's the best way to quickly get over the boss since they still have numbers advantage over it. Kim Wujin replies that it would only work in an ideal scenario, but this time they are facing a boss that has eliminated all the previous players who tried to attempt this dungeon. He asks Lee Jana why all of the players before them failed. Did they not have enough manpower, or were they simply too useless? While Lee Jana is contemplating Kim Wujin's question, An Young-jun is constantly ordering his men to keep on spamming attacks at the needle snake boss, which still looks completely unharmed. But despite that, for some reason it still decides to run away, which was exactly what An Young-jun was waiting for. He immediately activates the skill rupture, which creates large spikes from the earth, which in return block the escape path of the needle snake. Back to Lee Jana, he is shocked to see An Young-jun plan so far into the future that they have even predicted that the needle snake would try to run away. But Kim Wujin tells him to not celebrate it so quickly, as the needle snake hadn't even attacked properly before this point. He reminds Lee Jana why the needle snake is called the needle snake is because of its thorns. However, An Young-jun seems to not know it, so he keeps on ordering the players to keep attacking the needle snake because he believes that they are about close to finishing it off. But just then, the needle snake shifts its strategy, and instead of escaping, it starts to maneuver around and create dust to cover its presence. This catches everyone off guard, and their formation gets scrambled due to lack of vision. But An Young-jun still doesn't allow them to stop, and asks them to keep on moving and attacking the needle snake as it's on its last legs. His words motivate the players, who instantly recover and rush in towards the needle snake once again. However, the few brief moments were enough for the needle snake to launch its main attack, which are the thorns on its body. An Young-jun is first to notice it, so he immediately orders all of the players to cease their attacks and put on their best defensive guards. But it's still too late, as the thorns come crashing down on the players. Despite the wide range of the attack seems to be useless, as it only leaves the players with minor injuries and scratches. Moreover, the shell of the thorns seems to be extremely fragile while the inside is completely hollow. Kim Wujin, who is watching from the sidelines, is also a bit confused, as he previously thought that the thorns were poisonous, but from the look of things, they just look like normal thorns. An Young-jun is glad that the needle snake's attack didn't do much damage, and now that it has lost its thorns, they should have an easier time in subjugating it. So he once again orders the players to get back up and attack the needle snake before it recovers. While the players are chasing after the needle snake like maniacs, An Young-jun corrects his glasses like an anime protagonist while grinning on his certain victory over the needle snake, which no one has been able to defeat before. Meanwhile, the players who are rushing towards the needle snake monster suddenly stop. One by one, all of the tankers on the front start falling onto their knees as they grasp for air. One of the main tanks realizes that these are the symptoms of being poisoned, so he immediately orders the remaining tanks to get back. But more and more players start to fall onto the ground due to being poisoned, which ruins their whole momentum that they had against the needle snake. He quickly informs An Young-jun of the damage and asks for a retreat and a cover. An Young-jun immediately orders for a retreat, but inside he is clenching his fists as he can't believe that their attack failed. He is also terrified of the consequences, now that their tanks are poisoned, which leaves them with no other way to attack the needle snake again. On the other hand, Kim Wujin has been spectating the whole battle through his skeleton soldier and doesn't understand when the needle snake poisoned everyone. He informs Lee Jina about the situation on the ground, which leaves him shocked as he asks Kim Wujin if the thorns that the needle snake blasted off earlier had anything to do with it. Kim Wujin assures him that the thorns didn't have any poisoned lace on them, or else the damage dealers who were hit by the impact would have been poisoned first instead of the tanks at the front. Lee Jina feels angry because he doesn't even know how the enemy poisoned everyone, and with such a difficult opponent, clearing this dungeon has become a near impossible task. But Kim Wujin doesn't seem to be troubled because poison is one of the few things that he has no fear of. He tells Lee Jina to stay behind as he will alone deal with the needle snake. Lee Jina looks at him as if he has gone crazy and asks why would he seek death by fighting against such a monster on its own. Kim Wujin reminds him that he's going alone so he doesn't need to care, but this only makes Lee Jaina angry, who tells him that he isn't the one to be bossed around by others. Hearing this, Kim Wujin smirks and tells him to go ahead and confront the needle snake on his own, if he wants to. Remembering how all the other players who died terrible deaths due to the needle snake, Lee Jaina falls back like a coward and lets Kim Wujin do whatever he wants. After informing Lee Jaina, Kim Wujin jumps down the cliff and enters the forest where the Haide Guild and the Alliance were fighting against the needle snake. By analyzing everything that happened, Kim Wujin now knows that the needle snake emits a deadly poison which is odorless and colorless. Fortunately, he has just the right skill to counter it, which is his power of aphosis. This skill allows a player to be immune to all poisons, and also allows them to increase the toxicity of their poisons on top of them. This skill buffs his blood toxin skill, which was an already dreadful skill to use against enemies, as not only it paralyzes them but also drains their health bar over time. Now that Kim Wujin has a trump card against the needle snake, he just needs the right weapon to inject his blood toxins into the body of the needle snake. Since the needle snake's skin is extremely tough and covered with scales, Kim Wujin can only use something like a spear to get past the tough scales and pierce the toxins right into the needle snake's body. An Young-jun, on the other hand, is still struggling from his failure as more and more tanks start to fall, making their expedition fail at the most crucial moment. Feeling the impending doom, An Young-jun and his guild members despair, as if they can't defeat the needle snake, they won't be able to exit the dungeon. This makes An Young-jun's blood run cold, so he immediately decides to gather the remaining players and have them attack the needle snake once again. From his looks, his teammates can see that he has already given up on surviving, so they can only follow him in one last battle. But just then they feel the ground shaking, which makes them wonder if the needle snake is coming their way. An Young-jun immediately orders a scout to go and check out the location of the needle snake. The scout jumps on a nearby tree, but what he sees leaves him shocked. He informs An Young-jun that a single player is fighting all alone against the needle snake. An Young-jun can't believe that it's real because no one can survive standing in that toxic miasma near the needle snake. He is not the only one who believes that what they are hearing is impossible, so they come to the only conclusion that makes sense is that the deadly poison around the needle snake must have disappeared. Realizing this, An Young-jun feels that they have another opportunity at hunting down the needle snake, so he immediately orders his guild members and other players to get ready, as they will be pushing for another charge. This confuses the players, as previously, An Young-jun told them that going back would be suicide, but An Young-jun assures them that the deadly poison around the needle snake has disappeared, so they have another chance. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin is fighting all alone against the needle snake. Well, that's a bit of a lie, as his skeleton soldiers also assist him in the battle. Just like his fight against the orc champion, he makes his skeleton soldiers attack the needle snake from the sidelines with arrows, so that he can use the distraction to get close to the needle snake and poison it with his blood toxins. The plan works flawlessly, as the needle snake becomes annoyed after being constantly bombarded with arrows, which gives Kim Wujin an opportunity to jump and get in close to the needle snake's body and pierce it with his spear. Since the scales on the needle snake's body are extremely tough, Kim Wujin carefully searches for the opening holes where the needle snake shoots its thorns from. The thorns left behind open pores, which are the perfect target for Kim Wujin, as any attack on the pores deal critical damage. Looking at the pores, Kim Wujin also finally learns where the poisonous miasma came from earlier. The pores opened after the needle snake pushed out its thorns and became the source of poison. This is why the needle snake was acting earlier to be injured, so that the players would get close to it. Kim Wujin finally understands why all the previous attempts of clearing this dungeon failed so badly. But now that he has learned its weaknesses and strengths, Kim Wujin effortlessly destroys the needle snake in the battle, as he continuously attacks its weak points like its eyes and its pores, which have no protection of its tough scales. While Kim Wujin is poking holes into a needle snake's body, Lee Jaina is stacking corpses just like how Kim Wujin told him to do earlier. This makes him angry because he was once a mighty player and now he has been reduced to his role as a corpse collector. He can only rant out his frustrations in front of the skeleton soldiers. But just then the skeleton soldier starts speaking as it tells him to report the situation. Lee Jaina jumps back in fear as he almost had a heart attack because of its sudden speech. He is about to explain his work progress, but the skeleton soldier just tells him to quickly finish the remaining task and not waste time on explaining things. Saying this, the skeleton soldier has its connection cut as Kim Wujin has to focus on the needle snake once again. This time he connects to another skeleton soldier and has it pick up a spear and pierce it in one of the holes left behind the thorns. He then waits for the needle snake to fall for his rage bait before disconnecting with that skeleton soldier and connecting with another to attack the other eye of the needle snake. After being riddled with holes, the needle snake finally slows down as the poison finally starts to decrease its stats. Kim Wujin finally exhales a sigh of relief as the needle snake has finally been poisoned thoroughly. It took this long for the poison to spread because of how big the body of the needle snake was. Fortunately, now that it's properly poisoned, Kim Wujin just has to keep on repeating the earlier steps till it's completely drained. So one by one, Kim Wujin keeps on connecting to his skeleton soldiers to open up gaps in the guard of the needle snake and pierce it with spears to make the poison even more concentrated. After tens of tries, the needle snake's skin is riddled with holes, and its stats have decreased by almost 50%. After being weakened, the needle snake starts feeling fear, so it uses the pro gamer move and starts to run away. Kim Wujin is the master at this game, so he already had prepared for such a noob attempt at escaping through such a method. In a distance, the corpses stacked by Lee Jaina are rotting in the open air, and just when the needle snake arrive near them, Kim Wujin activates his corpse explosion skill, which causes all the corpses to explode simultaneously, creating a big boom, which takes a big chunk of the needle snake's health bar with it. The needle snake is frightened, but it knows that it can't continue moving in the same direction, so it decides to go the opposite way. Unfortunately for it, Kim Wujin had already planned for it. That's why he ordered Lee Jaina to stack monster corpses in all 4 directions. Soon another huge blast occurs and the needle snake's last escape plan fails alongside its hope to live. While all of this is happening in the dungeon, outside in the real world, Osei-chan is pleased to receive the news that Park Yongwon's faction failed to conquer the 4-floored dungeon, which resulted in huge losses for him and his team. With this failure, Park Yongwon's elite forces that he raised with all of his resources have now been exterminated, which means that he won't be able to participate in the future 6-floored dungeons. Removing his focus from the news, he turns to Secretary Lee and tells her to go rent a car and stand in front of the needle snake dungeon. Secretary Lee is confused and asks him why so early, to which Osei-chan informs her that he didn't pay a lot of money for no reason. In his contract with Kim Wujin, he signed a deal that Kim Wujin won't hold back his strength and do everything in his arsenal to conquer the dungeon as soon as possible. Secretary Lee is surprised that Osei-chan was willing to spend that much money on Kim Wujin, so she decides to go a bit further herself and tells Osei-chan that wouldn't it be better for her to rent a diplomatic car for the duo, since they are currently disguised as guild members of a Russian guild. Being the cheapskate that Osei-chan is, he immediately starts to sweat and asks Secretary Lee if diplomats like to use compact cars instead of the grand limousines. But Secretary Lee doesn't give him any answer and slams the door after leaving. Back inside the dungeon, the poor needle snake is struggling under the constant harassment from Kim Wujin. Even Lee Jaina feels pity for the snake, as no one could have guessed that Kim Wujin had the ability to explode corpses. Not to mention, he even knew which side the needle snake would escape towards. The needle snake struggles for a while, before finally pitting everything on a last-ditch effort against Kim Wujin in hope to take down him with itself. But no matter what he tries to do, he can't do anything as the poison has completely spread throughout its body. While the needle snake is on its last breaths, the High-T Guild and the Alliance are rushing towards the needle snake in hope that they will be able to score the final hit. Unfortunately, halfway they receive the notification that the needle snake has been disposed of. All the players stop to discuss what to do. Now, leave the dungeon or try to steal the needle snake loot from the hands of Kim Wujin. Soon, the majority of the players vote in favor of stealing the loot and start to run towards the needle snake once again. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin stands in front of the needle snake as he receives the achievement of being the first player to hunt down a needle snake in the whole world. The achievement grants him permanent stats, which makes Kim Wujin extremely happy, as the whole hunt wasn't in vain. Aside from that, his skills also level up and he is also granted with a Mastery Stone, which is a C-grade item, much higher than whatever Kim Wujin has on his hands. Now the last thing which remains to clear the dungeon is to take out the magic pearl of the yellow dragon from inside the body of the needle snake. Seeing this requirement makes Kim Wujin visibly twitch as he has to gut yet another monster to get its contents. Back to the alliance of players. They are running towards the needle snake when they are forced to stop yet another time. But this time it's because of Lee Jaina, who stands in their way like a wall. However, the players aren't afraid of Lee Jaina, who is just a normal human, but the 3 skeleton soldiers behind him who stand there menacingly aura farming. As much as An Young-jun is scared by the skeletons, he also finally understands how Kim Wujin was able to defeat the needle snake. For something to get poisoned, it needs to be a living creature, but since these skeleton soldiers are made of bones, they don't have to worry about poison at all. Even though he is half right, An Young-jun feels elated to have finally cracked the code, but despite that he doesn't feel happy at all. Because in the end, Kim Wujin still got the final victory, and despite them losing dozens of players, they weren't able to secure anything at all. Just as he is burning from hatred inside his heart, his gaze drifts into the space behind Lee Jaina, where he notices a giant skeleton structure rising from the ground in the shape of a serpent. An Young-jun is shocked and terrified once he realizes that Kim Wujin is trying to summon the skeleton soldier of the needle snake itself. This makes him lose all of his rationality, as he wants nothing but to see who this necromancer is. But Lee Jaina tackles him to the ground, not allowing him to move even one step. Seeing the deadly glare in Lee Jaina's eyes, An Young-jun and his teammates can only give up as there is no way they are getting past him and skeleton soldiers. so they decide to just leave and deal with them in the real world outside the dungeon. Meanwhile, back to Kim Wujin. He is disappointed to see the summoning of the needle snake fail as his skill level is far too low, but he already knew this, and the reason he used the skill was to just remove all the flesh from the body of the needle snake, so that he would have an easier time finding the magic pearl of the yellow dragon. And fortunately, his plan works, and the magic pearl falls straight into his hands. The pearl is of legendary rank, and it can increase a player's mana by 50 points while also giving them a 20% magic recovery boost. For a summoner and a caster, this is the perfect item. Back in the real world, the news agencies have already written articles on the failure of the dungeon, as it has been a week and no one has come out. They are waiting for the final call before publishing the articles. But just then, all the agencies receive the news that the players have finally conquered the Needle Snake dungeon, and that they have all come out safely, at least the majority of them. But just like the previous time at the Orc Champions dungeon, this time the players coming outside are angry and disappointed, showing their failure. They all yell at each other to look for any Russian and stop them leaving as they have all the loot from the Needle Snake. But the media agencies give them no space to act as both Lee Jina and Kim Wujin are allowed to leave in their diplomatic car arranged by Secretary Lee. Even the unruly Hatta Guild knows that it's not a wise choice to mess with diplomats, so they decide to drop the matter for now. Inside the diplomatic car, Kim Wujin and Lee Jina takes out their masks as Lee Jina asks him to show him the final item that he obtained. But Kim Wujin pays no attention to his words as he calls Oh Se-chan to inform him of the successful dungeon hunt. Oh Se-chan congratulates Kim Wujin for stealing all the spotlight and becoming the most trending player in all of the world right now. He asks Kim Wujin if he will drop this identity as it would be a waste to not use such a famous identity once again in the future for some extra benefits. Kim Wujin also wanted to have another identity, so he was about to propose the same plan, but since Oh Se-chan mentioned it beforehand, he realizes that he can get even more benefits from the cheapskate that is Oh Se-chan. On the call, Oh Se-chan also informs Kim Wujin of the failure of Park Yongwon's faction in the 4th-floor dungeon. The one leading the elite team into the dungeon was the personal bodyguard of Park Yongwon, Jinhai Jimai. But despite such an elite player leading a team of even more elite players, they were still wiped out. Even though it's completely normal for whole teams to get wiped out in dungeons, but Oh Se-chan still believes that the matter this time isn't so simple. So after digging in a little bit, he found out that Skull Guild had somehow infiltrated into the ranks of Park Yongwan's faction. On top of this, he also managed to find the players who were being funded by the Yamato faction from Japan. Kim Wujin processes the whole information inside his head, but he doesn't understand why Oh Se-chan would give him all this information. Oh Se-chan answers him that he already knows that Kim Wujin has some sort of connection with Park Yongwan's faction, so it's not a big deal to give him some of this information. Kim Wujin can accept this reasoning, but despite that, he still feels that Oh Se-chan isn't so simple, and that's why he was assassinated in his past life. After ending the call, Kim Wujin stops the diplomat car in the middle of the road and asks Lee Jina to get out. He then goes over to his old trusty car from the 1950s, which ruins all of his aura that he farmed in front of Lee Jina all this time. The old rundown car makes Lee Jina talk crap about it, but when he learns that it belongs to Kim Wujin, he immediately shuts his mouth and starts praising him for not being materialistic and actually caring for the environment. Seeing Lee Jina be an obedient good boy, Kim Wujin decides to treat him with the lunch money that he had put for him in the car's dashboard. Hearing the word lunch money instantly makes Lee Jina forget all of his pain and humiliation as he quickly opens up the dashboard, only to find that it only has 2,500 Korean won in it, which is barely 2.5 if converted into dollars. It's at this moment that Lee Jina realizes that Kim Wujin might be an even bigger cheapskate than his boss, Oh Se-chan. A few days pass by, and the whole world is curious about who this Isaac Ivanov player is from Russia. Their curiosity leads them to An Young-jun, who is the person that saw what Isaac Ivanov was capable of in the dungeon. However, since An Young-jun feels humiliated explaining how badly they lost, he makes up excuses and spreads false rumors about Isaac Ivanov. In a press conference, he tells the public that Isaac Ivanov stole the kill from them, and that he even attacked the Alliance and its players. He also becomes racist in his remarks, calling out all Russians to be bad, and comments how Isaac Ivanov is an ugly loser whose nose is bigger than his head. An Young-jun thought that this would help him hide his failure, but this only made the Korean public even more angry at him. During this chaos, Kim Wujin, disguised as Isaac Ivanov, makes an appearance and lies about a few things to gain the favor of the Korean people. He tells them that he is a big fan of Lee Se-jun and wants to follow in his footsteps. Now, Lee Se-jun being the faker of this series, Korean people start respecting Isaac Ivanov and gladly welcome him to visit Korea whenever he wants. Back at home, Kim Wujin is reading all the articles about the public's sentiments and can't help but feel a bit weirded out as, despite hating Messiah Guild and Lee Se-jun from his deep heart, he still had to use their name to gain the favor of the public. However, he is more than willing to sacrifice a bit of his dignity for this favorism, as he wholeheartedly believes that Lee Sejun and the Messiah Guild won't be able to resist any longer, and might even invite him to join their guild. But before that happens, Kim Wujin needs to make sure that he is completely ready. While Kim Wujin is cooking up the plot, he finally receives the notification that he had been waiting for. The notification reads that Park Yongwan has finished clearing the 6th-floored dungeon. The scene then shifts to Park Yongwan, who is celebrating the glory of clearing the 6th-floored dungeon. He is extremely happy and in a good mood. However, just a few moments later, his secretary informs him of the terrible news that Jin Hyemi's elite team was wiped out in the 4th-floored dungeon. This news wipes off all the smiles on Park Yongwan's face as he immediately cancels the live conference and heads to his car. Inside the car, his secretary informs him that they got the news from an anonymous tip and that they also sent an account statement as well. Park Yongwan asks her if they can even trust an unknown anonymous tip, to which his secretary tells him that they have no reason to not believe it, as it does sound half true. According to the investigation done by the guild, they discovered that the elite party that they sent all died under stab wounds, which indicate that there were no monsters involved. As for whether there was another guild involved in this, she is sure that there weren't any, as only Jin Hyemi's team was in the dungeon at that time. This makes Park Yongwan suspect that there must have been a spy in his royal guards. This eventually leads him to connecting everything to Skull Guild, and in anger he can't help but break the tablet in his hands in half. Meanwhile, at the Messiah Guild, the higher-ups are discussing how to deal with Park Yongwan in the future. Park Sin-hee believes that they should leave him to the public opinion, and instead asks the Master Swordsman as to why he has been acting up so much recently. The Master Swordsman tells her that he has been cleaning up for the Skull Guild, which he has been working with since some time. This makes Park Sin-hee slam down at the table in anger, as she tells him that she can't believe that he is still stuck up on that. She also reminds the Master Swordsman of what happened in the last Lizardman dungeon hunt, and how they might even have lost Kim Ja-hoon because he was also caught in their mess. She also can't believe that he would risk exposing the Messiah Guild's relationship with the Skull Guild. Saying this, she comes to the conclusion that the Messiah Guild can't work with the Skull Guild anymore. However, the Master Swordsman objects to this result, and asks Park Sin-hye to let the Master of the Guild decide that. Park Sin-hye in response coldly stares at him, and informs him that this decision itself was made by the Master. This disappoints the Master Swordsman in the Messiah Guild, so he alongside the Master Archer decides to end their cooperation with the Messiah Guild, as it seems that it isn't going to work anymore. While one party breaks up, the other is on the verge of joining. Park Yongwan invites Kim Wujin to his office, where he tells him of what happened to Jin Hyemi's squad. Kim Wujin has to pretend as if he doesn't know anything, and after offering his condolences to Park Yongwan, he asks him if he needs his help in eliminating the Skull Guild. The reason why Kim Wujin offered to help Park Yongwan is because in his previous life, Park Yongwan was an ambitious man who earned a lot. However, he feared that the Messiah Guild might take it all from him, so he sold all of his exotic items and defected to a foreign nation. So in this lifetime, Kim Wujin wants to prevent that while also using Park Yongwan for his own goals. On the other hand, Park Yongwan also wants to use Kim Wujin to do the dirty work for him, but he didn't expect Kim Wujin to speak about it on his own. But even he knows that everything comes at a price, so he asks Kim Wujin for his price. Kim Wujin states his condition that he wants to become his royal guard. Park Yongwan is a bit surprised as this makes him unable to throw away Kim Wujin after he has finished using him, but he is able to afford this much cost to eliminate Skull Guild, so he accepts the offer and gives Kim Wujin the promotion and the protection to do whatever he wants. After getting his approval, Kim Wujin arrives at the Lion Guild headquarters, where his contract is upgraded from the lowest ranking member to an elite class member. The managers at the guild are envious of him, but they know that Park Yongwan isn't so simple that he would let himself be used in such ways. But to Kim Wujin it doesn't matter because the hunting for him has just begun. After exiting the guild headquarters, Kim Wujin calls Osachin and asks him to forge a fake ID for him. Lee Jina, who is sitting in front of Osachin, wonders what is Kim Wujin about to cook this time. Osachin, on the other hand, starts negotiating with Kim Wujin because forging a fake ID for Dungeon Hunt is extremely risky and can be a tricky process. After coming to a deal, Osachin puts down the phone as Lee Jina asks him if he is really going to give him a fake ID, even without knowing what he will do with it. Osachin reminds Lee Jina that he doesn't trust any human, he only trusts their desires, as desires do not lie. So this is the best way for him to test whether Kim Wujin intends to walk with them or not. Meanwhile, a car is speeding up on the highway. Inside the car, a man informs another mysterious figure that Kim Wujin is after the Skull Guild. He also informs him that most of the Skull Guild is going to enter a dungeon today. He suspects that Kim Wujin and Park Yongwan might use this opportunity to get inside that dungeon using a fake ID. The mysterious figure doesn't care as long as Kim Wujin enters the dungeon. At Yangjiang Island, Kim Wujin arrives to sign up for a D-rank dungeon that he will participate in. However, instead of participating under his real ID, he uses the fake ID given to him by Oh Sai-chan. After getting the token, Kim Wujin reads the dungeon conditions, and no matter from which angle he looks at, aside from having the capacity of 60 players, the dungeon is a basic sloppy dungeon that can be cleared by anyone, which is exactly why Skull Guild set up a trap for him here. And even though he knows that it's a trap, Kim Wujin still blatantly walked in as it's the best opportunity for him to pull out the Skull Guild from its roots. While waiting for the dungeon opening, Kim Wujin looks out from his car to see which players will be going inside. Aside from the usual Skull Guild members, he also spots Yang Ji-hoo. Back at Oh Sai-chan's office, he also learns of the news that Yang Ji-hoo will be participating in the dungeon hunt. This makes him a bit worried as Yang Ji-hoo is a fearsome rookie under level 50, who is also a member of the Knights of the Round Table. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin also didn't expect that the Messiah Guild would send Yang Ji-hoo after him this early. He also remembers the Knight of the Round Table and what they truly represent. The Knights of the Round Table are all the holders of legendary items related to King Arthur. Their followers are also considered the members in some sense. The Knights of the Round Table hold the greatest authority in Korea. After the governments fell during the Great Catastrophe, the Knights of the Round Table took the mantle to protect the weak people who couldn't protect themselves anymore. But later, the Knights of the Round Table became weakened and came under the control of Park Sin-kyo, who controlled them like dogs. This eventually made them the hunting dogs of the Messiah Guild. Unfortunately, Kim Wujin didn't understand this in his previous life, like how they used the King of the Deadly Poison to weaken the Knights of the Round Table, and which is why so many of their members fell. As for his current life, he remembers that Yang Ji-hoo holds the legendary Gawaiian's necklace. That item is extremely dangerous, which is why Kim Wujin doesn't hesitate to use the only mastery stone in his possession to increase the level of skeleton mastery skill. This now makes the skeleton 20% stronger, and gives him extra 5 slots in his skeleton soldier's arsenal. Just then, the manager of the dungeon announces that the dungeon is open, and that they can head inside. Kim Wujin walks out from his old broken car and heads straight into the dungeon. The condition of clearing the first floor of the dungeon is to kill 3,000 monsters, which upsets a lot of players who wanted to be quickly done with this dungeon. While the Skull Guild members are complaining, Yang Ji-hoo is with 4 of his underlings, as he tells them that their priority is to finish Kim Wujin at all cost. While he is explaining the mission to his underlings, his gaze falls onto the Skull Guild members, who are in their traditional costumes, making them an easier target. This pisses Yang Ji-hoo, who now understands why they were so useless in all of the previous missions. He promises to himself that he will deal with the Master Swordsman and Master Archer after he eliminates Kim Wujin and leaves the dungeon. After giving a small briefing to his underlings, he sets them off as he also can't help but be anticipated to hunt down the rat that is Kim Wujin. While Yang Ji-hoo has his own motives, the Skull Guild is also here to hunt down Kim Wujin, and unlike the majority of the Skull Guild players, some of the Skull Guild players are clever enough to not wear the traditional costume of the Skull Guild. One of the guys is the curly-haired man, who is looking for any trace of Kim Wujin, but all he finds is a bunch of skeleton soldiers hunting monsters, which makes him wonder if one of the players in the guild is a necromancer. He leaves the skeleton soldiers alone and wants to search for Kim Wujin when he is suddenly ambushed by Kim Wujin. The wannabe Sung Jin-woo slashes at the curly-haired man, which leaves a gaping wound on his chest. The curly-haired man begs for mercy as he asks Kim Wujin if there is some misunderstanding between them. But Kim Wujin tells him that there is no misunderstanding as he knows that he is one of the Skull Guild members. The curly-haired man doesn't understand how Kim Wujin learned about it, so he points above his head where he finds the corpse of a Skull Guild member. Previously, Kim Wujin eliminated that Skull Guild member and used his skill Eye of Anubis to learn about Skull Guild members. The curly-haired man doesn't know about his skill, so he keeps on lying, but Kim Wujin doesn't spare him and ends his game right away. In Kim Wujin's eye, the dead tell no lies, which is why he would rather use his Eye of Anubis skill to learn the truth from their memories. After looking into the memories of the curly-haired man, Kim Wujin still doesn't find any trace of Yang Ji-hoo, which makes him wonder if the Skull Guild is moving without the orders of the Messiah Guild. This makes him question whether the alliance between the Messiah Guild and the Skull Guild has formed cracks. Soon, the first day passes as the players clear the 3,000 monsters, which clears the passage to the second floor. At night, Yang Ji-hoo's underlings are frustrated because they couldn't find any trace of Kim Wujin the whole day. Yang Ji-hoo calms them down and tells them to not worry, as they now know that Kim Wujin is a coward. On the other hand, he is more curious about the Skull Guild members, as he hasn't really stumbled into any of them throughout the whole day as well. The following morning, the group heads to the second floor, but even there they still don't find Kim Wujin anywhere, which is making them even more frustrated, as they wonder whether he will continue to hide even on the second floor as well. But just then, a dagger flies right beside them, which is parried by one of Yang Ji-ho's underlings. Yang Ji-hoo is finally excited, as he has waited almost 2 days to track down Kim Wujin for only him to come towards them on his own. However, soon they find out that Kim Wujin isn't alone, as besides him are his skeleton soldiers. They wonder if Kim Wujin has other comrades who are necromancers, but they don't see anyone nearby, so they just ignore it. What they truly find to be laughable is that Kim Wujin lets the skeleton soldiers fight them, players one-on-one, but their laughs quickly turn into fear when they realize that the skeletons are dodging all of their attacks with 100% precision and accuracy. While the skeleton soldiers are busy distracting everyone else, Kim Wujin uses this opportunity to strike at Yang Jihu. But to his surprise, Yang Jihu, despite being massive, is as agile as any athlete. Yang Jihu is disappointed in Kim Wujin's skill, as he wanted something more from him, especially after hearing so much about him from the Skull Guild. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, is struggling against Yang Jihu, as he is the first real opponent that he has faced ever since being reborn again. So he decides to stop holding back and use all of his abilities if he wants to defeat him. Their heated battle catches the attention of the sponsor of Yang Jihu. The undying fighter seems to be interested in whatever is going on between them. Kim Wujin's sponsor, Emissary of the Underworld, is also interested in this battle, which makes Kim Wujin become even more serious about this battle, as the rewards will be definitely worth it. Yang Jihu also feels the same, as his anticipation of killing Kim Wujin grows even stronger. Meanwhile, in the real world away from the heated battle, Osai-chan asks Lee Jaina as to what sort of player Kim Wujin is, as they have been together in multiple dungeons before. Lee Jaina refuses to answer because he feels that he has lost his appetite. This causes Osai-chan to lash out at him in anger, as he reminds of the 5 empty pizza boxes that are sitting beneath the table. Ignoring his remarks, Lee Jaina answers that Kim Wujin is a cunning player. Osai-chan doesn't understand what he means by cunning, so Lee Jaina explains that Kim Wujin won't ever fight a battle that he knows that he will lose, so there is no need to worry about him. Back in the dungeon, Kim Wujin decides to unleash his full strength. A huge surge of undead energy surrounds him, making him look even more like a Temu version of Sung Jin Woo. The undead energy turns into almost a dozen skeleton soldiers, which shocks Yang Jihu, who finally learns that the skeleton soldiers didn't belong to a different player, but to Kim Wujin himself. Yang Jihu immediately becomes fully attentive, as fighting against dozens of skeletons that move like real players is anything but easy. But this also makes him even more fired up, as it's been a long time since he had such a heated up battle. However, when he is about to guard against the skeleton soldiers, he realizes that they aren't running towards him, but his underlings, who are already miserable under the few skeletons that Kim Wujin summoned earlier. This troubles Yang Jihu, who calls Kim Wujin a coward for using such tactics. But Kim Wujin doesn't care, and compares his words to that of a dog barking. But this only makes already furious Yang Jihu even more furious, as his whole body starts to glow golden. As he activates the legendary item Gawaine's necklace, which grants him the blessing of the sun, he reminds Kim Wujin that he has picked the wrong opponent. Even the golden aura of the sun is unable to make Yang Jihu look holy, which shows how ugly he is. Carrying the momentum, Yang Jihu breaks the skeleton soldiers' formation so that can focus on Kim Wujin, but that's exactly what Kim Wujin was waiting for, so he decides to use the pro-gamer move once again, which is to just retreat. Unfortunately for Yang Jihu, he was too dumb to pay attention to lessons in school, and didn't understand the basic strategies, and fell for the rage bait from Kim Wujin. Kim Wujin leads the musclehead behind him to separate him from his teammates. As Yang Jihu chases after Kim Wujin, he quickly burns his stamina and energy. On the other hand, Kim Wujin is happy that Yang Jihu is still as arrogant as ever to leave behind his teammates, because he is too blinded by his overconfidence. He is also glad that Yang Jihu is too dumb to understand the real usage of the Gawaine's necklace, and can only use the basic blessings, which just give some free stats. He compared this usage to a precious pearl hanging on a pig's neck, which doesn't make it look any prettier. Just then, Kim Wujin activates his corpse explosion skill, which detonates the corpses he had carefully placed in his retreat route. The explosion hits point blank on the face of Yang Jihu, who takes considerable damage from it. However, Kim Wujin knows that it's still not enough, so he keeps on running to create even more distance. In the meanwhile, he uses this distraction to wear the Grim Reaper's mask to control the skeleton soldiers to inflict blood poison onto the bodies of the underlings of Yang Jihu, who were also distracted by the explosion. With the poison in their bloodstreams, Kim Wujin isn't worried about them escaping. Just then, Yang Jihu recovers from the explosion and is furious at Kim Wujin for using such underhanded techniques. In his anger, he doesn't hesitate to activate his haste skill, which consumes double the stamina, but gives him extremely fast speed. Just when he is about to catch up to Kim Wujin, he stops as the earth beneath his feet starts to fall, dragging him below. If this wasn't enough, Kim Wujin has stacked corpses below, which he then explodes to create an even larger area of effect. After the dust settles, Yang Jihu appears to have worn out the effects of his blessings as he yells at Kim Wujin to stop playing around and fight him like a man. But Kim Wujin tells him that he's just too useless and doesn't understand how to utilize the resources around him in a real battle. Yang Jihu grits his teeth at his words, but Kim Wujin continues with his insults as he calls him a meathead who only knows how to charge in head first without caring for his teammates and people around him. That's why all his life, not a single member of his team had ever survived. Kim Wujin calls him a team killer, who is useless even on his own, and even with a team. These words pierce the heart of Yang Ji-hoo, who remembers hearing the exact same words from the mouth of the most hated person in his life. That person is Suzuki Ichi, and he is a person that Yang Ji-hoo hates the most, because he always uses underhanded techniques in the battle to defeat him and have never fought him fairly one-on-one. Yang Ji-hoo finally understands why he was so furious at Kim Wujin, and why he keeps falling for his rage baits. This makes him even more enraged as he activates the Blessing of the Sun once more, which gives the extra stats and the golden aura, which doesn't make him look cool at all. Emitting the golden aura, he promises to himself that he will kill both Kim Wujin and Suzuki Ichi with his own 2 hands. But just when he is about to make a move, Kim Wujin tells him that it's about time to finish it. He doesn't understand what Kim Wujin means by this, so Kim Wujin explains to him what just happened. He first tells Yang Ji-hoo that his skeleton soldiers don't need verbal orders from him, so when he mentioned the word retreat before running away, he didn't mean anything by it. So his skeleton soldiers never left the battle and continued to battle against his underlings till the end. This makes Yang Ji-hoo realize that he was played like a fool from the start. If this wasn't enough to make Yang Ji-hoo feel hopeless, Kim Wujin also reminds him that the duration of his blessings of the sun must be about to end, which truly shocks Yang Ji-hoo, as he doesn't understand how does Kim Wujin knows about the secret duration of his Gawain's necklace. Shakingly, Yang Ji-hoo asks Kim Wujin as to who he truly is. Kim Wujin is about to answer him, but then suddenly stops. Yang Ji-hoo at first doesn't understand why would Kim Wujin do it, but when the last few seconds of his blessings end, he almost throws up blood in anger, as he realizes that Kim Wujin was just trying to stall for time. He curses the entire 9 generations of Kim Wujin, but Kim Wujin is nonchalant and doesn't care about mere superficial insults. By this point, Kim Wujin's skeletons have also finished their task of eliminating all of Yang Ji-hoo's underlings, so it's time for Kim Wujin to deal with their boss as well. But to rub salt on Yang Ji-hoo's wounds for one last time, Kim Wujin informs him that his underlings are already dead, so he doesn't need to wait for them. Hearing this, Yang Ji-hoo loses the last bit of his rationality, as he jumps towards Kim Wujin with the intention to devour his blood to avenge his fallen teammates. Kim Wujin's skeleton soldiers welcome his attack on their master's behalf. Back to the real world, Lee Jaina is speeding down the highway as he was ordered by Osai-chan to check on Kim Wujin if he manages to leave the dungeon. And if he doesn't, and Yang Ji-hoo comes out, they would also need him to be there to gather information. Although Osai-chan trusts that Kim Wujin will be the winner in this battle, he still needs to make sure that once he comes out, he will still be aligned with their motives. Because for now, their collaboration has not been goal-oriented. But with the recent shenanigans, like Kim Wujin becoming close to Park Yongwon and the attack on Skull Guild, this is all subsequently leading to them fighting against Messiah Guild, and ending this reign of theirs. Back to the dungeon, Yang Ji-hoo is at his wit's end fighting against these monstrous skeleton soldiers who refuse to die at all. By now he has almost cut down 10 of them, but 9 still remain, which are enough to bring him down to his knees. Not only Yang Ji-hoo is completely exhausted, but his body is also paralyzed from the blood poison that he got injected through various attacks from the different skeleton soldiers. But despite everything, he still continues to yell at Kim Wujin to fight him one-on-one, but Kim Wujin just stands there coldly as he lets his minions do the work for him. Even though he appears to be this nonchalant aura farmer, Kim Wujin in his heart is glad that he upgraded his skeleton soldier's skill with the Mastery Stone, otherwise the previous number of skeleton soldiers would have been nowhere enough. Back to Yang Ji-hoo, he struggles for a while, before finally breathing his last breath, which marks the end of this legendary battle, which no one got to witness except them and their sponsors. Kim Wujin's sponsor is happy with him and grants him extra experience, which levels up his skeleton soldier's skill by another level. Kim Wujin also gains the Gawain's necklace from Yang Ji-hoo's body, as now he is dead and it isn't soul bonded to him anymore. This is the first time in his both lives that Kim Wujin has acquired any of the legendary items of the Knights of the Round Table. The Gawain's necklace grants the user plus 40 various stats alongside the sun's blessing, which can be activated once a day. Even though Kim Wujin is happy to acquire this time, what he is really interested in is the memories of Yang Ji-hoo, which will finally allow him to see Lee Sejun of this life. So without any hesitation, Kim Wujin activates his skill Eye of the Anubis, which allows him to peer into the memory of the dead Yang Ji-hoo. Inside the memory, Kim Wujin finds the first memory of Yang Ji-hoo, when he first arrived as the newest member at the Knights of Round Table. There he meets the highest seated member, which is the Master Lee Sin-hip, who is as distant as ever, still emitting an aura, even in this world of memories. Seeing his face makes Kim Wujin clench his fists in anger. Now that he has killed one of the core members of the Knights of Round Table, he knows that the Messiah Guild won't stay back and would definitely make a move against him. But at this point, Kim Wujin doesn't care, as no one who has worked for the Messiah Guild is a person with integrity, so he will personally slay them all with his hands to avenge himself and all the innocent people who suffered at the hand of the Messiah Guild. Meanwhile, all the remaining players in the dungeon are hiding in fear because they don't want to risk their lives against the dungeon boss of the second floor. They are waiting for other people to arrive, but just then they hear the notification that the dungeon boss has been killed and that the dungeon has been cleared. Kim Wujin was the person to clear the dungeon, so he is the first one to exit. After coming out, he finds Lee Jaina waiting for him with a file in his hand. Lee Jaina takes Kim Wujin to the car where he asks Kim Wujin how strong was Yang Jahol. Kim Wujin isn't surprised that Lee Jaina knows about Yang Jahol. Entrance into the dungeon, as he learned from the memories of Yang Jahol that he also forged a fake ID to enter the dungeon. While he is thinking about how Osai-chan could have found out about him, Lee Jaina keeps on pestering him about Yang Jahol's strength, so he just tells him that he at least was far stronger than him. This makes Lee Jaina angry as he tells Kim Wujin that he hasn't shown him his full potential yet. Kim Wujin is amused and tells him that Yang Ji-hoo took down 10 of his 12 skeletons, so if he feels that he can replicate the same result, they can have a test whenever he wants to. This makes Lee Jaina forget whatever he was talking about and pretends to not have said anything regarding his strength. He immediately shifts the topic to the work that Osei-chan sent him to Kim Wujin to discuss. He hands Kim Wujin the file, which has the details of an A-rank fox dungeon with 2 floors. The dungeon has been attempted 12 times, but every time it resulted in a failure, so this time Osei-chan wants him to enter this dungeon, but with the identity of Isaac Ivanov of the Russian Guild. As for why he wants him to do that, Kim Wujin already knows, so he doesn't discuss it further. Lee Jaina tells him of the few conditions set by Osei-chan, and Kim Wujin agrees to all of them without any problem. After receiving his next task, Kim Wujin leaves, and with this, Lee Jaina calls Osei-chan to inform him that Kim Wujin has agreed to all of their conditions without any hesitation. Osei-chan heaves a sigh of relief, as even though he doesn't really fully trust Kim Wujin yet, he needs someone who is strong enough to stand against the Messiah Guild. While saying this, he looks at the newspaper, which mentions how the Messiah Guild continues to get more and more rights to the dungeons that other guilds fail in clearing. He doesn't want the Messiah Guild to have such monopoly, or else they might not be shy in baring their teeth everywhere in the future. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin arrives at the rundown building to prepare for his upcoming Fox dungeon. This is a dungeon that Kim Wujin is most familiar with, as he had already cleared it in his past life. This is also the dungeon which led to Kim Wujin meeting with Lee Sejun, who then invited him to join the Messiah Guild. So this time, he prepares to show off once again, but under the guise of Isaac Ivanov from Russia. But before that, he has some other businesses to take care of, which includes some manufacturing of items and equipment from all the materials that he has been gathering all this time. Soon the last few remaining days pass by, as it's finally time for Kim Wujin to head inside the Fox dungeon and get acquainted with Lee Sejun in this new life under a new identity. Besides him, this time is old comrade, Lee Jaina, who is also under the guise of the same Russian as last time. They both head inside the dungeon alongside the Messiah Guild. After entering the dungeon, Lee Jaina, who was all hyped up, immediately starts to shiver as the temperature inside this dungeon is below freezing, just like the average dad joke fathers will make early in the morning. Lee Jaina is not the only one affected, as Messiah Guild's new members also seem to be struggling in this cold temperature. However, their current leader immediately orders them to wear their Arctic clothes and start moving, as standing in this weather will only make their movements slow and sluggish. Kim Wujin also drags Lee Jaina with him away from the Messiah Guild. After making some distance, he stops and asks Lee Jaina to man up and not let mere cold defeat him. Under his rage bait, Lee Jaina gets heated up and forgets about the cold. Meanwhile, he himself enjoys the warmness coming from the Gawain's necklace, which holds the blessing of the sun. He also wears his Grim Reaper's mask to not just aura farm, but so that he can also control his skeleton soldiers from afar remotely. Lee Jaina asks Kim Wujin of their plan this time, in this dungeon, and if they are going to build a fortress once again, as it's another survival quest. But Kim Wujin replies that there is no need to create a fortress this time, as he summons his skeleton soldiers who are fully dripped out with leather armor made from the hide of the needle snake. This level of lavishness shocks Lee Jaina, who is upset that despite him contributing in the needle dungeon last time, he didn't get any leather, and instead he hoarded all of it. Kim Wujin tells him that he didn't hoard all of it, and sent him his part to their office. Lee Jaina immediately catches on to the fact that Osei-chan must have stolen the needle skin leather for his own use. Poor Lee Jaina can only curse Osei-chan silently, who in the real world starts sneezing, wondering who is remembering him for his good deeds. Meanwhile, the Messiah Guild is setting up their camp when suddenly their leader realizes that Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina are both missing. She asks other members, who apologize to her that they forgot to check on them, and forgot as they were busy building the camp. She is disappointed in them, but what has happened, so she leaves them to finish the camp while she herself goes to check on both of them, to see whether they are capable enough to be invited to the Messiah Guild to join them, or have an alliance with them. So she takes another member with her, and tracks down Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina, who are fighting against a pack of snow wolves. When she arrives at the scene, she is shocked to see giant skeleton soldiers completely destroying the snow wolves, who hold no candle against them. She instantly realizes that Kim Wujin is way above her pay grade, and that she must inform the guild about them and have them join the Messiah Guild at every cost. Just as she is admiring Kim Wujin and his skeleton soldiers, she hears the whistle, which signals that her team is in danger. She immediately rushes back to the camp, which has been raided by the snow wolves. Her squad members are barely able to hold on their own against the snow wolves before their leader arrives and takes charge of the battle. While they are all fighting against this pack of the snow wolves, one of the scouts notices a huge wave of snow wolves approaching the base, which causes all of them to panic, as they were already struggling against one pack, not to mention the endless wave of snow wolves. The leader finally understands why 12 teams failed before them. On the top of the hill, Kim Wujin and Lee Jina are watching the monster wave approaching the camp of the Messiah Guild without doing anything. Lee Jina comments that they might just be annihilated by this wave if they don't do anything. Just then he notices that Kim Wujin intends to help the Messiah Guild, which surprises him as even he has no surety whether he will survive against such a wave or not. But Kim Wujin is confident because just before this dungeon he bought a new skill called Aura Field, which can either buff or debuff depending on the condition. With this skill, Kim Wujin can truly farm aura in the realist sense. Back on the surface, the Messiah Guild is on their wits' end against such a big monster wave. But just then a huge explosion occurs between the wave of the monsters, which causes the monster to break their formation and be scattered. The explosion was the result of Kim Wujin dropping corpses between the monster wave and then exploding them with his corpse explosion skill. After dropping 6 to 7 corpses, he finally manages to break down the monster wave into pieces, which lets his skeleton soldiers and Lee Jana enter the battle to eliminate the rest of the snow wolves. If that wasn't already enough, he also decides to activate the Gawain's Necklace Blessing of the Sun, and then use his controller skill to connect with one of his skeleton soldiers, which gains the Sun's blessing, and then activates the Aura skill. This buffs the stats of all the other surrounding skeleton soldiers, who also start to glow golden, making them look badass. Unlike Yang Ji-hoo, who had negative aura, Lee Jina, who is standing behind the skeleton soldiers, remains in awe, seeing their magnificence. To him it feels like watching berserkers fight when they activate their crazy berserker aura. This makes him worship Kim Wujin even more, who has managed to make the weak skeleton soldiers grow this strong, completely reshaping his views of the necromancers. As for Kim Wujin, he doesn't feel much awe for himself, as it's a basic thing for him. Instead of wasting the blessings of the sun on himself, he can utilize it with a wide area of effect skills to buff a huge number of allies. Unfortunately, Yang Ji-hoo was too dumb to understand this, or else he would have never caused his teammates to die, or might even have become one of the best players in Knights of the Round Table. Aside from that, Kim Wujin just stands on top of the hill, as he continues to rain down explosive corpses onto the wolves, as if he is the United States Air Force dropping bombs on already war-torn countries. The Messiah Guild is also in awe of Kim Wujin's skills, but they also understand that Kim Wujin is doing this to disrupt the wave and allow the Messiah Guild to wipe out the remaining injured wolves by themselves. So the leader immediately orders everyone to take their weapons and annihilate all the remaining wolves. Back in the real world, Osai-chan tells Secretary Lee of the plan that he made with Kim Wujin. They both plan to rescue the Messiah Guild when they are about to be annihilated, as this will make Kim Wujin their savior, and they won't be able to do anything against them afterwards. On top of that, to save their face in public, the Messiah Guild would also offer benefits to their saviors, which is like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. But Secretary Lee reminds him that this all depends on whether Kim Wujin is capable of doing that, as this requires skill level way beyond the levels of Messiah Guild, who are already at the top of Korea. Osai-chan tells her that it's a gamble, and that's why he was also willing to give loan to Kim Wujin, as he trusts him and his growth rate till now. So the only thing that they need to do now is to make sure that Kim Wujin's secret identity is protected at all costs, so they can continue to reap benefits. Back at the dungeon, the Messiah Guild finally cleans up the remaining mess and is nursing the injured teammates. The leader of the current team of Messiah Guild thanks Kim Wujin for his help, but Kim Wujin tells her that they did what they did, and leaves. Hearing his broken Korean makes the team leader a bit tranced, as she just stays there and watches his back vanish from her sight. On the other hand, Lee Jina asks Kim Wujin as to why they had to leave so early. Kim Wujin reminds him that they are Russian, and if they spend enough time with the Messiah Guild, they might really end up exposing themselves. Aside from that, now that the danger of the first floor is over, he can finally focus on leveling up, which makes Lee Jina remember his traumatic memory of the last time where he had to fight for 3 days straight to help Kim Wujin level up. This time, the time duration is cut short, but the cold temperature and the fast wolves make life hell for him. But he still somehow manages to persist through, and with that, Kim Wujin also reaches level 35. The emissary of the underworld is happy with his progress, and grants him skill level up of the blood poison skill, which advances in a rank, giving his blood even more unique properties. Kim Wujin can now condense his blood into dark blood if he injects enough mana into it. This will help him move with his plans much earlier. Realizing this, he turns to Lee Jina, asks him if he can tolerate pain well enough since his unique skill is immortality. Lee Jina proudly assures him that he is the #1 masochist in the world. Kim Wujin decides to rephrase his words and instead asks him if he will be able to withstand being impaled by the horn of a horned fox for hours. This makes Lee Jaina go pale, as if he can already imagine being in such a situation. Soon the night passes by as the survival quest of the first floor ends. The Messiah Guild alongside Kim Wujin are teleported to the second floor, where the Messiah Guild has their asses beaten by the horned fox. The leader of the Messiah Guild is worried that a lot of their players might end up dying at the hand of horned fox. But just then, Kim Wujin arrives as he walks towards the horned fox with his back facing towards the leader of the Messiah Guild. He tells her in Russian that he will take care of it on his own. But the wording for it sounds as if he is going to breed that horned fox, which makes the leader question whether they should allow him to join the Messiah Guild or not. Kim Wujin, who is still unaware of the miscommunication, arrives in front of the horned fox, who is a menacing monster with a giant horn on its head. The horned fox immediately notices the new enemies and rushes towards them to attack them. One of these new enemies is Lee Jaina, who is the bait this time for Kim Wujin to hunt down the horned fox. Lee Jaina remembers the briefing that he got from Kim Wujin last night. He told him that the horned fox is extremely fast but deals low damage. But that amount of damage is enough to cripple his skeleton soldiers, so he needs someone to hold down the horned fox so that he can inject it with his new dark blood to poison it in one go. That's why he asked Lee Jaina if he can stay alive and mentally stable with a huge horn in his chest for a couple of minutes. Back to the present, Lee Jaina wants to curse at Kim Wujin in Russian, but unfortunately, he doesn't know much Russian and can't expose that he's Korean by cursing in Korean. The horned fox, on the other hand, is having fun toying with Lee Jaina, which pisses him off even further, so he decides to let it pierce him with its horn, so that it will be stuck inside him for a while, which will give Kim Wujin the time to finish it off. Following the plan, the horned fox pierces through Lee Jaina's chest, but he grabs it and doesn't let it run away. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, takes out his bow and arrow and infuses his dark blood on the arrow and shoots it straight through the eye of the horned fox, which instantly gets poisoned, and all of its stats start to decrease. This opens up a gap in the whole battle, which Kim Wujin and his skeleton soldiers immediately exploit and slay the horned fox in one go. The leader of the Messiah Guild watches from the sidelines and is utterly in disbelief, seeing just two men defeat the boss that all of them combined couldn't even put a dent into. The disparity is enough for them to worship the duo, especially Kim Wujin, who is in the spotlight. After removing the horn from the horned fox, all the players inside the dungeon meet the requirement to leave the dungeon as the second floor has been cleared. Outside the dungeon, the whole media is waiting to hear the news of Messiah Guild's victory, but when they learn that the dungeon was once again solely conquered by the duo from Russia, the news outlets explode as everyone seems to be talking about the Russian players. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin, who is behind all of this craze, is sitting in the car talking to Oh Saichin on the phone. He tells Oh Saichin that he should help him publish this news, that he is willing to donate the Glacier Horn to the Messiah Guild if they desperately need it. This shocks the Lee Jaina sitting beside him, who wants to cry because without him conquering this dungeon wouldn't have been so easy. But both of them ignore him and proceed with their deal. By the time Kim Wujin reaches home, the news of his words has already spread throughout the media. In the news about his other identity, Isaac Ivanov mentions that he wants to cooperate with the Messiah Guild in clearing another dungeon. Aside from that, his words on donating the horn to Messiah Guild also sparks a lot of conversations, which makes people wonder whether the Messiah Guild should accept it or not. While Kim Wujin is reading through the stuff, he receives a call from Park Yongwon, who invites him to his office to discuss future cooperations. The following morning, Kim Wujin arrives at the Lion Guild's headquarters, where he meets with Park Yongwon, who praises his work in dealing with the Skull Gang. Thanks to Kim Wujin, the Skull Guild was forced to give up on Korea as they all fled to Japan. Although Park Yongwon wishes that he could have destroyed every last one of them, he is fine with them being forced to leave Korea. Park Yongwon promised Kim Wujin last time that if his performance was praiseworthy, he would award him with something equal to his merits. So that's why he decides to hand Kim Wujin a skill that will help Kim Wujin overcome a serious defect of the blood poison skill. The skill is named Blood Mist, and just like its name, the skill basically allows the player to create mist out of their blood. Normally this skill would be useless, but for Kim Wujin this is practically the best skill he could wish for at this point. If the skill wasn't already enough to make him happy, Kim Wujin hears the news that the Messiah Guild has issued a few words in reply to Isaac Ivanov's statement. The guild first of all thanked the Russian players for saving their guild members. Aside from that, they also appreciated his sentiment for donating the horn to them, but they refused as it would be rude for them to get in such a way. They also promised to reward the Russian players with an appropriate reward for saving their guild members. The reason why Kim Wujin asked Oh Saichin to post such news online was because he feared that if he didn't go public, the Messiah Guild might end up using underhanded means to steal the horn from him. But now that they are under the eyes of the public, not only they cannot steal the horn from him, but they are also forced to reward him, which is an additional bonus. After Kim Wujin acquired the Blood Mist skill, he still couldn't learn it as it required a player to be level 40. So Kim Wujin asks Park Yongwon if he has any dungeons for him to level up quickly. Park Yongwon smiles and tells him to just go and buy whatever dungeon he wants from a broker, and he will pay the fees for him. With a sugar daddy like Park Yong-won, Kim Wujin won't need to spend any money, and he can also level up a lot quickly without giving up much in return. Meanwhile, at Oh Sae-chun's office, Lee Jin-ah is grumpy after hearing the news that the Messiah Guild will be offering a reward to Kim Wujin. He feels as if he was played by his wife, who took away his house, and as well his children. Oh Sae-chun asks him to calm down and tells him that it's not that serious. Moreover, didn't he get hundreds of boxes of chocopes from the Russian guild fans which he has been munching on since the last few days? Lee Jin-ah can't really say anything against this, so he goes back to Kim Wujin and asks Oh Sae-chan as to what reward will the Messiah Guild hand over to Kim Wujin. Oh Sae-chan tells him that it's the skill called golem summoning, and it was already decided by the council even before they announced it. This makes Lee Jin-ah even more jealous of Kim Wujin. Oh Sae-chan ignores his grumpiness and tells him that they have been contacted for yet another dungeon, and this time it's Park Yong-won. Lee Jin-ah is confused as to why would they cooperate with Park Yong-won, since Oh Sae-chan seems to hate Park Yong-won with all of his guts. But Oh Sae-chan tells him that business is business, especially business that includes two different parties. Lee Jin-ah asks Oh Sae-chan as to who this other party is. Oh Sae-chan tells him that it's someone whom he knows very well. Hearing this, Lee Jin-ah is immediately able to guess that the second party is Kim Wujin. To reward him for his correct answer, he explains a bit of Kim Wujin's cooperation with Park Yong-won and how they are working together against the Messiah Guild. This time, Park Yong-won wants to buy the rights to a dungeon so that Kim Wujin can participate in it, to level up quickly and learn the newest skill given to him by both him and Messiah Guild. Saying this, Oh Sae-chan hands him the details of the new dungeon which he will be participating in alongside Kim Wujin, so that he can level up as well. This makes Lee Jin-ah loses all of his will to live, but Oh Sae-chan still forces him to go and clear the dungeon with Kim Wujin. Inside the dungeon, Kim Wujin greets Lee Jin-ah, who is in no mood to talk with anyone. To lighten up his mood, Kim Wujin takes Lee Jin-ah for a light walk, which ends up turning into a whole adventure. Meanwhile, back in the real world, at Hansung Group, which is the #1 financial institute of Korea, and the institute which has been funding the Messiah Guild all this time, Park Sin-yo is the CEO of the Hansung Group, and she is shocked to hear the news that Yang Jahawa died in the dungeon while he was pursuing Kim Wujin. Park Sin-yo is furious as Yang Jahawa didn't even inform the guild that he was acting on his own, which led him to die out there in dungeon, and he even got his Gawain's necklace stolen or robbed. This pains her very much as this has never happened before that they have lost a legendary item of the Knights of the Round Table. She also realizes that at first it was just a few of the Skull Guild failures, but soon things got so worse that their alliance is splitting apart, and they might lose the support or Master Swordsman and Master Archer too. She pins all of the blame on Park Yong-won, as if Park Yong-won wouldn't have interfered with the operations of the Skull Guild. Everything would have gone well. The real problem is that she can't even take out Park Yong-won in one go right now. All she can do is chip away his strength slowly, so which is why she orders the executives to go and retrieve Gawain's necklace at all cost, and also eliminate Kim Wujin in the way. To maximize their rate at eliminating Kim Wujin, the executives decide to have Suzuki Ichi lead a team as he is the best against cunning and deceitful opponents. Back to the dungeon, Kim Wujin finally levels up to level 40, and can now learn both the Blood Mist skill and the Golem summoning skill. With these two skills, Kim Wujin has gotten even stronger than before, and has made up for his weaknesses that he previously had. Seeing him level up this quickly makes Lee Jin-ah look at him as if he is a monster. He praises his ability to survey the terrain, and then using the natural terrain to create traps and stuff to kill the monsters in the most intuitive way. Aside from that, Kim Wujin also knows every weakness of every monster, which makes Lee Jin-ah wonder if Kim Wujin has already experienced everything before. Unfortunately, Lee Jin-ah is unable to prove it like the Sergeant James Dokes in Dexter, trying to prove that Dexter is a serial killer. As for Kim Wujin, he tells Lee Jin-ah to snap out of his dreams, as they still have a lot to do. Lee Jin-ah is terrified as he asks for a timeout, but Kim Wujin wants to test out his new skills in effect, so he drags him anyways like a mother dragging a crying child to school. Soon, the last few days pass by in the dungeon, and the duo are forced to exit the dungeon. Kim Wujin is aura farming his way out of the dungeon as usual, but poor Lee Jin-ah looks as if he is about to die. Secretary Lee immediately rushes to help, but when she hears the wood food from his mouth, she immediately ignores him and instead turns to Kim Wujin, who wants to talk to Oh Sae-chan regarding a place that he wants to go. The place is Kaesong, a city that's deemed to be lawless after it was opened to the foreign countries as a way for them to help Korea in protecting it from dangers. But now anyone can go there unrestricted, and there is no law there. Which is why Oh Sae-chan doesn't understand why Kim Wujin would choose to go to such a lawless place. But as the dealer, he still arranges a fake mask and identity for him, which Kim Wujin can use to do whatever he wants in the lawless city. Under this identity, Kim Wujin arrives at Kaesong City, and he is disguised as this tanned man with glasses. Most players in Kaesong are called storages because they have no skills and only exist to carry more items in and out from the dungeons in their inventory. So naturally, to avoid any suspicions, he also chose to act like one of the storages, which allows him to mingle very quickly. One of the fellas in the vehicle is interested in him as he asks him what crime he committed, as the majority of the people here are murderers and serial grappers. Kim Wujin replies that he was betrayed, to which the other man feels pity for him and motivates him by telling him to go stronger and take revenge for it in the future. Kim Wujin's eyes glint as he remembers the face of Lee Sejun and his betrayal. He promises to himself that he will wipe off his existence from this planet and avenge himself and his past comrades. While Kim Wujin is adapting to Kaohsiung City back in Seoul, Lee Jina asks Oh Seichun, why did Kim Wujin want to go to Kaohsiung City so badly? Oh Seichun doesn't answer his question, and instead asks him why is he eating this much food on company's lunch money, to which Lee Jina makes him remind of the needle snake leather, which quickly shuts off Oh Seichun's mouth, who looks as if he has eaten a fly. Lee Jina tells him to not shift the topic and just tell him what Kim Wujin is planning to do. Oh Sai-chan honestly replies that he has no clue, but things might be troublesome, as there is another extremely dangerous player in Kaesong City at the moment, and things might get a lot more messy. Lee Jina can't believe that there is a monster stronger than Kim Wujin, so he asks him who he is, and why he hasn't heard of him before. Oh Sai-chan tells him that he has definitely heard of him before, as that man is Suzuki Ichi, the mad hunting dog of the Messiah Guild. Back in Kaesong City, Suzuki Ichi receives the task of finding and eliminating Kim Wujin at all costs. This causes him to slow down his leveling speed, or else he might not be able to enter the same dungeon as Kim Wujin. He tells his underlings about the mission and also asks them to slow down on leveling. While Suzuki Ichi is looking for Kim Wujin also happens to spot Suzuki Ichi in the city, which makes him rethink his few plans. The Suzuki Ichi he met in his previous life was a player who quickly shot past level 100, and was restricted in a lot of his activities, which is why the Messiah Guild had to train another hunting dog, and the reason why Lee Sejun approached him in person. He only knew about this way later in his life, or he wouldn't have been played by Lee Sejun like this in his previous life. So this time he just decides to eliminate Suzuki Ichi as quickly as possible, so that he won't go stronger and do more evil than he has already committed. But he needs to be careful and plan a lot, as Suzuki Ichi might be carrying the Ring of Lancelot, which is another legendary item of the Knights of the Round Table. Soon both sides catch on to each other and enter the same dungeon. The quest of the dungeon is to eliminate a red orc, but before anyone can even go after the monster, one of the storage players ends up dying at the hand of another player who escapes after committing the murder. Suzuki Ichi checks on the body of the dead player and realizes that the killer has definitely killed people before, so he orders his man to take out their weapons and eliminate all the storage players to erase all the traces. However, even after killing all the storage players, he doesn't manage to bait out the prey, so he decides to change tactics, as finding information on the prey is their #1 priority. But just then he feels a tremor on the ground and looks around only to find a golem standing in their way. The golem allows Suzuki Ichi to guess the class of the player, which is probably a summoner, so he orders his underlings to quickly get ready and dispose of this golem as fast as possible. Hearing the orders, one of the casters of the team uses an imprisonment magic to strangle the golem with vines from the ground. This makes the golem immobile, which allows the attackers and tanks to attack it with blunt and heavy weapons, as sharp swords don't work very well against golem-type summons. Soon they are able to get rid of the golem by using teamwork, which surprises Kim Wujin, as they are the first enemy to be this efficient in a group that they are able to do anything on their own, in a group without even needing much orders. However, just as they are distracted by the golem, an arrow comes flying towards the face of the healer, which is barely blocked by Suzuki Ichi, who immediately becomes cautious, as not only the prey is someone with a summoning skill, but that he is also adept in long-range combat. He once again orders his underlings to be wary of the long-range attacks, but just then one of the scouts spots a group of entities coming towards them. When the entities finally get closer, they are a bit shocked to find that they are skeleton soldiers. What shocks them even more is that the skeleton soldiers are as strong as veteran players, and can even dodge as if they are alive and capable of thinking. This reminds Suzuki Ichi that the summons of the summoners often follow the habits of their summoner, which shows how skillful their prey truly is. The number of the skeleton soldiers matches the numbers of Suzuki Ichi and his underlings, so the fight is pretty fair, but Suzuki Ichi doesn't want to waste his time on these skeleton soldiers, so he reminds his underlings to treat these skeleton soldiers as real veteran players, and attack them on their weak spots, where they aren't wearing the thick leather armor. While he and his underlings are focused on the skeleton soldiers, Kim Wujin closes the distance between them and arrives in the middle of the battle. This terrifies Suzuki Ichi, who jumps back to avoid Kim Wujin, and as the dust settles, he can see the face of their prey. But too bad for him, Kim Wujin is under the guise of Isaac Ivanov, the Russian player, and he is also wearing the Grim Reaper's mask. The appearance of the Russian player shocks them, as they don't understand why they would attack them. From all of his previous acts, the Russian player seemed to be quite the admirer of the Messiah Guild, and so for him to turn on them like this out of nowhere doesn't make any sense to them. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, is also finalizing the plan in his mind, which starts with one of his favorite tactics, which is to retreat the moment he gets a chance to. Seeing him run away from the battle immediately after joining it throws Messiah Guild away, as they can't understand his tactics or motives at all. One of the players of the Messiah Guild sees this as a sign of Kim Wujin being weak, so he starts to chase after him to steal all the glory. But Kim Wujin wanted him to do this as he had carefully planned his escape in the direction where he had first killed that storage guy at the start of the dungeon. The corpse of that player explodes, and the player chasing after Kim Wujin gets heavily injured as well as poisoned from the effect of blood mist that Kim Wujin carefully mixed in with the effects of the explosion. One of the healers quickly rushed towards the player to heal him, but Suzuki Ichi knows that the poison has already spread throughout his body fully, so he decides to just end his misery and put him to eternal sleep. He thought that this would be the end, but just then all the other players around him start to fall down one by one as they get poisoned, which he is unable to detect at start because his Ring of Lancelot gives him immunity to negative effects. While Suzuki Ichi is confused and distracted, Kim Wujin uses this opportunity to have his skeleton soldier attack him from behind, so he can use this blind opportunity to enter Suzuki Ichi's sphere without him noticing. But he still underestimates Suzuki Ichi, who easily blocks his attack, which grants both of them a notification from their sponsors. This raises the stakes of the battle very high, which forces Kim Wujin to go all out, as Suzuki Ichi is many levels above Yang Jiko, whom he previously fought. Back in the real world, Osai-chan is chilling in his office like a top Jiko, while Kim Wujin puts his life against the mad dog Suzuki Ichi. He learns from Secretary Lee that Kim Wujin entered the same dungeon as Suzuki Ichi, which makes him wonder if Kim Wujin is really an enemy of the Messiah Guild, as Suzuki Ichi is the second core member of their group that he is targeting right now. This makes him open up to Kim Wujin a bit more, so he decides to give him even more benefits. This includes one of the things that he has been hiding from anything, and that's the Pharaoh's power. Back to the dungeon, Kim Wujin is on his knees, as his blessings of the sun have ended, taking away all the stats buffs that he previously had. However, despite that, he was still unable to defeat Suzuki Ichi, who still had some stamina and fighting strength left in him to finish him off. Aside from that, this battle has cost Kim Wujin way too much of his blood, and since his blood is toxic, it's very difficult for him to get a blood transfusion. That's why Park Yongwen gifted him a special skill which he can use under these circumstances. The skill is a vampiric skill that sucks the blood of the enemy to heal the player. So when Suzuki Ichi gets close to Kim Wujin to finish him off, Kim Wujin jumps and attacks him with his blood-sucking skill, which drains the last bit of the energy left in Suzuki Ichi's body, turning him into a mummy on its last legs. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, is finally able to move a little bit, as he asks him why he is still working for Lee Sejun even though he knows his true self. Suzuki Ichi laughs like a madman, and tells him that players should never bow down to a government, and if the game ends, the players will go back to being normal humans, and all the power that they enjoy right now will be taken away from them. Kim Wujin is disappointed in Suzuki Ichi, as he tells him that his death is deserving, as those who believe in the law of the jungle should be crushed by those who are stronger than them. Kim Wujin puts an end to Suzuki Ichi's miserable life, as he equips the second legendary equipment of the Knights of Round Table, making him a special existence among them. After doing that, he activates his skill Eye of the Anubis to peer into his memories, to understand more about Lee Sejun and his motives. After exiting the dungeon, Kim Wujin is received by a person arranged by Osai-chen, who gives him a walkie-talkie. On the call, Osai-chen praises Kim Wujin for yet eliminating another core member of the Messiah Guild, and tells him that he finally wants to meet him face to face. Kim Wujin has been waiting for this moment all this time, so they agree on a time and place to meet and discuss their future plans. One day, Secretary Lee visits a yard full of locker rooms. Inside one of the locker rooms is a picture of her when she was younger, alongside another man. She bites her lips for a moment after seeing the picture, but quickly recovers and moves on. Meanwhile, a huge explosion occurs in the National Dungeon of Japan, an A+ ranked dungeon named Firefox Dungeon. The explosion causes all of the players to retreat in fear as soon as they hear the retreat siren. While everyone is running away, a soul man walks towards the fiery explosion with a deterministic look on his face. The man is Lee Jaina under the guise of the Russian player, and he is tasked by Kim Wujin to hold down the Firefox boss for 5 seconds at most. He promises to him that if he can hold down the boss for 5 seconds, he will reward him with unlimited food buffet tickets. As a foodie, Lee Jaina can never reject this offer, so he accepts the task despite knowing how painful the burns would be to heal from. To make life easier for Lee Jaina, Kim Wujin offers him the Ring of Lancelot, although it doesn't provide any protection from the flames, but it will protect Lee Jaina from any sort of negative debuff. Lee Jaina doesn't understand why such a thing would be useful in a fight against the Firefox, which clearly only has fire-type moves. However, when Lee Jaina actually confronts the Firefox and holds it down, the beast in question releases a special flame from its body that leaves Lee Jaina blinded. This almost causes him to lose control of it, but fortunately, the Ring of Lancelot comes in with a clutch and saves Lee Jaina from getting flung away by the monster. While Lee Jaina is holding on to his dear life, Kim Wujin immediately activates his skill Blade of Blood, which creates a sword entirely made from Kim Woo-jin's own toxic blood, just like all of my previous exes. With such a deadly weapon in his hands, Kim Woo-jin charges towards the Firefox, which is being held down by the barbaric Lee Jina. Meanwhile, outside in the real world, Osei-chan is reading the newspaper, which mentions the headline of the Messiah Guild acquiring Japan's national treasure, which is the Firefox dungeon. This allows Osei-chan to make a few connections that the Messiah Guild must really have something against Japan for them to allow them to access the dungeon for a raid. But as for why they only choose to move this time, he believes it to be because of the pressure from Russian players, especially Isaac Ivanov, which is making them play so aggressively. Just then, he notices Secretary Lee entering the office, and that her shoes are dirty. He realizes that she must have gone there as it's her birthday today. Remembering this, he decides to treat her to a nice piece of juicy steak, which makes Secretary Lee quite surprised, as she wonders if he won some kind of lottery. Oh-se-chun feels offended and asks her what kind of man she thinks he is. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jina finally come back to Korea after a successful dungeon raid at the Firefox dungeon. Outside the airport, Lee Jina is still thinking about the fight where Kim Woo-jin's far-sightedness saved him from being blinded by the Firefox. This makes him realize that despite leveling up and gaining more skills, he is still way beneath Kim Woo-jin. Just then, Kim Woo-jin tells Lee Jina to go their separate ways from here. This makes Lee Jina remind him that he promised to treat him to an unlimited food buffet if he could hold on to the Firefox for 5 minutes. Kim Woo-jin replies nonchalantly that he barely missed by 0.1 second, which invalidates the condition. Lee Jina gets rage-baited so hard that he starts to fume from his head. The poor man really wanted that unlimited Korean barbecue. The following morning, Kim Woo-jin arrives at Park Young-won's office for a meeting. During the meeting, Park Young-won brings up Isaac Ivanov and praises his ability of clearing the whole dungeon by himself once again. Kim Woo-jin smiles, pretending that he has no connection to Isaac Ivanov at all. While they are discussing, Isaac Ivanov, Park Young-won's secretary, enters the room and informs Park Young-won that Johan Jorg rejected their offer and joined the Messiah Guild instead. Park Young-won is furious at Johan Jorg, as he is one formidable player, and now that he is with the Messiah Guild, they would have another skilled opponent to face. This news also surprises Kim Woo-jin, who didn't think that Johan Jorg would join the Messiah Guild this early into his new life. He wonders if this is a butterfly effect, because he killed Suzuki Ichi earlier. Kim Woo-jin realizes that he didn't calculate this into his plans at all, and now that the future is changing, he would have to change his plans accordingly. So he decides to set up one of his pieces earlier, as he suggests Park Young-won to invite Isaac Ivanov to join their faction instead. Park Young-won tells him that if they could invite him, they would have already done it, but they have nothing at hand to entice him into joining their guild. However, his secretary informs him that they might just have the right thing on their hands. She mentions that Isaac Ivanov has been searching through the black market for a skill named Skeleton Knight, but hasn't had much success. Seeing them talk about Isaac Ivanov, Kim Woo-jin comments in his heart that the fish has finally taken the bait. Meanwhile, in the Messiah Guild headquarters, Park Sin-yu stands in front of Lee Se-jun, whose eyes are glowing like a terrifying demon. Park Sin-yu can't help but shake in fear as she informs him of the terrible news that Suzuki Ichi has fallen, and their base in Kaesong City has been reduced to rubble. This makes Lee Se-jun raise an eyebrow as he asks her who is daring enough to provoke their Messiah Guild at the moment. His cold voice causes Park Sin-yu to shiver in fear, as she informs him that it was someone from Park Young-won's guild. Before Lee Se-jun can say anything, she mentions to him that she has already made a plan to take care of him, and that Park Young-won's desire to take down the Messiah Guild will force him into going down instead, alongside his ambitions. She also informs him that they have recruited Johan Jorg from Europe, also known as the King of the Undead. Since they couldn't have Isaac Ivanov join their guild, she decided to have Johan Jorg join them instead, as he will keep Isaac Ivanov in check, as that man has already cost them a lot. She also feels that Johan Jorg's ambitions are open and clear, which makes it easier for them to control him. Lee Se-jun puts a hand on her shoulder and tells her that she is indeed right. It's far easier to control people with great ambitions. Hearing his words puts a fear deep into Park Sin-ye's soul. If her subordinates were to see her like this, they would be shocked, as this is the same Park Sin-ye, who is known as the Ice Queen, unfazed by everything. While Park Sin-ye is planning against Park Young-won, Park Young-won is also planning with them, as he has just finished a meeting with Frontier Guild of America and decided that they would cooperate to keep the Messiah Guild in check. But Park Young-won feels that there must be some catch in their willingness to cooperate with him this easily. So he decides that if they move against him, he will make sure to use their reputation against them. But still, to be even more careful, he orders his secretary to call Kim Woo-jin to his office tomorrow. The following morning, Kim Woo-jin arrives at his office, where Park Young-won tells him about his cooperation with the Frontier Guild and orders him to go and do a dungeon raid with them in 2 days. Kim Woo-jin accepts the task, but he still feels that it's way too obvious for Park Young-won to make an alliance with Frontier Guild, and that there is no way Park Sin-hye would not have expected this. So he decides to call Oh-sak-chan to get more intel, as knowing too much never truly hurts anyone. Unless it's the secret that your wife is cheating behind your back and that your kids aren't even your own biologically. 12 days pass by in an instant, and Kim Wujin arrives at the meeting place with Frontier Guild. Aside from him, Park Yongwon also sent some of his other elite players as well who are excited to meet Frontier Guild. Park Yongwon told them that Frontier Guild will be the front man of this dungeon raid, which means that they will stay at the backlines and enjoy the rewards. Just as they are discussing, a person from the Frontier Guild walks into the room and introduces himself to be Jamie Kim, a legal expert of the Frontier Guild. Jamie Kim has a few things to inform them, which includes their role in the upcoming dungeon raids. He tells them in the contract that they signed with Park Yongwon, the elite players from his faction won't have to do anything and just accompany them inside the dungeons. On top of that, they will be legally required to not participate in any dungeon round without accompanying the Frontier Guild with them. This makes the elite squad from Park Yongwon's faction extremely furious, but Jamie Kim tells them that it's all in the contract and that if they don't like what they are hearing, they can just complain to Park Yongwon and they will cancel the contract with him. This instantly cools down all of their hot-headedness, so Jamie Kim feels that his task is completed and leaves the room after informing them that the dungeon raid will start in 30 minutes. After Jamie Kim leaves, Kim Wujin stands up as he receives a call from Osai-chan, who suggests him to not go inside the dungeon with Frontier Guild because he was right when he suspected that Messiah Guild is working in cohorts with Frontier Guild. Although Osai-chan doesn't know whether they have only bought one faction or the whole guild, it's still best to stay cautious. Kim Wujin reminds Osai-chan as to who he is and asks him to not underestimate him. He just wants him to take care of two things, and for the rest he will take care of on his own. One thing is providing him with all the intel in real time, and second is cleaning up after the mess that will be left when he finishes dealing with Frontier Guild. Osai-chan agrees to his condition as he gives him the green signal to go and wreak as much havoc as he wants to. For the next few days, Kim Wujin and the rest of Park Yongwon's elite squad go from one dungeon to another, while being accompanied by the Frontier Guild, who takes care of all the dungeon business without letting them move even a single finger. Although they are bored out of their minds, they still don't mind it as they are still leveling up at a steady pace. If they continue at this pace, the few of them might even be able to enter into Park Yongwon's personal squad to raid the Floor 6 dungeon. Kim Wujin realizes that Frontier Guild might be helping them level up so that Park Yongwon can enter the 6th floor dungeon as quickly as possible, which will allow them to take care of the other things behind his back. As he is making the deductions in his mind, he receives the notification that the dungeon has been cleared. The Park Yongwon's faction is about to stand up when suddenly Frontier Guild arrives and their captain starts to bash them as he reminds them that they are not allowed to move even a finger without their permission, or that he will make sure that they are never able to walk again. After exiting the dungeon, Kim Wujin is already in a foul mood when Osai-chan calls him to inform him that Park Yongwon has announced that he will be entering the Floor 6 dungeon very soon. Osai-chan don't blame Park Yongwon for moving this quickly, as he has not much time to build his foundations to stand against the Messiah Guild. But this is exactly what the Frontier Guild is taking advantage of, as once Park Yongwon is in the dungeon, they will be able to show off their true colors to the world. Kim Wujin already knows this, so he asks Osai-chan to cut off his yapping and just hand him over the intel that he requested from him. Osai-chan tells him to not get so easily rage-baited like the lion, and that he will give the report to him in person tomorrow. The following morning, Kim Wujin is waiting at a cafe for Osai-chan when Secretary Lee arrives instead of him. She apologizes to Kim Wujin that Osai-chan was busy and couldn't make time, so instead she will be handing over the report to him instead. Inside the report, Kim Wujin finds all the information of guilds suspected of being connected to the Messiah Guild, which includes all top 5 guilds in the world, with Frontier Guild being one of them. This truly shocks Kim Wujin, who didn't expect that the Messiah Guild would be this deep into the things already. Aside from that, he also finds all the information on the players who are working for Messiah Guild in other guilds, and players who hold the legendary items. One of the players is that arrogant prick from the Frontier Guild named Sam Oliver, who holds the legendary item Percival's Spear. Kim Wujin didn't expect the Percival Spear to be on such a player, especially someone who he had plans of eliminating in the next couple of days. He thanks Secretary Lee for providing him with this report, as this is more than enough to repay him for all of his efforts. But he wants just one more thing from them, and it's the same thing that he had requested them the last time, but this time, it's on this player Sam Oliver. While Kim Wujin is plotting against Sam, Sam is also plotting against him as he just received the task from the Frontier Guild to quickly eliminate Kim Wujin the next time they enter the dungeon. He remembers how haughty was that lady from the Frontier Guild when ordering him, but he had to bear it as they are the one who provided him with the Percival's Spear, and if he fails in his task, that would mean losing the legendary item which he cannot afford to lose at all cost. So to eliminate Kim Wujin, he sets up another dungeon raid, but when they enter the dungeon, he is worried to learn that it's a survival quest instead. This makes him anxious because Kim Wujin might just hide for the whole 4 days of the survival quest, which will make things harder for him. So he decides to quickly take action and eliminate Kim Wujin in one go. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, also realizes this and decides to show these American players who is the real boss. So while the Frontier Guild members are discussing how to tackle Kim Wujin, he makes space from the Lion Guild and escapes the second he gets an opportunity. By the time Frontier Guild notices this, Kim Wujin has already gotten further away, leading to a chase between him and the Frontier Guild players. After running around for a while, Kim Wujin disappears, leaving the chasing Frontier Guild members to stop and go back to Sam to consult on what to do now. This is exactly what Kim Wujin wanted them to do, so he gets down from the tree that he was hiding in and takes out the special item that he acquired from the Firefox dungeon. The item is a legendary ring called Plus Ultra, and just like its name, which is referenced from My Hero Academia, it allows the player to go past their limits and achieve strength that is impossible for their current level. One of the attributes of this legendary ring is leveling up all the skills by 1, and this is exactly what Kim Wujin wanted to acquire. As with this, his skeleton soldier skill would elevate to the next level, allowing him to summon newer types of skeleton soldiers. Just when he upgrades the skill, a pack of wolves come out from the bushes and look at him as if he is the tastiest meal ever. The real irony is that Kim Wujin also feels the same, as these wolves are the best test subject for him to test his upgraded skeleton soldier skill on. Meanwhile, the remaining players of the Frontier Guild arrive back at the spawn point, where they meet Sam, who is disappointed in them for letting Kim Wujin escape like this. However, since it has already happened, he decides to change his plans and focus on surviving the quest and saving their strength by not rashly chasing after Kim Wujin. To save time and prevent news from going out, he also eliminates all the other Lion Guild players. His teammates' blood run cold, seeing him massacre other players like this, but they follow his orders without any disobedience. After giving orders to everyone, Sam leads the Frontier Guild to search for any leads leading to Kim Wujin. During their search, he finds a few monster corpses, which makes him wonder if Kim Wujin was attacked by monsters while running away. However, just then the monster corpses explode, destroying the whole formation of the Frontier Guild. By the time Sam realizes that they have walked into a trap, a lot of the Frontier Guild players are injured from the explosion, making it harder for them to escape. If the explosion wasn't enough, he also notices skeleton soldiers surrounding them, which gives him only one option, which is to fight head-on. Kim Wujin cleverly separates the Frontier Guild from Sam by using his skeleton soldiers, which singles out Sam, who has no way to rely on his fellow players to fight against the enemy. One of the giant skeleton soldiers makes use of the distraction to ambush Sam, but Sam clears out the dust using his skill and blocks the attack in time. But the spear in his hand gets cut in two, making him take out his legendary item, Percival's Spear, instead. The Percival Spear increases his physical stats by 30% aside from giving a huge buff to his penetration skills. Percival Spear's special ability is that any wound caused by it can't be healed easily. With the spear, Sam blasts open the chest of the skeleton soldier, but before he can follow up with an attack, the skeleton soldiers start to retreat all of a sudden. After the skeleton soldiers have retreated, a new skeleton soldier in the shape of a wolf makes an entrance, which is the newest skeleton soldier acquired by Kim Wujin. Kim Wujin connects himself to the bestial skeleton soldier and starts jumping around Sam Oliver. Sam is troubled by the speed of the bestial skeleton soldier, as it's way faster than the normal humanoid skeleton soldiers. Worried that he might get exhausted if he prolongs the battle, Sam decides to risk it all on his most deadliest skill, but unfortunately, just as his spear is about to land on the bestial skeleton soldier, it sidesteps as if it knew what was already coming, and jumps up to bite his arm that was holding the Percival Spear. After the bestial skeleton soldier has taken down Sam, Kim Wujin disconnects with it and walks towards Sam, who is trying to grab the spear which landed on the ground not further away from him. Unfortunately for Sam, Kim Wujin picks up the spear as he comments that no matter how good the weapon is, it doesn't matter if you cannot hit. Sam, who is under the jaws of the bestial skeleton soldier, begs mercy from Kim Wujin and promises to tell him everything that he wants to know if he will spare him. Kim Wujin can't help but smile after hearing his words, because only Kim Wujin in this world has the ability to hear the secrets from the dead, using his skill, Eye of Anubis. After finishing off Sam and learning the secrets from him, Kim Wujin focuses on clearing the dungeon, and while he is doing it, in the real world, Jamie Kim of the Frontier Guild comes running into Chief Naomi's office, who is the same woman who gave the Percival Spear to Sam Oliver to finish off his task. She learns from Jamie Kim that Sam Oliver has betrayed them and killed all of their informants standing outside the dungeon. In the footage of the video, she sees the two of the men hired by her spraying down using their assault rifles on a person who looks like Sam Oliver. The supposed Sam Oliver kills both of the men with his spear and looks towards the camera as he mentions about a deal with Kim Wujin, about taking care of things. All of this is seen through the camera by Chief Naomi, who is terrified of the consequences of what will happen if the news exposes who is behind her. So she immediately decides to take care of both of them before anyone can learn about it. While Chief Naomi is shaking in her boots, the supposed Sam Oliver is picked up by Lee Jaina in a van. After getting into the van, Sam Oliver takes off the mask and under it is Kim Wujin's face. It turns out that the special item that Kim Wujin requested from Osa-chan was a replica mask of Sam Oliver's face. With the mask, Kim Wujin can roam the world in Sam Oliver's face, and do things that he can't do under his personal identity. However, it's not the time for him to use this identity as he plans to hide himself in a dungeon, so that Chief Naomi can suffer as much as she wants. He isn't too worried because from the memories of Sam Oliver, he discovered that only Chief Naomi's faction is working with the Messiah Guild, which means that the Messiah Guild has still not grown that much compared to Kim Wujin's past life. Just then he calls Osai-chan and learns all the details from him. Most of these details are already known by Kim Wujin through the memories of Sam Oliver. After both sides finish exchanging information, Kim Wujin asks Osai-chan to reserve a dungeon for him. Osai-chan asks him what dungeon he is planning to hide in for a while, to which Kim Wujin answers him that it's the infamous brawler of the Frozen Forest dungeon located in Taiwan. Hearing that it's this dungeon makes Osai-chan terrified, as this dungeon is known to be one of the hardest dungeons on the planet, as even the Messiah Guild has failed 4 times to conquer it. Kim Wujin is deeply aware of this dungeon as it's one of the few dungeons that were still unconquered even in his previous life. One of the biggest problems with this dungeon is that it has a level cap of 60, which is why Lee Sejun and other big players didn't have the chance to conquer in his previous life. So this time Kim Wujin decides to take the mantle in his own hands, as he has started to realize that if he wants to take his revenge on the Messiah Guild, he needs to do things that he did not do or did not have information in his past life. Osai-chan confirms from Kim Wujin if he really wants to try out this dungeon, to which Kim Wujin assures him that he has already made up his mind. Lee Jaina, who is sitting in front of him, hears this and acts as if his wife just announced that she's getting a divorce. He begs Osai-chan to not let Kim Wujin attempt the dungeon, but Osai-chan doesn't listen to him and approves of Kim Wujin's request. Kim Wujin also asks Osai-chan if he should use the identity of Isaac Ivanov to get some benefits from the Messiah Guild, as he will be conquering a dungeon that even the Messiah Guild had not been able to clear before. Kim Wujin's bait is successful, as under the pressure of the public, the Messiah Guild is forced to donate a unique item over to Kim Wujin for attempting the dungeon. This news soon reaches Osai-chan, who is sitting in his office with Lee Jaina. After hearing the news, Lee Jaina calls the Messiah Guild to be even bigger cheapskates than the cheapskate sitting in front of him. He asks Osai-chan why Kim Wujin didn't ask for a legendary item. Before Osai-chan can answer, Secretary Lee answers on his behalf that it would make asking for higher tier items in the future a lot more difficult for them. Osai-chan praises Secretary Lee like there is no tomorrow, and wonders why Lee Jaina is so stupid, even though they both have Lee in their names. After hearing the explanation from Secretary Lee, Lee Jaina becomes excited as he can already imagine himself exploiting legendary items from the Messiah Guild in the future. But Osai-chan cuts off his daydreaming and orders him to go and pack his bags and head to Taiwan for the dungeon raid, immediately. At Taipei, Taiwan, Kim Wujin, who is disguised as Isaac Ivanov, holds a conference for the dungeon raid, in which a lot of high-profile guilds participate. Since the dungeon has the limit of 80 players, a lot of the other players will be participating. Lee Jaina doesn't understand why would they risk their lives like this, to which Kim Wujin replies that they aren't participating because they want to avenge their fallen comrades, but that the thousands of players who died in the dungeon, the accumulated treasures are more than enough for people to risk their lives to steal. Just then, a man in a suit enters the room and informs Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina that the dungeon raid will be officially starting in 1 hour. Kim Wujin nods in approval, but he tells him that he has a request for him. He tells the man he wants to make an announcement to the world. The announcement is that he wants to clear the dungeon by himself, so everyone who is entering into the dungeon should not interfere with his plans. He tells everyone that his goal is to clear the game and save humanity from their impending doom. While Kim Wujin is preparing to enter the dungeon, Chief Naomi is losing her mind because all the traces of Sam Oliver and Kim Wujin have been erased by someone. This makes her extremely desperate as she asks Jamie Kim to do whatever he can to find both of them before Park Yong-won gets out of the dungeon. On the other hand, Osai-chan also hears Kim Wujin's shocking announcement, but he is used to such behavior from Kim Wujin, so he just takes it as his declaration against the world, especially the Messiah Guild who doesn't want the game to end. Soon an hour passes by, and all the players enter the Frozen Forest dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina becomes the center of attraction as they want to see how strong this legendary player is. Kim Wujin also wants to show his powers to these people, so that they won't be foolish enough to show their ambitions in front of him. Without wasting further time, he summons all of his skeleton soldiers, and their auras alone causes the players to back away in fear. They quietly go their own ways to look for player corpses to loot, leaving Kim Wujin all alone. After a whole day searching for other players' corpses, the grave robbers don't find anything worthwhile. This makes them wonder if all the good loot is on the second floor, as the first floor hasn't really been a challenge this whole time. One of the players mentions that the Van Gogh's bracelet also should be on the second floor, when suddenly his friend stops him from speaking any further, as he hears something around them. He quickly jumps onto the tree to see if anyone is spying on them, but just finds a skeleton lying on the tree. He thinks of it as a corpse of a monster which was killed by players who came before them, and just throws it to the side. What they don't know is that it was Kim Wujin spying on them, using his Grim Reaper's mask to connect with the skeleton soldier. From these players he learns that they are from China's #1 guild, Kunlun, and that they are looking for an item called Van Gogh's bracelet. He doesn't know anything about this item, but since it's one of the top 5 major guilds of the world looking for it, he knows that it won't be insignificant. Even though Kim Wujin doesn't know the sort of abilities the Van Gogh's bracelet contains, he would still love to acquire it to see for himself. While Kim Wujin is thinking about the bracelet, Lee Jana is pissed that so many people entered the dungeon, but they are the only 2 people actively making efforts to clear the dungeon. Kim Wujin already expected this, so he isn't so affected by their behavior. Instead, he asks Lee Jana to rest as the second floor would definitely be way harder. Soon, the night passes by and the following morning, Kim Wujin and the other players are teleported to the second floor. Compared to the temperature on the first floor, the second floor is way too cold. Despite wearing heavy armor and clothes, all the players shiver from the cold. However, soon a player realizes that what they are being affected by isn't the cold but fear. This scares all the players as they wonder which kind of terrifying monster is on the second floor for them to make them shiver like this. Kim Wujin is also curious to know which sort of monster is capable of instilling such fear into the players. To his knowledge, only dragons are capable of using such tactics. But since it's a 2-floor dungeon, there is no way for a dragon to exist on this floor. While Kim Wujin is going through different options in his mind, the other guilds start to move in the name of searching for the boss. But even a child can deduce that they are going to rob the corpses of other players. While Lee Jina is being rage-baited by their behavior, Kim Wujin stands there like a nonchalant gigachad. He just tells Lee Jina to do what they came here to do, and that there is no way that these hyenas will ever help them in clearing the dungeon. Back to the other guilds and players. The Kunlun Guild is the first one to make a move, which makes the One-Eyed Man furious, as he wanted to inspect the corpses first. After the Kunlun Guild leaves, the One-Eyed Man leads his own guild to search the corpses, but they don't really find any good items. This gives him the urgency to find new corpses before other players can find them. Back to Kim Wujin. Even though he called the other players hyenas for snatching things from corpses, he also seems to be doing the same. But instead of snatching treasures, he is looking into their memories to learn more about the dungeon's second floor and the Van Gogh's bracelet. After checking multiple corpses, he finally finds one corpse which has the memories of Van Gogh's bracelet, which fell onto the horn of a monster. Kim Wujin buries the fallen player and turns to Lee Jina, as he wants to discuss their plan before the final battle. He quickly summons a giant sawtooth skeleton soldier which Lee Jina begs to let him ride it. Kim Wujin allows him to ride it and even hands him the legendary Percival's spear. Lee Jina shakingly asks Kim Wujin if he wants him to fight the boss this way. Kim Wujin gives him full points for correctly answering his own question. After the duo leaves, Kunlun Guild players arrive on the spot and notice the grave made with stones. One of them suggests digging it, but the other player tells him to just leave it as they have no time unless it belongs to one of their brothers. Back to Kim Wujin, he informs Lee Jina of what he learned from the memories of the dead players, but doesn't tell him how he acquired this knowledge. He just informs him that the boss is an ogre who has survived 23 attempts and has now grown into a hunter. Lee Jina doesn't understand this concept, so he asks Kim Wujin to explain this concept to him as if he is a 5-year-old child. Grok, or Kim Wujin in this scenario, explains to Lee Jina that after the dungeon raid is failed, the dungeon regenerates new monsters in it for the next attempt, but the monsters which survive become even stronger with each failed attempt. So the ogre boss is something that can be compared to the most elite boss at this level of dungeon. Lee Jina is amazed by Kim Wujin's knowledge and doesn't understand how he managed to learn all of this from just turning over some corpses. While Lee Jina is worshipping Kim Wujin like a god, the One-Eyed Man and his teammates are searching for corpses when they find an entire stack of them in the middle of a valley. The One-Eyed Man feels a bit weirded out as this whole thing doesn't sit right with him. He looks at the corpses and realizes that they all have their items still stacked on them, which means that no player has touched them before. While inspecting the fallen players, his gaze falls onto blood marks, which seems as if something or someone has dragged them out on purpose. Everything instantly clicks in his mind as he yells at everyone that this whole thing is a trap, but by then it is already too late, and the fear is already upon them. By the time One-Eyed Man turns around, the ogre boss has already eliminated a couple of his teammates. One after another, all the players of his team fall down with only himself remaining. In anger, he attacks the ogre with his unique ranked sword, but the sword doesn't even chip the slightest of the monster's health bar. Instead, it breaks in two. The One-Eyed Man instantly realizes that he is no match for the ogre and tries to escape, but the ogre has already experienced 23 instances of human fighting style before, so there is no chance it will let him go. In the meantime, Kim Wujin and Lee Jina also arrive at the scene, as Kim Wujin orders Lee Jina to go and do what he told him to do. While seated upon the bestial skeleton soldier, Lee Jina rides it like a cavalry horse and rushes towards the ogre to attack it. But the ogre immediately sends his gloomy aura towards Lee Jina, which engulfs him with fear, but fortunately, he has the Ring of Lancelot on him, which negates all the negative debuffs. With one of its biggest abilities rendered useless, Lee Jaina just keeps on poking at the ogre boss, while Kim Wujin controls the bestial skeleton soldier to not let Lee Jaina get hit by the ogre boss. But Lee Jaina is still very afraid of the boss, so he asks Kim Wujin when he will step in. Kim Wujin replies to him that he will step in after he has poked at least 10 holes into his body. While Lee Jaina fulfills his command, Kim Wujin summons the rest of his skeleton soldiers and hands them the blood weapons that he made from his own toxic blood, each filled with poison like everyone's ex. While Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina are fighting against the ogre boss, the Kunlun Guild is still searching for Van Gogh's bracelet. Even being so far from the boss battle, they can still feel the ogre's terrifying aura. This makes them realize that the Russian players must be fighting against the boss. They don't doubt that they won't be able to clear the dungeon, so they start hurrying up in their search for Van Gogh's bracelet. After looking around for a while, they finally discover a corpse of their fallen brother, which has the secret code written on it about the bracelet being in the hand of that Kunlun Guild member, which Kim Wujin buried in a stone grave. By the time they discover it, it's already too late, as Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina has started their final phase against the ogre boss. With more than 10 toxic spears stuck in its body, the ogre boss finally falls down as poison spreads throughout its whole body. With the ogre on its knees, Lee Jaina comments on how deadly is the combo of the Percival's spear and Kim Wujin's toxic blood. Even the powerful ogre was defeated. This makes him feel invincible, but Kim Wujin reminds him that there are 3 floor dungeons above this where even stronger bosses live. Aside from that, there is the strongest monster, Lee Si-jun. To hunt that guy, Kim Wujin needs much more on his hands than whatever he has right now. After the ogre boss dies, Kim Wujin receives a new title for being the first player to kill the boss of this dungeon. To reward his achievement, his sponsor rewards him with a golden skill page. The skill is named Berserker, and it allows the user to go into a berserk state which increases all of their states but at the cost of health bar decreasing over time. Lee Si-jun is extremely envious of him as his sponsor never rewards him with skills like this. Aside from the skill, the most important item that Kim Wujin obtains from the dungeon is the Van Gogh's bracelet, which he can't wait to see its effect after getting out of the dungeon. In the real world, a huge crowd is gathered outside the dungeon to welcome the champions, but Kim Wujin doesn't stay longer between them and immediately leaves in his car alongside Lee Jaina. On the other hand, the Kunlun Guild members are upset that they weren't able to find Van Gogh's bracelet. They can only hope whoever found the bracelet isn't Isaac Ivanov, as that would make things extremely tough for them. Inside the car, Kim Wujin looks at the description of Van Gogh's bracelet, which is a legendary bracelet that grants a player to equip 5 rings on one hand at a time. But the side effect is that the player can't remove those rings. Even though the side effect is pretty serious, Kim Wujin doesn't mind it, as the ability to wear 5 rings is something that breaks the whole laws of the game itself. Normally, a player is only allowed to wear 5 accessories at a time. These include 1 necklace, 2 rings with 1 on each hand, and 2 bracelets also 1 on each hand. This will allow Kim Wujin to have a huge advantage over other players, but he would have to carefully select the rings. Just as he is thinking about which rings to put on, he receives a call from Oh Sai-chan, who tells him that Park Yong-won has returned, so it's time for him to play his cards. After learning this, Kim Wujin immediately informs Lee Jaina that they are going straight back to Korea. Lee Jaina is baffled, as he can't believe that they would go back home without even trying all the different Taiwanese foods. Bro definitely has good taste. Those xiao bao long do be an elite tier food. Back in Korea, Kim Wujin meets with Park Yong-won and informs him of everything that happened with Frontier Guild. He mixes half-truth with half-lies, but it's enough for Park Yong-won to believe him as the evidence is already there. His secretary hands him the evidence that they collected, which matches what Kim Wujin just told him. Park Yong-won can't believe that those evils from Frontier Guild were scheming like this behind his back. He promises that he will make them pay thrice the pay for it, but for that he needs Kim Wujin to do one thing for him. While Kim Wujin is finishing his deal with Park Yong-won, Oh Sai-chan is in his office smiling from head to toe. This makes Lee Jaina feel creeped out, as he wonders whom Park Yong-won swindled this time. Oh Sai-chan tells him that he is just getting what they deserve from Park Yong-won, and that person will soon be coming back with all the stuff. By that person, Oh Sai-chan means Kim Wujin, who has secured the briefcase from Park Yong-won, which includes the Skeleton Knight skill that Park Yong-won is willing to offer to Isaac Ivanov for his cooperation. The news of Park Yong-won supporting Isaac Ivanov in his greater goals causes an uproar in the public, as everyone starts to praise him after villainizing him for years. The news reaches to Park Sin-hye, who grits her teeth as this makes it harder for her to handle Park Yong-won from now on. In front of her kneels Chief Naomi, who is trembling from head to toe. Park Sin-hye reminds her of her failure, and asks her if she knows what to do. Park Yong-won, on the other hand, is also reading the newspaper and is quite happy with his decision. His secretary informs him that Kim Wujin has successfully delivered the package to Isaac Ivanov, and is now asking for their next move. Park Yong-won comments that Kim Wujin is quite an ambitious man, and just tells his secretary to arrange a slot for him in the 3-floor dungeon to test him. If he performs well, he will see if he is worth investing in. Park Young-won's secretary immediately arranges a slot for Kim Wujin in a 3-floor dungeon alongside a guide for him that will make sure that he doesn't fall in the dungeon. Even though the dungeon is a C-rank dungeon, the elite player chosen by Park Young-won still feels a bit aggrieved, as she can't believe that they are making her take care of a newbie like Kim Wujin. But Park Young-won's secretary reminds her that it's the decision of the guildmaster, which makes her even more furious, as she complains that ever since Park Young-won has become the guildmaster, the political scene has shifted way too much. She even threatens to join the Messiah Guild if this continues. While her teammate is trying to calm her down, Kim Wujin arrives on the scene, and when she notices his rundown car from the 1960s, she immediately forgets everything that she said and starts praising Kim Wujin for being a cheapskate just like her. If only she met Osea-kwan, she would have screamed without the S. Now that Jung Yeon-hong isn't mad anymore, she agrees to be Kim Wujin's guide. Inside the dungeon, Kim Wujin receives the notification of the condition to clear the first floor of the dungeon, which is to kill 1,000 monsters. But he isn't too worried about that, as his focus is on Jung Yeon-hong, as she is his guide, and he knows that Park Young-won wants to test him. Jung Yeon-hong also wants to test his skills, so she tells him to go and kill a monster for her. But Kim Wujin questions her, which monster he should kill, and how many and when. Seeing him question so many things already gets on her nerves. She just tells him to do whatever he can, to which Kim Wujin replies to her that he needs some time for preparation. Hearing his answer, Jung Yeon-hong leaves him alone and goes back to do her own side of things. Back in the real world, Lee Jaina is sitting in Oh-se-chan's when he learns that Kim Wujin is yet on another dungeon raid. This causes Oh-se-chan to tell him to go and do a few dungeon raids on his own to level up quickly so that he won't be left too far behind. Lee Jaina listens to his advice from one ear and lets it out from the other side. He complains that dungeon raids with Kim Wujin are already too exhausting and that he doesn't want to spend any more time in a dungeon alone. While they are yapping, Oh-se-chan receives a notification that a monster escaped from a dungeon gate, which caused a lot of catastrophe. Seeing the news makes Lee Jaina remember when the last time such an event happened and how much Korea suffered from it. Oh-se-chan immediately shuts him up as he reminds him of the promise to never speak about that event in front of Secretary Lee. But it's already too late, as Secretary Lee stands up as she recalls the scene from all that time ago. She was still in high school when the tragedy struck. The dungeon gate that the Messiah Guild was managing broke out and so many people died that day. One of those people was her own father. Remembering this event makes Secretary Lee unable to sit in the office anymore, so she leaves outside to get some fresh air. Meanwhile, in the office, the air becomes gloomy as Oh-se-chan berates Lee Jaina for being stupid enough to not remember such a basic thing. Lee Jaina apologizes, but he is also curious as to what kind of man was Secretary Lee's father. Oh-se-chan answers that he was an extreme workaholic and a father who would do anything for his daughter. So when that tragedy struck, he too was heartbroken, which explains his hatred towards the Messiah Guild as well. Back in the dungeon, Yoon Yeon-hee is cleaning up the monsters for their 1,000 monster hunting goal. Since it's a C-rank dungeon, the monsters aren't really tough, and at their pace they will be able to reach the second floor in just one day. Just as she is about to search for another monster, a guild member comes rushing towards her. He tells her that the newbie Kim Wujin is cooking something weird and that she needs to see this. He leads her to the place where Kim Wujin has just set up a trap for monsters. The trap consists of multiple wooden pillars and each player has small blades on it. So when the monsters chase after Kim Wujin, they get pricked by the blades, which allows Kim Wujin's poison to seep into their bodies. And since Kim Wujin is on top of the wooden pillars, no monster can reach him. Jung Yeon-hong is watching him with an amused expression, but then she notices that the quantity of the monsters around Kim Wujin is increasing, and if it continues to increase, he might be in trouble. So she is about to jump in to save him, but her teammate stops her and tells her to let him cook. Jung Yeon-hong tries to tell Kim Wujin that you are not that guy, pal. But Kim Wujin proves her wrong by using his blood mist skill to create a deadly poisonous miasma that paralyzes all the monsters near him, leading to an easy multi-kill. This brightens the eyes of Jung Yeon-hong, who sees absolute potential in the skills of Kim Wujin. Realizing this, she decides to pull him into her own squad at all cost. On the other hand, Kim Wujin has lost an immense amount of his blood, but it was worth it, as the emissary of the underworld likes his display of strength and awards him with a skill upgrade. But Kim Wujin is more focused on replenishing back his blood, so he heads towards a monster corpse and uses his blood-sucking skill to replenish his blood. On top of the tree, Jung Yeon-hong orders the guild member to go and inform Kim Wujin that he has passed her test. Later at night, Kim Wujin once again meets Yoon Yeon-hong, who praises his ability of using his toxic blood in such a unique way. She wants him to join her team, but Kim Wujin tells her that he will take 100,000 Korean won per use of his blood poison. He explains that each use of his blood poison skill uses a lot of his blood, so it's like a consumable but of a greater strength, and it is also replenishable. Kim Wujin successfully manages to rage bait Jung Yeon-hong, whose forehead veins are close to exploding. Not wanting to lose such a talented player, she agrees to paying him a certain amount, but only 30,000 Korean won for each use. They continue to negotiate, and at the end of the day, they both agree at 73,000 Korean won, which Jung-yeon Hong almost bled from her heart when agreeing to. The following morning, Kim Woo-jin alongside the rest of the team hunts monsters in groups as everyone wants Kim Woo-jin's blood poisonous debuffs onto their targets. Kim Woo-jin is surprised by how they are so efficient in their moves and starts to see Lion Guild in a new light. But Jung-yeon Hong immediately exposes herself when she tells him to use less blood for his skills, as it's 73,000 Korean won per use. Kim Woo-jin now knows why they were fighting so optimally, because Jung-yeon Hong didn't want to waste more money on his blood poison skill. However, Kim Woo-jin's skill is still extremely efficient despite how much he charges for it, and with his help, the group quickly arrives at the third and final floor. The last floor is a survival quest, which is pretty rare for the last floor of the dungeon. Jung-yeon Hong briefs everyone of their tasks, as she also dispatches some scouts to go and check around the area around them to see where it is safe to camp. The scouting group immediately scatters as they start to look out for various clues and stuff regarding this floor. After traveling as far as they can, they realize that this final floor is extremely small and that there aren't any monsters around. Aside from that, they fight giant steps of a monster, which makes them worried that this survival quest might be a survival quest against a boss instead of common monsters. They quickly head back to Jung-yeon Hong to inform her of what they discovered. After hearing the results of the scouting, Jung-yeon Hong becomes a bit anxious. She isn't worried that they won't be able to defeat the boss, especially now that they have Kim Woo-jin with them. She is more worried about the casualties, but before she can even strategize with her comrades, the ground starts to shake as a white troll rushes at them from a distance. Jung-yeon Hong is surprised by the sudden intrusion of the white troll and deduces that it must be the boss. She immediately orders everyone to scatter as she fires a few arrows laced with Kim Woo-jin's toxic blood into the white troll's body. The white troll isn't too happy about it, as only black trolls in their community are shot at. The wound from the arrows instantly heals, making the poison rather ineffective. Jung-yeon Hong becomes concerned after seeing this, so she gathers everyone and calls for a quick strategy meeting. Kim Woo-jin tells her that he has a plan, but she needs to talk to him alone for a minute. Jung-yeon Hong warns him that he better not try to haggle the price of his blood, but Kim Woo-jin tells her that he's not a cheapskate like her. A bit away from the rest of the players, Kim Woo-jin conjures a blood arrow from his toxic blood and hands it over to Jung-yeon Hong. He tells her to use this arrow instead of her usual ones, as this will allow much more concentrated poison to spread throughout the white troll's body. After receiving the instructions from Kim Woo-jin, she heads back to her team and informs everyone of their plan. She first has the two tanks aggro the white troll towards them, and while the white troll is aggroed, the casters will use fire spells to attack it. Even though the white troll is immune to fire spells, it will serve as a smokescreen, allowing the melee players to get real close. After the melee players create a few deep wounds, Jung-yeon Hong uses her trump card, which is the poisonous arrows given to her by Kim Woo-jin. The blood poisonous arrows melt into the white troll's body, causing it to get paralyzed, and its stats also starts to fall down. After the white troll is poisoned, it doesn't take much time for the players to slay it, claiming them their first clear of the C-rank 3-floor dungeon. Kim Woo-jin's skillful use of his blood weapon skill is praised by his sponsor, who grants him another level up of the skill. After the dungeon is cleared, everyone is getting ready to leave when Kim Woo-jin reminds Jung-yeon Hong that he bled 217 times this time in the dungeon, so she better pay him back for all that blood. Jung-yeon Hong, who was in a festive mood, immediately became sulky after hearing this, but compared to the lives of her comrades, she feels that it was worth it. Meanwhile, in the real world, Park Yong-won is also negotiating with Chief Naomi, who has no option but to reconcile with Park Yong-won. Park Yong-won is the opposite of Jung-yeon Hong, who believes that the lives of the players can be traded as long as there is money to be made. So if Chief Naomi can pay him for his losses of the players that he lost in the dungeon against Frontier Guild, he is willing to forgive her. Back to Jung-yeon Hong, she attends a post-dungeon raid conference where the reporters ask her how she and her team managed to have 0 casualties against a white troll, especially in a C-rank dungeon. Jung-yeon Hong credits all of that to Kim Woo-jin and his blood poison skills. This news shocks Korean media, as they start to discuss this newbie named Kim Woo-jin, whose abilities and far-sightedness saved dozens of players' lives in the dungeon. Meanwhile, the man behind the whole commotion is sitting in his rundown car from the 1950s as he talks to Oh Sai-chan on the phone. Oh Sai-chan informs him that Frontier Guild agreed to help his other identity, Isaac Ivanov, in acquiring rights to clear the Dead Forest dungeon in America. This was all thanks to Park Yong-won tackling down Chief Naomi and forcing her to pay the price. But Oh Sai-chan still feels that the chances are low, as this is a dungeon that even the American guilds failed to do, which currently holds one of the strongest players in the world. Aside from a few small dungeons, American guilds don't really allow other foreign players to step into their dungeons at all. So even if the Frontier Guild agrees, the Great One Guild of America might not really allow them an entry. But Kim Woo-jin is optimistic that the door will open anyways, whether they consent or not. On the other side, Park Yongwon receives the dungeon report of the C-rank dungeon, cleared by Kim Wujin, and praises his abilities. He didn't expect Kim Wujin to be this skillful, and decides to use him properly from now on. He asks his secretary to arrange a meeting with Kim Wujin, but she tells him to not worry, as Kim Wujin has already made his way here. Meanwhile, in America, the Great One Guild is having a meeting regarding the Frontier Guild's decision of allowing a foreigner to attempt to clear the Dead Forest dungeon that even they failed to clear. They feel that if a foreigner were to clear it instead of them, it would only hurt their pride as the greatest empire in the world. The guildmaster Carrie Rowana, who is a level 10 snow bunny, asks everyone about their opinions on this topic. The majority of the executives immediately disagree, as it's the question of their national pride, but Carrie Rowana tells them that it's a great way for them to get their application of reclearing approved from the government, as previously they wouldn't have allowed them waste more manpower in the dungeon. She also mentions about allowing everyone to join the raid, and whoever contributes the most in it will be granted the legendary item King Arthur's Ring. One of the executives immediately stands up to disagree with her, as it cost them a lot to acquire this ring, but Carrie tells them that she never said that she would hand over the ring to anyone for free, as they must pay a great price, if they can even win it in the first place. Back in Korea, Kim Wujin is in a car with Lee Jin-ah, who hands him over a skill page gifted to Kim Wujin from Osaya-chan. The skill is named Power of Pharaoh, and it allows the player to use all dead bodies as a sacrifice. Even though Kim Wujin already has the Book of the Undead to store his undead skeleton soldiers, he still feels that this skill might be useful in the future. After handing over the skill page to Kim Wujin, Lee Jin-ah reminds Kim Wujin that the Dead Forest is an undead-type dungeon, and that he would be at a disadvantage, as he won't have any dead bodies to use for his skeleton soldier skill. Kim Wujin tells him that it'll be fine, as he won't be fighting against the undead monsters anyways. Lee Jin-ah shakingly asks if by this he means that he will fight on his behalf instead. Kim Wujin credits him for his smartness, but Lee Jin-ah wants nothing but to overdose from sleeping pills instead. While Kim Wujin is rage-baiting Lee Jin-ah, he receives a call from Oh Sachin, who informs him that the Great One Guild has set up a reward for anyone who clears the dungeon with most contributions. He mentions that the rewards is the legendary item King Arthur's Ring. Just as this news reaches the ears of Kim Wujin, the whole world also explodes with these headlines that the Great One Guild is willing to wager their most prized King Arthur's Guild on the line for this dungeon raid. After hearing the news, all the high-profile guilds rushes to join the dungeon raid. Even the Messiah Guild is not able to resist the urge and abandon their public image to join the dungeon raid too. Soon Kim Wujin and Lee Jin-ah also arrives in San Francisco, America, under the guise of their Russian identities. They are also discussing the reward from the Great One Guild, but Kim Wujin knows that it won't be so easy for him to acquire it, especially since so many high-profile players are taking action. Soon all the players, including the American leader Ellis Heighton, completes their entry into the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the real world, one of the executives asks Carrie if it was really a good decision. It isn't that he doubts the ability of Ellis, but the stakes are way too high. Carrie assures the executive that when she meant that she will offer King Arthur's ring as a reward, she didn't mean that she won't use it in the dungeon raid, so she has already handed over the ring to Ellis, who equips the ring, which grants her a massive boost in power. Inside the dungeon, Ellis gathers everyone to tell them about the contribution board. The board will take notes of all the monsters that a team kills, and assign points for it. As they are discussing about the point system, Lee Jin-ah feels that it's a bit unfair, since the other guilds have bigger numbers, but Kim Wujin isn't too worried, as he plans to go with his original plan. He walks nearby to a dead corpse of a lizard, and uses the skill Power of Pharaoh on it. Since the lizard wasn't killed by him, the sacrifice is unsuccessful, and instead he summons a skeleton soldier out of it. Kim Wujin uses this skeleton soldier to spy on Ellis, who is also getting ready for the battle. Aside from the King Arthur's ring, she was also given Merlin's staff by the Great One Guild, which allows her to activate the hidden equipment bonus buff of the Legend of King Arthur set. The King Arthur's ring also makes all of the items belonging to the Round Table items stronger. With all of these items, Ellis's magical powers reaches the top of her level cap. This also brings her the confidence that no one else is stronger than her in this dungeon, which erases everyone's worries regarding losing the King Arthur's ring. Kim Wujin, who is spying on her from the skeleton soldier, disconnects from the skeleton soldier and starts to remember the details about Merlin's staff in his memories. He is quite surprised that Great One Guild also gave her this item, as he already knew that they would give King Arthur's ring to her anyways. Aside from that, he is also quite surprised to learn that Merlin's staff is in Great One Guild's hand, as in his previous life, this was the main magical staff of the Queen of Messiah Guild, Park Sin-hye. Now that he knows that Park Sin-hye acquired this staff from Great One Guild's hands, he decides to steal it from their hands, as this will essentially cripple Park Sin-hye's future. Meanwhile, Ellis goes on a rampage with her magical spells, as no monster can withstand her powers. This shocks all the players, who are not unsure anymore whether they will be able to clear the top floors easily or not. Ellis is also pleasantly surprised with her powers, as after killing all these monsters, their contribution points now rank at the top of the scoreboard. Meanwhile, Makash Guild, which Isaac Ivanov belongs to, is way below them in ranks. This makes all the American players laugh at him and doesn't care about his legendary status at all. However, Kim Wujin isn't too upset about all of this, as he just causally starts to summoning the undead skeletons from the corpses of monsters killed by Ellis and other players. Normally this wouldn't be possible as he didn't kill them, but the power of Pharaoh is a bug in the system that renders this side effect useless. His blatant confrontation causes the Great One Guild players to get rage-baited, and they all start cursing Kim Wujin for stealing their kill rewards. But Ellis holds them back and assures them whatever he does, he won't be able to beat them in the leaderboard. Now that would have been true if Kim Wujin didn't have the trump card on his hands. By trump card he means Lee Jaina, who still doesn't understand what sort of suffering is awaiting him. Lee Jaina doesn't like the look in Kim Wujin's eye, so he asks him what he wants him to do. Kim Wujin tells him that if they want to win this, they need to use their old tactics of him acting as the bait for monsters to chase after him. Lee Jaina can't believe that Kim Wujin would throw him in front of the wolves like this once again, but Kim Wujin emotionally manipulates him by telling him that only he can achieve this, as he is nigh immortal. Reluctantly, Lee Jaina accepts the task, and Kim Wujin also summons his personal trump card, which is the Skeleton Knight skill that he just acquired from Park Yongwon. Back in the real world, Osaya-chan is grinning when he sees all the famous guilds in the world focusing on this dungeon raid. Some guilds even set up betting stations where people can bet on which guild will secure the first place. Osaya-chan places his bet on Kim Wujin, whom he is sure that will the first place. But when he learns from Secretary Lee that Great One Guild has published the item load out of Ellis on the internet, he becomes shocked as Ellis is carrying not just one legendary ring, but also a legendary staff. Aside from that, who knows how many other items she has in her inventory. Osaya-chan now regrets betting everything on Kim Wujin and wants to change, but unfortunately the betting is irreversible, which makes him cry as if he just lost his mother or something. Back to the dungeon, Kim Wujin quickly overtakes Great One Guild using this new strategy which shocks Ellis, who thought that her position as the top contender was confirmed. She asks him what secret he has, to which Kim Wujin nonchalantly replies that it's all luck. Ellis doesn't believe him, but Kim Wujin doesn't care, as he instead asks her what abilities does the King Arthur's ring has. He wants to know this beforehand, as he believes that he will acquire this ring sooner or later. In fact, he even asks Ellis to give the ring back to him willingly, as only the strongest player should hold the strongest equipments. Ellis is amused by his words and asks him if he truly thinks he is the strongest player in the dungeon. Not wanting to rage bait Ellis, Kim Wujin tells her that if there was someone else stronger than him, he would have offered his items to them, so that they would have greater hope in clearing the dungeon. Ellis calls him arrogant for having a thinking like that and leaves. She still believes in herself that she will be able to surpass him on the leaderboard soon. This heated verbal battle is witnessed by Frontier Guild's Captain Jay Jackson, who is more than happy for them to fight, as he wishes them to even perish altogether. As for Ellis, she returns back to the camp, but unfortunately, no matter how hard she and her comrades try, they are still unable to get even close to him, as their numbers keep on getting wider and wider. She has just finished her hunting session when one of her scouts comes rushing towards them, as he breaks down the news that Kim Wujin has 50 skeleton soldiers in his sleeves. On top of that, he also has a skeleton soldier knight, which isn't weaker than any of the elite player in their guild. The scout wasn't lying, as Kim Wujin truly has gained the ability to summon 50 skeleton soldiers with his current mastery of the skeleton soldier mastery skill. He quickly chugs down a magic potion to recover his mana, as he will be facing another wave of monsters in a while. Soon, Lee Jaina comes rushing towards him, and behind his back is an army of hundreds of orcs. However, Kim Wujin isn't afraid, as his skeleton knight is equipped with the Percival's spear, which pierced through even the toughest of the enemies. His other skeleton soldiers aren't any weak, as they are also equipped with top-class equipment and weapons. The battle is a total massacre, as Kim Wujin's undead army annihilates the whole orc army. With this battle finished, no one can shake Kim Wujin's position as the #1 on leaderboard, which gives him the priority on the second floor to hunt the boss first. Ellis accepts her defeat, but tells him that if he fails to defeat the monster, he will be out from the competition. Soon everyone arrives at the second floor, and the quest this time is a boss named Earth Turtle. While Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina leaves out to search for it and slay it, Jay Jackson approaches Ellis from behind as he offers to cooperate with her in efforts of standing against Kim Wujin, who is after all a foreigner. Jay Jackson is as persuasive as any Republican, as he asks Ellis to carefully think over his deal. Ellis, on the other hand, throws aside his offer as she calls him a coward for trying to play tricks on others behind their backs. She also warns him that if he tries to play such tricks against her, she will let him know who she is. While Ellis is berating Jay Jackson, Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina has already cleared the dungeon. This shocks both of the captains, as they didn't expect them to be this quick. Back to the Earth Turtle boss. Its corpse lays on the ground, and besides him is Lee Jaina kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. He quickly takes out a couple of sausages from his inventory and starts munching on them to activate his blessing of the sticks. The blessing quickly heals Lee Jaina's wound, but he still curses Kim Wujin for making the whole thing so rough for him. Kim Wujin asks him to rephrase his word, as it sounds as if they had cracked each other. Even though Lee Jana is slightly angry at Kim Wujin for always treating him like a rag doll, but he isn't too dissatisfied as during the entire period of their cooperation, his blessing has leveled up by 3 levels, which he couldn't have achieved on his own. Since the second floor has been cleared, Kim Wujin and the others arrive at the 3rd floor, and right after entering, they can feel an ominous aura in the air. At first they feel that it might be psychological effect, but when the system notifies them that they have been affected by the black fog, and that their vitality will drain with time, Kim Wujin has his power of Aphosis, which grants him immunity to all sorts of poisons, while Lee Jana has the Ring of Lancelot, which gives him resistance to negative effects as well. However, the other players aren't so fortunate, as they all become terrified and immediately takes out the antidotes in their inventory to detoxify themselves. Unfortunately, the amount of antidotes are barely enough for them to last half a day. Ellis is worried that they might not be able to clear the dungeon in half a day, which puts her on the edge of her seat. Jay Jackson uses this opportunity to approach Ellis once again, and tells her that they have also only have half a day worth of antidotes. This puts them at disadvantage against Kim Wujin, so he extends his hand in front of Ellis once again for her cooperation, and this time she doesn't reject him as she also doesn't want the ring to fall into the hands of a foreigner. After making the deal, Jay Jackson smiles in his heart, as he just lied to Ellis about their supply of antidotes only being enough for 1 day, when in reality, he has enough antidotes for the Frontier Guild to last a whole day. Back to Kim Wujin and Lee Jana. They stand in front of the boss of this dungeon, which is also an undead monster. But unlike other undead monsters, it has the ability to summon endless amount of skeleton soldiers for his own army as well. Lee Jana is quite worried as to how they will defeat the undead commander and his whole army of undead skeletons. Kim Wujin isn't too worried about the skeleton commander as he already has his own trump cards. But what he does care about is making the Great One Guild and Frontier Guild suffer and beg him to clear the dungeon quickly. On the side of American players, they start to hear the sounds of a great battle happening in the distant. But they can't interfere because of this roles. But that doesn't mean that they can't play tricks to affect Kim Wujin and his skeleton soldiers' army. Kim Wujin is watching Lee Jana battle the undead commander's army on his own, when suddenly a huge group of orcs rushes towards him. But Kim Wujin had already expected this, so he activates the explosive corpses which causes the whole floor to shake. Away from the battle, Jay Jackson is shocked as he can't believe that Kim Wujin could predict such a thing. While Jay Jackson is losing his balls, Ellis is constantly under pressure as it's been almost half a day and a lot of her guild members are slowly being drained by the poison. She doesn't understand why it's taking such a long time for Jay Jackson to complete his task. But just then she notices Kim Wujin walking towards them as she asks her if he has already given up. Kim Wujin tells her that he is here only to send back the Frontier Guild members that were critically injured. Ellis doesn't understand what he is talking about, but then her gaze falls onto Jay Jackson, who is lying on the ground unconscious. She finally realizes why he was taking so long, because somehow he had already found himself in the ditch. But she doesn't want to let Kim Wujin go back this easily, so she tells him that according to their agreement, he has retreated from the fight, which counts as him giving up. But Kim Wujin just places a finger on his mouth and asks her to subai, as his teammate is still fighting for his life against the undead commander. At first Ellis doesn't remember who his other teammate is, but when her guild members makes her remember that gorilla-looking guy, that they finally realize that Kim Wujin wasn't alone this whole time. But she still doesn't want to give up this opportunity, so she asks him if he is still fine with being poisoned by the black gas, which even she has no way of fighting aside from constantly using antidotes. Kim Wujin reminds her that poisons can't affect him, which makes Ellis remember that Kim Wujin was the first person to clear the Needle Snake dungeon, whose poison had taken the lives of hundreds of other players. Using her silence as an opportunity, Kim Wujin verbally attacks Ellis by saying that things wouldn't have come this far if all guilds decided to just cooperate from the start, instead of having competitions to decide the ranking. His voice is supported by other players who blame Ellis and the Great One Guild for being so greedy and luring them into the dungeon, under the guise of items that they never planned to have anyone win. Kim Wujin is delighted by the result, so he plays his ace card, which is him reminding Ellis that she should help him in clearing the dungeon, or else the blame for the death of all these players will go onto her shoulders. Ellis has no other choice but to give up the King Arthur's ring and the Merlin's staff, just for the sake of saving the face and the reputation of the Great One Guild. After equipping all of these items, Kim Wujin arrives back at the battlefield, where Lee Jana has been suffering all alone this whole time. He is finally glad that Kim Wujin has returned, but he still doesn't know how he will take such a monster down, who has infinite numbers of skeleton minions up his hands. Kim Wujin asks him to not worry, as he activates the blessing of the King Arthur's ring, which gives him the set bonus alongside the Merlin's staff. This only buffs his magical powers, but the effects of King Arthur's ring doesn't end there. It also buffs all the Round Table legendary items, one of which Kim Wujin wears on his neck. The Gawain's necklace allows Kim Wujin to activate the Blessing of the Sun, which grants Kim Wujin the holy powers which he then transfers to his skeleton soldiers using his skill Aura Field. Now all of Kim Wujin's soldiers are buffed to the max, and even the strongest undead commander is nothing in front of his massive skeleton soldiers' army. But Kim Wujin doesn't plan to have a battle of attrition, as that would be too exhausting, and by the end of it, the remaining players might not even survive. While Kim Wujin and his army are locked in a struggle against the undead commander, Dullahan, Jay Jackson is healed back to being conscious by a healer of his frontier guild. The healer suggests him to calmly lay down, or else the poisonous fog might start draining his health once again. He also informs him that he was taken back to the base by Kim Wujin, which pisses off Jay Jackson, who can't believe that he was played like a fool. Ellis is also furious at herself because she not only lost the King Arthur's ring to Kim Wujin but also the Merlin's staff. However, she couldn't have said no, or else the players surrounding her would have doomed themselves in order to take revenge against her and the Great One Guild. This makes her realize how truly frightening Kim Wujin is. That makes her even more curious as to how he will defeat the undead commander Dullahan. So she rushes towards the battlefield where she sees Kim Wujin and his skeleton army locked in a battle against the Dullahan. At first, she is confused as to how Kim Wujin would win against such an opponent that has endless army at his disposal. But after looking carefully, she notices that Kim Wujin has isolated Dullahan from his army by using his skeleton soldier army as a wall. This gives him the chance to fight the Dullahan in one-on-one situation, which serves him a much higher chance of victory. She once again forgets about poor Lee Jaina, who is also trying to contribute in the battle by taking away Dullahan's attention away from Kim Wujin. Unfortunately, he isn't able to do much aside from this, as Dullahan's body emit an extremely cold air which is enough to freeze everything. Even Kim Wujin only knows one method that worked against Dullahan in his previous life, and that was by using an extreme amount of heat and firepower. The core of the battle in his past life was Lee Sejun, and even though Kim Wujin is nowhere close to his level yet, he still believes in himself and his strength. So without wasting any further time, Kim Wujin grabs the Percival's spear, which gets augmented by King Arthur's ring, increasing its penetration ability even further. The Gawain's necklace also gives him immense source of heat, which will at least prevent him from freezing instantly. Kim Wujin signals Lee Jaina to aggro Dullahan, so that he can jump in the right time to knock its head off. Lee Jaina immediately follows his guideline and rushes towards Dullahan with the bronze knuckle on his hand. Dullahan immediately strikes down his sword at Lee Jaina, who barely manages to block it with his bronze knuckle. But it opens up the window for Kim Wujin to attack, and he does by smashing the skull off Dullahan's head, which finally cracks under the extreme penetration power of the Percival's spear. With Dullahan's skull being cracked, the force in its body gushes out, which creates a huge explosion and a wave that clears all the poisonous mist on the third floor. Instantly, everyone receives the notification that Dullahan is dead, which also leads to the notification of the dungeon been successfully cleared. Dullahan's only leave behind a single time, which is a legendary ring named Hercules' Ring. It gives huge boost to the player depending on the amount of achievements they have. Aside from the Hercules' ring, Kim Wujin is also interested in Dullahan's corpse, which he uses his skeleton soldier skill to summon a skeleton soldier of Dullahan. Back in the real world, the media outlets explode as news about the dead forest being cleared spreads throughout the whole world. Carrie also receives this news and is extremely furious at Ellis for not only failing the task but also failing this miserably. If Carrie is the angriest person after hearing this news, Park Yongwon can be said to be the most happiest. In the headlines, Isaac Ivanov gives him the credit for this dungeon clearance, because his skill page that he gave to Isaac Ivanov helped him a lot. He wants to thank Kim Wujin, who suggested him to invest in Isaac Ivanov, which not only restored the reputation of Lions Guild but also strengthened multiple times. So much that some people are even comparing them to the Messiah Guild now. While he is basking in happiness, his secretary informs him that Mokosh Guild of Russia wants to talk to him. He remembers that this is the same guild that Isaac Ivanov belongs to, so he immediately picks it up to talk to them. Meanwhile, Isaac Ivanov, who is in reality Kim Wujin, talks with Osai-chan on a call and asks him if he has put the bait out in front of the prey. Osai-chan assures him that everything is taken care of and that he has even arranged the thing that he told him to arrange, but he advises him to take care of it as it's not that durable. After hanging the call, Kim Wujin turns to Lee Jaina, who complains to him for being a workaholic and not taking some time to rest. Kim Wujin tells him that they are just going to do that now, and that he can pick whichever place he wants to go to, and he will treat him unlimited food on his own expenses. Lee Jaina wonders if sun rose from west today, as there is no way this cheapskate is going to treat him to unlimited food. While Lee Jaina is thinking of what to eat, in the Messiah Guild headquarters, the things are pretty rough, as the Sword Master and Archer Master refuses to participate in any dungeon hunt till they have avenged their disciples by removing Kim Wujin from the face of this earth. Park Sin-shai tries to explain to them that Messiah Guild can't wait any longer to clear the Floor 7 dungeon, as their reputation is already dwindling after the recent successive victories of Isaac Ivanov over the dungeons which no one has been able to clear before. She also calls the whole thing about their disciples being trivial, which offends the both masters, who reminds her that what trivial is that rookie named Isaac Ivanov, who has barely cleared a Floor 3 dungeon and they are already treating him with such respect. Park Sin-shai wants to argue, but Lee Sejun stops her and allows the two masters to take care of their personal matters without any reprimand. Park Sin-shai can only bow down her head as she lacks the courage to speak against Lee Sejun. She tells the two masters that they will postpone the dungeon raid for now, till they are busy with their own matters. After the two masters leave, Johan Jorg, who is sitting in the shadows, laughs at the Messiah Guild and their current situation. He remembers that this is the same guild which used to be full of high-ranking members, is now empty, and no one even respects them anymore. Park Sin-hye warns him to not disrespect the guild before the master, but Lee Sejun signals her to shut up, and turns to Johan Jorg as he asks him what he can do to solve this current problem. As much arrogant Johan Jorg is, even he gets frightened by Lee Sejun's aura and struggles to speak. While they are in a meeting, Park Yong-won calls Kim Wujin to his office and informs him that he has another mission for him. Since he was the one who recommended Isaac Ivanov to him, the Russian player wants to appoint him as his duo. After informing Kim Wujin, Park Yong-won takes him to the dungeon gate where Isaac Ivanov will be testing him. It's Park Yong-won's first time meeting Isaac Ivanov in person, so he is quite excited. But after the meeting, he is quite disappointed, as the air around Isaac Ivanov doesn't feel as heavy as media portrayed it to be. Inside the dungeon, Isaac Ivanov takes off the face mask, and under the mask it turns out to be Lee Jaina. He laughs out aloud as the expression on the Park Yong-won's face was a delight to see. He also starts to praise his own acting skills, but Kim Wujin has to disagree with him as it almost costed him his whole identity today. He decides to not let such an event happen again. As for how they planned it, Kim Wujin had Osaka call Park Yong-won to tell him that he's from Mokosh Guild, and that he wants to test Kim Wujin to see if he can join Isaac Ivanov as a partner. But since Kim Wujin is Isaac Ivanov, he needed someone else to act like him in the meantime, so he chose Lee Jaina. He even fed Lee Jaina as much meat as he wanted, which satisfies the big man. He was about to call Kim Wujin an angel as compared to Osaka, but stops when he sees him paying for the meal using the card given to him by Park Yong-won for this meeting. Back to present, Kim Wujin is testing his new equipment against the monsters in the dungeon, but he is still unsatisfied as he can't test his full potential because the monsters are too weak. So instead he turns towards Lee Jaina, wanting him to be his test subject instead. Lee Jaina is terrified and reminds Kim Wujin that he will fail him in his assessment if he touches him, but Kim Wujin already planned to fail from the start. Soon they both exit the dungeon as Kim Wujin calls Oh Se-chan to give the news to Park Yong-won that he was unsatisfied with Kim Wujin's performance. Oh Se-chan agrees to it but informs him of another important news. The news is about Messiah Guild, who delayed their plans to clear the Floor 7 dungeon. Kim Wujin suspects that it must be because of inner tensions. He also suspects the two masters to be behind this decision to delay, as they are the only two in the guild to hold enough weight to make Lee Sejun change his decisions. Oh Se-chan agrees with him, but he also reminds Kim Wujin to be clear as the two masters have a blood feud with him. Kim Wujin thanks for the consideration, but he wants to take care of things on his hands for now. The following morning, Kim Wujin meets Park Yong-won, who is disappointed in him that he was disqualified from the test. To appease Park Yong-won, Kim Wujin tells Park Yong-won that Isaac Ivanov was interested in his blood poison skills, but since his skills are far too one-sided, he got rejected. He also mentions that he heard Isaac Ivanov mentioning about gathering players, which means that he must be planning on creating his own guild after leaving Mokosh Guild. Park Yong-won sees this as an opportunity and asks Kim Wujin if he will be successful in qualifying this time if he gets another chance. Kim Wujin assures him that he will definitely succeed if he gets a little bit of his support. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the world, a man named Francis Chero clears a dragon dungeon, which is a huge news to everyone. But to him it's just another Tuesday, which is why people have nicknamed him the Dragon Slayer. After Francis comes out from the dungeon, a man approaches him with a problem as he asks Francis for his suggestion. He shows Francis the dungeon report of a dragon dungeon that popped up in Japan. It's an A+ ranked dungeon with 3 floors. The dragons there are not fully grown but just hatchlings. But even then, no one in Japan wants to risk their life in the dungeon, so they want to ask him for a suggestion on what to do. Francis tells the man that he has just the right player who can clear this dungeon. This shocks the man, who can't believe that there is someone on this earth who is capable of receiving such praise from the Dragon Slayer himself. The name mentioned by Francis is none other than Isaac Ivanov. The news of Francis's comment makes Isaac Ivanov the front headline on the newspapers once again. People eagerly wait for Isaac Ivanov's decision, and surprisingly, he agrees to clear the dungeon all by himself, knowing that no one wants to risk their lives in a dragon hatchling's dungeon. Park Yong-won is also reading the news as he comments on Isaac Ivanov's bravery in clearing such a dungeon without a whole guild. Just then, his secretary informs him that Kim Wujin has passed the test from Isaac Ivanov, and he agreed to take Kim Wujin to Japan to clear the dragon hatchling's dungeon. Park Yong-won feels happy as his efforts were worth it. In order to make Kim Wujin strong, he handed him a free golden skill, and to allow him to take another test, he had to bribe Isaac Ivanov, who is also Kim Wujin. So Kim Wujin got 3 new skills for free. Park Yong-won doesn't know it, so he is still basking in his own happiness as he calls a journalist to write an article for him as on to how he supported Isaac Ivanov throughout thick and thin. This earns Park Yong-won even more cheers from the public, and soon his reputation far surpasses that of Lee Se-jun, who is still silent and have yet to make a move. Oh Se-jun in his office is also enjoying the whole scenario as two of his worst enemies, Park Yong-won and Lee Se-jun, are being exploited by Kim Wujin. To satisfy Kim Wujin, he also spent a lot of resources. He just spent a lot of rare resources to create a special item for Kim Wujin that will help him conceal his identity better. Fortunately, everything was worth it as Kim Wujin manages to fool the whole world into believing that a skeleton soldier is him by disguising it into himself using a rare monster's skin that can transform itself into any creature. He asks Lee Jaina to carefully place that thing in inventory, as it will be extremely hard for such a thing to appear on the market once again. After putting away the skin, Lee Jaina turns towards Kim Wujin, who summons a whole army of his skeleton soldiers. These include new skeleton mages, a skill that he got from Park Yong-won, and fire golems, another skill that he got from Park Yong-won. Aside from that, the army also contains Dullahan and the sawtooth wolves that Kim Wujin previously created in the other dungeon. The lineup is already terrifying, but Kim Wujin goes a step further as he equips the Van Gogh's bracelet, which merges into his right arm, allowing him to wield 5 different rings at the same time. Kim Wujin immediately equips King Arthur's ring and Hercules' ring, which both provide Kim Wujin with crazy stats and buffs. Seeing him prepare so much for a battle, Lee Jaina asks him what he wants to do, to which Kim Wujin replies that they don't have much time, so they will be heading straight to the 3rd floor as quickly as possible. By quick, Kim Wujin meant extremely quick, as right after Kim Wujin buffs himself, he goes crazy and almost burns down the whole floor. Lee Jaina realizes that Kim Wujin isn't a solo player anymore, as his legion now can do everything that you would expect a guild to do. He has mages, tanks, damage dealers, and even mounts, making him truly a one-man army. After they arrive at the 3rd floor, Kim Wujin slows down as Lee Jaina asks him what exactly is the strategy of defeating the dragon hatchling once again. Kim Wujin explains once again that he only needs to take care of its wings, and he will do the rest. He also reminds Lee Jaina to not get up from the hatchling's back until he tells him to. This makes Lee Jaina a bit terrified, as what if the hatchling flies away, taking him with it? But Kim Wujin assures him that he won't let it escape. As they are talking, the dragon hatchling appears in their vision. Even though it's still a hatchling, it still looks absolutely terrifying. It claws down one of the monsters and starts munching on it. But after having a few bites, it stops, which makes Kim Wujin realize that it's far more intelligent than he thought of it to be. Realizing this, he doesn't waste any more time and detonates the corpses hidden around the hatchling. This causes the cliffs nearby to explode as they fall onto the hatchling's body, burying it in rubble and stone. Kim Wujin immediately orders Lee Junfor to get onto the dragon hatchling, while he distracts it with his skeleton soldiers. Lee Junna is terrified, but he still somehow manages to get onto the back of the dragon hatchling, but his attacks do nothing as its scales are extremely tough. Kim Wujin has no option but to send Dullahan to go and help Lee Junna by infecting the dragon hatchling with poison, so that some of its stats get reduced, so that Lee Junna can do something. After being summoned, Dullahan rushes towards the dragon hatchling and jumps onto its tail and stabs his sword straight through it. The dragon hatchling gets poisoned, but it still has enough strength to smack away Dullahan, who was also once a boss of the 3 floors A+ ranked dungeon. The dragon hatchling realizes that he might be in trouble if he continues to stay on the ground, so it flaps its wings and is about to fly when Lee Jaina becomes hot-headed and decides to stick his spear between the wing of it, making him fly with it in the air. Kim Wujin asks him if he is mad and tells him to tear apart its wing as there is still time, but Lee Jaina curses him and tells him that it looks way too easy compared to how difficult it is. But fortunately, he still manages to hold on for a while as his weight is enough to push his spear down the wingspan of the dragon hatchling, causing it to be torn apart in half. Without one of its wings, the dragon hatchling isn't able to support its weight anymore as it falls down onto the ground, alongside Lee Jaina, who gets buried into the ground from the impact. But Kim Wujin isn't too worried, as Lee Jaina is immortal. Instead, he focuses on the dragon hatchling, who is still a formidable opponent, despite losing its flight. But fortunately, Kim Wujin has a huge supply of skeleton soldiers, which eventually tire down the dragon one by one, even though their attacks don't do much damage. But since they are submerged with Kim Wujin's toxic blood, the dragon hatchling continues to grow weaker, while Kim Wujin stays as strong as ever. As for Lee Jaina, he finally manages to get out from the ground as the impact this time took a lot of his power to heal. He tells Kim Wujin that he owes him a hefty meal after this dungeon. Back in the real world, the two masters are playing the game of Chinese chess, when a man comes to report to them that it has been 10 days since Isaac Ivanov and his team entered the dungeon. Even though it's surprising that he survived for 10 days, he still feels that it's difficult for him to actually clear the dungeon. but the Swordmaster hopes that he will clear the dungeon, as then they will take the matters into their own hands. The man is confused, but after seeing the chess pieces on the board, he realizes the true intentions of the two masters. He immediately kneels down and tells them that he will do his best to fulfill their wishes. Back in the dungeon, Kim Wujin finally manages to slay the dragon hatchling, which grants him the title of the Dragon Slayer. Lee Jaina also receives this title, which makes him feel very accomplished. But Kim Wujin, on the other hand, seems to be in a complicated mood. He turns towards Lee Jaina and tells him that he should die after exiting the dungeon. Lee Jaina doesn't understand what he means, to which Kim Wujin explains that after this dungeon, they would be qualified for 4-floor dungeons, which is the territory of the high-level players above level 100. These players are pretty rare, even amongst the big guilds, so they desire even more power. To get power, they divide territories in real life, and if another player invades their territory, and it's a player who they have a beef with, Lee Jaina can imagine what will happen. After discussing Kim Wujin, Lee Jaina and the skeleton soldier disguised as the real Kim Wujin exits the tunnel, which is surrounded by hundreds of media outlets. They all want to interview them, and some are pushing towards the doppelganger Kim Wujin. So to protect its identity, Lee Jaina puts his arm around it and starts to speak instead of him. Just then, a man with a knife in his hand rushes towards the doppelganger Kim Wujin with full intent to stab him. Lee Jaina wants to tackle him, but the man dodges and stabs the doppelganger, Kim Wujin, anyways. After confirming that the supposed Kim Wujin is finished, the man rushes towards Isaac Ivanov, who is the real Kim Wujin. But before anything can happen, the Swordmaster arrives out of nowhere and cuts down the man, making it seem like he was protecting Isaac Ivanov. But what no one knows is that this man is the same guy who was kneeling in front of the two masters a couple of hours ago. Archer Master ordered him to go and sacrifice his life in exchange for Kim Wujin's life. Even though the Swordmaster felt terrible for the man, till the end he was absolutely loyal to the Yamato faction. The Swordmaster personally apologizes to Isaac Ivanov that such a thing happened, and that they didn't know that Japan would have such people who would fall so low. The media portrays the crime to be a hate crime, and even the government of Japan apologizes to all players that such a thing happened. As an apology, they open all of their dungeons to Isaac Ivanov free of cost. The news also reaches Park Yongwon, who is extremely furious as Kim Wujin was supposed to be the connection between him and Isaac Ivanov, but the Japanese people ruined everything. He promises to himself that he will never forgive the Japanese. He immediately orders all of his subordinates and intelligence agencies to go and find whoever was behind this attack. It has been just 4 days since the supposed tragedy happened, when the Swordmaster can't wait anymore and invites Isaac Ivanov and his friend over for dinner. Kim Wujin, who is disguised as Isaac Ivanov, plays cool and doesn't act as if he is much affected by the death of his comrade. Instead, he even comments that death is what players have to face daily, so it's rather unfortunate that he died, but they shouldn't waste precious time mourning over it. His words cause Lee Jaina, who is disguised as Spasiba, to stand up in anger as he curses at Isaac Ivanov for being absolutely heartless and not even trying to avenge their comrade's death by finding who is behind the attack. Saying this, he leaves as Kim Wujin apologizes on his behalf. After apologizing, Kim Wujin thanks the Swordmaster for the hospitality and for recommending that 4-floor dungeon to him, to which he promises to look into in future. But before leaving, he reminds Swordmaster to gift something to his friend Spasiba to appease his anger, as he still needs his help in future dungeons. After Kim Wujin exits the room, he smiles as he was able to hit all of his targets with one stone. The Swordmaster, on the other hand, calls Sakura, an intelligence officer in the Yamato faction. He asks her if they can recruit Isaac Ivanov to their side, to which she replies that he's a hot potato. They can't invite him without his friend Spasiba, who is already at odds with them. Aside from that, he is also being provided by Park Yongwon, and if they want to recruit him, they might offend Park Sinhyu too. The Swordmaster feels pity for Isaac Ivanov, as if he can't have him, he won't let anyone else have him either. He orders Sakura to hand over Namiya lion leather to Isaac Ivanov. Sakura is shocked to see her master offer something this expensive, but he assures her that it would be worth it as long as he falls. Later, Kim Wujin meets with Lee Jaina, who has taken off his disguise. Kim Wujin also finally takes off his disguise, which allows him to relax. In the car, he commends Lee Jaina for speaking out loudly that way, as it helped him exploit a few good things from the Swordmaster. Lee Jaina tells him that he didn't even want to say such things, but it's just that people like Swordmasters make him angry because of their hypocritical nature. But now that he realizes he should have eaten the sushi before speaking out loudly, it's sad for such a food to go to waste. Kim Wujin is as always rendered speechless after hearing Lee Jaina's brutal truth. This man is a true foodie to his core, even queso ain't anything in front of him. The following day, the news breaks out that Isaac Ivanov has made up with his friend Spasiba once again, and that they will be clearing their first 4-floor dungeon on top of Mount Fuji. Osai-chan calls Kim Wujin and congratulates him for successfully swindling the entire Japan, but he still asks him to be cautious, as one of the rewards mentioned by the Japanese factions for clearing out the Mount Fuji dungeon isn't even in their hands. The item is called Aegis Shield, and according to a report Secretary Lee found out, it was lost in the Mount Fuji dungeon. In one of the failed attempts at the dungeon, Kim Wujin and Lee Jina stands in front of the dungeon that they are about to enter. The dungeon is named Hellhound Dungeon, and just when they enter it, a huge explosion occurs, which causes the dungeon gate to close, stopping other players from entering. The news about the explosions quickly spread, as people were furious at the Japanese government for not being able to take care of its guests, as this is the second time there was an attempt to take the lives of foreigners. While the whole world is criticizing Japan, the Swordmaster is smiling because it's not bad that they have isolated them both in the dungeon. However, he tells Sakura that if it were him, he would have at least sent a few trustworthy guys with them. But Sakura tells the Swordmaster that they are just two newbies who know nothing about 4th-floor dungeons. Moreover, it's an A+ ranked dungeon. According to her, they might not even have the will to hunt monsters anymore. She also mentions that she didn't expect the Swordmaster to pull a trick like this by offering Aegis Shield as the reward for clearing the dungeon. The Swordmaster corrects her that it wasn't a trick, but that he really intends to reward anyone who clears the dungeon with an Aegis Shield. This is because people are growing curious about the Aegis Shield, and since every legendary item contains a portion of a world's power in it, if people were to know that they failed to conquer the dungeon despite having a legendary item, no one would ever attempt such a dungeon ever again. But now that the reward is there, a lot of brave souls will risk their lives, and soon the dungeon will become a mass graveyard. Back to Kim Wujin and Lee Jina. Even though they are stranded in the dungeon, they aren't too worried as Kim Wujin already predicted something like this would happen. In his previous life, such a thing was extremely common, and he personally learned all of these methods from the Swordmaster, so he could guess what the Swordmaster intended to do with them. Lee Jina wants to know how Kim Wujin knew that something like this would happen, but Kim Wujin isn't in the mood to tell him, as he just orders him to follow him around as he plans to catch 20,000 birds. While Kim Wujin and Lee Jina are catching birds, Johann Jorg is in a B+ rank dungeon of 5 floors all alone. After hunting down the boss, he receives the Book of Undead, which finally allows him to store 30 undead skeleton soldiers in it. Once again, back to Kim Wujin. He and Lee Jina easily manage to clear the first 2 floors, but when they arrive on the 3rd floor, the difficulty spikes up as they have to face an ogre boss instead. Now it would be very easy for both of them to handle such a boss, but Kim Wujin decides to leave Lee Jina all alone to handle the boss, while he looks around the 3rd floor to find the remains of the previous team that entered the dungeon belonging to the Yamato faction. Lee Jina gets his ass beaten by the ogre boss, who might just give Queso a competition in its ability to bend gravitational waves around its body. Lee Jina curses Kim Wujin for leaving him all alone, but the skeleton snake in his pockets tells him that the reason why people fail on the 3rd floor of the 4th-floor dungeon is that they try to conserve their strength, which leads to their demise. So he tells Lee Jina to go and wreak havoc, as he is more than strong enough to take the ogre boss down. He also reminds him that he is wearing the Nemean lion leather, which gives him a huge resistance to physical attacks, while also increasing his physical damage by a lot. Only after Kim Wujin reminds Lee Jina that he remembers about it and now realizes why his Blessings of the Sticks ability hasn't activated yet. He immediately regains confidence in his abilities and tells Kim Wujin to do whatever he wants, and assures him that he will take care of the ogre boss on his own. With Lee Jina focused on the boss, Kim Wujin can take his time searching for the remains, and soon enough he finds the remains and immediately uses his Eye of Anubis skill to learn more about Yamato faction and their motives. From the memories of the dead, he learns that this guy was the captain of the team Yamato back then. Unfortunately, they made the rookie mistake of hiding their strength, but by the time they realized that they were doing something wrong, it was already too late. The captain sacrificed himself to give a chance for his reach, the 4th floor, and hope that they will be able to clear it. He also handed over the Aegis shield to them before breathing his last breath. Back in the present, Kim Wujin now knows that the shield is on the 4th floor, but what he doesn't understand is that Aegis shield is supposed to be one of the strongest shields in the whole world, so for the Yamato faction to fail with it at the 4th floor means that there might be some unstable factors regarding this dungeon. But this doesn't deter Kim Wujin, who can't wait to see the face of the Swordmaster when he returns back with the Aegis shield in his hands. Meanwhile, in the real world, Park Sin-hye is reading all of the articles regarding Isaac Ivanov stuck in the dungeon for 13 days with very low chances of clearing the dungeon. While people are already considering Isaac Ivanov to be dead, they start hyping up the new necromancer in the town, Johann Gerge. Both fandoms of each necromancer get into heated arguments over these things. Park Sin-hye is reading all of this and decides to inform Lee Sejun about it. She feels that with Isaac Ivanov stuck in a dungeon and Kim Wujin dying at the hands of the Swordmaster has turned the favor of the public back onto their guild. However, Lee Sejun calls her out for being inconsiderate, as Isaac Ivanov is in the same position that he was in 3 years ago. During that time, a gate appeared in the middle of Seoul and he was trapped in a dungeon by a man who was sure that he was going to die. But he survived, and that event has shaped him to become what he is today. That man was none other than Secretary Lee's father. As to why he trapped Lee Sejun in the dungeon, no one is sure of, But Lee Sejun feels grateful to that man for helping him become who he is today. He tells Park Sin-hee that if Isaac Ivanov manages to survive, he would like to meet him at least once. Back inside the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin arrives at the boss location where Lee Jina has just finished slaying the ogre boss. He teases Lee Jina that he brought back his skeleton soldiers because he thought that he might need them, but it looks that he doesn't need them anymore. Lee Jina has already fallen for Kim Woo-jin's rage bait for like 6 to 7 times, but despite that, he still continues to fall for it like a brain-dead idiot. As they say, like a moth to a flame. Kim Woo-jin decides to spare the poor guy from more teasing, and instead tells him to get ready as they will be moving to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, in the real world, Oh Sechun is also reading the news that keeps on mentioning the certain demise of Isaac Ivanov, which also worries Secretary Lee, who asks Oh Sechun if Lee Jina will be safe. Oh Sechun tells her that hellhounds are very dangerous compared to other monsters, but when it comes to doing things that matter, no one can beat Lee Jina. Moreover, the monster in disguise, Kim Woo-jin, is also present with him. So like always, they will come back safely this time too. Once again, back in the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin spends a lot of energy looking for the corpses of the previous players, and through their memories he learns that Yamato faction threw the shield down into the crevice of the earth, which took him a lot of effort to take it out. But with the shield in his hands, Kim Woo-jin is assured that they will be easily able to clear this dungeon. However, Lee Jin-hee doesn't know what he was doing, so he keeps on complaining to him for being a freeloader while he is suffering constant harassment from these dogs, who aren't even as half cute as Cerberus from the game Hades. He complains that even the tanks have basic human rights and are not animals like how he treats him. But just then, the Hellhound appears behind him as it spews its hellfire at the back of Lee Jina. Fortunately, Kim Woo-jin saves him in time by using the absolute defense of the Aegis shield. Lee Jina immediately forgets about all the curses that he gave to Kim Woo-jin, as he thanks him for saving his back. Kim Woo-jin hands over the Aegis shield to Lee Jina and tells him to go and be the main tank, as what's a real tank without a shield? This message is for all the Thor players and Marvel rivals. Lee Jina can't believe that he got a free legendary just like this, but his excitement is cut in half when another flamethrower consisting of hellfire gets fired towards them. Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jina barely manage to dodge as he is shocked to see that there are 2 hellhounds. Kim Woo-jin already knew about this as he saw the memories of the dead players who suffered the terrible fate of going against 2 hellhounds, thinking that there will be only one. Lee Jina asks Kim Woo-jin what sort of this perverted behavior is. He has heard 1 for 2 before, but what's with these 2 for 1 hellhounds? Kim Woo-jin also knows that this dungeon is a scam, but he isn't worried as he just asks Lee Jina to hold 1 for him while he will take care of the other one. But Lee Jina, despite having the shield with him, still gets hit by the flame, but fortunately, only his armor is affected, which he throws away to prevent his other parts from being affected. If the hellhounds weren't dangerous enough of a danger, they also get surrounded by hundreds of hell dogs. This reminds Kim Woo-jin of his previous life, where he once faced the legendary Cerberus in the 8th floor of a dungeon. Cerberus had an entire legion of hellhounds, and he alone defeated 23 of them, which is why Kim Woo-jin is confident in defeating the hellhounds, but he just needs Lee Jina to hold on while he completes his job. Meanwhile, in the real world, Park Young-won's secretary hands him a letter from Kim Woo-jin, which mentions that he is still alive and that he feigned his death to avoid the harassment from Japanese players who were after his life. Park Young-won feels extremely angry, but he is also happy as this means that his investment wasn't lost. But he also promises to teach Kim Woo-jin a lesson for deceiving him. Like that, back in the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin is maneuvering around the Hellhound and dodging its fire as if it's nothing. Lee Jina is completely sure that Kim Woo-jin has never faced a Hellhound in his life before, but the way he fights against them makes him look as if he has fought them his whole life. Soon, one of the hounds is taken down by Kim Woo-jin as only the other one remains. But to take down one single Hellhound, Kim Woo-jin had to waste a lot of dragon hatchling bones. Despite them being dragon bones, they still melted under the heat of hellfire, but it doesn't matter as Kim Woo-jin has an entire stack of them. But before Kim Woo-jin can begin his second assault, Lee Jina stops him and tells him to give the second kill to him. He is tired of being carried by him as this hurts his pride as a man. Aside from that, he also wants to grow stronger as he also has people to protect. This brings him to the memory when Secretary Lee came crying back to the office after her father died. While Lee Jina wants to show his manly spirit, in the real world in the Amazon jungle, a group of men with guns are holding dozens of people on the ground. After an order from inside the office, they eliminate all the players. In the office, a fiery Amazonian woman is sitting at the seat, while a man dressed in a suit gives her the payment for clearing the natives around the dungeon here for them. The fiery lady is called Shakira, and she belongs to the Thunderbird Guild. She tells the man to take away the money as she only cares about items or skill pages. The man tries to negotiate with her that items and skills are rare, which causes Shakira to grab him from his neck, as she threatens to pull out his tongue. But just then the poor man is struck by the lightning and becomes ashes. Just then the guild master of the Thunderbird Guild enters the room, whose name is Hugh Fry, but people commonly know him as the Lightning King. He is the one who struck down the man in suit, as he reminds Shakira to not waste time on bugs like him. and hands her a skill for summoning a lich before leaving. Back to the dungeon, the hellhound that Lee Gina was fighting against collapses onto the ground after being bonked by Lee Gina so many times. Lee Gina has also completely exhausted himself, so he also falls unconscious. After some time, his blessing of the stick skill heals his injuries, which wakes him up from the sleep. He immediately gets into a fighting stance but is stopped by Kim Wujin, who tells him that the hellhound is already dead. Lee Gina asks him if it was him who killed it, but Kim Wujin tells him that he didn't do anything, and that the hellhound was killed by injuries caused by Lee Gina himself. With the second beast hellhound down, Kim Wujin and Lee Gina are free to exit the dungeon. Now that Kim Wujin is out in the real world, he needs to go back to Park Yongwon to deal with the aftermath of him faking his death. One thing Kim Wujin is sure of is that Park Yongwon would be hella pissed, and he indeed is. But Kim Wujin didn't come unprepared, as he starts to yap about wisdom like deceive your friends before you deceive your enemies, and what's so not as if he is Sun Tzu or something. Park Yongwon is stun-locked and can only nod in agreement, or else he might sound too unwise and uncultured. Even though Park Yongwon forgives him this time to save his face, he warns Kim Wujin that the next time he dares to deceive him, he will show him who he truly is. Park Yongwon's ominous aura doesn't concern Kim Wujin at all, as he just nods in silence. Park Yongwon lets go of his previous mistakes on one accord. If he can manage to make Isaac Ivanov outshine the current rising star Johann Jorg, in this great battle of necromancers versus necromancers, Park Yongwon only wants one player in the spotlight, and that's Isaac Ivanov. Kim Wujin agrees to his request, but only if Park Yongwon will support him in getting hold of the Lightning King of the Thunderbird Guild. Park Yongwon doesn't understand how Lightning King is connected to Isaac Ivanov outshining Johann Jorg. To satisfy his curiosity, Kim Wujin reveals that Lightning King holds the Lich summoning skill that Isaac Ivanov greatly desires. However, in reality, he is Isaac Ivanov, and he desperately needs this skill to fight off against his upcoming enemies. Meanwhile in Japan, Swordmaster is practicing as usual when Sakura enters the training ground, and informs him that Isaac Ivanov has requested the Solomon's Ring as a reward instead of the Aegis Shield. The Swordmaster isn't angry about it, as it was natural for them to compensate Isaac Ivanov. But what makes him truly angry is the fact that Isaac Ivanov knows that they have Solomon's Ring. He suspects that there must be a rat in their faction, but unfortunately there is not much they can do right now, so he let Isaac Ivanov have the glory for now, as soon he will get the chance to take back everything from him eventually. Sakura doesn't understand, so the Swordmaster explains that with Isaac Ivanov's growth speed, it won't be long before he's qualified for their level of dungeons. When it comes the time for it, he will make sure to cut him down with his own sword. On one side, Swordmaster is cooking up plans to eliminate Isaac Ivanov in his mind. On the other side of the world, Kim Wujin arrives at the Thunderbird Guild to have a talk with them about summoning the Lich skill. Before he can get to the Lightning King, Kim Wujin has to go past the fierce Amazonian woman Shakira. And just like all the other Latina baddies, she's also one tough nut to crack. But Kim Wujin has his own trump card, so he brings it out on the table and tells Shakira that he will sell Isaac Ivanov to them if they can fulfill his request. Shakira tells him that she can kill him right now, and no one will know as he's already considered dead to the whole world. But just then, Lightning King arrives as he makes his presence known to both of them. He is interested in the deal that Kim Wujin is proposing, and asks him if he will sell Isaac Ivanov to them, pound per pound. Kim Wujin jokes that they wouldn't want him without his limbs, so why ask such a question? The Lightning King likes his sarcasm and tells him to elaborate on the deal. A few days later, Kim Wujin and Lee Gina are sitting beside a bonfire in their Russian disguise. Lee Gina wants to enjoy the meat in his hands, but the upcoming dungeon raid makes him very anxious. He asks Kim Wujin if it's really alright for them to take on a 5 floors dungeon when they just recently barely took care of a 4 floors one. Kim Wujin smiles and asks him if he's afraid of dying. Lee Gina, as always, easily gets rage-baited, but this time he doesn't fall into Kim Wujin's trap and sternly refuses to enter the dungeon. Just then, a female player from the Messiah Guild approaches them and introduces herself to be Michelle. She informs them that she will be joining them in the dungeon raid tomorrow. Kim Wujin is astonished to see her at this point in his life. But then he remembers that this was the dungeon where she also died. The image of her death is still vivid in Kim Wujin's memory, which makes him clench his fists. Meanwhile, Michelle shyly approaches the two of them as she tells them that she's a huge fan. Lee Gina forgets about whatever he just said about not entering the dungeon, and asks Michelle if she needs his signature, but what happens next makes him lose all of his aura. Michelle just walks past him as she's not his fan but of Isaac Ivanov, which is Kim Wujin under the mask. Kim Wujin nonchalantly signs her notebook, which makes Lee Gina even more pissed off as he breaks the pen in his hand in two. Soon the night passes by as all the guilds are gathered inside the dungeon. Messiah Guild has their own players, which includes a masked man and a bald guy alongside Michelle, whom Kim Wujin all knows from his past life. Aside from them are the Thunderbird Guild members, who look like your typical Latin American thugs. While the three teams prepare for the dungeon raid, a few days ago, in the meeting with the Thunderbird Guild where the guild master Lightning King learns from Kim Wujin that he is the person who is calling all the shots on Isaac Ivanov. Shakira calls a crazy delusional freak, but Lightning King wants to hear more about the deal that he talked about. Kim Wujin tells Lightning King that he knows that he likes to collect rare items and skills, but with his level up it's difficult for him to gather new items and skills anymore. This is where Isaac Ivanov comes in, and he will enter all the dungeons which the Lightning King can't enter. Lightning King finds the deal to be amusing, but unfortunately it's not worth it in the end. Seeing that Lightning King doesn't want to amuse this delusional freak anymore, Shakira asks Lightning King if she can slime this guy now that he doesn't need him anymore. The Lightning King gives her the green light, but before Shakira can do anything, Kim Wujin speaks about the Cyclones dungeon which appeared in Amazon, that the Lightning King has been gathering the team to clear. Kim Wujin offers to place Isaac Ivanov in that guild, which makes Lightning King laugh as he reminds him that it is a 5-floor dungeon and an A+ ranked dungeon. He doesn't believe that Isaac Ivanov is strong enough to clear a 5 floors dungeon, as he just recently barely cleared a 4-floor A+ dungeon, but he is still intrigued by his offer and decides to give him a chance. But what he wants to buy isn't Isaac Ivanov but Kim Wujin, who is the one controlling Isaac Ivanov. To buy his loyalty, Lightning King offers him a legendary skill named Vampire, which will turn Kim Wujin into a vampire. Kim Wujin agrees to the deal, and that's why Isaac Ivanov is in a 5-floor dungeon this early into the game. It's the first day in the Cyclops dungeon as Lee Jaina is fighting a group of Cyclops on his own, while a skeleton soldier stands by his side. The skeleton soldier is being controlled by Kim Wujin, who tells Lee Jaina about the whole cooperation side of things with the Thunderbird Guild. Lee Jaina asks him if he is out of his mind by cooperating with the Thunderbird Guild, even though he's supposed to be working for Park Yongwon. However, this is still not the worst part about all of this cooperation. Kim Wujin also mentions to him that he will come up front with Park Yongwon and tell him the truth that he's now going to work for Thunderbird Guild. Lee Jaina loses his mind after hearing this, and asks him if he has lost a few screws from attempting way too many dungeons in a row. Just then, Kim Wujin cuts off the connection with the skeleton soldier, as he physically arrives in person in front of Lee Jaina. He asks Lee Jaina if Park Yongwon would feel betrayed if he told him that he's working for Thunderbird Guild. Lee Jaina is about to say yes, but then realizes that Kim Wujin informing Park Yongwon would look like as if he's betraying Thunderbird Guild instead by snitching on them. 23 days later, the players inside the dungeon have only reached the 4th floor. The 4th floor of the Cyclops dungeon is a Minotaur's labyrinth, which is filled to the brim with blood goblins. Unlike the normal goblins, these blood goblins pose a serious threat to even the elite players of Messiah Guild. Jordan, who is the bald guy, leads the charge against these blood goblins, but the little red gremlins are way too fast for his slow, heavy attacks. He quickly turns around and asks his masked friend Kyle as to what's the situation on his side. Kyle answers him that it's still terrible as Michelle is taking way too much time loading up her mana for the fire spell. Finally, after a long waiting time, Michelle finally finishes charging up her spell, which causes the blood goblins to become cautious as they desperately try to stop her from unleashing it. Jordan instantly orders Kyle to help Michelle in defending against these crazy goblins, so that her spell doesn't get disturbed, but Michelle doesn't need any protection as she immediately launches her spell, which creates a huge explosion, knocking down all the red goblins. Jordan finally heaves a sigh of relief as he is still shocked to find blood goblins on the 4th floor of a 5-floor dungeon. So that's why he decides that it would be best if they hurry up their pace and find a way to reach the main hall of the labyrinth, as monsters will continue to spawn. Just as their back is turned against the dead blood goblins, one of the blood goblins suddenly stands up and rushes towards Michelle with complete intent to kill. Jordan wants to stop the blood goblin, but he is too far away. Fortunately, Kim Wujin arrives and cuts down the blood goblin to save Michelle. Before the Messiah Guild can give their thanks to him, Kim Wujin starts putting his sword into every blood goblin's body as most of them were pretending to be dead. After the kills are confirmed, he turns to the Messiah Guild and tells them that he is quite disappointed in their strength, as he expected much more from Korea's #1 guild. As the captain of the current team of Messiah, Jordan feels completely humiliated by Kim Wujin's words. But Kim Wujin doesn't care for his feelings as he keeps on rage-baiting the poor guy, which eventually leads to his teammate Kyle to step in. He requests Kim Wujin to not provoke Jordan any further, despite how grateful they might be to him. Michelle also chimes in and tells Kim Wujin to stop immediately. She also asks him why he even approached them in the first place, as he was supposed to be doing his mission somewhere else. Kim Wujin answers the trio that something went awfully wrong during their mission, which caused his teammate to injure his leg. Just then, Lee Jaina walks in with a broken leg, causing Michelle to immediately run towards him to see if she can heal him. Seeing her be so concerned about Lee Jaina makes Kim Wujin heave a sigh of relief, as he is now sure that these 3 people still are safe from Lee Se-jun and his ambitions, and that they truly want to save the world from the dungeons. While Kim Wujin is praising the trio for their holy goals, Jordan, on the other hand, finally gets a chance to ridicule Kim Wujin this time. He trash talks Kim Wujin for being a bad leader who can't even take care of his teammates. He hopes that Kim Wujin will fall for his rage bait, but Kim Wujin is a nonchalant lion who doesn't concern himself with the opinion of dogs. Moreover, Kim Wujin knows that Lee Jinna is not really injured, and that he's just acting so that they can get close to the Messiah Guild trio. So to save his image as a haughty player, Kim Wujin falsely accuses Lee Jinna of not following his orders, which led to him being surrounded by monsters. Lee Jinna is seething from inside, but to play the role of his character, he laughs and assures everyone that it was his mistake that led to him being injured. Jordan falls for their acting and asks Kim Wujin if he is shamelessly gonna beg them to let him join their team, as he can't clear the dungeon on his own anymore, since his main tank is injured. Kim Wujin corrects him by saying that he's not begging them to let him join their team, but instead they should join his team instead because he's the strongest player here. Jordan doesn't like his haughty attitude, so he warns Kim Wujin that if he wants to take the role as the leader, then he must survive a duel against him. Meanwhile, back in the real world, all of the news outlets are talking about the Messiah Guild and their declaration of conquering the first ever 7-floor C-rank dungeon. On the topic of Messiah Guild, Johann Jorg and Isaac Ivanov are also in extreme popularity, as the rivalry between these two necromancers have caused the world to become split in two factions. All across social media, the fans of Isaac Ivanov and Johann Jorg bicker with each other 24/7. Park Sin-hee is reading the news, which causes her to bite her lips. Johann Jorg, who is sitting beside her, notices the expression on her face and starts to ridicule her. Before Park Sin-hee can say anything, her loyal simp Cho Sung-woo walks out from the shadows and reminds Johann Jorg that in the absence of Lee Se-jun, their master, Park Sin-hee holds the greatest authority. Johann Jorg isn't a beta male who would listen to the words of simps, so he questions Cho Sung-woo as to what he can do about it, even if he ridicules Park Sin-hee. Seeing them bickering with each other makes Park Sin-hee step in as she reminds both of them to behave. She also tells Cho Sung-woo that Johann Jorg is correct, as without their master they have no confidence in themselves. Just then, Swordmaster from the back speaks up, as he asks Park Sin-hee if it's true that Lee Se-jun wants to meet with Isaac Ivanov. Park Sin-hee doesn't deny this accusation, which makes Swordmaster remind her that Isaac Ivanov is an enemy of their Yamato faction, and that they will kill him no matter how much Lee Se-jun likes him. Park Sin-hee tells Swordmaster to not worry, as Isaac Ivanov is already seeking death even without them doing anything. She shows them the clip that they acquired of him entering the 5-floor A+ ranked dungeon. She also tells Swordmaster that this news is credible as they have sent 3 of their Messiah Guild members with them. She isn't worried about these members dying as they aren't aware of their goals and are rather suspicious. However, they aren't sure whether Isaac Ivanov will truly die, as he has shown his miraculous ability of surviving no matter how critical the dungeon may be. That's why they have set up a bait for him to enter the 6th-floor A+ ranked Sphinx dungeon in Egypt, which will eventually become his grave. Back to the dungeon, Jordan lies on the ground, defeated. Kim Wujin looks at him with a smile and tells him to just put fries in the bag. Little bro, Lee Jinna is watching from the sidelines, and is reminded of his old days when he also challenged Kim Wujin, and was then hanged to a tree to starve the whole day. After Jordan admits defeat, Kim Wujin takes the role of the party leader as they resume their dungeon hunt once again. After clearing through the horde of blood goblins, they arrive in front of the 4th-floor boss, Minotaur. The giant Minotaur is extremely scary looking, with 2 sharp horns on his hands. He also holds a giant axe in his hand, which is enough to cut any steel in the world in 2. As the main tank of the party, Jordan is in constant pressure as he is targeted by the Minotaur the most. But he isn't aggrieved as it's his duty, or his glass cannon build teammates might not live to tell another tale. So without any care for his life, he jumps into the Minotaur, so that it wouldn't turn to attack his teammates. While he is distracting the Minotaur, Kyle and Michelle try to do as much damage as possible to the tanky cow. However, just then one of the Minotaur's attacks causes Jordan to jump back to avoid it, but the landing is a bit unstable, which injures his left leg. The Minotaur sees this as a chance and attacks Jordan once again before he has any chance of recovery. Jordan wants to move away to dodge the attack, but his leg refuses to move, which causes everyone around him to think that it's Joe over for him. The Minotaur attacks land and it creates a large smoke of dust affecting everyone's view of the site. But after the dust settles, everyone heaves a sigh of relief, as Jordan is completely safe and under the protection of Kim Wujin, who is carrying him like a princess. Jordan is embarrassed and immediately threatens Kim Wujin to put him down. Without any hesitation, Kim Wujin obliges to his order and throws him to the ground, making Jordan cry out from pain. But aside from his pain, Jordan calls out to Kim Wujin and asks him why he is going into the battle all alone. Kim Wujin replies that since all of their tanks are down, someone has to take the role of a tank, so he is just going to do that. Jordan asks him if he is crazy, as he is just a damage dealer, not a tank. Kim Wujin smirks and calls him out for being ignorant. Jordan tells him that he's still got that dog in him and that he will be fine, but Kim Wujin tells him to stop the cap. He knows that it must be cool to sacrifice himself as the leader of his group, but sometimes staying alive is better than unnecessarily sacrificing one's life. He just asks Jordan to watch him fight the Minotaur and see how the real tanks create space for their team to launch their assault. Spoken like a true tank in a hero shooter game. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Osashin is having lunch with the dragon hunter Francois, and is surprised that a cheapskate like him would have lunch in such an expensive restaurant. Francois smiles and acts as if he didn't understand what Osashin just said. Osashin ignores this guy's eccentric behavior, and instead asks him what brings him here. Francois informs him that he isn't so free and muddle-headed that he would come so far away just to have lunch with a bald person for no reason. After roasting Osashin for his previous roast at him, he asks him if his previous promise of saving the world is still valid. Osashin tells him that after Mr. Lee died, he promised to spend his whole life fulfilling his desires. His only motto in life is to pay back the favors twofold, while paying revenge fourfold. Back in the dungeon, Jordan is shocked to see Kim Wujin go toe-to-toe with the Minotaur without struggling even a little bit. He can't believe that a damage dealer who has no skills of the tank role can play the role of the tank better than him, who is a bona fide tank. While he is learning from Kim Wujin, he notices that Kim Wujin is distracted and the Minotaur is charging towards him head straight. He is about to call him out, but stops when he notices the smirk on his cunning face. Just as the Minotaur is about to headbutt him, Kim Wujin steps aside, making the Minotaur dive straight into the thick wall of the labyrinth. Jordan doesn't even know whether he's the tank or Kim Wujin, because in no way or form he would have been able to push the Minotaur this far even if he had all the abilities of Kim Wujin. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin utilizes the immobilization of the Minotaur to deal a bit more damage to him through his skeleton soldiers. He also uses the blood sword in his hand to poison the Minotaur while he is still stuck in the wall. After being poisoned, the Minotaur becomes absolutely furious and goes into its berserk form. Kim Wujin has been waiting just for this moment, as Minotaurs are generally intelligent beings, but when going into their berserk form, they lose their nationality and their attack patterns become far simpler. So Kim Wujin gets ready to deliver his main blow to the Minotaur as he waits for it to come rushing at him. The Minotaur intends to end the battle in one attack, but Kim Wujin has different plans. So just when it's about to strike, Kim Wujin orders his skeleton soldier to throw a stone at its face. This takes all of its anger away from Kim Wujin towards the skeleton soldiers. This small window of distraction allows Kim Wujin to enclose all of the corpses that he gathered, fly close to the Minotaur through the help of his mage skeleton soldiers. Without wasting any time, Kim Wujin detonates his corpse explosion skill, burying the Minotaur into what feels like a small nuclear bomb. The explosion is still not enough to slime the Minotaur, so Kim Wujin orders his skeleton soldiers to go nuts and use whatever attack they have in their arsenal to finish the Minotaur as quickly as possible. While the skeleton soldiers are causing absolute havoc, Kim Wujin walks away from the battle aura farming like a true Chad. Back in the real world inside the Messiah Guild headquarters, Johan Jorg asks Park Sin-hye why she ordered him to stay behind even after everyone left. Park Sin-hye asks him what happened to the thing that she ordered him to retrieve for them. Johan Jorg replies that the sword Balmung was taken away by someone else as he was still a bit too slow. Park Sin-hye is shocked and doesn't understand who could have been this fast to take that sword from their hands. Johan Jorg's unserious behavior makes Cho Sung-woo extremely pissed as he rushes towards Johan Jorg to teach him a lesson. With a knife on his neck, Johan Jorg is still not worried or terrified as he reminds Park Sin-hye that he's the perfect bait for taking out Isaac Ivanov, so before that happens they better not touch him. Cho Sung-woo hates his cocky attitude and wants to slime him out and take his place to go to Egypt. But Park Sin-hye once again stops him and tells him that Johan Jorg is indeed their best bait to take out Isaac Ivanov without any failure. Back in the dungeon after defeating the Minotaur boss, the door to 5th floor opens up as all of the surviving players walk in. The Thunderbird Guild members are still alive and kicking, so they ask Kim Wujin if he still remembers his promise to give them all the loot on this dungeon to them. On the other side, Jordan is still in a shock because he lost all of his dignity as the leader back on the 4th floor. Even his trusted Michelle praises Kim Wujin's strength while comparing them. Kyle isn't really stabbing any hearts, but his words still hurt Jordan, who can only grieve in silence. Ignoring the remarks from the Thunderbird Guild, Kim Wujin remembers the casualties in his previous life on this floor, so this time he promises to himself that he won't let that future from happening once again. While Kim Wujin is recalling the plan in his mind, he hears a noise in the distance, and he instantly becomes cautious. He also reminds all the other players to stay on their guard, as well as that thing is coming. Back in the real world, Osai-chan tells Francois to stop playing around in riddles and just bring whatever he has onto the table. Francois finally becomes serious as he puts down his coffee and brings out the thing from his inventory. The item is a sword, and it's not just any sword. The sword is the legendary Balmung sword that the Messiah Guild has been searching for all of this time. He hands over the sword to Osai-chan and tells him that since he wants to save this world, this sword is the only thing that can kill the savior. Osai-chan knows who this savior is, and he accepts the sword. But the main thing still remains, is Francois giving it to him for free, as there is no way he is paying money for it. After the meeting ends, Francois leaves and Secretary Lee also drives Osai-chan back to the office. During the ride, she tells Osai-chan to be not that protective of her as she is not that weak that she can't bear the truth. Osai-chan realizes that Secretary Lee must have learned the truth about the day that her father died. He asks her if she is okay and needs any help, to which Secretary Lee replies that she's not okay at all, which is exactly why she is even more determined in her goal to finish off the Messiah Guild and save the world. Back in the dungeon, Jordan asks Kim Wujin if it's alright to leave behind the Thunderbird Guild members, to which Kim Wujin assures him that he doesn't need to care about them. As for what Kim Wujin truly means, let's look at a few moments before this conversation. The Thunderbird Guild members are tired of hiding behind and letting Kim Wujin do all the work. They are also arrogant enough to believe that they can take down the Cyclops boss on their own, which turns out to be their gravest mistake. The captain of the Thunderbird Guild wants to slay the Cyclops by his own hand, because that's the only way he can prove his worth to the Lightning King and become his left-hand man, which will make him equal in status to Shakira. Back to the present, Kim Wujin tells Lee Jaina to get ready for their plan, so he equips the Solomon Ring that Kim Wujin swindled from the Yamato faction. The Solomon Ring allows Lee Jaina to control monsters nearby him. Meanwhile, the captain of the Thunderbird Guild is fighting against his inner demons. He confuses his own comrades with the monsters, making him slime all of them out with his own 2 hands. By the time he comes back to his senses, all of his subordinates are on the ground covered in blood. Before he can make any sense of the situation as to what's going on, the 2-headed Cyclops arrives near him and crushes him into meat paste with a single punch. After unaliving the captain of the Thunderbird Guild, the double-headed Cyclops takes all of the corpses back to his lair to enjoy them as he watches Netflix and chill. While it is chilling, Kim Wujin is explaining his plan to Jordan, who is unsure whether the plan will work or not. He asks Kim Wujin if the monsters that are being controlled by Lee Jaina will become a problem for them later on, as there is no way that Lee Jaina can permanently keep them in control. Kim Wujin assures him that it'll be fine, as the job will be finished very quickly, and by the time the controlled monsters are done being useful, they will be destroyed. So without wasting much time, Kim Wujin orders Lee Jaina to activate the Solomon's Ring blessing and send the swarm of monsters under his control towards the Cyclops lair. Lee Jaina acts as if he is the new Ant-Man and gives the order to the monster ants to march towards the twin-headed Cyclops. The twin-headed Cyclops soon finds its body infested by monster ants, as it furiously tries to get rid of them. After finding that its efforts are useless, it immediately activates its special ability, which confuses all of the ants into fighting each other. Jordan and others are watching from the top of the hill, and are surprised to see the ants fighting each other. Kim Wujin fulfills their curiosity by informing them of the confusion skill used by the left eye of the Cyclops. Jordan is terrified and asks Kim Wujin as to how he will counter such a terrifying skill, to which Kim Wujin answers that they don't need to, as the skill is on cooldown after the use on the monster ants. So using this small window of time, Kim Wujin equips a sword in his hand as he rushes towards the Cyclops. The twin-headed Cyclops notices Kim Wujin coming towards him, so he utilizes his right eye's ability, which is a petrification ability. The petrification ability turns Kim Wujin into a stone statue, but Kim Wujin had already prepared a counter for it, which is the Lancelot's ring, which gives him a huge immunity to petrification. After removing the stone she'll remove from his body, Kim Wujin strikes its right eye as the left eye is still on a cooldown. The Cyclops shriek in anger as it punches Kim Wujin, but the attack is blocked by Aegis Shield, which is indestructible and can block any attack. From the backlines, Michelle provides backup by shooting fireballs at twin-headed Cyclops while Jordan and others rush in to support Kim Wujin. Kim Wujin asks them to leave the right eye to him and instead asks Lee Jaina to go and help Jordan and his team in taking out the left eye. He asks him to be quick as they need to eliminate the twin-headed Cyclops before the cooldown on his confusion skill is over. To aid himself, Kim Wujin summons his skeleton soldier even though they can't deal as much damage as him, but they provide necessary backup in case of need. With everyone giving all of their effort, the twin-headed Cyclops is taken care of in just a few minutes. After the Cyclops is dead, Kim Wujin acquires its eye, which is a legendary tier item. The eye allows any player to use the both abilities of the twin-headed Cyclops. With some mana, the player can either use the skill Confusion or the Petrification to slow down enemies. After acquiring the item, Kim Wujin and the Messiah Guild leaves the dungeon and head outside where a surprise is waiting for them. The whole Thunderbird Guild is pointing guns at them, as their leader Lightning King tells Kim Wujin to hand over the rewards that he got from the dungeon. Jordan and his team protest that the rewards are for their efforts, and that the Thunderbird Guild didn't even contribute much. But the Lightning King doesn't care for their opinion as he looks at Kim Wujin, who is under the guise of Isaac Ivanov. Lee Jaina asks Kim Wujin if he is really willing to hand over such a precious item, to which Kim Wujin replies that why not, as they will be getting what he wants in return as well. So without wasting any more words, Kim Wujin just takes out the legendary eye from his inventory and hands it over to the Thunderbird Guild. After exchanging the items, the Thunderbird Guild leaves as Kim Wujin extends his hand to say his goodbyes to the trio from Messiah Guild. Jordan is a bit of Tuzalangri and doesn't extend his hand, but when Kim Wujin tells him to cherish his comrades and make sure that he is alive for them, he finally drops the act and grabs his hand for a firm handshake. After the Messiah Guild trio leaves, Lee Jaina asks Kim Wujin since when he was so kind towards the Messiah Guild. Kim Wujin smiles as he replies to him that he never truly hated the Messiah Guild, but only the fake Messiah who wants to trample on the will of these real Messiahs. Meanwhile, the news of Isaac Ivanov successfully clearing the Cyclops dungeon spreads throughout the whole world. All the guilds extend their congratulations to him, and the Messiah Guild is no different. In fact, they let Johann Georg release the statement that he wants to team up with Kim Wujin to take on the 6th floor's A+ ranked Sphinx dungeon in Egypt. This news sparks a huge uproar on the internet, as everyone is discussing what will happen if these two celebrity-level necromancers join hands together to clear a dungeon. While some are excited, some of Isaac Ivanov's fans are worried as they feel that it's a bit too early for him to take on a 6th floor A+ ranked dungeon. One user even jokingly comments that Johann Georg and Isaac Ivanov are secretly lovers, and that they want to be buried together in the Sphinx dungeon and use the power of ancient Egyptian mummies to revive back together. Talk about doomed yaoi. Back in the Messiah Guild's headquarters, Park Shin-hye invites the Swordmaster for a meeting, as she wants him to equip the 2 legendary items in her hands, so that there won't be any variables left in eliminating Isaac Ivanov from the face of this world. The 2 legendary items are the Lord of Hell, Hades' helmet, and the Greek god Hermes' boots. While the Messiah Guild is preparing Swordmaster and Johann Georg for the Sphinx dungeon, Park Yongwon from the Lion Guild is also strengthening Isaac Ivanov to help him in eliminating the influence of Johann Georg as quickly as possible. Since Park Yongwon can't meet Isaac Ivanov in person, he calls Kim Wujin, who has been acting on his behalf. Kim Wujin recounts everything that happened between Isaac Ivanov and the Lightning King to Park Yongwon, which makes him appreciate Kim Wujin for not betraying by playing tricks on him. This strengthens their bond with each other, so he asks Kim Wujin to coerce Isaac Ivanov into eliminating Johann Georg in the dungeon, and for the payment he will give him the Osiris's ring in advance. Kim Wujin is surprised to receive the Osiris's ring, as Osiris is the god of underworld in Egyptian mythology, so as a necromancer who is attuned with death, this will help him out a lot. After receiving a few final words from Park Yongwon, Kim Wujin leaves as he has to disguise himself as Isaac Ivanov to enter the Sphinx dungeon in Egypt. A few days later in Cairo, Egypt, Kim Wujin meets Johann Georg as they shake hands to commemorate their collaboration. Johann Georg feels that Kim Wujin looks down on him, but he bears the grudge for now, as he will soon be taking him out with his own 2 hands. Later on in the dungeon, inside the Sphinx dungeon, it's just like its name, a world full of desert and sand. In these harsh conditions, even the monsters struggle to survive on their own, not to mention that now they face the threat of 2 of the strongest necromancers in the world. They stand no chance against their skeleton soldiers' armies. Johann Georg strikes a conversation with Kim Wujin about his skeleton soldiers, which are individually extremely strong. Kim Wujin also comments on Johann Georg's superior numbers, which will cause him a lot of trouble. Johann Georg laughs at Kim Wujin's comment and tells him that not all of these skeleton soldiers belong to him, as most of them belong to his party members. Meanwhile, he can just control them all using the Hades ring, which grants him the power to take control of anyone summoned skeleton soldiers. Kim Wujin is shocked to see such an item on Johann Georg, as he didn't hear anything about it in his previous life. He wonders if this is one of the few items that the Messiah Guild had hidden from the world previously. With Johann Georg having the power to control anyone's skeleton soldiers, Kim Wujin becomes a bit worried. Before this, he thought that he could take care of him without showing all of his trump cards. But now that things have come this far, he might as well just show Johann Georg his full extent of his powers. Later at night, Johann Georg is resting alongside the rest of his companions when he randomly starts to talk with an invisible entity. He calls this entity an agent of the underworld and comments how terrible it must be for it to not be able to eat or drink anything. He casually mentions how hungry it must be, while he himself munches on a juicy piece of meat. He also feels a bit angry about the fact that he cannot slime Isaac Ivanov yet, as he still needs his help in clearing the final boss of this dungeon. Just as he mentions this, the invisible entity makes its presence known for a few seconds before the scene ends. 21 days later, all the players in the dungeon successfully manage to arrive at the door of the 6th floor with no casualties. This makes Johann Georg comment that the 6th floor must be hellish, as they haven't really suffered any setbacks yet. Kim Wujin also agrees with him, as it's extremely unusual for a 6th floor A+ ranked dungeon to be this easy. Aside from this, he is also worried about the hidden enemy, as he can't believe that Park Shin-hye would have only sent Johann Georg to do the job. This fact also worries him, as he isn't sure who could be the hidden assassin that's waiting for him in the shadows. But worrying too much now won't do him any benefit, so he just enters through the door to the 6th floor, as the assassin will definitely make himself known to him on the last floor. After arriving at the 6th floor, all the players find themselves in a desert with a burning sun shining on their head. A few miles away from the desert, they can see a jungle which Johann Georg offers to move in to avoid the desert heat. Kim Wujin agrees with him, but before they move on, he informs him that there is an assassin hiding in the shadows, so he suggests everyone to take care of the assassin before they go in to search for the final dungeon boss. Johann Georg acts confused to distract Kim Wujin, so that he can have his skeleton soldiers sneak attack him from the sides. But Kim Wujin already expected something like that, so he jumps back and lets his skeleton soldiers battle against Johann Georg's. Johann Georg's party members want to chase after the escapist Kim Wujin, but Johann Georg stops them and tells them that it's okay to let him go, as long as they can hold back his special summons on the battlefield. Kim Wujin, being the absolute big-brained Chad that he is, he already expected Johann Georg to target his special summons because they can't respawn infinitely like the other regular skeleton soldiers. So to prevent his precious summons from being destroyed or controlled by Johann Georg's Ring of Hades, he decides to unsummon them by using his Book of Undead. By the time Kim Wujin unsummons them, he has already gotten pretty far away, which leaves Johann Georg to be frustrated as not only he has the most sight of his target, but he also failed to eliminate the real threat of Kim Wujin's special summoned entities. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina finally stop running, after they arrive in the jungle where Lee Jaina asks Kim Wujin what should they do now, since they aren't being chased anymore. Kim Wujin didn't expect them to chase after him as Johann Georg isn't stupid, unlike his previous opponents who were just a bunch of no-named NPCs. Since their opponents didn't fall into their trap, Kim Wujin decides to use his other plan. He equips the legendary Ring of Osiris, which combines with the Van Gogh's bracelet, granting him the power of the third ring in his collection. The Osiris ring allows Kim Wujin to completely revive the dead. Aside from the bonus stats, the skill Resurrect is the main focus of the ring, and this is exactly why Kim Wujin decided to make it the third main ring of his equipment. Lee Jaina is shocked to see Kim Wujin equip yet another legendary ring. Kim Wujin doesn't tell him where he got it from, and instead asks him if he is willing to do him a favor. Lee Jaina doesn't like the way Kim Wujin calls him, but decides to listen to him anyway. Kim Wujin asks Lee Jaina if he is used to falling from the sky, especially after they hunted the dragon hatchling last time. Before Lee Jaina can say anything, his eyes wander towards the sky, where he can see a horde of wyverns flying away from a monstrous sphinx monster that looks like Griffin with the head of an Egyptian mummy. The sphinx monster manages to hunt one of the wyverns, which it then tears apart its head and munches on it like a delicious snack. The remaining corpse of the wyvern is what Kim Wujin was looking for from the start. Now that he has found it, he heads over to it and tells Lee Jaina that they will soon have a flying mount of their own. Lee Jaina doesn't understand how they will be able to fly on a skeleton soldier, as its bones won't be enough to propel them into the air. Clearly having studied physics in school, Lee Jaina awaits what sort of miracle Kim Wujin will produce, and soon enough he witnesses Kim Wujin raise the dead in its complete form. Unlike how he previously summoned only the skeleton remains of the dead corpses, this time Kim Wujin used the Resurrect skill from the Osiris skill to revive the undead in its flesh form. As for its missing head, a shadowy head of a wyvern, which makes Kim Wujin even a better copy of Sung Jinwoo from Solo Leveling, replaces it. Later at night, Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina fly towards the Sphinx monster, who immediately notices their presence as if it has eyes on the back of its head. Enraged by a few ants intruding upon its rest time, the Sphinx monster unleashes a sound wave attack which repels the undead wyvern, causing it to back away. The Sphinx monster is extremely cunning, so it doesn't give Kim Wujin and his party a time to recover their standing, as it charges at them with its claws. The undead wyvern barely manages to dodge the claw as it starts to fly away at its maximum speed. On the back, Lee Jaina is shivering from fear, as he curses Kim Wujin for always not explaining him the full situation before getting into the battle. Kim Wujin ignores his rambling for now, as his focus is on finding Johann Georg and his party. Soon he discovers a fire smoke which gives him the location of his opponents. He immediately makes the wyvern fly towards their direction, while the Sphinx monster continues to chase them down. By the time Johann Georg can understand what's going on, the wyvern and the Sphinx monster crashes down on their resting camp. As for Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina, they cleverly fell off from the wyvern's back, disappearing into the darkness of the night on the ground. Johann Georg, on the other hand, is stuck in a perilous condition with no way of coming out without sacrificing a few of his party members and skeleton soldiers. Back to Kim Wujin, he asks Lee Jaina to get up from the ground as they need to start moving for their next plan. Lee Jaina curses Kim Wujin's entire 9 generations because he didn't even warn him before jumping below. Kim Wujin acts like as if nothing happened because he had the Aegis shield to bear the impact. But to not make Lee Jaina cough out even more blood from anger, Kim Wujin appeases him by saying that he trusted his ability to not die, which is why he didn't warn him. Lee Jaina wants to scream that he can't keep getting away like this as if he is Jesse. But before he can do that, Kim Wujin runs away to check out on Johann Georg. Back to the battlefield, Johann Georg is hiding behind a tree as he watches the Sphinx monster tear apart all of his necromancer underlings and their skeleton soldiers. He turns towards last of his few surviving teammates and tells them to come and slime Isaac Ivanov with him. His party members argue that without Isaac Ivanov's help, they can't kill the dungeon boss and get back to Earth safely, to which Johann Georg replies that he doesn't care if they all die, as at most they will be burying Isaac Ivanov with them. Now that everyone is on the same page, Johann Georg turns towards the invisible entity that has been with them since the start of the dungeon raid. He tells it that he will act as the bait because to Isaac Ivanov, he is the greatest threat due to his ability to steal other people's skeleton soldiers. The invisible entity agrees with him, but before Johann Georg can go out to lure Isaac Ivanov in, he asks the invisible entity to take off the helmet as it must be exhausting to keep wearing it for so long. The invisible entity agrees as it takes off the helmet, and below that helmet is the Swordmaster, who can finally breathe as it was exhausting to be constantly under that helmet for days. Before the Swordmaster can take a proper breather, Johann Georg tricks him by acting as if Isaac Ivanov has appeared behind them, which causes him to turn his back on Johann Georg. Using this opportunity, Johann Georg steals the Hades helmet away from the Swordmaster, which makes him extremely enraged as he doesn't understand why would Johann Georg betray him all of a sudden. The Swordmaster summons his sword from his inventory, but before he can take any action, he finds himself surrounded by Johann Georg's dozens of skeleton soldiers. While this is going on, Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina are leaving behind evidence of their escape route, which makes Lee Jaina confused because he doesn't understand why they would purposely reveal their tracks. Kim Wujin slyly comments that he is waiting for a customer who will arrive very soon. And just like what he said, a person comes out from the bushes who turns out to be the star necromancer of the Messiah Guild, Johann Georg. After approaching Kim Wujin, he immediately surrenders himself and hands over Hades' helmet as his compensation. Without even looking at the Hades helmet, Kim Wujin knows that it is what surprises Johann Georg, who immediately starts doubting the Messiah Guild's internal structure. He believes that someone must have leaked the information beforehand, which is why Kim Wujin knew all about the hidden assassin and the Hades helmet. While Johann Georg is crafting theories in his mind, Kim Wujin is also judging Johann Georg's reason for surrendering. He knows that Johann Georg loves his life the most, so he won't sacrifice it just to take him down, which is why Johann Georg chose to surrender, as he knows that it will be impossible for him to defeat the Sphinx monster on his own, and with Kim Wujin's help, he might have an extra chance at his hands. Lee Jaina is still not satisfied by his surrender, as he asks him what about his party members, and wouldn't they leak the news after they go out. Johann Georg assures him that he has taken care of all of them, and that they are sleeping soundly besides their undead skeletons. Kim Wujin isn't surprised by Johann Georg's cruelty, which is exactly why she won't let off him this easily. Kim Wujin increases the compensation for his surrender by asking Johann Georg for his Hades ring as well. Johann Georg now knows why all of the previous players failed to slime Kim Wujin, as he takes off the ring from his hand and hands it over to him. While the surrender deal is taking place, the Swordmaster who managed to escape from Johann Georg's clutches is now running for his life as two white ape monsters chase him. Even for a veteran player like him, it's still impossible to clear the 6th floor A+ ranked dungeon all by himself. The Swordmaster cherishes his life greatly and doesn't want to die, so he decides to take some risk to increase his chances of survival. Later at night, Lee Jaina is taking a piss by himself in the bushes when suddenly the Swordmaster ambushes him and cuts him up in pieces. After sliming out Lee Jaina, the Swordmaster arrives at the resting camp where Kim Wujin and Johann Georg are having a discussion about their plans to deal with the boss. Their conversation is cut short by the Swordmaster, who is extremely angry at the parasitic coward that Johann Georg is, as he betrayed not only him but also the Messiah Guild, who gave him so many good items and skills. Johann Georg is shocked to see Swordmaster here in front of them, but he only becomes even more scared when his eyes fall onto the body of dead Lee Jaina. Kim Wujin, on the other hand, isn't too worried as he knows that Lee Jaina is an immortal who won't even die even if his neck is chopped off. So he just turns to the Swordmaster, who warns Kim Wujin to speak his last words as soon he will be laying down in the eternal slumber with his undead summons. Kim Wujin is amused as he pulls out his sword from his inventory, as he also wants to test how far his sword skills are when compared to the legendary Swordmaster himself. And soon enough he gets his answer when the Swordmaster manages to win the first duel without even breaking a sweat. Kim Wujin is truly shocked because he had overestimated the Swordmaster just to be cautious, but even then he still somehow managed to underestimate him. To help Kim Wujin, Johann Georg sends out his skeleton soldiers to distract the Swordmaster, but the opponent doesn't even care as he just slashes any skeleton soldier into pieces, whichever tries to stop him from sliming Kim Wujin's life. But he is still annoyed by the pesky ants, so he just slashes at the ground to create a rift between himself and the skeleton soldiers of Johann Georg. Johann Georg is extremely terrified to see the aftermath of the sword skill, as he doesn't understand how the Swordmaster still has so much stamina. From what he remembers, the Swordmaster hasn't eaten or drank anything for so many days, which should have left him drained and exhausted. To answer his question, the Swordmaster spits out an orb from his mouth, which turns out to be an inner core of a 100-year-old human-faced turtle, which grants the player immunity to stamina drain due to hunger and thirst. But the orb doesn't provide any satiation to a player's hunger, so the Swordmaster is still extremely hungry, even though his stamina hasn't drained even a little bit. Now that he has revealed his secret, the Swordmaster asks both of them to reveal their trump cards, as his next blow will definitely be aimed at their throats. Kim Wujin laughs at his threat as he informs the Swordmaster that he doesn't have any wishes to die in this dungeon. The Swordmaster is confused as to what gives Kim Wujin such confidence, but just then, an invisible entity strikes the Swordmaster from the shadows and cuts apart his hands. The invisible entity reveals itself to be Lee Jaina, who is still alive and kicking. The Swordmaster doesn't understand how he is still alive when he clearly sliced off his neck clean with his own 2 hands. Lee Jaina doesn't reveal his secret and just curses the Swordmaster because that whole experience was extremely painful. With the Swordmaster on the ground without his hands to hold a sword, Johann Jorg becomes cocky and starts making fun of him by calling him the Cripple Master and stuff. The Swordmaster can bear to die, but he can't bear to hear the insults, so he gets down on the ground and puts the sword into his mouth and unleashes one last attack towards the trio in a last-ditch effort to take them down with him. Kim Wujin barely manages to stop the attack using the Aegis shield, but Johann Jorg isn't so lucky, and is cleanly sliced off in half like a block of cheese. The Swordmaster is shocked to see the Aegis shield in Kim Wujin's hands as he now realizes that he was played from the very start. Johann Jorg coughs out blood as he struggles to breathe. He looks at Kim Wujin with a shocked face full of anger and hatred. He doesn't understand why he has to die while Kim Wujin still lives. Lee Jaina tells him that it's just his bad karma catching up to him, so he doesn't need to hate them. Johann Jorg finally understands the pain of all of his party members that died at his hands. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster calls out Kim Wujin for being foolish, as without him and Johann Jorg, there is no way that they will be able to defeat the Sphinx monster on their own. Kim Wujin tells him that he's indeed foolish enough to have trusted him and the Messiah Guild in the past, that they were his comrades in arms to save the world. He asks the Swordmaster if he ever sincerely wanted to save the world. The Swordmaster laughs at his question and calls him stupid for thinking that once the game ends that everything will be fine. He reminds Kim Wujin that humans are the cruelest, and once the players have no use for the government and the hidden powers in shadow, they won't hesitate to discard them, just like how hunters discard the hunting dogs once the hunting season is over. Kim Wujin asks him to shut his mouth as his toxic mouth can only spill negativity. Before sliming out, the Swordmaster Kim Wujin suggests him to be a good person in his next life and think about saving the world. Only Kim Wujin has the right to say this, as he is one of those people who got a chance to replay the game from the start, so he also wishes that if someone also gets the same chance, they will use their future knowledge for good. Lee Jaina is watching all of this happen from the sidelines and wonders why Kim Wujin has such deep hatred for the Messiah Guild, but his thoughts are cut off when Kim Wujin activates his vampire skill and becomes a temporary vampire. While he is transformed, Kim Wujin gets double the stat bonuses as long as he transforms during the night, so while the night is still young, Kim Wujin wants to go out and hunt the Sphinx monster to prove to the dead Swordmaster that he wasn't foolish. In a flashback, when Secretary Lee was still in school and her father was still alive, one day her father was supposed to go on a business trip overseas, so she cooked an entire feast for him. Her father was enthralled and praised her daughter for being such a grown-up already. Just like every other dad, he is also scared for his daughter's safety all the time. So before leaving, he rants about how she should be careful at school and not learn all that brain rot stuff that these kids are learning these days from TikTok and Reels. He also tells her to not be stingy with money like her uncle Oh-se-chan, and that she should spend it like average high school students, just like how Park Sin-hee does. After he leaves, Secretary Lee also leaves for school, and while she is waiting for the signal to go red, she stumbles into Park Sin-hee, who is still a high school student. Park Sin-hee asks Secretary Lee what she is thinking, as she seems to be lost in her thoughts. She points at the big TV screen, which is showing the news of the Hansung Group implementing new strategies to prioritize the players in their growth. Park Sin-hee is one of the heirs of the Hansung Group, so she is excited to tell Secretary Lee about the news that she just awakened as a player, and that she will be attempting to clear a dungeon that recently broke out in the basement of their company's building. Secretary Lee asks her if her father will be angry at her, but Park Sin-hee doesn't really care, as she calls her father an old boomer who is out of touch with the younger generation. She just wants to prove to the world that female players can still slay, and those rising stars like Lee Sejun and whatnot are nothing in front of her. But before she goes and solo the dungeon, she wants to take a picture with her bestie, so that people will know that she was the real homie, even before she became famous. Back to the present time, the secretary looks at the wall in front of her, which has various notes and pictures posted all over it. One of the pictures is the half-torn selfie that Park Sin-hee took with her. Besides that picture is also the picture of Lee Sejun, which is connected with various other news and photographs, showing the real dark and disgusting truth behind the Messiah Guild and the Hansung Group. Aside from this, the whole world is still talking about Messiah Guild and Lee Sejun, who are going to attempt the world's first floor 7 dungeon. Lee Sejun's aura is so great that all of the kids in Korea want to grow up and become him and destroy the dungeons. While majority of the people are talking about Lee Sejun, Some of the fans of Isaac Ivanov are talking about his recent expedition into the 6 floors A+ ranked dungeon, which is the highest difficulty of the dungeon that has been cleared at this point. This news naturally reaches the ears of the higher-ups at the Messiah Guild and the Round Table Knights, who question Park Sin-hyo on whose orders did she send Swordmaster and Johann Gerd to hunt down Isaac Ivanov. The one questioning her is the Archer Master, who is worried about the safety of the Swordmaster. Park Sin-hyo assures him that she gave the Hermes boots and Hades helmet to the Swordmaster, and that there's zero chance that Isaac Ivanov will ever walk out from that dungeon alive. But just when she says this, Lee Sublin walks into the meeting and laughs at Park Sin-hyo for being this foolish. Lee Sublin is correct in his statement, as Isaac Ivanov, who is Kim Wujin, is still alive and kicking inside the dungeon. In fact, the Sphinx monster that the Swordmaster and Johann Georg feared so much is now easily being manhandled by Kim Wujin, who uses the deadly combo of his vampire skill with the blood-sucking skill to suck not only monsters' vitality, but also its stamina and energy as well. With such deadly skills, the poor Sphinx dies in a few rounds, marking all the conditions to clear the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the spot where Johann Georg and the Swordmaster died, Johann Georg's 2 halves start to float into the air as they glow golden with bright light. Soon the 2 halves join together, reviving Johann Georg back to his prime, as if he never died in the first place. This was all possible because of his unique skill Return of the Dead, which allows the player to revive 1 time in the dungeon on a condition that this skill will disappear and that the player won't receive any rewards for the dungeon clearance. Back in the real world, Park Yong-won's secretary rushes him into the office, where the Lightning King is sitting like a true boss. Lightning King informs Park Yong-won about the recent hype surrounding Lee Si-jun, which is regarding the Floor 7 dungeon and its clearance. Previously, Park Yong-won used Isaac Ivanov to increase his market share in Korea, which is why Lightning King offers to make a deal with Park Yong-won to clear a Floor 7 dungeon of their own to suppress the invincible status of Lee Si-jun. However, Lightning King only trusts Isaac Ivanov, so he wants to clear the dungeon with him once he comes out. These words hurt the pride of Park Yong-won, which causes him to release his aura in order to intimidate Lightning King into knowing that he's in his turf. But the Lightning King isn't afraid of him at all, and rivals his aura with his own aura, which sparks the air like thunder. The news of their meeting reaches the ears of Osai-chan, who is informed by Secretary Lee. Osai-chan feels that things are about to get spicy as he sips on instant coffee which he stole from the Phoenix Guild headquarters last time. Secretary Lee is used to his cheap behavior, so she leaves him be and just tells him that she's going out to meet an old friend. Being the overprotective uncle, Osai-chan immediately becomes curious as he wonders if this old friend is a guy or not. Meanwhile, in Egypt, Cairo, Kim Wujin and Lee Jaina are disguised as local Arabs, and with them is the newly revived Johann Georg. Johann Georg is amazed by Kim Wujin's ability of knowing everything, as even knew that he possessed a skill to revive himself. Lee Jaina doesn't understand how this guy's head works, as he just died and was forced to use such a precious life-saving skill. But he is still not angry at him or Kim Wujin. But Kim Wujin isn't surprised because he knows that Johann Georg is an eccentric. And as to why he knows that he had the skill to revive himself, is because in his past life he was the one who slimed Johann Georg, and he had to slime him twice to take him out. He just tells Johann Georg to pay attention to his own matters, as he must not let the world know that he is still alive. That's why he even gave him the Hades helmet, as it will help him hide himself from the eyes of the Messiah Guild when they come out from the dungeon. That's exactly why Johann Georg seems to worship Kim Wujin and wants to join him as his underling. On the other hand, Park Sin-hyo, who invested so much into the downfall of Isaac Ivanov, is now biting her nails in frustration, as the news of Isaac Ivanov coming out of the dungeon all alone causes a massive shock in the world. While the people are mourning the death of Johann Georg, Secretary Lee enters the room of Park Sin-hyo, who sent the poor guy towards his death. Park Sin-hyo doesn't want to show any weakness, so she becomes nonchalant as she welcomes Secretary Lee, whose full name is finally revealed after such a long time to be Lee Jisoo. Lee Jisoo doesn't return the greeting, which makes Park Sin-hyo twitch her eyebrows as she whimpers that Lee Jisoo has gotten cold and distant over the years. And now that they have finally met, she isn't even willing to greet her. Lee Jisoo tells her to cut her bullcrap, as she just wants her to answer whether she killed her father or not. Park Sin-hyo's face becomes pale after hearing this, as she tries to act as if she doesn't understand what Lee Jisoo is trying to say. Lee Jisoo coldly remarks that she is as terrible at lying as ever, as she hands over the reports, which clearly shows that her father died as a result of explosion that happened in the Hansun Group company. These words take Park Sin-hyo back into her memory, where she can be seen kneeling in front of Lee Jisoo's dead father. Behind her is Lee Si-jun, who is as cold and distant as ever. Back to the present, Park Sin-hyo forces herself to not remember that past, as she asks Lee Jisoo if she trusts these mere papers over the words of her own best friend. Lee Jisoo scoffs at her remarks, and asks her what sort of best friend murders one's own best friend's father. Park Sin-hyo can feel the anger and disgust beneath Lee Jisoo's voice, which causes her head to become mushy. This causes her to go in her CEO defensive mode, where she burns the papers using her powers, and threatens Lee Jisoo that she doesn't know whom she is dealing with. Lee Jisoo turns back and coldly replies to her threats that she knows that she's dealing with the Vice Guild Master of the Messiah Guild, and as for what she can do to her, future will soon tell. Back to the Phoenix Guild's headquarters, Park Yong-won and Lightning King both retract their auras as Lightning King presents an idea to solve their problem. He knows that Park Yong-won is the type of guy who will betray him the moment he gets an opportunity in the 7th floor dungeon, which is why he wants to leave behind a will that whoever comes out alive from the dungeon from the two of them will merge their two guilds into one, as that's the only way they can match Messiah Guild. Park Yong-won agrees with him, as going into a 7th floor dungeon with their strength will result in nothing but them all dying for nothing. Park Yong-won is contemplating Lightning King's offer when Kim Wujin arrives, and his aura even frightens Park Yong-won, who wasn't able to sense him even though he was this close to him. Park Yong-won asks Kim Wujin since when he was here, to which Kim Wujin replies that he just arrived. Park Yong-won judges from his aura that he must have gone into the Sphinx dungeon alongside Isaac Ivanov and his Russian buddy. Kim Wujin neither clarifies nor denies his claim, as he tells him that he was just taking care of what he asked him to do. Park Yong-won appreciates his efforts to convince Isaac Ivanov to eliminate Johann Jorg so that only one necromancer will rule the undead world. However, he made a condition that Isaac Ivanov will do it quietly, so that no one will suspect him of sliming his fellow player to pave out the future path for himself. Kim Wujin tells Park Yong-won that beggars can't be choosers, not to mention that Isaac Ivanov not explaining the cause of Johann Jorg death won't do any harm to his reputation, as his aura as the fastest player to clear a 6th floor dungeon since Awakening has already been solidified. Park Yong-won can't really disagree with Kim Wujin here, as Isaac Ivanov's reputation is close to rivaling the savior, Lee Se-jun himself. With such aura, Park Yong-won isn't worried that people will question Isaac Ivanov, so he moves on and tells Kim Wujin that he has yet another task for him to do. And since he knows that he likes a reward before he goes out for his mission, which is why he has prepared a present for him, Park Yong-won takes out a key which opens a portal to his personal storage facility, where he has stored all of his valuable items and equipment. For the down payment this time, Park Yong-won allows Kim Wujin to choose whatever he wants from here without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Oh-sai-chin is a bit worried when he learns from Lee Jisoo that she went all alone into the Hansung Group's building and confronted Park Sin-hye on her own. Lee Jisoo agrees with him that she was indeed a bit reckless, but the person who should be worried now is Park Sin-hye, as she has to accept the blame for not only losing the Swordmaster at the hands of Isaac Ivanov, but also Johann Jorg and all the equipments that they invested in him. On the other side, Lightning King is going back to his base when he asks his underlings about the preparation for the 7th floor dungeon. His subordinates tell him that they found a suitable C+ ranked dungeon, but it's located in Pakistan. Due to its awkward location, the dungeon is under the control of armed militants who are so powerful that even the Pakistani government can't do anything to them. The Lightning King has his own methods of dealing with such armed militants, as he himself used to lead one such camp. Instead, he is more pleased to hear the news that Kim Wujin has arrived at the Thunderbird Guild headquarters. After a few minutes, he arrives at the base where Kim Wujin is waiting for him in his office. Lightning King extends his hand for a handshake, as he calls Kim Wujin the loyal dog of Park Yong-won. Kim Wujin can feel the strength of Lightning King, which is far greater than of Park Yong-won, who without his elite squad can't really compete with Lightning King in a 1 versus 1 battle. The Lightning King is also amazed by Kim Wujin's strength, which is why he orders him to slime Park Yong-won when they arrive at the final floor of the 7th floor dungeon. After they are done making a deal to eliminate Park Yong-won at the 7th floor, the Lightning King leads his own army to destroy the militant group occupying the 7th floor C+ ranked dungeon. The poor Pakistani militants are sniped by Shakira from miles away, who uses her skills as a player to quickly eliminate them one by one. After the key targets are eliminated, the Lightning King orders his fleet of tanks to raise the whole valley into a flat land. In less than 10 minutes, the whole area is under the control of Thunderbird Guild, who prepares themselves to challenge their first 7th floor dungeon with the Phoenix and other Korean guilds. The news of their collaboration reaches Lee Se-jun, who stares at Park Sin-hye in front of him, who seems to be shivering from fear. He asks Park Sin-hye if they need to release any statements of their own, to which Park Sin-hye remains silent, unable to answer his question. He stands up and tells her that this look of hers reminds him of the time when they first met that day. Back then he thought that they were the same type of people, but now he doesn't believe that anymore. He places his hand on her shoulder, which causes Park Sin-hye to shiver from fear, but Lee Se-jun calms her down by telling her that the past is gone, and that they only need to focus on the future. His eyes then turn towards the bodies of a few men in suits whom he calls radicals, who want to harm the players. This is exactly what he called those people 3 years ago, who tried to stop him from becoming a monster who likes to call himself the savior. Unfortunately for the world, these radicals only make the public favor Lee Se-jun and the players even more. With such attacks on the player becoming an occurrence, Lee Se-jun negotiates with the government to allow them to clear out these radicals on their own to protect the safety of the players. When Oh Se-jun learns of this news, he is extremely angry. He wants to show the world the hypocrisy of the Messiah Guild, but unfortunately his hands are tied, and the public won't ever believe him. He can only mock this savior of humanity to appease his anger, when he receives a call from his friend the dragon hunter, Francois. Francois informs Oseichen that he has sent the gastric juice of the golden dragon to Pakistan just like he told him to. But he is curious to know what use does such a thing have to the players. Oseichen tells him that it's the secret of his client, so he can't possibly spill it out. Instead, he just tells Francois that his client only sent one message, and that's that he will slime one of the legendary players. As to who that player is, Oseichen tells him, but Francois loses connection because of entering a tunnel at that exact time. In the meantime, Kim Wujin and the other players are ready to enter their first 7th-floor dungeon, and all of them seem to be eyeing each other for their lives. Just then, an express delivery guy arrives at the scene and informs them that he has a parcel for Isaac Ivanov. Kim Wujin tells the delivery guy that he will receive the parcel instead, which makes the delivery guy feel a little bit awkward as the company's rule states that he can only hand it over to the recipient. Kim Wujin stares at him with a deadly glare, which frightens the poor delivery guy so much that he immediately hands over the parcel and runs away. Kim Wujin opens the parcel, and inside of it is a bottle of Golden Dragon's gastric juice. Isaac Ivanov, who is behind him, is actually Johann Jorg, under the guise of Isaac Ivanov. This allows Kim Wujin to enter the dungeon in his real body, finally making life easier for him. Johann Jorg, who is now Isaac Ivanov, recalls something from his memory about the use case of Golden Dragon's gastric juice, and remembers that it's used to unseal certain items. Kim Wujin isn't surprised that Johann Jorg knows this. On the other hand, Lee Jaina still has no clue about it, so Johann Jorg explains to him what the Golden Dragon's gastric juice is used for. After learning the use case of the gastric juice, Lee Jaina feels embarrassed as out of the three of them, he is the only one who has no knowledge of the higher-ranked items. If it wasn't already embarrassing enough, Johann Jorg even looks at him with a look of superiority. This pisses off Lee Jaina, who tells Kim Wujin that he won't enter the dungeon with this freak who didn't even hesitate to slime his own comrades to hide his secrets. Johann Jorg smiles and tells him that he doesn't need to worry about his loyalty because he has already signed a soul contract with Kim Wujin. This brings Kim Wujin to a flashback when they were still in Cairo, Egypt. There, Johann Jorg begged Kim Wujin to take him under him, but Kim Wujin wasn't willing to as he was afraid that he might betray him later. The reason why Johann Jorg wants to go with Kim Wujin is because he wants to see the Messiah Guild burn at the hands of him. Furthermore, to prove his loyalty, Johann Jorg takes out a soul contract which essentially makes Kim Wujin his master, and if Kim Wujin dies, Johann Jorg's stamina will fall to 0, essentially making him useless. Lee Jaina asks him if he is crazy because with this Kim Wujin can order him to jump from the building anytime and he won't be able to refuse him. Johann Jorg is assured of his decision and tells Lee Jaina that if Kim Wujin wanted to, he would have slimed him so many times already. Kim Wujin doesn't understand why Johann Jorg would willingly constrain himself like this, as he still can't read his true intentions. So he just lets go of this matter for now, as the dungeon clearance is more important. As they head inside the dungeon, Johann Jorg asks Kim Wujin as to what item he wants to unseal that he required the Golden Dragon's gastric juice. Lee Jaina asks him to mind his own business, while Kim Wujin just tells him to wait as he will know soon. Inside the dungeon, the conditions to clear the first floor is to hunt down 1,111 goblins. The condition to clear this dungeon is the same as in his last life, which relaxes Kim Wujin as this means that the next few floors will just double the number of goblins that need to be hunted in order to clear the future floors. As for the final floor, Kim Wujin remembers that it's ruled by the Goblin King, and with Kim Wujin's current arsenal, he isn't too worried about clearing it. Instead, he focuses on his player level, which is already at level 176. Soon Kim Wujin will reach the level 180, and with that he will be able to use the Undead Lich summoning skill. With that in mind, Kim Wujin gives all of his efforts in clearing the first 3 floors, which gives him quite a lot of experience points, bringing him close to his goal. As the surviving players enter the 4th floor, Kim Wujin remembers his meeting with the Lightning King, who told him the plan to slime Park Yongwon on the 4th floor. Lightning King just asks Kim Wujin to have Isaac Ivanov clear out the goblins as usual, and while he is doing so, he will personally combat Park Yongwon and end his career with his own 2 hands. Park Yongwon doesn't know what they are cooking behind his back, which is exactly why his party members are concerned about Kim Wujin, fearing that he might betray them. Park Yongwon answers their concerns with a nonchalant reply that if something like that happened, then they will all just die in the dungeon. His party member is shocked and asks Park Yongwon if he is willing to entrust his life in the hands of Kim Wujin. Park Yongwon smirks and answers that he has never entrusted his life to the other people, and he will never do so. The only thing that matters to him right now is to slime the Lightning King and take over the Thunderbird Guild and its resources. On the other hand, Kim Wujin, who is the source of his party members' concern, has just finished leveling up to the level 180, which grants him a new golden skill from his sponsor. The skill allows Kim Wujin to summon a banshee which can cause fear into any living thing's soul. Lee Jaina asks Kim Wujin if the skill is good, to which Kim Wujin replies that he doesn't know as he has never seen this skill before. Lee Jaina feels awkward after hearing this, as before this moment, Kim Wujin had always known everything about whatever item or skill they got from the dungeons. Johann Georg, on the other hand, praises Isaac Ivanov for leveling up and is now assured that Isaac Ivanov is the strongest necromancer alive on the planet Earth. Lee Jaina laughs at him and tells him that Isaac Ivanov is a fake identity, and that the real strongest necromancer is the real Kim Wujin. Johann Georg is shocked to learn that his role model is a fake mask that Kim Wujin acquired from Osaya-chan. Lee Jaina finally feels victorious for the first time ever, and doesn't let this opportunity to tease Johann Georg go to waste. Back to Lightning King. He and Shakira are resting after a full day of hunting goblins when she asks him if he isn't worried about Kim Wujin betraying them later on. The Lightning King tells her that he doesn't trust Kim Wujin, but he also isn't too worried. If worse comes to be true, he will just slime all of them out together, which will just save him the time to search them later on his own. His overwhelming confidence comes from his personal strength, as despite his opponents being the best players in the world, he is still not concerned about them joining forces to deal with them. Aside from that, he imagines the worst scenario where he is defeated and eliminated by his opponents, then he will make sure that they never return alive as well. To assure that, he has already assigned his militants outside the dungeon to spray down at the surviving players if he doesn't come outside with them. Kim Wujin doesn't know what Lightning King is plotting behind his back, as he is far too busy in testing the effect of his new skill. The Banshee seems to be very useful, as all the goblins who hear his scream fall down on their knees in absolute fear. This makes the job for his skeleton soldiers very easy, as they can slaughter an entire army of goblins with great ease. But the more time passes by, Kim Wujin realizes that the skill isn't that cost-effective. Enemies who are resistant to soul attack only makes the skill useless, as it's just draining his magical powers for no reason. Lee Jaina is disappointed to hear that, but Kim Wujin tells him that it doesn't matter, as he has a far better skill that he can utilize now. He pulls out the skill page for the Lich summoning skill, which requires him to sacrifice a great number of monsters to summon an undying undead mage. Lee Jaina asks him if it's the same skill that he exchanged for the Eye of Cyclops with the Lightning King. Kim Wujin replies with a nod as he tears apart the skill page to learn the Lich summoning skill. After learning the skill, Kim Wujin activates the skill, which creates a huge storm of undead energy which shoots into the sky and can be seen from any part of the dungeon. Lee Jaina asks Kim Wujin if this is normal, and part of the skill, to which Kim Wujin replies that it's an unexpected event, and even he didn't know that something like this would happen. The undead energy storm summons the ruler of death, who descends in the dungeon and asks Kim Wujin what sacrifice he will make. Kim Wujin smiles and points at the mountain of corpses behind him, which the ruler of death happily accepts. The undead energy storm is witnessed by the Lightning King, who stops in his hunt to observe it, as this seems all too familiar. He remembers that one time when he made a contract with the god of lightning, Indra, he also caused a similar energy storm. This makes him believe that Isaac Ivanov must have acquired a skill of the highest caliber, which is why a god has descended into the dungeon to make a contract with him. This makes the Lightning King feel the urgency to eliminate Park Yongwon as quickly as possible, as he doesn't want to face this version of Isaac Ivanov, who has made a contract with a god. While the Lightning King is rushing towards Park Yongwon is also focused on the undead energy storm. Unlike Lightning King, he doesn't know that it's because Kim Wujin has summoned a god into the dungeon, and instead believes that Isaac Ivanov might have leveled up and gained an extremely strong skill. While he is lost in his thoughts, the Lightning King arrives and ambushes him without giving him any warning beforehand. To save Park Yongwon, his subordinate sacrifices himself to block the attack of the Lightning King, which makes the Lightning King pity him as he lost the chance to swiftly eliminate Park Yongwon. Park Yongwon is extremely furious as he reminds the Lightning King that they signed a contract to not go after each other's life until they have arrived at the 7th floor. The Lightning King answers that it doesn't matter whether he slimes him at the 4th floor or the 7th floor. While they are both locked in a heated argument, Johann Georg, disguised as Isaac Ivanov, arrives at the battlefield alongside Kim Wujin's newly summoned Undying Lich. The Lich is a unique ranked summon that holds all the abilities of the summoner. It's not only undying but can also summon the same number of undead summons just like its master, essentially doubling Kim Wujin's total number of skeleton soldiers. This includes his special summons like Dullhan and skeleton wizards as well, which can't be summoned again after they die. With so many skeleton soldiers on his hand, Kim Wujin feels like Sung Jin-woo from Solo Leveling as he surrounds both sides within the palm of his hands. Shakira is happy that Isaac Ivanov is here, as this means that he didn't break his promise. But the Lightning King, on the other hand, feels that Isaac Ivanov has different intentions, causing him to put his guard against him as well. Lightning King believes that Isaac Ivanov wants to play a three-way game, so he decides to take out Park Yongwon first, before moving on to take out Isaac Ivanov as well. Even though he doesn't want to fight Isaac Ivanov, who now has made contact with a god. But since things have come this far, he has no option but to tear through all obstacles with his brute force. He immediately activates his skill to coat his trident with lightning, which he then throws towards Park Yongwon at full force. Park Yongwon is furious because the Lightning King doesn't seem to be taking him seriously at all. He is about to block the attack, but Lee Jaina jumps in to block the attack on his behalf. With Aegis shield in his hand, Lee Jaina isn't afraid of any attack, but just then, a bolt of lightning strikes him on his head, refining the whole ground around him into fine sand. Just when everyone thinks that Lee Jaina is done for, the blessing of the river Styx activates, and Lee Jaina recovers back to full health as he pops out from the ground. Lightning King seems to be pissed as he is now assured that Isaac Ivanov and his comrades have betrayed him and are now siding with Park Yongwon. He is about to make his next move when suddenly, an invisible sword comes out of near and strikes him at his neck. Red liquid gushes out from his neck like a fountain, as if he was Charlie Kirk. The whole battlefield falls into silence as Lightning King's guild members rush to help their leader. The ambusher behind the attack was Kim Wujin, who takes off Hades' helmet, revealing his face beneath that. While everyone thinks that Lightning King is done for, Kim Wujin knows that the wound wasn't deep enough, as Lightning King was barely left at 1 health point. The 1 health point is enough for the Lightning King to activate his own unique skill Descent of Indra, which allows the lightning god Indra to take over his body and smite all of his opponents to take revenge on his behalf. After the skill is automatically activated, the god of lightning Indra descends into the dungeon and takes over the Lightning King's body and turns him into the incarnation of the divine thunder itself. The thunderous lightning bolts don't care for friends or foes as they strike all of them to ashes. This causes everyone to jump back in fear, as only Kim Wujin stands in front of the incarnation of Indra, as he asks Indra as to why is he so serious. Lightning King is a boomer, so he doesn't understand the brain rot. So Kim Wujin explains in simple words that he only did what Isaac Ivanov told him to do. So if he wants to take revenge, then he should chase after him. Saying this, he points at Johann Jorg, who is standing at the top of the hill disguised as Isaac Ivanov. The poor guy doesn't know that his master just sold him out. But fortunately for him, under the influence of the incarnation of Indra, Lightning King doesn't seem to be cunning, as he just strikes Kim Wujin to take revenge for sneak attacking him earlier. Kim Wujin just stands there like a nonchalant gigachad, as the Lightning King strikes him with divine punishment. Without even confirming if Kim Wujin survived the attack or not, the Lightning King keeps on striking him with lightning strikes, whether they be divine thunder of the heavens or million-volt thunderbolt of the stormy skies. After wasting enough electricity that might be enough to power the whole world for a year, he finally stops as things seem to be much quieter now. After the dust settles, he looks at the location where Kim Wujin was standing, which now seems to be glowing bright with yellow lightning. The Lightning King is confused, but soon his confusion turns into shock when he finds Kim Wujin standing on the ground completely harmless with a lightning hammer in his hands. The lightning hammer is Mjolnir, the hammer that once belonged to Thor, the god of thunder. It was previously found to be sealed and was collecting dust in Park Yongwon's personal armory. So when the last time Park Yongwon invited Kim Wujin to pick up any item that he wanted from his armory, Kim Wujin chose the sealed Mjolnir. That's why he asked Osai-chan to order a bottle of Golden Dragon's gastric juice from Francois, so that he can unseal the Mjolnir, which will give him the perfect counter for the Lightning King. The Lightning King is shocked, but he isn't too worried, as he still believes that his raw strength far surpasses Kim Wujin, who now also holds the power of a god, especially a thunder god. So instead of using elemental attacks, he starts attacking Kim Wujin with his trident. Kim Wujin struggles for a while under his trident, as a hammer against a trident isn't really the best choice. But it doesn't take him much longer to adapt to this fighting style, as he wasn't called the Weapon Master back in his previous life. With both players being at their peak performance, the battle is intense, as even a single mistake is enough to land a fatal wound to the opponent. The Lightning King utilizes his greater speed as a way to trap Kim Wujin by forcing him to jump in the air, so that way he will be able to accurately strike him, as dodging mid-air is impossible. Unfortunately for the Lightning King, Kim Wujin has the Hermes boots that he got from the corpse of the Swordmaster. The Hermes boots allow Kim Wujin to walk in the air without touching his feet on the ground. This allows Kim Wujin to easily dodge in mid-air, failing Lightning King's scheme to trap him in the air. However, the Lightning King is a veteran player, so he instantly shifts his strategy and starts pushing Kim Wujin into backing away. Soon, Kim Wujin finds himself against a hill which cuts off his escape route. The Lightning King uses this opportunity to unleash one attack after another, causing the entire cliff to crumble into stone, which starts falling onto Kim Wujin. The smell of death engulfs Kim Wujin, who barely manages to jump away from the falling stones, but this small window of opportunity allows the Lightning King to accurately strike Kim Wujin's body, which leaves a gaping wound on his left side. Fearing that he might become weak from blood loss, Kim Wujin instantly activates his vampire skill, which gives him a huge boost in vitality and stats. As a vampire, such a wound gets easily healed, but Kim Wujin is thoroughly pissed, so this time it's him on the attack side while the Lightning King defends. Kim Wujin uses his discarded blood to create poisonous blood mist, but it's ignored by the Lightning King, who is currently the incarnation of the lightning itself. Ignoring the blood mist, the Lightning King counterattacks, which causes Kim Wujin to fall back as he coughs out blood from the internal damage to his organs. The Lightning King praises Kim Wujin for pushing him this far, as it's been a long time since he has fought anyone on equal terms. Kim Wujin returns the favor by telling him that he is also enjoying this battle, as it's also been a long time for him since he didn't rely on his skeleton soldiers to fight against a great enemy. Now that he had his fill of fighting on his own, Kim Wujin signals Johann Jorg to descend to the battlefield, so that it would look as if he is the one controlling the skeleton soldiers and not him. The Lightning King, who was laughing just a few moments ago, becomes serious as hundreds of skeleton soldiers surround him. Johann Jorg acts like Isaac Ivanov and pretends to order the skeleton soldiers to attack the Lightning King. The Lightning King doesn't waste any time as he unleashes divine punishment on the skeleton soldiers. But Kim Wujin jumps in and absorbs all of the lightning. The Lightning King becomes furious and throws his trident at Kim Wujin, but Li Junna jumps in between them and blocks the attack with his shield. The Lightning King is already feeling the stress of the battle when suddenly the Undying Lich steps into the battlefield, as well as it equips the Merlin's staff, which gives him a huge magic boost, allowing him to summon even more skeleton soldiers. Without countless skeleton soldiers surrounding him, even the invincible Lightning King is forced to switch to a defensive mode where he can only fend off the skeleton soldiers trying to cut apart into his lightning armor. Park Yongwon is watching all of this happen from the sidelines and realizes that Kim Wujin was the real threat from the start, and that Isaac Ivanov and his Russian buddy were just his underlings. This makes him shiver as he comes to a realization that all this time, he was raising a tiger cub in the name of raising a wild dog. Meanwhile, the battle between the endless skeleton soldiers and the Lightning King continues on, and after a whole night of endless fighting that the Lightning King is finally defeated. The skill descent of Indra doesn't have unlimited duration, as it can only be maintained for a few hours before dispersing. After the effects of the lightning god Indra disappear, Kim Wujin looks at Lightning King, who is just disappointed that he wasn't able to see the peak. Kim Wujin doesn't feel bad in sliming out Lightning King, as he was everything but a good man. After the Lightning King is dead, Shakira is terrified that Isaac Ivanov might destroy their whole guild. But Isaac Ivanov, who is Johann Jorg in disguise, looks towards the Thunderbird Guild members and informs them that he wants to select a successor who will lead the Thunderbird Guild now that the Lightning King is dead. Shakira is shocked to hear this, as she was expecting him to unalive all of them. She realizes that this is an opportunity to take the command of the Thunderbird Guild, so that in future, when she is strong enough, she will be able to take revenge on Isaac Ivanov on behalf of the deceased Lightning King. She raises her hand and tells Isaac Ivanov that the Lightning King didn't leave behind any successor, but since she used to be his right-hand soldier, she should be the one to take command of the Thunderbird Guild. However, Kim Wujin interrupts her and tells Isaac Ivanov that he will take command of the Thunderbird Guild, as this was the deal that he made with Lightning King when he came back from Egypt after the 6th floor dungeon clearance. Shakira wants to call him out for lying, but Kim Wujin's gaze forces her to shut her mouth. She realizes that if she speaks against Kim Wujin, Isaac Ivanov might just order his skeleton soldiers to slime her at the moment. As they say, the winner takes it all and the loser has to fall. Shakira accepts her defeat and lets Kim Wujin take over the guild. After Shakira has admitted defeat, Park Yongwon steps in and reminds Kim Wujin that he also made a deal with the Lightning King that he will take over the guild if he manages to come out of the dungeon alive. Kim Wujin had enough of Park Yongwon's tyranny, as he can now face him without fearing his strength anymore. So he reminds Park Yongwon of his position and informs him that Isaac Ivanov needs the Thunderbird Guild to clear this dungeon. So that's why it's better if Park Yongwon lets go of his desire to merge the Thunderbird Guild into the Phoenix Guild, or Isaac Ivanov will make sure that he never leaves this floor alive. Park Yongwon is smart enough to not show his fangs at this moment, so he accepts defeat, and the remaining players continue to climb the floors till they reach the final floor. On the 7th floor, the Goblin Shaman announces the news of the dungeon raid to the Goblin King, who sends out the entire Goblin army to destroy the invaders. Unfortunately for the Goblins, the invaders this time are countless skeletons who keep on getting revived as long as Goblin soldiers provide their corpses for Kim Wujin to sacrifice. Aside from the skeleton soldiers, Kim Wujin has already acquired the Odin Spear from the body of Lightning King, and with the 2 legendary items belonging to the father and son pair of the Norse mythology, Kim Wujin activates the hidden item set bonus effect, which boosts his lightning skills and decreases the mana consumption of using the divine lightning. Park Yongwon watches Kim Wujin dominate the battlefield, and this only pisses him off further as his whole reputation in front of his subordinates was reduced to dust by this man. He promises to himself that when he goes out he will make sure to repay Kim Wujin by 100,000-fold. Soon the dungeon is cleared and the first player to leave is Shakira, who stands in front of the armed militants belonging to the Thunderbird Guild's personal army. After Shakira, the other players leave one by one, but the military leader doesn't even see the shadow of the Lightning King, so he is about to order his troops to open fire. But Shakira stops him and tells him that the Thunderbird Guild is going to have a new master, so they don't need to follow the orders of the old master anymore. She doesn't announce the name of the new master, as Kim Wujin previously warned them to not spread any news about him succeeding the Lightning King to the public or anyone. He tells them that it's the wish of Isaac Ivanov, who has different plans for both the Phoenix Guild and the Thunderbird Guild. Even though Shakira is pissed, she can't do anything to Kim Wujin, as the threat of Isaac Ivanov looms over her head. Park Yongwon is similarly stuck in the same pit, as he is also terrified of Isaac Ivanov and has seemingly lost his sharp edge. A few days later, after the dungeon clearance, Kim Wujin comes live on the media channels and informs the world that he will be merging the Phoenix Guild and Thunderbird Guild into one single guild, which will be called the Savior Guild from now on. He also mentions that the Savior Guild will not take any money from any investment group or the government, and that they will clear any dungeon in the world for free of charge. This news shocks the whole world as people see the Savior Guild as a direct competitor to the Messiah Guild, whose ambitions have been growing stronger and stronger over the passing years. Oisachin also hears this news, and finally smiles from the bottom of his heart, as he managed to fulfill the wish of his old friend and created a savior that will truly save the world. However, his whole mood is ruined by the constant chewing noise from Lee Jinna, who is extremely hungry after nearly dying dozens of times in the previous dungeon raid. When Oisachin asks him to get out and go eat somewhere, Lee Jinna becomes furious and reminds Oisachin that he is the national hero of Korea who cleared a 7-floor dungeon, so he should respect him more. Oisachin reminds him that it's his alter ego Spasika that cleared the 7-floor dungeon and not him. Poor Lee Jinna can only shut his mouth as he can't even tell the world that he is one of the legendary players. Meanwhile, Kim Wujin is detached from all the hype in the world as his main focus is still to get revenge on Lee Sejin. Even though he has come this far after risking his life many times even since he returned back in time, he still feels that his strength and the items on his hands are still not enough to overwhelm Lee Sejin, who is truly the greatest player in the world without any doubt. If he even wants to have a bare minimum chance against Lee Sejin, he would need to acquire that item. But before he can acquire that item, Kim Wujin decides to settle a few problems that might bring him trouble later on. He heads to Park Yongwon's office, who is still mad at him for betraying him like this, especially after he gave him so much to raise him to this level. Kim Wujin reminds him that he only treated him like a pawn that could be discarded at any time, so he should be glad that he didn't become the second Lightning King. Before Park Yongwon can even say anything, Kim Wujin tells Park Yongwon that he has only two options: accept his current status as a hero who raised Isaac Ivanov, or go against Isaac Ivanov and face the same fate as the Lightning King. After giving him a warning, Kim Wujin leaves the office, leaving behind a lifeless Park Yongwon, who doesn't even have the will to do anything anymore. While Korea and Russia are in a festive mood, France is once again on the headlines due to a dragon dungeon breakout which resulted in countless casualties. Francois manages to slay the dragon and save Paris, but the public of France want him to quickly clear a 7-floor dungeon to match Messiah Guild and the Savior Guild, who have been keeping Korea and other allied countries safe. Francois is under extreme pressure, as he announces to the public that he isn't strong enough to handle a 7-floor dungeon. Not to mention his specialty is just hunting dragons, and normal monsters aren't really his type. But the public becomes even more furious, so he has no option but to turn to his good old fella, Oh Saya-chan, in hope that he will find a solution for him. And just like that, he arrives at the meeting place between him and his potential saviors. So while they wait at the restaurant that he has booked for his guests, Lee Genie enjoys the unlimited food to his heart's content, as it's not every day that he gets to eat French cuisine, and that in unlimited quantity. Francois is a bit startled to see such a wild eater appear out of nowhere in a restaurant that he reserved for an important meeting. So he asks Lee Genie as to who he is, to which he is about to reply that he's the hero who conquered the 7-floor dungeon with Isaac Ivanov, but is stopped by Lee Ji-sua, who doesn't want to reveal his identity to the public. She instead lies to Francois that he's a part of Osichin's office and is learning about their business while following her on meetings. Francois finally relaxes after hearing this and just ignores this monster who has nearly eaten all of the restaurant supplies. Ignoring Lee Jaina, he turns to Lee Jaso, who hands him the documents regarding their compensation for clearing the 7-floor dungeon on France's behalf. Francois reads the documents and is surprised to see the Savior Guild request the Death Knight skill page, which is a unique rank skill. Francois is about to agree when Lee Jaso stops him and tells him that their offer is still so cheap because Oh Seichin wanted to give him a discount for delivering the Balmung sword to him the last time. Francois feels that he's being cheated, but he still agrees to it nevertheless. Just as they are about to sign the deal, Park Sin-hee appears in the restaurant and informs Francois that he's making a big mistake by hiring the Savior Guild instead of them. She talks badly about the Savior Guild, who is just copying them, and doesn't even have the slightest bit of capability to match the Messiah Guild in terms of resources and strength. Francois remains silent, but Lee Jaina isn't the one to hear crap about his alter ego, so he reminds Park Sin-hee that Messiah Guild isn't any better than the Savior Guild, as both of them have only cleared a C+ ranked dungeon of the 7 floors yet. Since the dungeon this time is A- ranked, it is something that both guilds have yet to clear. Park Sin-hee is about to retort to his comment when she notices Lee Jaina standing up, who reminds her of the words that she told him last time. Park Sin-hee is left speechless as she can only watch Lee Jisoo leave alongside her partner Lee Jaina. The conclusion of the meeting leads to a debate in the office of the French government. In the end, the government can't offend either of the parties, so they delay the final judgment to be announced in the evening as to who will get the rights to clear the dungeon first. Park Sin-hye could only leverage the French government this far by assigning 50 high-level 100-leveled players to the French branch of the Messiah Guild. To match Park Sin-hye's initiative, Savior Guild sends Spasiba to help the French players in suppressing the other 6th-floor dungeon breakouts. Both sides try their best to appease the French government, as they wait for the final decision. Soon the sun goes down and fated evening comes. The French government invites Park Sin-hye to the stage to sign off the deal for the 7th-floor ranked dungeon with her. While she is signing the deal with the French government, Francois remains undercover as he approaches Lee Jisoo and Lee Jina, who are here to do a secret trade with him. All three of them hide their identities by wearing a hoodie, so that no one will recognize them. Francois asks Lee Jisoo if the days that they spent in Paris were comfortable for them. Lee Jisoo: "Thanks Francois for the hospitality." They are about to leave when Francois stops her and hands her over the Death Knight skill page that they requested him earlier, as the reward for clearing the 7th-floor A-ranked dungeon in France. Lee Jisoo doesn't understand why would Francois hand over the skill page to them, when they didn't even manage to secure the rights to clear the dungeon. Francois answers her that their appearance in France caused the Messiah Guild to lower their prices in order to win the rights of clearing the dungeon. Without their help, the French government would have been in a bad spot, and would have needed to pay way too much for a single dungeon. Poor Lee Jinai feels cheated that he worked so hard to gain the public sentiment, and yet they weren't even able to win the rights for the dungeon. On the other hand, Lee Jinai thanks Francois for his kindness and is about to leave with Lee Jinaya when Francois once again stops her. He asks Lee Jinai as to why they didn't try harder to acquire the rights to the dungeons if it was really important to them. He asks her if it's because an A-ranked dungeon of the 7 floors is something that even Isaac Ivanov fears to attempt. Lee Jinai just smiles and tells him to wait for a press conference from Isaac Ivanov, which will clear all of his questions. But since he was kind enough to give them the skill, she tells him in advance that the Savior Guild will be attempting an A+ ranked dungeon that they just found in the United Kingdom. Francois is shocked as his ears can't believe that they heard right. As for how Kim Wujin was able to discover the A+ ranked dungeon before the Messiah Guild is because of the Lightning King. After Kim Wujin used his Eyes of Anubis skill on the deceased Lightning King, he learned that the Lightning King was hiding an A+ ranked dungeon's location in the United Kingdom. After learning about the dungeon, Kim Wujin immediately booked a flight to the United Kingdom to confirm the location, and after he is done, he asks Oh Sai-chen to release the news about him buying the rights from the United Kingdom to clear the dungeon. Just after the news goes viral, all of the world's biggest guilds approach Oh Sai-chen to reserve a part in the dungeon clearance operation as well. These guilds include Kunlun Guild of China, who will be sending 80 players in total, the Great One Guild of America, who will be sending the Guildmaster Carrie Rowana and her genius mage Ellis Highton. Aside from them, Jay Jackson of the Frontier Guild of America will also be joining the hunt alongside the United Kingdom's own guild, Victoria's Secrets. Kim Wujin has no problem with these guilds joining the dungeon raid, as they are all very capable players. But Oh Sai-chen doesn't just stop here, as he informs Kim Wujin that Messiah Guild also bought a few seats in the dungeon hunt, as their elite player Cho Sung-woo will be joining as the party leader from their side. Oh Sai-chen thought that Kim Wujin might not be happy that the Messiah Guild is even joining this operation, even though they already have the A-ranked dungeon all for themselves in France. But to his surprise, Kim Wujin approves of the Messiah Guild splitting their strength just to not let him have all the glory for clearing the first A+ ranked dungeon of 7 floors. Soon the day comes for the hunt to clear the world's first A+ ranked 7 floors dungeon, which all of the world's top guilds are participating in hopes of taking all the glory for themselves. While the other guilds arrive in big numbers, the Savior Guild's party as usual consists of just 2 Russian players, Isaac Ivanov and Spasiba, and a few of old Phoenix Guild and Thunderbird Guild members. While the Savior Guild is preparing to enter the United Kingdom's dungeon, Lee Se-jun has already been in the A- ranked dungeon for 10 whole days. He was taking it slow in the start because he wanted to let his guild members progress naturally, but after arriving at the current floor, he feels the urgency to clear this dungeon as quick as possible, so that once he is done with it, he can start searching for the next dungeon to enter. Park Sin-hye asks him about the rest of the guild members, but Lee Se-jun coldly replies that they need to take care of themselves, and that he will be leading the charge from now on. He wishes to clear this dungeon as quickly as possible so that he can perhaps get the chance to meet Isaac Ivanov in the 8th floor dungeon in future. Back to the United Kingdom's dungeon, Kim Wujin, who is disguised as Isaac Ivanov, looks to clear the first floor, which turns out to be yet another survival quest. This makes the whole thing beneficial for him, as he has just the right card to play. While he is thinking of his plan, Cho Sung-woo of the Messiah Guild approaches him and extends a handshake for greeting. Soon the other guilds arrive as well as they all gather to discuss their strategy to clear the first floor. Kim Wujin's gaze falls on Ellis Hayton, which makes him remember that he got the Merlin staff from her hands after she lost the bet. This gives him an even better idea on how to use this survival quest for his own benefits. He informs everyone that the final boss of this dungeon is a dragon, and in such dungeons, all the different monster races have their guardians, which protect each of their own lairs. But when it comes to a survival quest, the guardians will join forces to destroy the player's chance of clearing the dungeon. But Kim Wujin isn't too worried. Instead, he is worried that he might get bored of waiting calmly for the next 10 days. So to spice up things, he sets up a bet that the guild which will hunt down the most amount of monsters will receive the Merlin's staff from his hands. But it would be unfair for only him to offer a reward, so he hopes that the other guilds would put up similar rewards that equals the value of the Merlin's staff as well. Everyone can see that Isaac Ivanov is trying to bait them into betting legendary items as his carry potential is the highest in the dungeon. Aside from that, most of them aren't too worried as they already expected something like this to happen before they even entered the dungeon. Which is why all of the 5 guilds aside made an alliance against the Savior Guild to not let them have any more victories over their previous 5 strongest guilds in the world. Or at least what they thought. But Kim Wujin's rage bait works flawlessly against the carry Roana of the Great One Guild, who asks Kim Wujin if he remembers that this Merlin staff belonged to their guild originally, so offering that as a reward is nothing but a blatant provocation against their guild. Kim Wujin smiles and innocently tells Carrie that he didn't mean to provoke her, and that he was just spicing up the things. Even Lee Jaina can't help but commend Kim Wujin for his 10 out of 10 rage bait, as he is finally happy to see other cough up blood by how egregious Kim Wujin truly is. Carrie retracts her murderous aura and tells Kim Wujin that she accepts her bet, but on a condition that he won't use King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff while they are still in the betting phase. She purposes this because she believes that Isaac Ivanov is the strongest player in the world, aside from Lee Sejun, which is the best compliment that she can give to him. Lee Jaina suggests Kim Wujin to not accept the bet as without the set bonus from the King Arthur's ring, his roundtable items won't be as strong as before. But Kim Wujin still accepts the bet despite having such conditions placed against him. Even though Kim Wujin has agreed, the Kunlun guild leader reminds Carrie of their deal, but in response he just gets a death glare from her, which causes him to shrink back his fat neck. But Carrie uses his hesitancy as a weapon against Kim Wujin, as she presents another condition for the bet. She wants the Savior Guild to compete against their 5 guilds combined, and only then she feels that it would be fair to them. Carrie's outrageous betting conditions causes Lee Jaina to burst out in anger, but Kim Wujin stays still as nonchalant as ever. Carrie wholly expects Kim Wujin to deny this condition and renege on the bet, but to her surprise, Kim Wujin accepts this condition, and in return he just asks them to not become salty if he manages to win the bet and get all the legendary items. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Osai-chan enters the office where he finds Lee Jisoo still working on her computer. He leans forward and notices what she is reading, which turns out to be the news about Hansung Group doing their usual shenanigans. Osai-chan doesn't want Lee Jisoo to stay stuck to the past, so he asks her if she wants to go out and have a meal with him. Lee Jisoo is surprised, and can't believe that such a cheapskate like him would offer a meal to her, so she immediately accepts his offer. But despite that, she chooses a cheap place, as she knows that Osei-chan is saving money, not for himself but for all of them. Osei-chan feels happy at heart to see that Lee Jisoo doesn't resent him, so he makes up his mind to ask her if she managed to learn anything from Francois the last time she met him in France. This brings Lee Jisoo to a past flashback where she still remembers that her father used to be the CEO of the Hansung Group that is now led by Park Sin-hye. Lee Jisoo's father's name is Lee Jin-so, and he's acting as the current CEO of Hansung Group. His secretary informs him that the president is calling him to a meeting, so he heads to the board members' meeting room, where he finds president of the Hansung Group, Park Young-ho, screaming at an executive for letting the information about the Messiah project leak to the common public. This meeting took 4 years before the present events, so the players are still a new thing, and have been making headlines for a while. As one of the biggest financial groups in Korea, the Hansung Group approached the government for a method to legalize the players and use them for their own good. However, this was all supposed to be a top-tier secret, as they were experimenting with the lives of players and the lives of common people, as dungeon break could happen at any moment of their project Messiah. So with the information leak, the Hansung Group is under great pressure from the public and its board members. To protest against the Hansung Group, the people sold their shares immediately, causing their whole company's stock to fall at a rapid pace, which has been worrying Park Young-ho since days now. After tolerating for days, he finally loses his patience and throws all the papers at Executive Kim and orders him to go and solve this problem and restore the company's reputation. Lee Jin-so can't watch the poor executive get bullied anymore, so he stands up and just asks him to go and handle the orders as he calms down Park Young-ho. He tells Park Young-ho that he shouldn't treat his employees like this, which only further pisses off Park Young-ho, who tells Lee Jin-so that he respects him as an old friend, but the current situation is way too dire for him to not lose his patience. Lee Jin-so doesn't mind his words and instead tells him that they can use this to their own advantage and eliminate the variable that's the biggest risk in their project Messiah. He points at Lee Sejun, a new player that has emerged and has gained a stable footing as the leader of this project Messiah. The scene then cuts to Lee Sejun, who is in a basement wearing a military uniform with a dagger in his hand. Surrounding him are the corpses of monsters that he and his team slew after the dungeon break. Lee Sejun orders one of his teammates to use his clone talent to head inside the dungeon to see what sort of dungeon it is. This is how the guilds have always scouted the dungeons throughout history. The player sends his clone into the dungeon and finds that it's a B-ranked dungeon with 4 floors. However, soon after, he is ambushed by flying monsters, and his clone is slimed instantly. After learning the details of the dungeon, instead of trying to clear it to remove the threat of dungeon break, Lee Sejun decides to delay it as long as he can for some reason unknown to all. Back to Park Young-ho. He understands where Lee Shin-soo is coming from, but he can't think of any other replacement for a talented player like Lee Sejun. This is where Lee Shin-soo reveals his secret card, as he mentions a player from France who single-handedly eliminated the threat of a dragon in a survival quest. As they are discussing, Lee Sejun barges into the room without even asking for their permission. Lee Shin-soo reminds Lee Sejun that he's not qualified to enter into this room without the approval of their secretary, but Lee Shin-jun just ignores him as he turns towards Park Young-ho and tells him that he has something urgent to discuss. Park Young-ho was already very pissed, and now seeing Lee Sejun disrespect him like this, he throws the microphone stand towards his face, which Lee Sejun dodges like a nonchalant gigachad. Lee Sejun reminds Park Young-ho that being too angry is bad for him at his current age, so he should be more calm and reserved. Park Young-ho seems to ignore his question as he starts cursing Lee Sejun and his entire family. Lee Sejun had enough of his wild mouth, so he shuts his mouth by leaving a slight scar on his face as he reminds Park Young-ho that the world doesn't belong to oldies like him anymore. Seeing Lee Sejun pull out his weapon at them, Park Young-ho immediately decides in his mind to accept Lee Shin-soo's plan to remove Lee Sejun from the Project Messiah and go with that player from France. But for now, they have to bear with whatever Lee Sejun has to say. After everyone is calmed down, Lee Sejun informs them that his scout discovered flying monsters in the dungeon in the basement, so he won't be entering the dungeon anytime soon. Lee Sejun-soo is enraged at his remarks, as he reminds Lee Sejun that he has already delayed the dungeon for more than a week, and that any longer they wait will only increase the risk of dungeon break. Lee Sejun replies that he doesn't care about that, and that with uncertain dungeons like one in the basement, he won't risk his life at all. Before leaving, he also reminds them to not get too smart and move against him as he has the whole security team of the Hansung group under his control. After Lee Sejun leaves, Park Young-ho orders Lee Sejun-soo to go and meet that person in France, so they can eliminate this crazy variable that Lee Sejun is. While Lee Jin-soo is on his way to the airport, in the basement of the Hansung Group's building, Park Sin-hye is trying to sneak in as she wants to show off her skill as the newly awakened player. However, what she doesn't know is that this decision will change her life forever, as a dungeon break has just occurred in the basement. The security team is trying to run away when suddenly an orc appears behind them and crushes a few of their members into meat paste. Park Sin-hye is terrified and falls down onto her knees, but just then, Lee Shidwen arrives as he asks her who she is. Park Sin-hye is too afraid to answer the question, so she can only stare at Lee Sejun's beautiful yet terrifying face. Lee Sejun ignores her, and instead turns to the bloodied body of the security guard, who suddenly gets up as his body starts to recover on its own. The security guard has the sponsorship of the Undying Fighter, so he has many skills to heal back from terrible wounds by consuming his own mana. Lee Sejun asks him to quickly retreat back and save his health points for later use. Then he turns towards the orcs coming out of the basement and curses the useless security team for not even being able to hold back such a small wave of monsters. Lee Sejun takes out his sword and is about to charge at the orcs when suddenly, Park Sin-hye behind him stands up and uses a fireball spell which distracts the orcs. All the players around her are shocked to see her use magic, as mages at this point are very rare and respected in any guild or party. Lee Sejun cuts apart the orc charging at him and is amused to see Park Sin-hye being a mage, as he feels that things are starting to finally become interesting. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-soo finally arrives at the airport as he texts Francois from France that he will be boarding the plane very soon. Before he leaves, he tells Oh Sai-chan, who is his driver and close aide, to go home and make sure that Lee Jin-soo is fine. He reminds her to treat her like his own niece, and is about to turn away when he hears the news from the car's radio about the dungeon break inside the basement of Hansung Group's building. He immediately gets back into the car and orders Oh Sai-chan to return back to the Hansung Group's building. Back at the Hansung Group's building, Park Young-ho is about to escape through the helicopter when he receives a call from Lee Sejun, who sends him the pictures of Park Sin-hye fighting against the monsters using fire spells. Park Young-ho is shocked to learn that his daughter is an awakened player, but at this moment he doesn't care, and just orders Lee Sejun to bring his daughter out from the building safely. Lee Sejun reminds him that he's in no shape or authority to order him to do anything, and aside from that, if he leaves the dungeon gate, who knows what will happen if those flying monsters escape. After saying this, he cuts the call, which leaves Park Young-ho seething with anger. Park Young-ho is raging with fire, so he immediately gets out from the helicopter and grabs the emergency axe to head down the building to rescue his daughter on his own. Oh Se-chan also arrives at the Hansung Group's building alongside Lee Jin-soo, who takes out a briefcase and pulls out a red switch from inside. Lee Jinsu hopes that he wouldn't need to use this emergency weapon in any scenario. He is about to head inside the building when Osei-chan stops him and asks him if he is sure about entering the building even though Li Shen is inside there to handle it all. Lee Jinsu can't explain to him that Li Shen can't be trusted at all, so he just tells him that he can't leave this city in the hands of a bunch of players. He also wants to be the hero so that his daughter would be proud of him. Hearing this, Osei-chan doesn't stop him anymore and just asks him to be careful and prioritize his safety for the sake of his daughter. Inside the basement, Park Sin-hye asks Li Shen if they are going to head inside to clear the dungeon, to which Lee Si-jun replies that they won't go inside as the situation inside is too unpredictable, and who knows whether they will make it out alive or not. Park Sin-hye thought that Lee Si-jun was a hero who wanted to save the world, but now seeing the true reality, she can see that he's just a coward who's afraid of death. Lee Si-jun can see the disgust in her eyes, so he manipulates her by saying that the players are the chosen ones, so they don't need to sacrifice themselves to save the lives of ordinary people who aren't even worth 1% of them. He wants to instill this idea of superiority in the mind of Park Sin-hye, and slowly but surely, Park Sin-hye also starts being influenced by his ideals. However, just then Lee Jinsu arrives as he orders Lee Si-jun to go and lead his team to clear the dungeon before it's too late. Lee Si-jun asks Lee Jinsu if he wants him to sacrifice his and his comrade's life to clear the dungeon, which is way above their level. Lee Jinsu can understand that Lee Si-jun is trying to guilt-trap him, but he reminds Lee Si-jun that Project Messiah exists only because they are the protectors of humanity. Lee Si-jun treats his blabber as pointless banter and just tells him that he won't risk his life and the player's life for the ordinary people who can just breed more to produce more of themselves. Lee Si-jun wants to argue, but just then a bird monster tears through the building and flies upwards to the top floor where Park Yong-ho is running down to come and rescue his daughter. Meanwhile, in the basement, Lee Shin-soo has no other option but to take out the red button from his pocket and threaten Lee Si-jun to clear the dungeon, or else he will detonate the whole basement floor and bury everyone within it. Lee Si-jun reminds Lee Shin-soo that the dungeon gate will still remain active, but Lee Shin-soo is willing to risk it all as long as he can make them attempt the dungeon for once. Park Sin-hye looks at Lee Shin-soo with shock as she can't believe that one of her father's trusted aides would pull up something like this. Lee Shin-soo apologizes to Park Sin-hye as he tells her that he has no other choice. Lee Si-jun can see the determination in Lee Shin-soo's eyes, so he orders his team to go to the floor where the dungeon gate is, and that he will follow them soon. In the end, only Lee Shin-jun, Park Sin-hye remain beside Lee Shin-soo, who is betting all of his stakes just to eliminate this variable known as Lee Shin-jun. This is where the flashback ends, as this is the last thing that Lee Shin-jun's teammates saw, who then leaked the news to Francois, who met her later and told her everything that happened to her father. She believes that Lee Shin-jun and Park Sin-hye are involved in the death of her father, and that she doesn't resent Osei-chan anymore for not telling her about all of this sooner. Back to the United Kingdom dungeon. Illis is running out of mana as she has been casting spells non-stop. This worries her that they might lose to the Savior Guild in the long term if this continues on for any longer. But just then, the guildmaster Carrie activates her blessing of her sponsor, which allows her to buff all of her teammates with huge mana and power boosts. With such buffs on her hands, Illis regains new confidence and starts channeling spells like crazy. Unlike Ellis, who is full of confidence, Lee Shin-jun is frustrated because Kim Wujin has prevented him from killing any monster ever since he came to this dungeon. All the monsters that they have come across have been fed to the Skeleton Knight, which pisses off Lee Jaina, who doesn't understand why would he even let a single skeleton soldier have all the kills. Kim Wujin doesn't explain anything to him, and instead he just takes out the Death Knight skill page from his inventory, which allows him to summon a Death Knight from any undead summon that has killed 44,444 monsters. Which is why he was only allowing Skeleton Knight to kill all the monsters, so that he can quickly get to that kill number of 44,444 and become a Death Knight. Without wasting any time, Kim Wujin places the skill page on Skeleton Knight's dumb head, which gives him a prompt whether he wants to turn it into a Death Knight or not. Kim Wujin clicks on yes, which summons a massive storm of undead energy that starts engulfing Skeleton Knight in its center. Even though the undead energy storm isn't as big as the last time when he summoned Undeading Lich Mage, it's still terrifying, which even scares Park Yongwon, who already witnessed the Lord of Death descending into the dungeon last time. The undead energy condenses into the Skeleton Knight's body, whose skeleton horse disappears, leaving behind just a huge armored undead knight, whose body unleashes terrifying undead energy. Lee Jaina can feel the awesomeness radiating from its body, and asks Kim Wujin if this is the trump card that will make them top the list once again. Kim Wujin smiles and then unsummons the Death Knight by putting him in his Book of Death. Lee Jaina is baffled as Kim Wujin tells him that his trump card was always him, and by him he points at Lee Jaina himself. Just then, all the monsters on the first floor hear a terrifying echo that causes all of them to rush towards its source. Ailey is fighting a bunch of monsters when they start to run away from her. At first she thinks that they are just smart enough to know that they can't beat her, but then she realizes that something is wrong and that they are all just running in a singular direction. As for what direction they are running to, it is soon revealed to be the place where Kim Wujin and Lee Jina's party is. Lee Jina is the source of the terrifying echo that attracted all monsters, and he was able to produce such echo by using an item known as Death's Echo Box. Normally this item is useless, as it drains the vitality of any player that uses it to produce a death echo that makes the player the first and immediate target of all the monsters on the dungeon floor. Only Lee Jina, who is near immortal, can utilize this gadget to its full potential, as he has a nearly infinite amount of vitality, as long as his blessing remains activated. With all the monsters rushing towards Lee Jina, Kim Wujin's skeleton army has a much easier time annihilating the whole wave of monsters in one go rather than searching for monsters by going roundabout ways. Their battle attracts the attention of all the other 5 guilds who arrive at the scene and are shocked to witness a single guild fight against the whole monster army on the first floor of a 7-floor A+ ranked dungeon. Carrie recognizes the Death Echo Box as she has seen this item pop out on black market a couple of times before, but no one ever thought of buying it as it was useless to the majority of the players. So in the end, she can only watch Kim Wujin steal all the monster kills and achieve the #1 position on the leaderboard. With his place secured first on the leaderboard, and him being way above all the other 5 guilds when combining all of their points, Kim Wujin wins the bet and gets all the legendary items from the 5 guilds. Carrie is incredibly pissed as she was the one who forced the other guilds to accept the bet. She finally understands the pain of Ellis, who also suffered exactly the same at the hands of Kim Wujin last time. While the 5 guilds are dying of anger, Kim Wujin's eyes fall onto a shield in the stack of legendary items. The shield is named Galahad's Shield, and it's one of the items of the Round Table Knights. Unlike the other legendary items of the Round Table Knights, Galahad's Shield is cursed and is more of an offensive item rather than a defensive one, when compared to its other shield's counterparts. Kim Wujin feels lucky to have acquired this shield without even doing much. But when he thinks about the curses that this shield inflicts on not only the enemies, but also the user itself, he starts having second thoughts. Just then, the leader of the Kunlun Guild speaks about his objection to the bet, as he claims that this bet is invalid. Kim Wujin is amused and asks him to explain himself. The Kunlun Guild leader tells Kim Wujin that he cheated by stealing all the monsters from them, which destroyed all of their chances to win the bet. Kim Wujin can't help but laugh at this gullible fatty as he informs him that it was his own ability that he managed to aggro all the monsters in the dungeon. Aside from that, even if he didn't kill all the monsters, no guild aside from the Savior Guild could have been able to face the monster wave that they just faced. Now, Kim Wujin's reasoning leaves no chance for the Kunlun Guild or any other guild to retort to his words. If that wasn't already enough, Kim Wujin asks them to check their status screen, which shows them that the first floor of the dungeon has been already cleared. All of the guilds are shocked as there are still 4 days remaining in the survival quest, and something like this has never happened before. The reason why the survival quest forcibly ended was because Kim Wujin slimed all of the dungeon guardians on the first floor, which means that there won't be any more waves on the first floor of this dungeon anymore. Kim Wujin leaves all of them baffled as he opens the door to the next floor and nonchalantly walks in without even looking back. Meanwhile, in France, Francois is standing in a deserted area where there used to be a beautiful winery. In front of him stands a dungeon gate which he can't enter because he is too weak. This makes him feel weak and terrible from inside, as he has to rely on people like Lee Sejun to save his homeland for him. His secretary is beside him, who tells Francois that he is not a weak man. He assures his master that he is the most loyal man to his country that he has ever seen. Francois thanks him for uplifting his spirit, but he is still sad that he was a tad bit too late to meet Lee Shinso 4 years ago. Or today it would have been him in the place of Lee Sejun instead of him. His secretary tells him that everything that happens for a reason, and that he firmly believes that one day all the decisions that he made will come to raise him up in the future. Back inside the United Kingdom's dungeon, after clearing the first floor, the rest of the floors are extremely easy. All of the 6 guilds quickly clear up till the 5th floor, where they decide to hold a brief meeting before going to the next floor. The Kunlun Guild leader wants them to join hands just like they planned, and slime Isaac Ivanov to get rid of him for once and for all. However, the battle on the first floor left all of them completely scared of Isaac Ivanov, so they just want to clear this dungeon and get out alive. Except the Kunlun Guild. All the other guilds hold the same opinion, as they feel that even if they take Isaac Ivanov and Savior Guild out from the competition, their own losses will be far too heavy, which will cause them trouble on the 7th floor later on. With them deciding to not offend Isaac Ivanov and Savior Guild anymore, the 5 guilds end their alliance for now, as they all just want to focus on clearing the dungeon and making it out alive. Soon they arrive at the 6th floor, and the quest this time is to clear the floor boss, which will open the gate to the next floor. Now the quest itself isn't really that difficult, but what throws them all off guard is the boss of the 6th floor, which turns out to be a red dragon. They are all shocked to see a red dragon on the second last floor, as they all thought that the 7th floor of the dungeon would have the red dragon as its final boss. While everyone is terrified, Kunlun Guild's leader is happy as he feels that Red Dragon might just be enough to weaken down Isaac Ivanov, which will give him a much better chance later to eliminate him permanently from the game. Kim Wujin notices his gaze on him, but he ignores it, as he knows that sort of thing is awaiting for them on the 7th floor. Unlike the rest of the guilds, Kim Wujin isn't worried about a Red Dragon, as he has his own ace up his sleeve, which is his newly summoned Death Knight. He summons the Death Knight from his Book of Death, who kneels down in front of him as it asks him which order does his master have for him. While Li Junna is shocked to see an undead monster speak, Kim Wujin just points towards the Red Dragon and asks the Death Knight to test his full strength on that big lizard. If the Red Dragon could understand human language, it would be extremely mad. The Death Knight accepts the order and is about to head into the battle, but stops when it notices the Undying Lich Mage asks Kim Wujin as to what he should do, since only the Death Knight will be battling the big lizard. Kim Wujin just asks him to stay at the back and only make a move if the Death Knight can't take on the Red Dragon anymore. The Death Knight isn't happy with the way the Undying Lich talks to his master, so he reminds him of his place as the Great Lord's servant. This sparks a heated argument between the two unique ranked undead summons, which makes Li Junna put his palm on his face as he now has to deal with 2 undead summons as well, aside from their master Kim Wujin. On the other hand, Kim Wujin is not surprised that Undying Lich wasn't able to duplicate the Death Knight, as it's also a unique ranked summon. However, he was still able to summon its base form, which was the previous Skeleton Knight. While he is busy thinking about his undead summons, the other guilds have already launched their attack on the dragon, which causes Li Junna to scream at Kim Wujin and remind him that he needs to make a move as well. As for the other guilds, their puny attacks have no effect on the Red Dragon, who straight up ignores it and just wreaks havoc on anyone who tries to get close to it. After making all the players distance themselves from it, it starts to target solo players, out of which one unfortunate player turns out to be Ellis Highton. Ellis is mindlessly standing as her attacks have no effect on the Red Dragon that she completely forgets that a dragon tail is rushing towards her to crush her into meat paste. Fortunately for her, Li Junna comes to save the damsel in distress as he blocks the attack for her, but the other players aren't so lucky, and they fall to the Red Dragon's attack. Carrie recovers from the attack and quickly activates her mass recovery skill, which starts healing the nearby allies. This gives the remaining players some breathing room to once again get close to the dragon to see if it has any weak points. Chok Sung-woo from the Messiah Guild is struggling to catch his breath when the Red Dragon launches his dragon breath towards them. He barely manages to dodge it and notices that the Kunlun Guild leader is trying to retreat. Seeing that Chok Sung-woo has noticed him, he tries to gaslight him into believing that running away for now would be the best choice, as they are all too split up at the moment. Chok Sung-woo is extremely furious and threatens the Kunlun Guild leader that he better stop in his thoughts of using the Red Dragon to weaken Isaac Ivanov, or else he might as well make a sushi out of him right now. The Kunlun Guild leader chickens out from fear and promises Chok Sung-woo that he will focus on finding the Red Dragon's weaknesses for them. While they are talking, they notice a heavy presence beside them, which turns out to be Kim Wujin's Death Knight. The Death Knight stands all alone in front of the Red Dragon as it summons a chain of death from nowhere and throws it towards it. The chain of death wraps around the neck of the Red Dragon, which starts to flap its wing like a fish flapping its tail after it's pulled out of the water. Everyone is shocked to see a mere undead summon do way better than all of their guilds combined. However, they aren't the world top 5 guilds without any reason, so they instantly mobilize on the opportunity and start attacking the Red Dragon with all of their might while it's still shackled by the chain of the Death Knight. The Red Dragon is extremely pissed at these ants constantly harassing it, so it starts unleashing his dragon breath at them, which forces all the players to back away. The Kunlun Guild leader even catches on the fire on his armor and has to roll on the ground to put it off. Seeing that all the players are useless and can't do anything to the Red Dragon, the Death Knight takes the matter into its own hands as it jumps on the neck of the Red Dragon and plunges its sword right into the right eye of the big lizard. The Red Dragon forcefully tries to shake it off, but it keeps on going, and instead of targeting its eyes, it targets its wing, this time so that it won't be able to fly anymore. With the Red Dragon stuck to the ground, the Undying Lich feels that half of the job is already done, so it asks Kim Wujin if they should also participate in the battle, as his undead legion is going crazy just seeing such a glorious battle happen in front of them. Kim Wujin gives him the green signal as he has already witnessed the performance of the Death Knight. With the undead legion and the players from the guilds working together, the Red Dragon is quickly brought to its demise. After the battle is over, Kim Wujin heads over to the corpse of the Red Dragon and sighs with admiration as a fully grown dragon is indeed one of the toughest opponents that he has ever faced. Even with the top 5 guilds of the world, it still took so many of them to kill only a single dragon. While Kim Wujin is admiring the dragons, Cho Sung-woo approaches Kim Wujin and tells him that there is a small problem. He explains to Kim Wujin that all of their guilds suffered a lot of damage, so he hopes that Kim Wujin will split some of the players of the Savior Guild with them. Kim Wujin wonders if the guilds are trying to weaken the Savior Guild by doing so. So instead of rejecting them, he accepts their proposal, but on a condition that all the guilds right now will combine into 2 parties. One party will be him, Spashika, and the rest of the Messiah Guild, while the other party will have all the remaining players including Park Yongwon and Shakira from the Savior Guild. Cho Sung-woo didn't expect Kim Wujin to fall into the tiger's den all by himself, so he respects his choice and accepts his conditions. Park Yongwon isn't happy at all with Kim Wujin's decision, but he can't really do anything about it as well, so he turns to Shakira and asks her if he's okay with it. Shakira has lost her edge at this point, so she just goes with whatever Kim Wujin tells her to do. Park Yongwon doesn't like her attitude and tells her that he believes that Kim Wujin did this to separate them from his party, so later if he gets any chance to discard them, he will use and throw them out just like once he planned to do with him. While everyone is moving into the 7th floor of the dungeon, Kim Wujin stays at the 6th floor with Lee Jina as he plans to summon the Bone Dragon. The last time he tried summoning a dungeon boss was when he was still a low-level player, and he tried to summon the Needle Snake boss. His skill failed due to him being too low-leveled, and the next time he was strong enough, he wanted to summon Dragon Hatchling, but decided not to, as he needed the material of its body to clear the 4th-floor dungeon in Japan. After all that time, he finally has the opportunity to summon a dungeon boss, and this time it's an adult dragon. So without any hesitation, Kim Wujin activates his skeleton summoning skill, which turns the red dragon into a bone dragon, which Kim Wujin can summon and unsummon any time. The bone dragon shimmers with undead energy, and seeing its magnificent look makes Kim Wujin feel that all the suffering till now was absolutely worth it. After summoning the bone dragon, Kim Wujin heads to the 7th floor as well, where they find nothing but desolation. This makes all of the players become cautious, as desolation means only one thing, that the final boss on this dungeon is an extremely terrifying monster. They all are waiting for a fearsome dragon to pop out from anywhere, but instead they discover a humanoid creature, which the system introduces to them as the Master of Excalibur. Belysses, being the hot-headed mage, doesn't waste any time before attacking the humanoid creature, which tanks the fireball spell face on without even needing to dodge. Immediately, the humanoid creature issues a challenge to a duel to Eliso, which reduces her stats by 25%. Without even giving her any option to accept or deny, the humanoid creature charges at Ellis with murderous intention. Fortunately for Ellis, this time her Prince Charming is Kim Wujin, who blocks the attack for her with the Aegis shield. Since Kim Wujin interfered in the duel between them two, he takes the burnt of the stats reduction, which reduces his stats by 25%. However, just then, Kim Wujin's King Arthur's ring steps in and negates the stats reduction by overpowering the Sword of Excalibur in its authority. Looking at the creature, Kim Wujin remembers learning about Francois attempting this dungeon much later on in his previous life, where after countless attempts he finally managed to defeat the humanoid creature who was called the Dragon Knight in his previous life. At that time, Francois wielded the Balmung sword, so when he tried to pick up Excalibur, he miserably failed. That missing piece always confused the players back then, but now in his new life, Kim Wujin finally understands that only a player with King Arthur's ring can steal the authority from the Dragon Knight and equip the Excalibur sword for their own use. It's great news for Kim Wujin, as he lacked a good sword to use in battle. However, to get that sword, he will first need to defeat the Dragon Knight, whom even the greatest dragon hunter barely managed to defeat in his past life. While Kim Wujin is locked in defense against the Dragon Knight, the other players decide to step in for the offense. One of those players is Cho Sung-woo, who tries to attack the Dragon Knight from behind, but it instantly shatters his swords alongside his hopes and dreams, just like that big stacked goth girl from the psychology department. Cho Sung-woo is left stupefied in the open, which makes him vulnerable to an attack. But just in time, Kim Wujin steps in and protects him by blocking the Dragon Knight's sword once again. Kim Wujin tells Cho Sung-woo to take out another sword and go on offense, while he will focus on defending them from critical strikes. He then turns to Lee Jina and other players and orders them to focus on the other enemy, which confuses them as they can't see any other monster besides the Dragon Knight on the battlefield. But just then, a huge ball of fire descends from the sky towards the battlefield, which frightens all the players. Carrie immediately orders all the mages to set up a magical barrier to protect the players. But even with the protection of so many mages, the barrier instantly shatters, creating a huge explosive wave, which knocks down all the players. The surviving players open their eyes and discover that the monster that fell from the sky is a black dragon, which is also the true master of this dungeon. The black dragon makes its presence known by excreting a poisonous mist, which starts to slowly drain all of the players' health bar. Cho Sung-woo is glad that he was behind Kim Wujin, or the explosion would have shattered at least a few of his rib bones. He now also finally realizes why Kim Wujin was on defense all this time, as he expected there to be a true master of the dungeon as well. While he is thinking of a way to defeat the Dragon Knight, his eyes fall onto the back of Kim Wujin, who is open to an easy ambush. However, he knows that without Kim Wujin, it will be extremely difficult for them to defeat the Dragon Knight and the Black Dragon, so he holds on to his ideas for a while till they have cleared the dungeon. Kim Wujin already knows about his intentions, so he just smiles as he is glad that he won't have to slime Cho Sung-woo this early. After a gruesome fight, the Black Dragon is finally defeated. But this fight took the lives of at least 50% players, which leaves all the guilds extremely vulnerable. While Carrie orders the healers to heal the surviving players, a few players head towards the dragon's corpse to see what rewards they will get from it. However, they all know that Kim Wujin was the biggest contributor to this battle, as without his endless army of skeleton soldiers, they wouldn't have been able to slay the Black Dragon with their current strength. However, the man and the myth behind this dungeon hunt is nowhere to be seen. After the dust of the battle settles, Kim Wujin makes his appearance as he stands in front of the Dragon Knight, who starts to disintegrate after the death of the dungeon's master. Kim Wujin praises the Dragon Knight for its strength and tells it that he thoroughly enjoyed their fight. After the Dragon Knight disappears, the Excalibur falls into Kim Wujin's hand, who gains its authority and can now summon the true legend of King Arthur and his court, Camelot. The legend bonus doubles the special powers of all the Round Table Knights, items making Kim Wujin a force to be reckoned with. With the sword of King Arthur in his hand, Kim Wujin can finally feel the strength in his bones and the strength that he needs to slay the fake Messiah. While Kim Wujin is relishing this feeling of supreme strength, Cho Sung-woo finds this to be the perfect opportunity to backstab Kim Wujin and eliminate this threat for his master Lee Sejun. Without wasting any time, he plunges his sword into Kim Wujin's abdomen, just like how Lee Sejun did in the last moments of Kim Wujin's previous life. Cho Sung-woo celebrates his victory over the corpse of Kim Wujin, as he calls him the biggest idiot for not realizing that his true enemy was right behind his back. Just as he finishes these words, another sword in a similar fashion strikes him on the back, which causes him to fall onto the ground in utter shock. The assailant behind the attack turns out to be Johann Jorg, who was hiding all this time under Hades' helmet. He calls Cho Sung-woo a real idiot if he thought that taking out Isaac Ivanov would be this easy. Cho Sung-woo doesn't understand what's going on, so he turns towards the corpse of Isaac Ivanov, which turns out to be a random skeleton soldier which Kim Wujin used a spell to disguise as his body double. As for the real Kim Wujin, he stands behind Cho Sung-woo, who feels the true fear for the first time in his life. He realizes that he was played in the hands of Kim Wujin from the start, which makes him feel even more terrified. As a player, he is ready to face death anytime but dying. Like this makes Cho Sung-woo feel as if he died a meaningless death. So before he dies, he decides to take out Johann Jorg with him, but he forgets that in a world where Isaac Ivanov didn't exist, Johann Jorg was the true king of the undead. Johann Jorg can already sense his intentions, so he just calmly dodges his attack, which forces Cho Sung-woo to get back and make some distance away from Johann Jorg. But this turns out to be a fatal mistake for him, as just then Johann Jorg summons a gate of hell which throws out chains, capturing Cho Sung-woo and dragging him into the deepest depths of the hell itself. Kim Wujin doesn't care about Cho Sung-woo's body, as he didn't plan to use his Anubis skill on him in the first place. He already knows pretty much everything about him, so he just let Johann Jorg have all the fun. Instead, he wants to focus on his next battle, which will be an all-out war against the Messiah Guild. After exiting the dungeon, the Savior Guild's reputation precedes over Messiah Guild, who got their entire team annihilated in the United Kingdom dungeon. This locks them in a bitter competition to quickly clear out an 8-floor dungeon, so that they can up each other by a single point. Oh Seichin is reading all of this news in his office, which makes him all emotional. He remembers when they were struggling to even clear the 4-floor dungeons, and now after 4 years, the world has moved on to floor 8 dungeons. This leaves behind the only 9-floor dungeon in the world, and anyone who clears that will become the champion of the earth by ending the game. This makes him clench his fists as he remembers Lee Jinsu and wishes that he was alive to see all of this. Unconsciously, he turns his gaze towards Lee Jisoo, who is leaving the office with a guitar bag on her shoulders. Osai-chan tells Lee Jisoo that once this is all over, he would take her to have a nice meal anywhere she wants. A week or so later, Kim Wujin is attempting his first 8-floor dungeon, which is a B- ranked dungeon. One of the conditions to clear the floor is hunting down 200,000, 22,000, and 212 monsters, which Kim Wujin equally splits between 5 of his skeleton knights, which allows him to create 5 more death knights. The 5 death knights kneel in front of their master, which scares even Lee Jina, who has no fear of Kim Wujin using these against him. But Kim Wujin still doesn't feel that it's enough, so he equips all of his death knights with legendary items and gears, including Mjolnir and Odin's spear. With all of these legendary weapons equipped, the death knights alone are enough to clear all the dungeons by themselves. This gives Kim Wujin enough confidence to tackle down Messiah Guild, as the next thing that remains after that is clearing the game itself. While Kim Wujin is preparing to meet the Messiah Guild, their master Lee Sejun is standing all alone in the Round Table room, which was once filled with players from all around the globe. He remembers all of the previous knights of the Round Table hold, whether it be Suzuki Ichi, who was a cunning strategist and a useful pawn, Yang Jihu, a loyalist who respected his master the most, the sword master, whose sword could cut even the toughest monsters, Cho Sung-woo, whom he could trust with all of his secrets. Now they are all dead, and they all died at the hands of one person, Isaac Ivanov. Even though Lee Si-jun calls these players to be insignificant trash who couldn't even take care of a player who awakened much later than them, they were still his pawns and important pieces in his plan of controlling the world. But now he starts to realize that this world will never let him be in peace, as even an inferior creature like Lee Jun-soo once gave him so much trouble. And now, amongst the trash that he left behind, now stands a towering figure that even Lee Si-jun has to admit that he is indeed curious of him. As Lee Si-jun is lost in his thoughts, the door to the round table room opens up as Park Sin-hye informs him that everything is ready. She also brings the archer master with her, who brought the last disciple left by the sword master to aid them as well. Sakura greets Lee Se-jun, who just nods at her as he gets ready to enter the 8th floor dungeon. This time, Messiah Guild and Savior Guild aren't competing with each other, as instead they shake hands and decide to join together to take on a 8 floors A+ ranked dungeon. Their collaboration is successful, as this time even the Dragon Slayer Francois decides to join their team, as he also wants to beat the fraud allegations set on him by his people. The whole world is excited to see these players come together to beat this game together and free the world from the chaos and misery that it is now. But what these dumbakas don't know is that hidden beneath their masks is a killing intent that's aimed at each other's throats. The two greatest players of the past and present stand in front of each other as they shake hands to initiate their first ever meeting, or at least in this timeline. Inside the dungeon, the Messiah Guild trio from the 5-floor dungeon can't believe that they got the chance to join Lee Si-jun in an expedition to such a high-profile dungeon. Jordan is so moved that he starts to cry as he has finally proved everyone that even baldies can make it big in life. On the other side, Lee Gina is feeling the pressure already when suddenly Francois approaches him and tells him that he's excited to battle alongside him. Lee Gina pretends to play dumb as if he doesn't know him, but Francois blows his cover by calling him by his real name. While these two are goofing around, Park Yong-wen is still suspicious of Isaac Ivanov and wonders when he will discard them. His shady behavior causes Shakira to become rather angry at him, as she reminds him that Isaac Ivanov has not treated them badly ever since they joined the Savior Guild. Shakira's explanation causes Park Yong-wen to fall into a doubt, as he really wonders if Isaac Ivanov doesn't care about them at all. Back to Lee Se-jun. He tells Isaac Ivanov that by the rules, the Messiah Guild will clear the first floor, while the Savior Guild will get their chance later. Isaac Ivanov agrees with him and turns to leave, when suddenly Lee Se-jun takes out a spear from his inventory and shoves it straight into Isaac Ivanov's abdomen, just like how Bill Clinton shoved his spear inside Donald Trump's mouth at Epstein Island. Isaac Ivanov receives the notification that he has been pierced by Lance of Longbowl, and that he can't use any items or skills anymore. Lee Se-jun tells Isaac Ivanov that he takes back his words, and that they don't need to alternatively clear any floors, as from today Savior Guild won't exist anymore. No one saw this plot twist coming up except the viewers watching this video, which leaves all the players baffled. Lee Se-jun is about to finish off Isaac Ivanov with his sword when a skeleton soldier blocks the attack for him, which Lee Se-jun somehow predicted, as he didn't expect his nemesis to go down this easily. The small gap allows Lee Gina to jump in to try and help Isaac Ivanov get away from Lee Se-jun, but Lee Gina overestimates himself as one swing from Lee Se-jun's sword forces him to get away, Isaac Ivanov leaving him all alone at the mercy of Lee Se-jun. However, unlike Isaac Ivanov's past opponents, Lee Se-jun is extremely cautious, so he still has Park Sin-hye trap Isaac Ivanov into a special barrier that doesn't allow any unholy beings to enter it. So while this Bifrost barrier is in place, no one can leave or enter it for 6 days, which gives Lee Se-jun and the Messiah Guild enough time to thoroughly eliminate all traces of the Savior Guild from the face of Earth. While Isaac Ivanov is trapped in the Bifrost barrier, Park Sin-hye turns towards the Savior Guild, as she orders the mages of the Messiah Guild to rain down spells at them. But just then, Francois steps in as he tells Park Sin-hye that they have truly crossed the limit by attacking the Savior Guild and Isaac Ivanov. Park Sin-hye is a bit surprised to see Francois take the side of the Savior Guild, but she also knew that it would happen one day or not, so she instead retorts by saying that it's him who has made a grave mistake by making himself an enemy of the Messiah Guild. Saying this, she sends an elite squad of Messiah Guild players to take down Francois, but none of them succeed after Francois activates his dragon-slaying skills. While Francois is locked in a battle against Park Sin-hye and her elite squad, Park Yong-won and Shakira find themselves stuck in a perilous condition as well. They are surrounded completely by the Messiah Guild, who stares at them like hungry, heinous wolves staring at white, innocent sheep. Shakira worries that the Messiah Guild wants to slime all of them, and she isn't wrong, as soon they are both nearly beaten to the point of ascending to heaven, if not for Lee Jine coming to rescue them in time. Lee Jina punches one of the Messiah Guild members on the face, which sends him straight to the ground to see how the dirt tastes. After beating down him, Lee Jina turns to other players as he reminds them even though Park Yong-won and Shakira are weak, ugly-looking, insignificant players, but they are still his subordinates, so he would never allow anyone to beat them aside from himself. As the senior, he defends the honor of his juniors and punches down anyone who tries to hurt them. Soon, a vast number of Messiah Guild players lie on the ground defeated while Lee Jina still stands there, still in his prime. Lee Jina is enjoying this endless battle, but he starts to notice the crowd closing in, which makes him worried that if they all jump on him, he might be in serious trouble for real this time. However, his worries are placed on the wrong thing, as suddenly an arrow strikes him on the chest, which causes him to fall down. By the time he recovers and gets back up, a few more arrows strike him on his back, as the archer master reveals his presence. If the arrows weren't already deadly enough, he then explodes them using his skill, which turns Lee Jina into a cooked piece of meat. But Lee Jina is Lee Jina, so he even recovers from such damage and even regains enough vitality to dodge the archer master's next arrow. The archer master realizes that Lee Jina is not someone that he can slime on his own, so he orders the other Messiah Guild members to tire him out so that he won't be able to recover anymore. But Lee Jina is like Captain America, as he comments that he can do this all day. Back to Lee Sejun, he receives the latest intel from his subordinates, that the battle is proceeding just according to their plan. Park Sin-hee-jun is taking care of Francois of France, while the Archer Master is focusing on Sub-Isaac. According to his subordinates, soon the whole Savior Guild will be wiped out, which will only leave Isaac Ivanov alive, and he isn't really that big of a threat, since all of his undead soldiers have been taken care of by Lee Sejun. Even though Lee Sejun should be happy that his greatest enemy will soon be eliminated, he still doesn't feel elated at all. Instead, he is quite disappointed that Isaac Ivanov couldn't even give him a tough time, yet he was comparing him to that human Lee Jinsu, who forced him to take a few steps back. While Lee Sejun is waiting for the Bifrost barrier to go off, Lee Jina is riddled with arrows that even the Archer Master can't find any place to shoot him at. But despite such damage, Lee Jina still recovers and stands in front of him like nothing happened. The Archer Master is on his wit's end when he notices Lee Jina reaching into his inventory. He suspects that he must be getting serious as he is now pulling out a weapon, but becomes baffled after seeing Lee Jina take out sausages instead. After eating a mouthful of sausages, Lee Jina's stamina recovers, which gives him one final opportunity to land a blow on Archer Master. So this time, instead of dodging Archer Master's arrow, he decides to face tank it in hopes that it would allow him to land a solid hit on the Archer Master. His plan works flawlessly as he tanks the exploding arrow and punches the Sword Master at point-blank range, only for a barrier to stop him. That barrier turns out to be Sakura, who blocked the punch for her master at the cost of losing her shoulder and exposing herself to Lee Jina. So she doesn't waste any time, and uses this moment of surprise to unleash a deadly strike which leaves Lee Jina in a terrible shape. But this leaves the Archer Master completely open, which opens the window for Johann Jorg to sneak attack the Archer Master and assassinate him in a single smooth motion. The Archer Master blames his old age for not remembering that the opponent had the Hades helmet in their arsenal. Unfortunately for him, he realized this too late, so he falls at the hands of Johann Jorg, which gives the Savior Guild their first victory against the Messiah Guild in this all-out confrontation. The death of the Archer Master makes Sakura lose all of her will to fight, which makes Lee Jina feel pity for her even though they are fatal enemies. But Johann Jorg doesn't feel the same as he doesn't hesitate to eliminate Sakura while she has let her guard down. Lee Jina is furious at him for being this cruel to a woman who has dropped her weapon, to which Johann Jorg reminds him that they are in a battlefield to decide the future of the planet Earth. Hearing this, Lee Jina comes back to his senses and seriously locks in to secure the future of the Earth and the Savior Guild. Back to Francois. He is drained of stamina as he remembers the last conversation that he had with Lee Jina. They told him that he is the hero of France and will remain the hero of France if he doesn't give up even in the face of death. These words ring back inside Francois' mind before he unleashes the last dying call of a warrior as he strikes towards the Messiah Guild members in front of him. Even though it's the final attack of a dying beast, the Messiah Guild elite squad doesn't take him seriously, so they just dodge the attack completely, forgetting that Park Sin-hee is standing behind them completely unguarded. Even with 2 swords pierced into his body, Francois smiles as he is able to accomplish his mission. With Park Sin-hee down, the Bifrost barrier can't be maintained and immediately falls off. The Messiah Guild players are furious and are about to turn Francois into sashimi, when suddenly they are dragged back by the chains from hell that Johann Jorg summoned to save Francois. While Johann Jorg is rescuing Francois, Michelle is stuck in a predicament as she doesn't understand why they have to fight each other and why they can't just join hands and save the world from the monsters without having civil wars. Jordan can't really answer her question as he is also hard stuck between whom to support. On one side, he knows that Isaac Ivanov is a kind man, and on the other side, he doesn't want to betray his guild. Just as he is contemplating this, he looks in the distance and sees Park Sin-hee falling down after being hit by Francois' attack. He immediately looks towards Isaac Ivanov, where the Bifrost barrier is no longer able to hold him down. With the barrier down, Lee Jina quickly scoops up Isaac Ivanov, or rather Kim Wujin in this case, and takes him away from the battlefield. Kim Wujin apologizes to Lee Jina for leaving this whole battle onto his shoulders, as this was the only way they could have made Lee Sejun let down his guard. Before entering the dungeon, Kim Wujin discussed with Johann Jorg and Lee Jina about his plan to tackle down Lee Sejun. Johann Georg offers to wear Hades' helmet and ambush Lee Sejun to take him out in a single swoop. Even though this plan sounds foolproof, Kim Wujin breaks his heart by telling him that lies and deception won't work on Lee Sejun, as he holds on to the skill called Eyes of Isis, which allows Lee Sejun to see all the invisible things. Which is why Kim Wujin decides to become the bait, as he knows that Lee Sejun is way too much of a perfectionist, so he won't abandon the chance to strike him in the back if he sees him with his guard down. However, with the Longinus spear in his body, Kim Wujin would be rendered useless, and to be safe, Park Sin-ye will make sure to erect a barrier to hold him down. This is where Lee Juna and other players will help Kim Wujin in opening up the barrier, so that Lee Sejun will lose his Spear of Longinus while also losing a lot of manpower as well. Back to the present, Kim Wujin takes out the spear from his body, but this causes him to lose a lot of blood. To recover from the damage, he has no choice but to turn to Lee Juna, whose body is full of fresh blood that he can feast on using his blood-sucking skill. Kim Wujin also uses the vampire skill to boost his blood skills even more, which immediately heals him back to full health, while restoring all the stamina and stats he lost earlier due to weakness. He thanks Lee Jina and Francois for fulfilling their part, as now it's his time to show Lee Sejun who the true messiah of this world truly is. Lee Sejun doesn't stop Kim Wujin from regaining his full strength, as previously he was quite disappointed that he didn't even give him a tough time. So this time, he wants to cherish this fight between his one and only true nemesis. Kim Wujin is also excited to show the full extent of his power, so this time he doesn't hold back and summons all of the undead summons from his Book of Death. A huge storm of undead energy surges up as a huge bone dragon appears in the sky. On the top of the bone dragon is the undying Lich Mage, who then summons his own skeleton soldiers army as well. Aside from the hundreds if not thousands of skeleton soldiers, Kim Wujin also summons his Death Knights, who now hold multiple legendary items and equipment on their body. With such a lineup, the Messiah Guild is scared to their cores, so as to remove their fear of the undead monsters. Lee Jina swings his sword, which creates a storm of sword energy dispersing all the undead energy coming towards them. This renews the Messiah Guild players' spirit, who believe that as long as Lee Sejun is with them, they won't need to fear anyone. Lee Sejun orders the Messiah Guild players to go and just charge into the undead army, while he heads towards Kim Wujin to show him who is the real boss of this game. However, midway, he is stopped by Kim Wujin's Death Knight, who warns Lee Sejun that if he wants to get close to his master, he would need to get past him first. Lee Sejun is a bit surprised to see a talking undead monster, but it is still not enough for him to back away in fear, so he just charges at it with no fear of it whatsoever. The Death Knight confidently blocks Lee Sejun's attack, but barely manages to block it at the cost of his sword being almost cut in half. Seeing this, the other Death Knights don't sit back and jump in to help it. They use the Mjolnir and Odin's spear given to them by Kim Wujin and even manage to make Lee Sejun sweat a little bit during their constant pressure. However, Kim Wujin feels that it's still not enough, and even though Death Knights might slow down Lee Sejun a little bit, without their support the remaining skeleton soldiers' army won't survive. So just like every other good leader, he steps into the battle himself and activates the hidden condition of the Legend of King Arthur. This boosts all of the Round Table Knights items on his allies, which in return strengthen his Death Knight and Undead Summons abilities by a lot. But instead of having them assist him in his battle against Lee Sejun, he sends his Death Knights to aid the rest of his skeleton soldiers' army. Lee Sejun mocks Kim Wujin that he would be stupid if he thinks that he can beat him all on his own with just a few pieces of equipment. With these two legendary players locked in a battle, even the gods above aren't able to hold back their interest as they keenly watch the battlefield. Lee Sejun's sponsor is the Executioner of the Holy Light, who blesses him with the spirit of the Savior. On the other hand, Kim Wujin is the complete opposite, as his sponsor is the Emissary of the Underworld, a dark being who blesses him with the power of darkness. These two forces can't coexist, so what follows is naturally a fierce battle. Kim Wujin initiates the fight by activating the aura of the Excalibur sword, which is further boosted by the Legend of King Arthur. As long as this aura is activated, any being who shows Kim Wujin hostility have their stats reduced by half. To counter Kim Wujin, Lee Sejun activates his unique skill, the Savior's Touch, which grants Lee Sejun immunity to all sorts of stat reduction debuffs. If that wasn't enough, Lee Sejun also counterattacks Kim Wujin by blessing himself with the Savior's Blessing, which gives him 1000% resistance to all damage. This is already an overkill, but Lee Sejun doesn't stop her as he then activates his offensive boost skill, the Last Judgment, which increases Lee Sejun's damage to his opponents by 10,000% during the duration of the skill. This forces Kim Wujin to go on a defensive mode as he summons his Shield of Aegis to block the attack. The Shield of Aegis is unbreakable, so it somehow manages to stop Lee Sejun's sword, but the kinetic energy of the sword disperses into Kim Wujin's body, causing him to back away in pain. Lee Sejun is a seasoned veteran, so he doesn't give Kim Wujin any time to recover, as he launches his next attack immediately, to which Kim Wujin evades by activating his vampire skill, which turns him into hundreds of bats, dispersing his body into the air. Using the moment of surprise, Kim Wujin sneak attacks Lee Se-jun and manages to bite him with his sharp canines, inflicting Lee Se-jun with his terrifying blood poison. Lee Se-jun mocks Kim Wujin for playing dirty, to which Kim Wujin replies that his only goal is to defeat him, so he doesn't mind using any cheap tricks. On the other hand, Lee Se-jun just activates his savior's blessing once again, which maximizes his resistance to any type of blood poison. Kim Wujin didn't plan to rely on the blood poison from the start, so he isn't disappointed. Instead, he jumps in the air and activates his blood mist skill, which creates a cloud of blood poison. This disrupts Lee Se-jun's vision, which allows Kim Wujin to control a few dozens of ant monsters with his Solomon ring that pop out from underground and tries to ambush Lee Se-jun from all sides. Lee Se-jun is getting frustrated at this point, so he just uses his executioner sword skill to create a huge shockwave which annihilates all the ant monsters in all 4 directions. After sliming all of the ant monsters, Lee Se-jun slowly starts walking towards Kim Wujin as he asks him to say his final death wish. In response, Kim Wujin just smiles as he detonates all the monster corpses around Lee Se-jun, which creates a huge explosion that can be seen from anywhere at the dungeon floor. But despite such an explosion, Lee Se-jun doesn't even suffer from a scratch as he comes out from the smoke like a lightning bolt and grabs Kim Wujin's head with his left hand. Kim Wujin barely manages to free himself as he jumps back, and while he is doing so, Johann Jorg comes from the back to support him as he uses his Gate of Hell skill to hold down Lee Se-jun with the Chains of Hell. However, Lee Se-jun doesn't even put him in his eyes, as he just slices him apart like sushi and starts walking towards Kim Wujin, who is still laying down on the ground. He kicks Kim Wujin to turn his face towards him and notices that he's wearing a skeleton mask that he wasn't wearing before. Just then, a skeleton soldier jumps at him with the Longinus spear in its hand and tries to shove it straight into Lee Se-jun's body. Lee Se-jun's reaction speed saves him as he barely manages to block it with his sword. But this leaves his back open to Kim Wujin, who strikes him from behind, which forces Lee Se-jun to remove one of his hands from his sword to block Kim Wujin's sword from striking in the back. This in turn weakens his hold on his sword, which allows the skeleton soldier to plunge the spear of Longinus straight into Lee Se-jun's abdomen. The Longinus spear deactivates all of his skills and bonus effects of his items, which leaves him weak to Excalibur's aura, which slices his stats in half. On top of that, his savior's blessing is useless against Kim Wujin's blood poison, which further reduces his stats while also draining his health points at a rapid pace. Despite all of these debuffs and stats reduction, Lee Se-jun is still not worried as he does not believe that any weapon in the world would be able to break through his armor. He mocks Kim Wujin and asks him if this is all he has. Saying this, Lee Se-jun is about to pull out the Longinus spear out from his abdomen, when suddenly, Kim Wujin takes out the Balmung sword from his inventory and slices off Lee Se-jun's head, ending this 2 lives long rivalry between them. What started off with the Balmung sword now ends with the Balmung sword, which can cut through any armor or resistance no matter how great it is. With Lee Se-jun dead, Kim Wujin orders all of the Messiah Guild members to surrender as fighting anymore is useless. He tells everyone to go drop their weapons and heal the wounded, so that they are ready to face the final boss of this dungeon all together. At first, Messiah Guild players are hesitant as so many of their players died and got injured, but after Jordan, Michelle, and Kyle drop their weapons and surrender in the name of saving humanity, all of the players start to feel guilty as if they were in the wrong in the first place. After the Messiah Guild surrenders, Lee Jinna asks Kim Wujin if it's a good decision to trust these people who were once so loyal to Lee Se-jun. Kim Wujin replies that they don't need to become the second Lee Se-jun, who eliminated all the other players who didn't believe in the same goal as him. Aside from that, he doesn't fear any betrayal, as long as he has his own trusted friends and his skeleton soldiers. In the meantime, all the healers from both guilds join hands and heal the injured players. This way, heavily injured players like Park Sin-hee and Johann Georg are able to heal back quickly and live another day to tell the tale. After all players have recovered their strength, Kim Wujin leads them all to clear this second last dungeon before the final dungeon of the game. It takes them 2 months to clear the 8 floors A+ ranked dungeon, which is the longest Kim Wujin has spent in any dungeon yet in this life. After the dungeon is cleared, the public is excited to welcome their heroes, but they don't find Lee Se-jun anywhere. To explain the situation, Kim Wujin holds a press conference and announces to the world that Lee Se-jun died a heroic death, and before dying, he entrusted his will to him that in the future, he will take on a 9-floor dungeon on his behalf and make sure that the game is cleared. The public mourns Lee Se-jun's death as the hero, which is the best ending that Kim Wujin can give to a villain like him. Meanwhile, Park Sin-hee is standing behind the stage where Lee Se-jun finally asks her to spill the truth of what happened on that day 4 years ago. Fast forward to a few days later, Kim Wujin takes Lee Se-jun to eat as much meat as he wants to, as this is what he promised him, in exchange of drinking all of his blood on that day in the dungeon. While Lee Se-jun is happily eating his beef and pork, Oh Se-jun arrives and joins them in the fun as well. He asks Kim Wujin what he will do when the game is cleared, and that all the players will return to being normal citizens. Kim Wujin hasn't really thought much on that, but Oh Se-kwan has. He tells Kim Wujin that he plans to create an organization called Pandora, which will employ all the players who will become unemployed after the game ends. That's why he has been saving money all this time. But there is one thing that scares him, and that's the looming threat of the sponsors of the games, or the so-called gods and halos. He doesn't understand their intentions for the Earth, and what will happen if the players don't follow their directions. Kim Wujin has thought about that a lot in his previous life, and he hasn't been able to find a solid answer. So for now he just decides to focus on clearing the final dungeon, as he hasn't even solved his mystery of returning back in time. As for the halos and the gods who are the mastermind behind this game, there are 6 of them. 4 of them are the most common. The first is the listener of all creation, which allows the players to contract with spirits and various creatures. The second is the caretaker of the fountain, which gives the players the option to cast magic and spells. The third is Undying Fighter, which gives the players tremendous strength and tenacity. The fourth is the Silent Hunter, which gives players exceptional agility and enhanced senses. Aside from these 4, the 2 rare ones are the Executioner of the Holy Light, which gives the players absolute defense and offense, making them an all-rounder, and the Emissary of the Underworld, which gives players dark magic to summon the undead and use poisonous skills. The reason why Kim Wujin chose Emissary of the Underworld in this life was for a sole reason, and that was to take revenge on Lee Se-jin, who held the Executioner of the Holy Light's blessing. And now that Lee Se-jin is dead, Kim Wujin has only one goal left, and that's to end the game. Time passes by, and the day of the dungeon raid of the final dungeon keeps closing in. A few days before the dungeon raid, Park Sin-hee announces that she will be resigning as the head of the Hansun group. The reason for her resignation is because of Lee Jisoo, who gives one last chance for earning her forgiveness, and that's to join the Pandora company that both of their fathers created to secure the future of the players after the game is finished. Park Sin-hee doesn't want to waste this opportunity to get back together with Lee Jisoo and make up for all of her mistakes. Finally, the day comes for the final dungeon raid, as all the greatest players in the world join hands with Kim Wujin to end this game and free the Earth. In a black car, Johan Georg is teasing Lee Gina for being nervous, which reminds Kim Wujin of his own state. Throughout this second life, he has never felt even a little bit nervous, even when he was facing Lee Gina's, as he already knew about everything that would happen. But this final dungeon is something that he knows nothing about, as even in his past life, he could only stand in front of its door before he was coldly murdered by Lee Se-jun and Park Sin-hye. So this time he is both nervous and excited to see what's beyond that gate that he could never see past in his previous life. After entering the dungeon, Lee Gina is looking around and realizes that it looks exactly like what Kim Wujin told him last time, when they were in the 8th floor dungeon. Lee Gina was curious about how the final dungeon will look when compared to the previous dungeons. For the first time in his life, Kim Wujin was unable to answer him, as he only told him that he knows that the first floor of the dungeon is an endless cavern. Back to the present, Kim Wujin also sighs in relief as the dungeon is exactly how he remembers it to be in his previous life, which means that nothing has changed. Lee Gina can notice that Kim Wujin is feeling a bit nervous, so he grabs his shoulder and tells him that everything will be alright. However, just then a notification pops out in front of everyone, which informs them that a system error has occurred and that the first floor clearance condition has been forcibly met. After this, the same notification appears for all the floors till the 8th floor, and afterwards a door appears in front of everyone that invites them to the 9th and the final floor. Even Kim Wujin, who has lived 2 lives, is shocked to see the system crashing due to an error and doesn't understand what's going on. He can only hope for the best that it's just how the final dungeon is supposed to be. He turns towards everyone and asks them to brace themselves as they will be entering the final floor very soon. Saying this, he opens the door and enters the 9th floor, which looks like a court of some emperor. However, the court looks rather unusual, as there is no sign of life in it. All the players can see are a few corpses of dead monsters, who look as if they were just slain by some creature. This frightens all the players, who slowly walk towards the front of the court, where they find a single man sitting on the throne with a monster corpse on his feet. The man sounds bored, as he tells them that they certainly took their sweet time arriving here on this floor. The frightened players can only use the system to identify this man, but even the system fails to show anything but red question marks, which only increases the tightness in their chests. Some of the brave ones pull out their weapons to get ready for a fight, but the white-haired man doesn't like their boldness, so he just waves his hand, which creates a bright flash of light which annihilates all the players instantly. Only Kim Wujin and a few tanks survive the attack, which makes the white-haired man amused, as he remarks that he thought that a single strike would be enough to annihilate them all. Kim Wujin takes out the Excalibur from his inventory and slowly starts walking up to the white-haired man as he asks him who he truly is. The white-haired man answers Kim Wujin's question with a bolt of lightning which turns all of his undead skeletons into ashes. Kim Wujin barely survives the attack using Aegis Shield, but the reactive force is enough to destroy all of the bones in his body. Kim Wujin falls onto the ground as he looks at the white-haired man, who expresses his anger at Kim Wujin for his arrogance as it made him lose all of this fun in the game. Kim Wujin grits his teeth in pain, but when he hears the white-haired man call him Kim Wujin, he forgets about the pain and instead asks him who he truly is. The white-haired man reminds Kim Wujin that he has no authority to ask him any question, and just points his finger at him, which is enough to turn Kim Wujin into a bloody pulp. Kim Wujin is reluctant to die like this, especially after he has come so far away. But unfortunately, his consciousness starts to blur, and soon he receives the notification that player Kim Wujin has died. Kim Wujin thought that this was the end, but just then he receives another notification from the system that the game is starting, and this time Kim Wujin finds himself standing once again all alone in front of the white-haired man. The white-haired man asks Kim Wujin how it feels to be alive once again. He remarks that Kim Wujin must be used to it as he has already experienced this feeling of returning back in time once before. These few words answers all of Kim Wujin's questions, as he now understands that the man in front of him is a Yahello, and he is not just any other Yahello, but the Executioner of the Holy Light, who was the sponsor behind Lee Se-jun. The Executioner of the Holy Light is pissed at Kim Wujin because he killed Lee Se-jun and ruined all the fun for him, so that's why he wants to crush all hopes and dreams of Kim Wujin, so that he feels the true terror of the difference between mortals and gods. Kim Wujin doesn't know how many times he has been killed and revived, but he still doesn't give up, and instead keeps on looking for a chance, even if it's mere 0.1%. The Executioner of the Holy Light notices Kim Wujin's expression, and tells him that nothing will help him get out of this situation alive, except if he begs mercy for his mistakes, and promises him that he will forever gruel at his feet in the future. Saying this, he forces Kim Wujin to kneel on the ground and bow his head before him. But during that small moment, Kim Wujin notices that the Executioner of the Holy Light's body is starting to fade a little bit. From this, he deduces that this must not be his real body, so he still has a chance to win. So Kim Wujin decides to bargain for some time by rage-baiting the Executioner of the Holy Light, which he hasn't done to anyone in a long time. He mocks him by saying that he doesn't feel that strong when compared to the gods in Korean mythology. The Executioner of the Holy Light falls for his rage bait, and promises to send Kim Wujin into an eternal cycle of constant life and death, so that he will learn to never dare to offend a god in the future. Kim Wujin doesn't know how long it has been since he entered the 9th floor dungeon when he finds himself in a void space. In front of Kim Wujin is the system's prompt that constantly updates him of dying and restarting the game. After the prompt flashes countless times, it finally breaks as it shows a system error. The prompt then expands into a door, out of which the emissary of the underworld appears, whom Kim Wujin has been waiting for all this time. The emissary of the underworld is surprised that Kim Wujin expected it to come, to which Kim Wujin replies that it must have been difficult for it to watch his sponsored player be bullied by another god. The emissary of the underworld is satisfied with Kim Wujin's mentality, so he gifts him with a special heart that gives Kim Wujin the strength to stand up against the Executioner of the Holy Light, or at least what exists of him in the final dungeon. Back in the dungeon, the Executioner of the Holy Light is still mad about Kim Wujin's taunts, so he is about to turn back the time, when suddenly he realizes that he can't turn it back anymore. He looks towards the hole that he created where Kim Wujin's body was laying. There is now a dust cloud rising from it. Soon, a fully intact Kim Wujin stands in front of him, and his aura, this time, is not any weaker than of his own. It doesn't take a genius to understand that Kim Wujin got help from his sponsor, especially since that aura is so sinister and dark. But despite this, the Executioner of the Holy Light isn't worried, as he does not believe that a mortal can stand up against a god like him. But Kim Wujin soon proves him wrong when he cuts apart his attack with ease, using the powers given to him by the emissary of the underworld. The Executioner of the Holy Light becomes serious, and doesn't give Kim Wujin much more time, as he can see that his own strength is running out. What follows is a fierce battle between a god and a mortal, that goes on for a while as they both fight each other toe to toe. However, the Executioner of the Holy Light soon becomes unable to fight anymore, as his body starts to blur between the fabric of space and time. Seeing this, Kim Wujin mocks him by saying that even a god must have to pay a great price if it wants to mess with the equilibrium of space and time. So without wasting any time, Kim Wujin slashes his sword at the Executioner of the Holy Light, who is unable to tank it this time, as the sword light pierces through his flesh. Seeing his attacks finally have some effect on this arrogant god, Kim Wujin decides to utilize his ultimate move as he summons the Gate of Hell, which engulfs the Executioner of the Holy Light with its dense and terrifying chains. With the Executioner of the Holy Light sealed, Kim Wujin knows that he just needs to wait for just long enough till the Executioner of the Holy Light is completely out of energy. But Kim Wujin would be too foolish to believe that a god would go down this easily, as the Executioner of the Holy Light instantly erupts with great strength and destroys the death chains, sealing him. After freeing himself, the Executioner of the Holy Light heals himself using the last bit of his powers, as it informs Kim Wujin that even if he loses all of his powers today, he will make sure to annihilate his soul before doing that. Kim Wujin can feel that the Executioner of the Holy Light has gotten weaker, but his words cause him to become cautious, as a cornered dog is already extremely dangerous. Not to mention that there is a cornered god in front of him. The Executioner of the Holy rushes at Kim Wujin with a spear in his hand. Kim Wujin braces himself to block his attack, but the Executioner of the Holy Light is too fast, as before Kim Wujin even knows, he has already thrusted his spear right into Kim Wujin's chest. Now Kim Wujin would certainly have died at this moment, but fortunately for him, the Executioner of the Holy Light is hated by all the other gods. So the Undying Fighter comes out and grants Kim Wujin his own authority. The Undying Fighter's authority allows Kim Wujin to utilize the never-ending vitality of a tank, which immediately heals all of his wounds. The feeling of limitless strength rejuvenates Kim Wujin's whole body as he effortlessly throws back the Executioner of the Holy Light to the place where he rushed at him from. The Executioner of the Holy Light is already furious by the interference of the Undying Fighter when suddenly the Silent Hunter steps in as well and grants Kim Wujin his own authority too. Boosted by the god of agility and hunt, Kim Wujin conjures a dagger from thin air and disappears from the sight of the Executioner of the Holy Light and appears beside him to leave a gushing wound on his chest. The other gods are unable to hold back as they also step in to grant Kim Wujin their authority so that he can defeat this arrogant Executioner of the Holy Light, which they detest so much. The fourth god to step in is the Listener of all creation, who gives Kim Wujin her authority to summon and contract all living beings. Using her authority, Kim Wujin summons a couple of vines from underground and shackles the Executioner of the Holy Light in it so that he won't be able to escape. But the Executioner of the Holy Light soon frees himself, but the small time gap was already enough for Kim Wujin to receive the fifth and the last blessing, which comes from the caretaker of the Fountain of Knowledge, who also grants him her authority. Using her authority, Kim Wujin creates a magic circle where he previously shackled the Executioner of the Holy Light, and instantly activates it the moment that he frees himself. After so much abuse, the Executioner of the Holy Light has no strength to fight Kim Wujin, so he just begs him to spare his life. Kim Wujin remembers that just a few moments ago, the Executioner of the Holy Light was the one asking him to beg for mercy. Even though he has just defeated a god, Kim Wujin is not proud or happy as he asks the other gods to come out and deal with the Executioner of the Holy Light on their own. Just then, a portal opens up, out of which comes out the Undying Fighter, who apologizes to Kim Wujin for his previous life. Kim Wujin doesn't feel bad for the last life, as at least in his current life he was able to make up for a lot of his regrets. The Undying Fighter likes Kim Wujin a lot, and asks him to never change. He then turns to the Executioner of the Holy Light, and grabs him by his neck, and assures Kim Wujin that he will meet a harsh punishment. After he leaves, the caretaker of the Fountain of Knowledge comes out, and she looks like an absolute 10 out of 10 goth baddie. She greets Kim Wujin and asks him that he must have a lot of questions. That's why she decides to just tell him everything that happened from the time that he was betrayed by Lee Si-jun. She tells him that after he died, Lee Si-jun controlled the whole world like a god, which pissed off all the gods except the Executioner of the Holy Light, who kept supporting Lee Si-jun. So in the end, all of the other gods decided to reverse the time and space to the beginning of the game to create a weapon against Lee Si-jun, who will pull him from the throne and end the game. This is where they chose him, because he was the most qualified player, and one with the best sense of justice. This was also a method for them to make up for their mistakes the previous time, which was not easy as reversing time and space for a whole world takes a lot of effort even for gods like them. The reason why the Executioner of the Holy Light was able to repeatedly turn back time was because he was only controlling time on this floor. After explaining everything to Kim Wujin, she tells him that the Executioner of the Holy Light will have his strength taken away from him, and that he will be sealed in the 9th dungeon forever. As for the Earth, she really doesn't care what will happen to it after the game ends, although she is curious to know if Kim Wujin would feel bad after losing his powers. Kim Wujin answers that he has already done everything that he wanted to, so he wants nothing to do with this game and system anymore. The caretaker of the Fountain of Knowledge laughs and bids farewell to him, but before leaving she decides to leave one last gift to Kim Wujin, and that's reviving all the players that died on the floor due to the Executioner of the Holy Light. After she disappears, all the players are miraculously revived, but they are still on their guard as he looks around for that white-haired man. However, all they find is Kim Wujin standing in the middle with a slight smile on his face. Soon, all of them receive the notification that the game has ended, which means that the system, powers, and their equipment will all disappear as well. This also means that Kim Wujin's identity as Isaac Ivanov is also revealed, which brings the biggest shock to Park Young-won, who now realizes that he was played from the start. Before the players can leave the dungeon, Kim Wujin requests all of them to hide his identity and Legion's identity from the world. He then turns to Francois and tells him to announce to the world that Isaac Ivanov and his Ebuska sacrificed their life to clear the dungeon and bring peace to the world. He hopes that these words will make the people sympathize with the players who have lost their abilities. After exiting the dungeon, Francis holds a press conference where he informs the world of the passing of Isaac Ivanov and his comrades sacrificed their lives to save the future of humanity, and that his dying wish was that the world will treat the players kindly, who have lost their abilities and won't be able to go back to their normal lives very easily. He then brings Osei-chan to the stage, who introduces himself as the founder of Pandora's company, who founded this company with the help of the late Lee Jin-soo and Park Young-ho. He promises to the players and the world that he will do his best to control the chaos that the world is about to fall into, now that the players have lost their magical powers. 6 months pass by since the game ended, and the world is still recovering from the dungeons and the terror that they brought. The Pandora company has done a lot for the players who were left jobless after the game ended. However, not all players deserve the same respect, so people like Lee Jenna are there to handle them whenever they dare to mess at the Pandora Company's office. While ex-players like Lee Jenna are working in the daylight, ex-players like Johan Jorg and Kim Wujin do the dirty work by protecting people from the remnants left by the game. However, this work isn't really that easy, as some people keep on collecting the items that they have lost their effects in hopes that some of them might become useful once again later on. Kim Wujin and his team have been working without any rest, but this has caused the Pandora Company to burn money like crazy. Since they are a charity organization, they have to give the ex-players a lot of money to survive, as not all of them are capable of employment. Fortunately, Kim Wujin has just the right solution to solve the money problem for them. The following day, Kim Wujin alongside Lee Jaina and Johan Jorg arrives at the Phoenix Corporation, where Park Yongwon has been printing money like crazy from all the donors who want to thank him for saving the world. Kim Wujin asks Park Yongwon for money, but he refuses to hand it over as he threatens Kim Wujin that it's not the game era where he could suppress him all alone just using his abilities. Saying this, he calls out his security team, feeling confident that Kim Wujin won't be able to do anything to him. However, Kim Wujin is a gigachad who can take on dozens of men even without superpowers. After beating some sense into Park Yongwon, Kim Wujin learns the location of his locker and takes out all the money and bonds. He then threatens Park Yongwon to donate all of this money to Pandora Company, or he might pay him another visit later on. After the money problem is over, Kim Wujin takes Lee Jaina out for dinner, as he promised to pay him back for his services. Lee Jaina enjoys a heartfelt meal for the first time, and this time, Kim Wujin doesn't run away before paying the bill. Meanwhile, Lee Jisoo is working in her office when Park Sinchai approaches her, as she tells her that she wants to have a talk with her. Park Sinchai tells Lee Jisoo that she still can't accept her forgiveness, as the sins that she has committed are far too great. Lee Jisoo grabs her hand and tells her that she has done all of her best to earn her forgiveness, and even if she doesn't feel like it, then she should work more for the betterment of their future. Later, Osai-kan is in his office looking at the budget reports when he notices that Lee Jaina has put 20 million Korean won as a stipend for his food expenses. He immediately calls him into his office and asks him how he can eat so much food even though he doesn't even have his powers anymore. Poor Lee Jaina can only cut his budget, or Osai-chan might really kick him out of the company if he continues to spend that much money on food. On the topic of powers, Osai-chan feels that Kim Wujin is hiding something, so he calls Francois to ask him if he has felt the same. Unlike all the other ex-players, Kim Wujin is the most mysterious, as the other players don't even know how he defeated that being. Aside from that, he has been taking on all of these dangerous missions to capture the smuggler of game weapons, and has never suffered an injury or even a bruise. Francois doesn't really have any answer for his question, as Kim Wujin is an anomaly that he can never hope to understand. He just feels glad that Kim Wujin is a man with a sense of justice, so as long as he is working for the good, he doesn't mind if he has powers or not. Whether Kim Wujin truly has powers or not is only known by Johan Jorg, who arrives with Kim Wujin at a dark mansion hidden in the woods. According to their intel, a group of smugglers have been torturing ex-players and stealing game weapons from them. Kim Wujin asks Johan Jorg to cover him with open fire, while he himself goes all alone into the opponent's formation while just wearing a combat suit and equipped with a knife. After dealing with the armed guards outside, Kim Wujin opens the door and discovers the smugglers torturing EX players in small cells which contain both men and women. Kim Wujin is extremely angry, as he tells Johan Jorg to stand back, as these cruel cowards don't deserve an easy death. Seeing Kim Wujin disappear and appear like a shadow while sliming out the smugglers, Johan Jorg is glad that he is his loyal follower and not an enemy. After eliminating all the smugglers, Kim Wujin's body radiates a terrifying aura which a normal human can't possibly ever have. So this answers Osei-chan's question as to whether Kim Wujin still has his abilities or not, but he will never truly know. This is also where the manhwa ends, and so that's all for today. If you enjoyed our video, give us a like and subscribe to our channel for more amazing content.